Chapter 1 Rebirth. Cuckoo nedent warmth of the blankets, I immersed mysel fine novel. A sanctuary for me thoughts. No retrievals or vices available, for a reminder already being consumed with his embassy haverferdet. I am the weak dividing line. Mr. Wang Imsri, wevd an everything wekold. Hurais thedet certificate for ms. Liroyan. In the hospital, Wangchnia felt her wavy of disorientation, hadn't the red-eye perished in the apocalypse, bitten by a zombie, why was standing he perfectly well? Wait a moment. This he knew eerily familiar it was just a like at the moment when his wife, Liroyan, had suffered a sudden heart attack and been rushed to the hospital, and had hurried to her side. Wangchni quickly pulled his phone, and that he meglaringly read June 14, 2049. Had Hatrily been reborn? Chernai, please accept my condolences. Ruin wouldn't want to see I like Ethis, said Jalulu, Liruin's close friend, stepping forward to pour them with onerm while holding acuperf warm water in theatre. Come, sit down and have a drink. Jalulu was notably Liruin's confidant ebital Sothiki, a physician of hospital, overseeing Liruin's care. At this moment, her face was etched with sorrow, and suddenly memory is from his previously fune folded in Wangcheni's mind like a foam. In his last life, while Wangchenya was at work, Jalulu had called him to say that Liroyan had suffered a heart attack and been brought to the hospital, but that he herived Thessinahina witnessed it all red-eye played. The problem lay in the cup of warm water that Jalulu had brought after drinking it, her heart succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet in his previous life, Wangchenya had believed he had fainted from overwhelming grief. When Hewakaned the next day, Liruin had already been cremated. Jalulu had brought Arashis to his bedside, leaving him to deal with thief to math alone. Upon returning home with Liruin's ashes, he found several own companies waiting at his door, accompanied by wires. It was in the then that when she realized he was Thesalier to Liruin's estate, but her company had been sold a day prior, leaving him with nothing but a neat million debt. The loan companies acted swiftly upon discovering Wangcheni had pneumonia. They promptly had him sued. The court auctioned off the villa heshered with Liroyan, and he became a person of barred credit, reduced to wandering the streets in despair. 3 months later, global temperatures skyrocketed, causing polar ice caps to melt and sea levels to rise by 5 meters, inundating coastal cities. Soon after, temperatures plummeted, plunging the world into any siege. In his state of destitution, Wangchenya found himself inexplicably back in front of the villa he had shared with Liroyan, only to discover that a currentona was Jalulusi and her brother, Jechiming. Moreover, Liroyan was inexplicably alive, living through Jokamingan Thorson. Just as Wangcheni approached Jokiming for clarity, Liroyan stepped between them. Chenai, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you. It didn't tell you about me faking my date because I was afraid it will ruin everything. Yuk know the company faced acquisition, and I had to borrow money from where, but I could never repay it in time, so. No matter what, I'm just glad you back. Come inside. Pisces Judgming, Lula's brother, whom you know, has been agreed up during this to me otherwise. I wouldn't even have been able to afford meals, het empora libatorus, and in some fine ancestor billies, I'll repay him, and you will return the house dues. However, Chiming sold his own house to purchases, so he and his child are at empora living here. You don't mind, do ya? In his previous life, Wangcheni had loved Liruyan deeply, never doubting her, red-eye to fulfill her every wish. And often, he had met Liruyan in college. Upon first seeing her, she red like an angel, her skin's mirth a scream, her smile radiant, with lustrous black hair framing her swan-like neck, drawing admirers from all over their capital. Yet, this extraordinary woman had co-sent thune remarkable often Wangchenya, and they kickily fell into passionate romance, marrying so in after graduation. Wangchenya became a son-in-law directly during Lia's family abusiness. His father-in-law, Liu Chuanfeng, and mother-in-law, Zhao Wanhuan, never looked down on Wangcheni's background, treating him like their own son. The Liu family's company specialized in warehousing and logistics, with major global supermarket chains renting their warehouse in the capital, relying on them for distribution. After joining the company, Wangchenya proposed a supply and sales plan that significantly reduced labor costs, which impressed several supermarket chains, leading to contracts with Lia's company. Liu Chuanfeng appointed him as the general manager. After their marriage, Wangchenya and Liu Ruin welcomed child Wang Weiqi. Inthi blinko fani, 5 spiced. Wang Shni's exceptional work at the Claude Liu Chuan Fengen Lururento Stepbok, and from a Liafa Rembarket in a global journey returning just a few months ago, while Wang Shnia remained in the company, overseeing various affairs. Little did Heck know, accompanying Liu Ruoyan on their ravel swas another father and son. At the time, Wang Shina felt grateful to Zhao Qiming, ha had sold his house for a man Liu Ruoyan. It seemed edenly natural that Zhao Qiming and Hissen, Zhao Weijuan resided Hino. Zhao Weijun was Iri under turn Wang Weiqi while a theatre children played, Thiakadental Ibrokiavis causing a shirter cut Wang Waika's finger. As Wang Shnyeben dated his ung Sinjori, blood dripped onto Akas and Shipi Jade pendant the hard worn his wrist since a killed hood. This pendant had been placed with him by his parents when he abandoned him, and the orphanage director at to his wrist as a child, unbeknownst to him, the pendant contained a hidden space. Now, that space, unsubelonging to Wang Shania, had become Wang Weiqi's. The little bird discovered he could make things dizer pirandra piratwil, and he excited like sherities with Wang Chenye and Luruoyan. Wang Chenye's first thought was this must not bereave Aleto and any otherwise, there's an wold danger. Thus, the couple-edged Wang Weichito Kipito himself and avoiding the spaces functions carelessly. Wang Shania, understanding the significance of the pendant, direct lighted a terra and thesis neck. As for what lay within that space, a 4-year-old child cowdered lie articulate air simply knew it could hold first amount soft supplies and data preservation function, keeping fruits looking fresh 4 months after being stored. Chapter 2 Liu Ruoyan's fake death. Days passed, and the Satai mainid submerged, yet head temperature plummeted overnight from 40 degrees to -40. On that day, Wang Chenyi discovered that Liu Ruoyan was involved with Zhao Qiming in an affair, noting like that. But Wang Weiqi wasn't high Kyle Zhao Wei Junmers, in fact, Liu Ruoyan's biological son. Aisha corrected to him that when Wang Weiqi was 6 months old, Liu Ruoyan had claimed she was going abroad for a year of study, but that year had actually been spent giving birth to a top bastard child, Guodao. Wang Chenya felt a sigh for vast expanse of grassland was looming over him, rage boiling within him. Her charged at Zhao Qiming, unlike Hope brutally beaten by Liu Chuanfeng, Zhao Wanhuan, Liu Ruoyan, and Zhao Qiming, even that were children, Wang Weiqi and Guodao, kicked him, impeded, he was thrown out he has, battered and bruised. Without food or war clothing, Wang Cheni wandered like a stray dog, homeless for 1.5, until that day of the global zombie virus outbreak on New Year's Eve, when Hughes ultimately beten bia zombie in the snowy wasteland, leaving no trace behind. Har, Wang Cheni chuckled bitterly, lighting a cigarette. Reflecting on his past life as a diverted servant of the family, and Litobmit with betrayal, have found it totally laughable. Seeing Wang Kenya lost in a foolish grin, Jalulu ajed him, Chenai, please drink some water, Nanio fuswinted Tosiru and Liavezo suddenly, you must stay strong. Wang Chnia snappy back to reality, happened should his thigh in disbeliefich, ithit, thys wars real he had indeed been reborn 3 months before the apocalypse. Hagelin's Thesan, self-deprecatingly thinking, har, even heaven can't but as ithis. With this new life, Hewald no longer be diverted servant to Anan. Moreover, Hewald not let the grievances of his past life gain punny scheduled ensure that liu formally pay thilly for istragus existence, and he would not spurge coming and hissen double creatures. Jowlulus insistence that Wang Cheni drink uter ways a clear indication that something weighs amiss at waste this for I cup that it led him to miss the opportunity to push Liu Ruoyan into the cremation furnace, allowing her to fake her death and save him alongside Zhao Qiming. In his previous life, Liu Ruoyan had manipulated Hyman to returning home, knowing that the apocalypse was imminent, using him as a resource for food collection, even attempting to raise him like livestock. Had their affair not been exposed, he would never have been cast out. Ignoring Zhao Lulu, Wang Chenya stood and approached Liu Ruoyan hospitalbed, slowly lifting the sheets. Liu Ruoyan lay three, her complexion rosy, and upon closer inspection, her breathing was steady. In his previous life, Wang Chenya had been so consumed by grief that he hard overlooked these details. As she examined Liu Ruoyan, clad in a thin hospital gown, a smirk crept onto his lips, harassed he shined on delivered a sharp syrup to a face, but Liu Ruoyan remained utterly still, as if true lilifless. When Zhao Lulu, Liu Ruoyan, and Zhao Qiming conspired in Tishem, they had fear being discovered and they'd injected Liu Ruoyan with a larger dose of anesthetic, ensuring she would not awake Henanity Mijun. Had Zhao Lulu not been present, Wang Chenya might have laughed out loud thighs was clearly an attempt to safeguard their plan. Heffeld grateful to Thija siblings. Chernai a roar to fiament. Seeing Wang Chenny strike Liu Ruoyan, Jalulu Rushid of Erin embraced him tightly. Chenai, Shezgon, Evenifiriangri you can't take Tutin her body. Recalling Gistragic life, Frumming deceived ultimately being Beten Biar zombie, Wangchnias fury ignited like Gerselenia Nafire. He broke free from Jalula's grasp and unleashed her flurry of punches and Liu Ruin scopes, striking mercilessly. To disguise his revenge from Jalulu has height dash it. Ruoyan, it told I we've data we twellendrast, but you ignorad me. Now Thatcher gone, wait will happen to mean the killed, what about your parents? Jalilu lunged at them again, wrapping her arms around Wangchnia. Chernai, please stop. Ruin world feel the pain. What? Wang Chenya paused, Rio saying their tapperson feels pain right after death? Not hats not what I meant, Jalalu horrid like clarified, I meant. Wang Chenya chose not to continue argument with her, instead, Hapa ledeth his ferny and began dealing. Jalular was momentarily stunned, unsure how to explain, when she saw Wang Chenya making a callant hurriedly asked Chernai warrior kling. Hello mom Hezade of course calling Zhao Huan. Currently Liu Chuanfeng was in the capital cavorting with his old flame, his phony switched off for 3 days. Although Zhao Wanjuan hadn't participated in Thishem, she was still in Thekno. Roy and Ruinous gone, please come to the horse bital quickly. Wang Chenya's voice broke his stir streamy donisvis, not caring what Zhao Wanjuan said on Theathrand, he hung abruptly, his stir shed for the selfie had been in his previous life. Heckled Zhao Wanjuan to ensure her presence in the hospital, preferably with Zhao Qiming as well, for if he's and Liu Ruoyan to the cremation furnace without Zhao Wanjuan's approval, both Zhao Qiming and Zhao Wanjuan would surely pour them to the authorities, claiming he conspired with Zhao Lulu to murder Liu Ruoyan. Despite Zhao Qiming being Zhao Lulu's brother, he was selfish and unfeeling otherwise, Hueld no the deceived Zhao Lulu and Termo third a ring a foot shortage, using them as pawns for his own gain. If the authorities caught him, regardless of whether he could prove his innocence, there was no escaping the consequences of being detained, with only 3 months until the apocalypse, failing to prepare adequately would be disgrace, a joke, and a tragedy for someone born. Moreover, given the statue of Thuol during the apocalypse, being detained would and Lila Todieth, were virtually in a corn sofscape. Jalulu asked, why are you killing auntie? Ruinous gone, Wang Chenya replied, looking at Zhao Lulu with a puzzled expression, shouldn't Thermother come to the hero last time? Chapter 3, The Water Drank by Zhao Huan. Zhao Lulu was momentarily at a loss for words. It should be. Zhao Huan seemed to be near the hospital. Shortly after receiving the call, she rushed over. Upon seeing Liu Ruoyan lying peacefully on the hospital bed, she sighed in relief. Noticing Wang Chenya's unwavering gaze upon her, she quickly approached him and slapped him across the face. You are nothing but a jinx, an ungrateful wretch. My daughter has perished because of you, and you don't even shed a tear. Wang Chenai, you owe me my daughter, auntie. Zhao Lulu feigned sympathy as she stepped forward to support the convincingly dramatic Zhao Huan. Please accept my condolences. Allow me to cover Ruoyan with the blanket first. She feared that if they lingered too long, Liu Ruoyan might reveal a flaw, and once she had draped the white cloth over her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhao Huan unleashed her wrath, hurling curses at Wang Chenai, who remained silent, bowing his head in submission. After a while, perhaps exhausted from her tirade, Zhao Huan declared, you need to leave at once. I do not wish to see you again. Lulu and I will take Ruoyan to the funeral home. Wang Chenai nodded in agreement, feigning a submissive demeanor, and brought the water that Zhao Lulu had just served him to Zhao Huan. Mom, please have some water. Zhao Huan, feeling parched, thought little of it, accepting the cup and drinking it down in one go, while Zhao Lulu was too late to intervene. The water had been laced with a potent sedative, and in less than a minute, Zhao Huan succumbed to slumber. Zhao Lulu broke into a cold sweat, rushing over to support Zhao Huan, saying, Auntie must be too heartbroken to remain conscious. Wang Chenai nodded, Lulu, you are correct. Since we are in the hospital, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for my mother-in-law to undergo a full examination. As for Ruoyan, given our marital bond, I believe it is my duty to personally see her off on her final journey. That's not acceptable, Zhao Lulu immediately rejected, but suddenly realized her response was inappropriate and quickly clarified, what I meant is, Auntie has not yet regained consciousness, and Uncle is currently unreachable. We should wait until Auntie wakes up, or until Uncle returns. Lulu, there are matters I should not disclose to you, as family grievances ought not to be aired, Wen Chenai began. Ruyan's father has found a mistress and is now 6 months pregnant. He is likely to return shortly to divorce my mother-in-law. I believe it is imperative for you to ensure my mother-in-law's health is restored. Losing her daughter while facing divorce will undoubtedly take a toll on her. As for Ruyan, it would be best if my mother-in-law did not attend, for it would only deepen her sorrow. Zhao Lulu felt a surge of urgency, yet Zhao Huan lay unresponsive after consuming the high-concentration sedative. The funeral home staff arrived promptly, and just as they were about to transport Liu Ruyan's body, Zhao Lulu could no longer restrain herself, gripping Wen Chenai's arm. "Chenai, wait, I think I just saw Ruyan," she moved. "Perhaps we should attempt resuscitation once more." Wen Chenai, expressionless, retrieved Liu Ruyan's death certificate from his pocket. "Lulu, I believe you need to contemplate your words carefully. This death certificate was issued by you and bears your hospital's official seal. Now, if you claim Ruyan is alive, regardless of whether she can be revived or not, consider the implications for your hospital and yourself. Can you bear the weight of such consequences? If Ruyan truly lives, your actions would amount to negligence, and while I cannot ascertain the future of this hospital, you would undoubtedly face imprisonment. So, please reflect on whether you truly saw Ruyan move just now." Zhao Lulu was acutely aware of the repercussions, her hand frozen in place. Wen Chenai scoffed coldly, turning to leave along with the funeral home's vehicle. After standing dazed for several minutes, Zhao Lulu finally sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily pulled out her phone to make a call. Inside the hearse, Wen Chenai did not occupy the passenger seat but instead sat beside the cardboard coffin, a disposable casket made of recycled paper and wood shavings, covered with a layer of yellow or red satin. The lid of the coffin was ajar, and he gazed quietly at Liu Ruyan's face. The first time he laid eyes on her at the university entrance, he had been utterly captivated by her beauty. Nearly a decade had passed since then, yet she appeared nearly unchanged, with time leaving no marks upon her visage. As he beheld Liu Ruyan's stunning features, Wen Chenai was engulfed by painful memories of their previous life. The funeral home was located on the outskirts of the city, and with little traffic, they arrived swiftly. At that moment, it seemed as though Liu Ruyan's finger twitched. He could not tell if she sensed her impending cremation or if the effects of the sedative were waning. The rear door of the vehicle swung open, and 4 male attendants approached to lift the cardboard coffin onto a stretcher. Wen Chenai followed them into the cremation hall, where the staff approached with a mountain of paperwork. After completing the necessary formalities and scanning the QR code for payment, all that remained was to wait. Wen Chenai leaned down, whispering into Liu Ruyan's ear in a tone only they could hear. "Ruyan, I know you are not dead. I am aware of your affair with Zhao Qiming, and I recognize those 2 little bastards as your and Zhao Qiming's offspring. You, along with Zhao Lulu and your mother, orchestrated this charade to ensnare me, intending to escape with Zhao Qiming while I bear the burden of your debts. But that is fine. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. I do not know if you will feel pain, but I am certain you can hear my words now. I truly hope you can feel the agony, so you will comprehend the suffering I endured in my last life. Are you not curious? Your clandestine affair with Zhao Qiming was executed flawlessly, yet how do I know? Allow me to enlighten you. I am reborn, today, and for the next year or so, I have already lived through this once. You know how I died in my previous life. In 3 months, the apocalypse will arrive. In my last life, I was devoured alive by zombies. Even as they feasted upon my flesh, I had not yet succumbed to death. You understand that pain? Can you fathom it? If possible, I genuinely wish for you and Zhao Qiming to experience the torment I endured. However, it matters not. Being burned alive will likely be excruciating, and as for Zhao Qiming, stripped of the advantages of my previous life, he will undoubtedly suffer greatly. By the way, I will take good care of your 2 sons. Do not question my motives. All of this is simply what you owe me." Chapter 4. Into the furnace. Liu Ruyan's fingers trembled incessantly. She was unable to move or speak, yet Wen Chenai distinctly observed the tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. He reached out to gently wipe away her tears and then said, "Why are you crying? Don't rush into tears. You can lament later, once you have entered the furnace." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. The caller was Zhao Lulu, but Wen Chenai, now a man engulfed in sorrow from losing his beloved wife, thought nothing of ignoring the call. "Mr. Wang, at that moment, a staff member from the funeral home approached, a strikingly beautiful young woman. The paperwork has been verified, you may now proceed to send your wife through gate 1. Wen Chenai nodded, expressing his gratitude to the young woman, as two men clad in black suits stepped forward to move the stretcher towards gate 1. He walked ahead and inquired of the cremation worker waiting there, "Master, may I press the button for the cremation myself?" He wished to avoid allowing that worker to become the executioner, although in a few months, he too might become a heartless killer or perhaps the one to be killed. For now, however, Wen Chenai yearned only for personal retribution. The cremation worker nodded without hesitation, pointing to the red button beside gate 1. "Just press this." Without a moment's doubt, Wen Chenai pressed the button, and the furnace door gradually opened, allowing Liu Ruoyan's body to be gently conveyed into the chamber via the conveyor belt. As the door closed, a distressed voice echoed through the hall, "No, do not proceed with the cremation, stop." Wen Chenai turned to see Zhao Lulu supporting Zhao Huanhuan as they rushed towards him, their movements unsteady, likely due to the lingering effects of anesthesia. When they reached Wen Chenai, Zhao Huanhuan could no longer hold herself upright and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as she cried, You bring my daughter back." Zhao Lulu, equally frantic, urged, "Chenai, quickly bring Liu Ruoyan back. Auntie wishes to see Ruoyan one last time, there are things she needs to say." Zhao Huanhuan continued to shout, "Wen Chenai, get out, it is you, the harbinger of misfortune, the ingrate who has killed my daughter. You need not accompany her on her final journey, get out." A cold smile crept across Wen Chenai's face, the body had already been pushed in, the cremation had commenced, and yet these two sought to prolong the act. He knelt before Zhao Huanhuan, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Mother, Ruoyan has already departed, allow her to leave in peace. Regardless, I am Ruoyan's husband, and I must see her off on her final journey." The three of them were putting on quite the performance at the funeral home, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Several cremation workers exchanged glances, and finally, one could no longer contain himself and approached, saying, "This is a funeral home, a place of solemnity, how can you create such a scene here?" Zhao Huanhuan grasped the cremation worker's pant leg, pleading, "Quickly, bring my daughter back. I will not allow her to be cremated." "What nonsense is this?" the cremation worker replied sternly. "The cremation has already commenced, it cannot be halted. In 40 minutes, you may retrieve the ashes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huanhuan's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Wen Chenai feigned concern and reproached Zhao Lulu, "I told you, my mother-in-law is unwell, you should have ensured she was taken care of, yet here you are, dragging her into this place to endure such a blow." "Zhao Lulu, Liu Ruoyan was your dearest friend, how could you treat her mother this way?" At that moment, Zhao Lulu was beyond caring, she disregarded the collapsed Zhao Huanhuan and stood up, grasping the cremation worker's clothing, desperately shouting, "Put out the fire. Bring Ruoyan back." The staff, accustomed to farewells, had never witnessed such an agitated family member. As she attempted to rush into the cremation chamber, they quickly halted her. "Please, calm down. A dead person cannot be revived. Your actions will only disturb the deceased's final journey. Moreover, this furnace is automated. Once it begins, it must complete its cycle. Do not disrupt the last moments of the departed." Zhao Lulu's face turned ashen, paler than that of the deceased, her eyes lost all focus as she staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, her gaze fixed on the cremation furnace, muttering, "It's over, all is lost." Wen Chenai feigned calling out for his mother-in-law while his eyes remained fixed on Zhao Lulu. It was this woman who had orchestrated the affair between his younger brother and Liu Ruoyan. She truly deserved her fate. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Lulu, seemingly deranged, charged towards Wen Chenai, gripping his collar fiercely as she demanded, "Why did you not answer our calls?" Wen Chenai forcefully pried her hands away and coldly retorted, "My wife is dead. What interest do I have in answering trivial calls? Moreover, what do you mean by this? My wife has passed, cannot you allow her to depart in peace? Why must you create a scene in a place like this?" Zhao Lulu was rendered speechless by his accusations. At that moment, Zhao Huanhuan regained consciousness, sitting up and seizing Wen Chenai's hair, shrieking, You murderer, you killed my daughter, return her to me." Wen Chenai pried Zhao Huanhuan's hands away, stating, "Mother, I am heartbroken over Ruoyan's death, but I did not cause it. She suffered a sudden heart attack and was taken to the hospital. It was Zhao Lulu who attempted to save her. The death certificate was issued by her own hand. Zhao Lulu, speak up." Zhao Lulu was once again rendered speechless. How could she respond, claim that Liu Ruoyan was not truly dead, yet the death certificate was undeniably signed by her, with the hospital's official seal affixed by her hand. To assert that Liu Ruoyan was indeed dead would surely be met with disbelief from Zhao Huanhuan, who knew full well that Liu Ruoyan was staging her own death merely to deceive Wen Chenai, so she could elope with Zhao Chiming. Just as Zhao Lulu struggled to find her words, Zhao Huanhuan crawled on all fours to Zhao Lulu, gripping her throat tightly and shouting, "It is you who have harmed Ruoyan. She is not dead. How could you issue a death certificate for her now? My daughter is being cremated, and this is all your fault." Wen Chenai feigned shock, his eyes widening as he stared at Zhao Lulu, then squatted down, grasping Zhao Huanhuan's shoulders tightly as he questioned, "Mother, what did you say? Ruoyan is not dead." Chapter 5, Preparing for the Apocalypse. As the situation threatened to unravel, Zhao Lulu grew anxious. She defended herself, saying, "Auntie, what are you talking about? Are you Yang? She truly died of a sudden heart attack." No, Zhao Huanhuan shook her head vehemently. "Are you Yang is not dead, Zhao Lulu. It is because of you that my daughter has perished. You are a murderer. My daughter was burned alive." The panic that had once graced Zhao Lulu's face suddenly vanished. She realized that soon, Liu Yang would be reduced to a box of ashes, and if she could establish that Liu Yang had died despite all attempts to save her, then she would bear no responsibility whatsoever. Rising to her feet, she coldly declared, "Auntie, do not slander me. The doctors who witnessed Liu Yang's death can attest to the truth. If you continue this, I will call the police." Zhao Huanhuan was taken aback by Zhao Lulu's sudden reversal. Breathless, she fainted once more, and despite Wen Chenai's attempts at resuscitation, she did not regain consciousness. In truth, Wen Chenai harbored no goodwill. He had pressed so hard on her acupoint that he left a deep incision, and his attempts at CPR had broken several of Zhao Huanhuan's ribs. Seeing she remained unconscious, Wen Chenai promptly dialed for an ambulance and turned to Zhao Lulu, saying, "Lulu, regardless of the circumstances, you were Yang's closest friend. I must attend to Yang's final affairs, so I shall leave my mother-in-law's care to you." Once Zhao Huanhuan awoke, she would undoubtedly create a scene. Since Zhao Lulu was willing to go to such lengths for her brother, she must face the consequences. There was no way for her to escape. Indeed, Zhao Lulu wished to refuse, yet could find no words, and thus was compelled to leave with the paramedics. Wen Chenai returned home with Liu Yang's ashes, carelessly placing the urn in the corner of the living room before contacting a lawyer to arrange for the inheritance. He recalled that it was on this very day, while he lay in a coma, that Liu Yang had begun selling the company to a prearranged buyer. Today, she had also informed the loan companies to come demanding repayment the following day. Now, Liu Yang had been reduced to a box of ashes, and she would have no further opportunity to address these matters. Tomorrow, the representatives from the loan companies would not arrive with lawyers to blockade the door. Thanks to the death certificate, cremation certificate, and notarized documentation of her heirs, the transfer of inheritance was swiftly completed. However, the 80 million in loans had vanished without a trace. Having been reborn, Wen Chenai could not relinquish that 80 million. After all, he required the funds for even more pressing endeavors. Yet upon examining all accounts under Liu Yang's name, he found not a single penny. Based on his understanding of Liu Yang, he knew she would never entrust her money to another, least of all Zhao Huanhuan or Zhao Chiming. In deep contemplation, Wen Chenai suddenly recalled that Liu Yang had long-term rented a farmhouse in the suburbs, claiming it was for team-building exercises with her employees, yet upon reflection, she had never taken the company to that location during such events. It seemed the rental was merely a pretext for her clandestine rendezvous with Zhao Chiming. Grabbing the car keys, Wen Chenai retrieved a spare key from Liu Yang's makeup box and drove directly to the farmhouse. Sure enough, within one of the rooms, he discovered cash concealed within several suitcases. He chuckled to himself while loading the suitcases into the trunk of his car. The old mule was right. These suitcases are either filled with people or with renminbi. Liu Are you Yang, I must truly thank you. Without you, I would never have amassed such wealth to prepare for the apocalypse. Returning to the community with 80 million, Wen Chenai sought out a real estate agent and paid 5 million in cash to purchase another long-vacant villa within the complex. This villa boasted 2 underground levels and 3 above, with a total area exceeding 1,000 square meters, and its basement connected to the community's parking garage. Why did Wen Chenai not simply take the money and leave? Because Zhao Wanwan, Zhao Lulu, and Zhao Chiming all resided in this very neighborhood. Given how tragically he had met his end in his previous life, he could not allow this opportunity for vengeance to slip away. Until the paperwork was completed, Zhao Wanwan had not appeared, presumably still receiving treatment in the hospital. It was understandable. After all, how could she possibly rise from her bed so soon after having several ribs broken? Upon receiving the keys, Wen Chenai immediately contacted a renowned security firm in Jin City, known for transforming safe houses for the national security apparatus, reputedly capable of withstanding missile strikes unscathed. Mr. Wang, my surname is Liu, you may call me Old Liu, said the representative sent by the company, a middle-aged man in his 40s with scant hair on his head, easily counted in 10 minutes. As he spoke, he presented a business card to Wen Chenai. Here is my card, may I inquire how you intend to remodel this place? Well, Mr. Liu, no, Liu manager, Wen Chenai replied as he accepted the card, I wish to renovate this villa to the highest security standards. All windows and glass must be replaced with bulletproof materials, and the rooms should be reinforced with thick steel plates. The roof should incorporate a water tank and a solar power system, ensuring a minimum of 1 month's worth of daily water usage, and the solar system must provide sufficient electricity for a month, including air conditioning, even without sunlight. Additionally, all doors must be replaced with the highest grade blast-proof doors. This Manager Liu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, Mr. Wang, such renovations will be quite costly. That is of no concern, Wen Chenai replied nonchalantly. Soon, cash would hold no value, and even for the most mundane needs, it would be inadequate. Just tell me, how much will it be? Manager Liu retrieved paper, pen, and calculator from his bag, meticulously calculating for half an hour before declaring, according to your specifications, the total cost for installing blast-proof steel plates, replacing the doors and windows, will amount to 23 million. Given your substantial expenditure, I will include the water tower and solar system as a complimentary gift, along with a full water purification system, complete with filters sufficient for 5 years. This price was entirely within Wen Chenai's expectations. He nodded and inquired, Excellent, Manager Liu, how long will it take to complete? Manager Liu pondered for a moment before responding, approximately 6 months. That won't do, 6 months is too long, Wen Chenai promptly rejected the notion without a second thought. I will offer you 40 million. Can it be completed in 1 month? Absolutely yes. Manager Liu, having spent his life in sales, was accustomed to price haggling but had never encountered someone willing to increase the offer, and he quickly acquiesced. Wen Chenai cautioned, if you shorten the timeline, there must be no compromise on quality. Chapter 6, The Unveiling of Space. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, Manager Liu, the portly figure, fervently nodded, not only will we not cut corners, but at this price, I shall also utilize alloy materials reserved for the presidential palace. I guarantee that even amidst an atomic explosion, you will remain unscathed within this villa. After bidding farewell to the rotund Manager Liu, Wen Chenai returned to the villa he shared with Liu Ruyan. He had yet another pressing matter to attend to, the activation of the space. Finding a Happy brand razor blade on the nightstand, he deftly sliced the tip of his right middle finger, allowing a single drop of crimson blood to fall upon the surface of the jade pendant. The blood swiftly enveloped the entire pendant, being absorbed almost instantaneously, transforming the once vibrant green jade into a hue tinged with a delicate crimson glow. In the next moment, his consciousness was drawn into an expansive realm. Recalling his previous life, Wang Weiqi had merely described this place as a vast white expanse. It was only upon entering and witnessing it firsthand that he realized it was an immense open space, at least the size of 20 standard football fields, surrounded by dense, swirling white mist. At that moment, Wen Chenai held the razor blade in one hand, and with a mere thought, his consciousness enveloped it.in an instant. The tactile sensation of the blade against his fingers vanished, and the blade materialized upon the open ground of the space. Having been granted a second chance at life, this space that rightfully belonged to him had finally returned to his grasp. What a vast area it was! How much supplies could he stockpile here? Surely enough to sustain him for several lifetimes. At this juncture, Wen Chenai felt his heart race with exhilaration. With 3 full months remaining until the apocalypse, although time was somewhat short, it was still ample. The most critical supplies were no longer a source of worry. The Liu Group specialized in warehousing and logistics, boasting numerous warehouses spanning thousands of acres in Jingan alone. Furthermore, Wen Chenai possessed purchasing rights for several large chain supermarkets. As long as the stock fell below a certain threshold, he could procure supplies without needing the consent of his superiors. Thus, his immediate task was to ensure the supermarkets maintained a steady supply while concurrently stockpiling more supplies in the warehouses. This was easily achievable and could be done discreetly. What proved more challenging was acquiring pharmaceuticals. Since 2030, following a nationwide crackdown on drug abuse and excessive medical practices, hospitals and pharmacies had tightened their controls on medications. Although he had survived only a year and a half during the apocalypse, Wen Chenai had witnessed countless survivors suffer and perish due to a lack of medical supplies. Thus, acquiring medications was imperative. Having formulated his plans, night had fallen, and his stomach growled in protest. It dawned on him that he had not eaten all day. As for Wang Weiqi, today was not a weekend, and he was residing at school. Alone in the house and lacking the motivation to cook, Wen Chenai ordered an extravagant amount of takeout, placing an order for 100 portions from every vendor on the Hungry to Death and My platforms, with a consistent note: "No cilantro, please." With such substantial orders, the merchants and delivery drivers were overjoyed. They had struck gold. Within a mere few dozen minutes, delivery personnel clad in various uniforms began to flood into the community. The neighborhood was vast, divided into 3 zones: the relocated buildings, commercial apartments, and the villa area, hence the large population. The sight of so many delivery drivers sparked curiosity among the residents. Upon receiving his orders, Wen Chenai did not even glance at them before tossing them directly into the space. Given the magnitude of the order, the merchants dared not be negligent. Not only did they provide ample portions, but they also cooked with exceptional care. After all, should Wen Chenai decide to return the food, it could mean a hefty loss for them. Moreover, each merchant generously included several cases of assorted beverages and beers as complimentary gifts for Wen Chenai. Eventually, Aunt Cow, a member of the community's management committee, could no longer contain her curiosity and knocked on Wen Chenai's door, frowning as she asked, "Little Wang, do you really think you can finish all this takeout?" Aunt Cow was notorious for meddling, a self-proclaimed champion of nitpicking. The residents in the neighborhood, including vendors at the nearby market, often capitulated to her, avoiding her gaze or taking a detour when she was around. At that moment, Wen Chenai had no desire for confrontation, so he donned a sorrowful expression. "Aunt Cow, you see, today Ruyan unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack. I ordered all this takeout to prepare for her funeral tomorrow. If you don't mind, please take a portion with you." Knowing he could not provoke her, he opted for a conciliatory approach. After speaking, Wen Chenai turned and returned to the living room, cradling Liu Ruyan's urn in one hand while holding a takeout box in the other. "Ruyan, look, Aunt Cow has come to see you. If there's anything you wish to address, do remember to communicate with her. She is very kind and will certainly assist you." Aunt Cow, who had initially felt pleased to have knocked on a neighbor's door and received takeout, was taken aback upon seeing Wen Chenai holding an urn and uttering those words. She stumbled backward in fright, exclaiming, No, little Wang, you see, this takeout is for tomorrow. How could I possibly take it? And Ruyan, may you rest in peace. Once you leave, don't return, and if you do, find your husband, not me." With that, Aunt Cow turned tail and fled, her speed so swift that even the wind could not keep up. Wen Chenai watched her retreating figure with a cold gaze, muttering to himself, "Compete with me? I have already faced death once." The takeout deliveries trickled in over the course of 2 hours before finally arriving in their entirety. Wen Chenai casually selected a portion, and upon discovering it was barbecue, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from the cabinet and drank himself into a stupor. The following morning, he was awakened by a series of knocking sounds. After dressing, he opened the door to find Zhao Lulu and Zhao Wanwan lying on a stretcher outside the villa. Accompanying them were Zhao Qiming, who held Zhao Weijun by the hand, a look of fury etched on his face, his empty hand tightly clenched into a fist, seemingly ready to confront Wen Chenai. Zhao Wanwan and Zhao Lulu appeared haggard, dark circles prominent beneath their eyes, indicating a night devoid of sleep. Their eyes reddened like those of a rabbit. Behind them trailed a group of men in hats. Zhao Wanwan, lying on the stretcher, pointed accusingly at Wen Chenai, exclaiming, "Comrades in hats, it was him, he was the one who cremated my daughter alive. Quickly, apprehend him and let him experience the agony of being burnt alive." Chapter 7. Zhao Qiming arrives. Wen Chenai had long anticipated that these individuals would not concede easily, yet he was taken aback to find that Zhao Wanwan had come knocking, despite her current incapacity to rise. With a heavy sigh, Wen Chenai sorrowfully remarked, "Mother, what are you saying? Our Yu Yang was saved by Lulu herself, and it was only because she could not revive her that the death certificate was issued. How can you accuse me of having our Yu Yang cremated alive?" As he spoke, he retrieved the long-prepared death certificate from his pocket, approached Uncle Hat, and handed it over, stating, "Uncle Hat, my mother may be struggling to accept the sudden loss of her daughter. Perhaps her mind is troubled." Uncle Hat examined the death certificate and responded, "There is nothing amiss with this document, but why did you proceed with the cremation immediately after her passing?" Wen Chenai sighed again, "I have been married to my wife for 6 years, and our relationship has always been strong. When I could not reach my father-in-law, I feared that my mother-in-law would be overwhelmed with grief, so I thought it best to expedite the arrangements for my wife's remains. There is nothing wrong with that, nor is it illegal, is it?" Before Uncle Hat could respond, Zhao Wanwan interjected urgently, "Wen Chenai, you are lying. My daughter has long ceased to care for you. If it weren't for that old fool Liu Chuanfeng preventing our Yu Yang from marrying Qiming, how could she possibly have wed a penniless wretch like you? You know everything, don't you? You are aware that our Yu Yang is not truly dead. She merely faked her death to deceive you. You have effectively burned her alive, all in a bid to claim my daughter's company and inheritance. Qiming has already contacted a lawyer to confirm that you transferred all of our Yu Yang's assets to your name yesterday." Wen Chenai clenched his fists, his eyes reddened with fury, and spoke to Zhao Wanwan in a low voice, "Mother, I understand that our Yu Yang's death has profoundly impacted you, and I can bear your reproaches. But how can you assert that my love for our Yu Yang was insincere? If she did not love me, how could she have borne me a son, and how could she have designated me as the sole heir to her estate?" Zhao Wanwan was momentarily silenced by Wen Chenai's words, her mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Wen Chenai continued, "Mother, you claim that our Yu Yang is not dead, yet Lulu's hospital is among the most reputable in Jin City. A hospital of such authority would not frivolously issue a death certificate, would it? This certificate was personally signed by Lulu. She is the chief physician and a medical doctor. How could she possibly make an erroneous diagnosis?" Zhao Wanwan cast a hopeful glance at Zhao Lulu, wishing she would speak out against Wen Chenai, but Zhao Lulu merely lowered her head, unwilling to utter a word. If she were to declare that Liu Yu Yang was indeed alive, that the death certificate was fraudulent, then her own life would be irrevocably ruined, and the hospital would suffer alongside her, facing severe legal repercussions. Since Liu Yu Yang had already turned to ashes, it seemed wiser to allow the error to stand and refrain from further aiding Zhao Wanwan. Zhao Qiming stood beside Zhao Lulu, gently tugging at her sleeve, yet Zhao Lulu remained silent. With a sigh, he addressed Uncle Hat, "Uncle Hat, I must confess that I am Liu Yu Yang's boyfriend. She is truly not dead, merely feigning her demise to escape Wen Chenai. However, it is unfortunate that Wen Chenai has indeed gone ahead and cremated Liu Yu Yang." He then turned to Wen Chenai, saying, "Wen Chenai, you cannot hold our Yu Yang accountable for this. She acted as she did to spare you pain. Regardless, our Yu Yang is no longer with us. I have come to inform you that this child is the offspring of our Yu Yang and me, and I hope you can accept him, for he is, after all, our Yu Yang's child, and he is entitled to his share of her inheritance." Wen Chenai narrowed his eyes at Zhao Qiming. "Zhao Qiming, do you think that because our Yu Yang has passed, you can indiscriminately shift blame onto her? Our Yu Yang has always had but one child, and that is Wen Weiqi." He then redirected his gaze to Zhao Wanwan on the stretcher, stating, "Mother, your relationship with my father has been strained. He has taken a new partner, which makes you resentful towards everyone, including Ru Yang. I know you are furious that Ru Yang did not bequeath you a single cent in her will, but you cannot simply choose another man and child to slander Ru Yang. Ru Yang's inheritance rightfully belongs to her child, though she may be gone. I am the one who will support you and my father in the future. You cannot relinquish your family's legacy to outsiders. Zhao Huanhuan was nearly driven to the brink of collapse, stifling her breath and almost fainting again. Zhao Chiming, in a fit of rage, pointed at Wen Chenai, exclaiming, "You are speaking nonsense. Zhao Weijun is the child of Ru Yang and me. Ru Yang never loved you. I was the one who took her innocence." Wen Chenai, expressionless, shook his head and produced a copy of Ru Yang's will, stating, "Here is Ru Yang's will, duly notarized by a lawyer. If you claim that Ru Yang did not love me, then why is it that I am the sole heir listed in this document?" Zhao Huanhuan remained speechless, while Zhao Chiming fell silent as well. He could hardly argue that Ru Yang had crafted this will to deceive Wen Chenai. Wen Chenai observed Zhao Weijun, who bore a striking resemblance to Wang Weiqi, and although Zhao Chiming was his exact likeness, he felt no anger. After all, he was a reborn individual, and as long as these people remained alive and residing in this neighborhood, he would witness firsthand the wretched lives they led. Furthermore, he could concoct schemes to ensure their suffering was even more profound. In just a few days, Liu Chuanfeng would return to this neighborhood with his lover, renting a place for her, and Wen Chenai could incite chaos within Zhao Huanhuan's family even before the apocalypse arrived. Wen Chenai turned to Zhao Chiming, calmly asking, "Zhao Chiming, if you assert that this child is yours and Ru Yang's, do you possess any evidence? Is there a paternity test?" Given Ru Yang's cautious nature, it was improbable that she would leave behind such proof. It was likely that Zhao Weijun's birth certificate did not even list Ru Yang as the mother. Zhao Chiming found himself at a loss for words, and Wen Chenai addressed Uncle Hat. "Uncle Hat, you have all witnessed this. They are aware that my wife has been cremated, which is why they have brought this child to swindle my wife's inheritance, while claiming she was alive when she was actually cremated. Uncle Hat, it should be clear to you all that their statements are contradictory. They are nothing but a pack of deceitful scoundrels." Chapter 8, Take your bastard son away. Before Uncle Hat could utter a word, Zhao Huanhuan grew anxious. "Comrade Uncle Hat, do not heed Wen Chenai's nonsense. I can undergo a paternity test with the child to prove that he is my daughter Ru Yang's offspring." However, Uncle Hat merely shook his head. "A paternity test between you and the child can only establish a familial connection between you two. It does not prove that this child is related to your daughter, nor does it confirm that you have but one child." Wen Chenai felt his lips twitch, now more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. Zhao Chiming, unwilling to relent, interjected, "Let us not quibble over the child's parentage. The fact remains that Ru Yang did not die. It was he, Wen Chenai, who callously cremated her. He is a murderer and unworthy of inheriting Ru Yang's estate." Zhao Chiming's words rang true, but first, he needed to present evidence to substantiate that Wen Chenai was indeed the killer. Zhao Lulu was taken aback by her brother's declaration. "Chiming, what are you saying? Ru Yang is truly dead. Do not speak such nonsense." "How can you, sister?" Zhao Chiming exclaimed incredulously, "Why are you defending Wen Chenai?" Zhao Lulu clenched her teeth and turned to Uncle Hat, stating, "Comrade Uncle Hat, in truth, the child Wen Chenai claims is his with Ru Yang is actually my brother Zhao Chiming's. We can conduct paternity tests on both children to confirm they are biological brothers." Wen Chenai feigned disbelief, shouting, "Zhao Lulu, you are lying. Wang Weiqi is clearly my child with Ru Yang. What connection does he have with Zhao Chiming?" A smug smile crept across Zhao Chiming's face. "Your child with Ru Yang? Do you even deserve that? Ru Yang would never bear a child for a worthless man like you. Comrade Uncle Hat, I demand a paternity test for the two children." Uncle Hat glanced at Ru Yang's will in his hand, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Logically, even if their will does not mention children, they still possess inheritance rights. However, if you assert that Mr. Wang's child is not his, then even a paternity test would not substantiate that these children are indeed the deceased's. This matter has transcended the jurisdiction of our police force." I suggest you pursue legal action through the courts. With that, Uncle had returned Liu Yang's will to Wen Chenai and hastily departed. Zhao Zhiming, filled with resentment, shot Wen Chenai a glare and declared, "Fine, fine, fine, Wen Chenai, just you wait, I will sue you." Wen Chenai remained unperturbed. With the apocalypse merely 3 months away, he knew that such legal proceedings would take an indeterminate amount of time to schedule. He had acquaintances in the court, and as long as he arranged for the case to be heard after 3 months, it would be perfectly reasonable and legal, hardly a violation of any rules. Zhao Zhiming and Zhao Lulu cast a spiteful glance at Wen Chenai before turning to usher Zhao Huanhuan away. They had no desire for this burden, yet to claim Liu Yang's inheritance, they would require the assistance of that old relic. At that moment, Wen Chenai called out to them, "Hold on, Zhao Zhiming, since you claim Wang Weiqi is your son, please take your bastard child with you, he shall henceforth be under your care." "Wen Chenai, you are courting death," Zhao Zhiming exclaimed, attempting to charge at Wen Chenai. Yet Wang Chenai remained calm, stating nonchalantly, "Zhao Zhiming, guess how long it would take for Uncle Hat to arrive if I were to make a call?" Zhao Zhiming, being timid and conflict-averse, halted his raised fist at the mention of Uncle Hat. "Wang Chenai." At that moment, Zhao Huanhuan interjected, "This villa belongs to my daughter. I demand to move back in." "Not a problem," Wen Chenai replied with a smile. With Liu Chuanfeng returning shortly, it would be unwise to render Zhao Huanhuan and Liu Chuanfeng homeless. It would only invite trouble for himself. After all, the villa's ownership was his, and he could simply sell it days before the apocalypse. "Mother, please go to the hospital first. Once you have recovered, I will personally escort you home. I have matters to attend to, so I will let Zhao Lulu and the others take you back to the hospital. After all, you were misled into leaving the hospital." After sending Zhao Huanhuan and her entourage away, Wen Chenai drove off. He first went to his company to make some arrangements to ensure his plans proceeded smoothly, and then he rented a warehouse in the suburbs. After the apocalypse began, hotels and restaurants would close their doors. While Wang Chenai could cook, it was limited to home-style dishes. Dreaming of savoring gourmet meals from 5-star chefs was tantamount to folly. Thus, he aimed to stockpile a variety of dishes crafted by renowned chefs during this interval. He promptly called the warehouse, and soon pots, pans, and plates were delivered. Wang Chenai hired several housekeepers to clean the utensils while he went to Yiwu to purchase a set of hotel-grade cooking equipment. Once the equipment was installed and the utensils cleaned, he proceeded to the largest 5-star hotels and Michelin-starred restaurants in Jinshi, reserving 100 of the highest standard banquet tables at each establishment, requesting the chefs to prepare the meals at his rented warehouse under the pretense of hosting a banquet. Given his willingness to pay generously, the hotels naturally accepted the orders. After arranging everything, Wen Chenai then contacted the largest bottled water company in Jinshi to reserve 20,000 bottles of water, 10,000 each of mineral and purified water. Although the logistics warehouse had a considerable supply, water sources would inevitably become contaminated after some time following the apocalypse. While the villa would be equipped with a purification system, it was prudent to stockpile additional supplies. Before long, half a month had passed, and both Liu Chuanfeng and Zhao Huanhuan returned home simultaneously. Meanwhile, Wen Chenai was at the rented warehouse, observing the chefs at work. Upon receiving a call from Liu Chuanfeng, Wen Chenai hurried home, knowing there were just over 2 months until the apocalypse. During this time, he needed to placate Liu Chuanfeng and Zhao Huanhuan. He had no desire for unforeseen complications. As soon as he arrived home, Liu Chuanfeng furrowed his brow and asked, "Wen Chenai, tell me, why did my daughter die?" "Dad," Wen Chenai feigned sorrow, "I do not know. By the time I received Lulu's call and rushed to the hospital, Yang was already gone." "Wen Chenai, you are lying," Zhao Huanhuan interjected impatiently. "It was you killed Yang. She clearly did not die." "Mother, please do not make baseless accusations," Wen Chenai replied impatiently. "The death report for Yang was personally signed by Lulu. If you continue to speak like this, shall we take Yang's death report to Lulu's hospital and demand an explanation from the hospital administration?" Chapter 9 Arc Number 1 Inch enough, no more words. Liu Chuanfeng glared at Zhao Huanhuan, his tone softening thereafter. "Chen Yi, what is the situation with Zhao Zhiming?" "I am unsure as well," Wen Chenai feigned a tone of sorrow. That scoundrel Zhao Chiming claims that Wang Weiqi is his child. I have sent Zhao Lulu to conduct a paternity test for both Wang Weiqi and Zhao Weijun. We shall discuss everything once the results are in. Liu Chuanfeng appeared disinclined to linger at home, rising to his feet. I have matters to attend to. I will be away for a few days. Chen Yi, take good care of your mother. Understood, Wen Chenai nodded. I will be cautious, Dad. Liu Chuanfeng acknowledged with a nod and departed. Wen Chenai turned to Zhao Huanhuan with a smile. Mom, I too have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. Please take care of yourself at home. Wen Chenai, do not leave. Zhao Huanhuan, initially hoping to have Wen Chenai tend to her, panicked upon hearing he intended to depart. What will I do if you leave? Har. You ask me what you will do. Wen Chenai scoffed coldly. Let that bastard Zhao Chiming take care of you. Did you not say he is the one Liu Ruyan favors? Did you not assert that Zhao Weijun and Wang Weiqi are the children of Liu Ruyan and Zhao Chiming? Then why must I serve you enough? I tire of this conversation. I'm leaving. With that, Wen Chenai slammed the door behind him, unperturbed by the thought of Zhao Huanhuan calling Liu Chuanfeng. From his memories of the previous life, he recalled that upon returning to his mistress, Liu Chuanfeng's phone had been smashed to pieces by that vixen and flushed down the toilet. It was not until the onset of the apocalypse that he returned home. In just 2.5 months, the apocalypse would arrive, and there was much to prepare. Time was of the essence. Upon exiting his home, Wen Chenai made his way directly to a recreational vehicle dealership located on the outskirts of the city. According to his memories from the previous life, Noah Group had just produced 3 apocalypse-themed RVs this year, one of which, the Ark No. 1, had entered the city through the Jin City port and was prominently displayed in the Noah Huashir showroom, priced at an astounding 68,888,000. It was said that the vehicle's exterior was crafted from a special alloy capable of withstanding anti-tank missile bombardments, featuring presidential-level bulletproof glass and an interior as luxurious as a palace. The Ark No. 1 was designed to accommodate 9 passengers, boasting a closed bedroom with a 2-meter square bed, beneath which lay storage space, and the seats could transform into single beds, offering remarkable convenience. I am looking for Manager Guo, Wen Chenai cheerfully addressed a young sales assistant upon entering the Noah Huashir showroom. I am his middle school classmate, here to purchase a vehicle. Certainly, the assistant, appearing freshly graduated, responded with innocence gleaming in her eyes. Please hold on. 2 minutes later, Manager Guo emerged from his office. Our old classmate. It has been years since we last met. What brings you here today? Wen Chenai pointed at the RV in the center of the showroom, smiling as he replied, I am here to buy a vehicle. This Ark No. 1, it hasn't been sold yet, has it? The Ark No. 1 was merely a concept vehicle. The Noah Group had invested heavily in its production, and it was largely a publicity stunt. Although the vehicle was indeed suitable for an apocalypse scenario, such events existed solely within the realms of novels and films. How could they ever manifest in reality? Thus, at that moment, Guo Jin regarded Wang Chenai as if he were a fool. No, it hasn't. What, old Wang, are you actually considering purchasing this vehicle? It costs 68,888,000. In truth, he secretly hoped Wang Chenai would buy the vehicle. If he did, Guo Jin would earn over $1 million in commission. Is it possible to finance? Wen Chenai inquired. I can secure a loan for 70 million with my storage company's credentials. That should not be a problem, right? Of course, that is not an issue. Guo Jin exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Despite not having been in touch for many years, he was aware of Wang Chenai's current status as the chairman of the largest import supermarket storage company in the country. However, does your wife approve of this purchase? If you are financing under the company's name, it requires the chairman's signature and the company seal. My wife has passed away, Wen Chenai stated matter-of-factly, raising the bag in his hand. As of now, I am the chairman of the company, and I have the seal with me. I will buy this vehicle. By the way, can it be 0 down payment? Originally, that was not possible. Guo Jin pretended to deliberate. But since we are old classmates, I will not only offer you 0 down payment, but also interest-free loans with no processing fees, and you can repay over 5 years. The first installment can be paid 3 months from now, and each month, let me calculate. As Guojin spoke, he picked up a calculator from the desk and began to tally. Your monthly payment would be 114,800. Is that too much pressure? If it is, I can extend the payment period for you. 3 months until repayment. What a stroke of luck. In less than 3 months, the apocalypse would arrive, societal order would collapse, and money would become worthless. People would struggle to find food, a bottle of water or a piece of bread could be exchanged for a blooming young maiden, who would still think of repaying loans. Wang Chenai nearly burst into laughter but quickly replied, no problem, just over 100,000, I can manage that. Since that is the case, please finalize the paperwork today, I want to drive the vehicle away. Very well, Guojin beamed at the thought of earning over $1 million in commission. I will handle the paperwork right away. Please wait a moment. The process was remarkably swift, and after signing the loan contract, everything was set. All done, you may take the vehicle now, the license plates will be mailed to your home within 15 working days. Simply install them with the provided sealed screws. Great. Wang Chenai stood up, smiling as he said, Guojin, thank you, I just took over the company a few days ago and have been swamped. Once I have some free time, I will gather our classmates for a meal. Sounds good. Guojin, grinning from ear to ear, escorted Wang Chenai to his vehicle. As the RV receded into the distance, he spat on the ground in disdain. Par, what a piece of work. How can he be so fortunate? His wife dies, and he inherits such a large company. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law left? After driving the RV to a secluded area of Jin Port, Wang Chenai began inspecting it, ensuring it matched the specifications advertised by Noah Company before finally storing it in his space. In this vicinity of Jin Port, there was also an all-terrain vehicle, a fully imported military-grade vehicle, equipped with bulletproof features. Due to its excessive fuel consumption, it had been left abandoned in the warehouse parking lot. Today, he brought the keys along, intending to drive it to the villa as it would prove useful in the future. Chapter 10, Procuring Supplies. As he drove back to the city, Wang Chenai gazed at the bustling crowds on the streets and couldn't help but lament that in just over 2 months, this joy and tranquility would be but a distant memory. Everything seemed to dissipate like fragile bubbles, vanishing into the ether. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chenai parked his car in front of the Wonimar supermarket, a chain store in the beautiful country, where his daily work also involved inspecting such establishments. Since he was there, he might as well procure some supplies. After all, the balance in his bank account would merely be a collection of numbers when the apocalypse arrived. In fact, it wouldn't even be that, as all servers across various industries had not rebooted since his demise in the previous life. Initially, he believed that in this rebirth, he would have ample time to prepare thoroughly, allowing the painful memories of his past to drift away like autumn leaves. However, upon seeing the myriad of products lining the shelves, the haunting memories of hunger and cold resurfaced with a vengeance. His heart ached, and tears welled up in his eyes. In his previous life, he had lost all the nails on his fingers while attempting to excavate a tree root from the frozen ground. The pain had been excruciating. Now, confronted with such an abundance of supplies, Wang Chenai's sole desire was to take them all away. Nevertheless, he knew precisely what he needed to purchase. For food, he only required a portion, as the intent behind buying these items was to demonstrate to his neighbors that he had stockpiled a considerable amount of provisions before the impending doom. Otherwise, who would come seeking him? That would be utterly dull. Next on his list were fresh and frozen meats, along with fruits and vegetables. Although he managed the logistics and storage for several major supermarkets in Huigua, his stock was lacking in the fresh and frozen categories, as these goods were sourced locally by each supermarket. After selecting a variety of long-lasting foods and filling 5 shopping carts, Wang Chenai approached the supermarket manager. Hello, Manager Chi, I need to procure a large quantity of frozen meats, fresh produce, and fruits. Could you assist me in contacting suppliers? Mr. Wang, you needn't worry, Manager Chi replied with a smile. Is this even a concern? I'll get in touch right away. How much do you need? Wang Chenai pondered for a moment. I require 1,000 pounds of assorted meats, seafood, and produce. If there's any surplus, as long as the quality is good, I'll take it. However, the payment will need to be made 3 months from now. is that acceptable? Of course, Manager Chi nodded, then inquired, where should we deliver these items? You contact the suppliers first. I will rent a cold storage facility and provide you with the address later. After loading all the purchased items into his vehicle, Wen Cheng-ai proceeded to Water Square in Jinshi, where he acquired a substantial amount of comfortable undergarments, sweatshirts, and down jackets. While these could easily be ordered online, he felt more at ease purchasing undergarments in a physical store. Upon returning to his residential community, Wen Cheng-ai parked in front of the Liu family villa and began unloading the supplies with great fanfare. The local intelligence station would swiftly disseminate news of his fully stocked vehicle throughout the neighborhood. He could already envision the chaos that would ensue when the apocalypse truly arrived, with many attempting to storm the Liu villa to seize his provisions, only to find it utterly barren. At that moment, he would inform them that he had relocated to a new villa with all the supplies, leaving them with nothing, ultimately infuriating them. As Wen Cheng-ai busied himself with the unloading, a nosy neighbor approached him, unable to contain her curiosity. Little Wang, why have you bought so much food? Is this due to losses from your logistics warehouse? You won't be able to eat all of this yourself, why not distribute it like before? In the realm of logistics, it was common to encounter damaged goods, which Wen Cheng-ai typically either distributed as employee benefits or sold at a discount to his neighbors. Even if they took more than they paid for, he was indifferent. However, in his previous life, after being expelled from the villa by Liu Ruyan and Zhao Chiming, those very neighbors he had cared for had refused to offer him even a glass of water, even urging him not to die in the community lest he bring misfortune upon them. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhao, Wen Cheng-ai replied coldly. These are all regular priced items from the supermarket. I heard prices are set to rise next month, so I bought extra to stock up. I suggest you do the same. This was Wen Cheng-ai's final act of kindness towards them. Whether they heeded his advice was of no concern to him. Indeed, upon hearing of the impending price hikes, Aunt Zhao's expression shifted. Little Wang, you must have misheard. Just the other day, I saw on the news that the top commander promised to improve the lives of the common folk. Believe it or not, that is up to you, Wen Cheng-ai replied, uninterested in further debate. You know what industry I'm in. After an hour of labor, all the supplies were finally moved. In truth, these items were already quietly nestled within his storage space. Once he parked the vehicle in the basement garage, Wen Cheng-ai returned home and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Mom, would you like something to eat? Having gone hungry all day, Zhao Wanwan's frustration erupted upon seeing Wen Cheng-ai. Are you trying to starve me? How can you be so heartless? Eat if you want. Wen Cheng-ai tossed her phone into her lap and replied coldly. Here is your phone, find someone else to take care of you. I'm heading to the beautiful country tomorrow to discuss a business deal. Due to strict regulations on pharmaceuticals domestically, Wen Cheng-ai needed to travel to the beautiful country to seek assistance from his old partner, James, in procuring a batch of essential medications, and ideally, some weapons as well. Of course, he also needed to visit the polar bear country to gather supplies for warmth. However, with only 80 million in hand, his funds were severely limited, and for some items, he would have to devise a means of acquiring them at no cost. Despite her broken ribs causing excruciating pain with every movement, Zhao Wanwan was ultimately too hungry to ignore her discomfort. Struggling to sit up, she finished her noodles before calling her younger sister, pleading for her to come and care for her for a few days. Upon entering the room he shared with Liu Ruyan, Wen Cheng-ai noticed her urn resting on the vanity. He approached, caressing the urn, and smiled as he spoke. Ruyan, dear Ruyan, you never anticipated this, did you? In this lifetime, you sacrificed everything for that fool Zhao Chiming, and in doing so, truly played yourself to death. I long to hear you confess whether you regret your choices. Chapter 11. Digging a water pit. Lighting a cigarette, Wen Cheng-ai gazed at the two small goldfish resting on the windowsill. These fish, resplendently golden in hue, boasted long abdominal and tail fins, captivating in their beauty. Last year, upon a chance encounter, Wen Cheng-ai found himself enamored with them, leading him to purchase and house them in his bedroom. Observing the fish, he mused to himself, is it possible to store living beings within this space? With a flicker of thought, he encapsulated the fish tank within the confines of his space, only to retrieve it a minute later, discovering to his dismay that both fish had tragically turned belly up, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. This revelation left Wen Chenai somewhat disheartened. It appeared that living creatures could not be preserved within the space. However, despite this limitation, he recognized the necessity of excavating a water reservoir within his space. The onset of the apocalypse had rendered the rainwater saturated with harmful substances, rendering it undrinkable. Even contact with the skin could lead to corrosive effects. These contaminated rains had polluted the groundwater, resulting in a catastrophic loss of water sources, ultimately leading to the demise of many due to dehydration. Early the next morning, Wen Chenai ventured to a store specializing in construction machinery, procuring an excavator along with a significant quantity of diesel through his connections, sufficient fuel to facilitate the excavation of a pond within his space. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, energy had emerged as a vital resource, yet it was not the opportune moment to stockpile it. His finances were limited, and large-scale fuel purchases would inevitably attract scrutiny. The vessels in Jin port required refueling, with many heavy ships consuming heavy oil, yet numerous smaller vessels operated on diesel and gasoline. Therefore, a substantial oil depot existed within Jin port, boasting a storage capacity exceeding 100 tons. If he could discreetly transfer the oil tanks into his space before the apocalypse fully unfolded, it would be advantageous. After acquiring the excavator, Wen Chenai summoned a trailer to transport it to the outskirts, where the largest land freight distribution center of Jin City was situated. All express deliveries for the city were stored in this locale. Among them was the cold storage facility of Cheongdong Mall, where Wen Chenai intended to rent 2 cold storage units to house the supplies he had purchased from manager Chi of Wonimar supermarket. Once the excavator was secured in his space, he approached the warehouse manager to rent the cold storage. These individuals were professional warehouse leasing agents. As long as money exchanged hands, they would rent the space without prying into its intended use. Unfortunately, the minimum rental period was 1 month. After paying 50,000 yuan for 2,000 square meter warehouses, he received the keys. After informing manager Chi about the location of the keys and the warehouse numbers, Chi confirmed that he had already contacted suppliers and would commence deliveries shortly. Having settled matters with manager Chi, Wen Chenai promptly booked a flight to Bear Country for the following day. Upon returning to the company, he sought out a newly hired female intern, instructing her to take the warehouse keys and assist him in receiving deliveries. He intended to purchase a substantial quantity of insulated jackets and down garments for mountaineering, as well as comforters, necessitating someone to handle the receipt of these items while he traveled abroad. He selected this particular female student due to the perceived naivety and gullibility of contemporary university students. They were unlikely to ask too many questions or leak any information. That night, he decided to spend the night at the office, believing that Zhao Huan had already found someone to cater to her needs. Returning home would only dampen his spirits. The chairman's office remained unchanged since Liu Ruyan's time, untouched and in its original condition. The office, an ensuite, featured a separate lounge. After taking a shower, Wen Chenai reclined on the bed and began shopping online. The 80 million he had acquired was safely deposited in the bank, with 60 million converted into foreign currency. As the night deepened, Wen Chenai made his way to the company parking lot to retrieve a Volkswagen SUV parked within a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. The following day, as he boarded the flight to Bear Country, the pond within his space had been successfully excavated, measuring a remarkable 1,000 square meters and over 5 meters deep, rendering the brand new excavator inoperative. In southern Siberia, near Lake Baikal, Wen Chenai stood at the lakeside, entranced by the shimmering surface of the water, suddenly overcome with an irresistible desire to immerse himself within it. The water of Lake Baikal was crystal clear and pristine, entirely suitable for direct consumption. Thus, he intended to fill the 5,000 cubic meters of his pond with the lake's water. As the sun dipped low in the sky, having arrived in Russia, Wen Chenai employed a local Chinese student, Qin Yue, as his guide. He often felt a profound sense of solitude, having endured the apocalypse. Qin Yue, merely 18 years old, stood less than 1.60 meters tall, her youthful appearance reminiscent of a middle school student, yet her sweet smile evoked an instinctive desire to protect. Mr. Wang, Qin Yue wrapped herself in her clothing, feeling the chill as the temperature varied significantly between day and night. Shall we head back? It's time for dinner. Wen Chenai turned to her, offering a smile. All right, let's go. The car belonged to Qin Yue, who also served as the driver. As they drove towards Wen Chenya's rented accommodation, he memorized the route. During dinner, to his surprise, Qin Yue indulged in some wine and retired early. It was not until midnight that Wen Chenai quietly slipped out. Retrieving the Volkswagen SUV from his space, he removed the license plates and set off towards Lake Baikal. The temperature had plunged below freezing, but fortunately, on Qin Yue's advice, he had purchased warm clothing. Otherwise, he would have been severely chilled. Standing at the edge of Lake Baikal, Wen Chenai focused his thoughts and began to draw the lake's water into his space. A colossal vortex formed on the lake's surface, a towering water column over a meter high, its diameter exceeding 10 meters, surging towards him like a dragon, only to vanish just 2 meters before him. Had anyone been present that evening, they might have believed they were witnessing a supernatural phenomenon. Various fish and aquatic life were also drawn into his space. Wen Chenai paid little mind to their survival there, knowing that when the apocalypse arrived, they would ultimately face a similar fate. Under the gravitational pull of the space, the water column grew wider, and he observed the water level of the vast lake diminishing, yet the reservoir within his space remained unfilled. Confusion washed over him. Could it be that the space possessed compressive capabilities? If so, that would indeed be fortuitous. Chapter 12, The Desiccation of Lake Baikal. 3 hours later, the water level of Lake Baikal had plummeted by a staggering 1,000 meters, finally filling the spatial reservoir. At this moment, Wen Chenai, despite donning thick winter attire, felt as though he had been turned into a popsicle, largely due to the considerable wind generated while the space absorbed fresh water. Upon returning to the vehicle and activating the heating, he gradually began to regain warmth. Once back at his lodging, after drinking 2 cups of hot water, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, the residents along the shores of Lake Baikal were in a state of utter frenzy. Overnight, the lake had nearly dried up. An influx of reporters rushed to the lakeside, clamoring to cover this astonishing tale that seemed to defy belief. Meanwhile, the culprit, Conrad Wen Chenai, remained ensconced in bed, blissfully asleep, for he still needed to spend another day in the land of white bears, as he planned to visit the lumberyard that evening to collect some firewood for his spatial reservoir. On the third morning, Wen Chenai packed his belongings and said to Qin Yue, how about you accompany me to the United States, and then we can return to China together? Qin Yue shook her head. No, my boyfriend is still here. I cannot abandon him to return home. Moreover, I have not yet completed my studies. If I return now, my father would surely be furious. What, you actually have a boyfriend? Wen Chenai exclaimed in disbelief. You haven't mentioned him at all these past few days. He's South African, Qin Yue replied, opening her phone's photo gallery to show Wen Chenai. His father is a chief and has excellent relations with our homeland. Wen Chenai furrowed his brow as he gazed at the picture on Qin Yue's phone, which featured a man with thick lips and dark skin, grinning in a rather lewd manner. He couldn't fathom what Qin Yue saw in him. Since she already had a boyfriend, Wen Chenai felt it inappropriate to press her to join him. As the saying goes, life and death are fated, and one's fortune in the apocalypse ultimately depends on destiny. After settling Qin Yue's expenses, Wen Chenai boarded a plane bound for the beautiful nation. The authorities in the land of white bears were still investigating the incident at Lake Baikal, and last night, he had also emptied 2 of the country's largest lumberyards. The wood stored in his spatial realm, if solely used for heating, would suffice for several centuries. It was unwise to linger here. The forensic techniques employed by various nations had become exceedingly advanced. Given enough time, Wen Chenai could not guarantee that the police in the land of white bears would not uncover his involvement. The plane landed smoothly at the airport in the beautiful nation just as evening fell. James was already waiting at the airport, and upon seeing Wen Chenai, he enveloped him in a hearty embrace, exclaiming in his broken Chinese, "Wang, the last time I saw you was indeed the last time." Wen Chenai rolled his eyes and replied with a chuckle, "James, when did you start indulging in such nonsensical banter? That style is no longer in vogue in China." "Oh, damn it, it's all Jackson's fault," James pouted. "I was originally responsible for the business in China, allowing me to frequently visit and enjoy myself there, but he insisted I handle affairs in Africa, claiming that your country has been funding Africa for decades, and now it's overflowing with wealth, making it far easier to profit than in China." Wen Chenai shrugged, non-committal. Let's not linger here. By the way, the food on your flights is utterly atrocious. Take me somewhere for a grand feast. All right. James grinned as he grabbed Wen Chenya's suitcase. I've already made arrangements, and there are some eager young ladies waiting for you to engage with tonight. No, Wen Chenyi replied as he settled into the passenger seat of the car, fastening his seatbelt. James, you know I am not interested in that, and honestly, I'm quite exhausted from the journey and need to rest. Wang. You are truly disappointing me. James shook his head. I put a lot of thought into this plan for you, you cannot refuse. Fine, Wen Chenyi conceded helplessly. We'll see about it later tonight, however, James, I came to ask for your assistance with something. Millimeter, go ahead, James said as he drove. We have known each other for so many years. I will do my best to help you with whatever you need. I would like you to arrange for your company to procure a batch of pharmaceuticals from China, Wen Chenyi stated. I also need some surgical medical equipment. Can you assist me with that? This, James furrowed his brow, what do you need the medicine for? Naturally, it's for profit, Wen Chenyi replied casually. With the two countries to the south embroiled in such fierce conflict, I intend to seize this opportunity to make some money. James, you are well aware that our country has stringent regulations on pharmaceuticals, and I personally cannot acquire a substantial amount of medical supplies and equipment. However, James hesitated, the United Nations prohibits any country from providing medical aid to those two nations, and selling them drugs is strictly forbidden. You need not worry about that. Wen Chenyi said with a smile. I have already found a way around it. The United Nations will not find out, and I assure you, you will not suffer any losses. Given that, James pondered for a moment before ultimately succumbing to the allure of money, I will find a way to help you with this. By the way, Wen Chenyi added, could you also help me acquire some guns and ammunition? James inquired, what do you need weapons for? Are you foolish? Wen Chenyi feigned irritation. The place I am heading to is currently at war. Should I not bring some weapons for self-defense? Oh, I see, James said, suddenly enlightened. However, I can only help you obtain handguns. You know that our country has begun to regulate personal weapon ownership, and my position in the consortium is merely that of an employee. I lack the resources these families possess. Just do your best to assist me, Wen Chenyi replied. Handguns, crossbows, compound bows, air guns, anything will do. All right, James nodded. However, acquiring these items will require cash, no credit allowed. Not a problem. Wen Chenyi smiled. I have prepared all the cash needed. After dinner, Wen Chenyi checked into the hotel that James had arranged for him, where he found a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl waiting in his room. After both had taken a shower, they lay down on the bed, and the girl shyly remarked, "Today is my first time, enough talk," Wen Chenyi said, gently stroking the girl's hair. Lower your head and fix your hair. Exhausted, Wen Chenyi soon drifted into a deep sleep, while the girl, with tears still glistening on her cheeks, nestled against his chest. At this moment, within the spatial realm, the vast water reservoir that Wen Chenyi had excavated was undergoing a monumental transformation. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Wen Chenyi. 3 days later, James delivered a shipment of weapons to Wen Chenyi. 10 composite bows for sports, 6 precision steel crossbows, and 1,000 arrows for both bows and crossbows. Additionally, there were 5 hunting knives, all forged from high-quality Damascus steel, exceptionally durable. Chapter 13 Acceptance of the Safe House. Wang, James said with a furrowed brow, you need to take these weapons out of the country yourself. Rest assured, Wang Chenyi replied nonchalantly, the people from those two countries have already arrived. By the way, how are those medications coming along? James responded, the deposit has already been paid to your huaxia, and all the medications and medical equipment you requested have been ordered. However, the delivery date will take a month, and the balance must be settled within 3 months. Wen Chenyi mentally calculated the time. A month was still bearable. James, he inquired, how many days until you can secure the handguns? Very soon, James replied, it should be ready in a few days. Good, Wen Chenyi stepped forward and patted James on the shoulder, Do your best to procure more ammunition for me. A month later, James called Wang Chernai to inform him that the medications and medical equipment had all arrived at the warehouse. Simultaneously, he had also managed to acquire 2 FN 509 MRD handguns and 1,000 rounds of ammunition for Wang Chernai. Wang Chernai took the hotel's designated vehicle to the warehouse, where James was waiting. James, have you counted everything? Of course. James handed over the cargo list to Wang Chernai. The quantities are correct, and the batch numbers are also fine. But Wang, how do you plan to get these items out of here? If anyone finds out, I may well spend the rest of my life in prison. Don't worry, Wang Chernai said confidently, these items will be transported away without anyone being the wiser. You just focus on waiting to reap the rewards once the goods are received. Har har, James chuckled, then I shall await your good news. Here are the keys to the warehouse. You need to be quick, as the pharmaceutical merchants from Huaxia are eagerly awaiting my payment. Rest assured, Wang Chernai smiled, the final payment will be transferred to your personal account in 40 days, and of course, it will include your commission. While Wang Chernai said this, he had other thoughts in mind. With only 40 days left until the impending apocalypse, he realized that James, being a charming American, had fallen into his trap. As for the pharmaceutical merchants from Huaxia, although they claimed to operate their own factories, their registered locations were not in Huaxia. Furthermore, ever since the implementation of strict drug controls in Huaxia, they had been unscrupulously inflating prices, leaving ordinary people unable to afford even cold medicine. 2 days later, seizing an opportunity, Wang Chernai collected all the medications and medical equipment. At that moment, James was conveniently dispatched on a business trip to Africa and was completely unaware that Wang Chernai had flown back to Huaxia. Upon returning to Huaxia, Wang Chernai did not immediately head to Jin City but stayed in the capital, preparing to book some banquet arrangements at hotels. Once in the capital, he occupied himself with reserving venues while simultaneously practicing with a compound bow and crossbow. Learning these skills from scratch proved to be quite challenging, and thus, Wang Chernai enrolled in a training course to master the compound bow, crossbow, and handgun shooting. After more than 10 days of intensive training, he had become proficient with both the compound bow and the steel crossbow, achieving a remarkable hit rate of 100% within a 15-meter range. Even his instructor praised him as a prodigy, remarking that had it not been for his age, he would have recommended him for the national team. His accuracy with handguns was also commendable. While he could not consistently hit the bullseye, his performance was still impressive. Time was ticking away, with only 12 days remaining until the onset of the first reign of the apocalypse. It was time to return. The first thing he did upon arriving in Jin City was to inspect the villa. When he returned to the community, manager Liu from the security company was already waiting inside the villa. As soon as Wang Chernai stepped into the room, he felt that the expenditure was truly worthwhile. The entire villa had been fortified with 100mm thick steel plates, and the exterior was adorned with an insulating decorative layer, rendering the steel plates virtually invisible. The living room on the first floor had been fitted with a fireplace, with a chimney extending directly to the roof of the third floor. This meant that as long as the fireplace on the first floor was lit, the second and third floors would remain warm. With the apocalypse looming, global temperatures had plummeted. Although Huaxia's power system still maintained electricity, air conditioning could hardly raise the indoor temperature, rendering it almost useless. This insulating decorative material is proudly developed by our Huaxia, manager Liu boasted. Its energy-saving rate has reached 99%, ensuring no energy loss during both winter and summer. Wang Chernai nodded in appreciation. By the way, what about the surveillance system? As per your request, manager Liu approached a monitor in the living room and pointed at the footage. Cameras have been installed around the villa, inside, and in the underground parking lot. Furthermore, they are discreetly installed, making them virtually undetectable. Excellent, Wang Chernai expressed his satisfaction. Have the windows been replaced with bulletproof glass? Rest assured, manager Liu moved to the window. The materials used for these windows are blast-resistant, ensuring they do not compromise lighting while offering strength comparable to that of a bank vault door. Moreover, the 2 main entrances of the villa have also been replaced with vault doors, ensuring utmost security. The basement has been modified to include concealed compartments as per your specifications. Unless detected with professional equipment, it would remain undetectable. After thoroughly inspecting the villa, Wen Chenai felt immensely satisfied. The new air filtration system, whole house water purification system, and dual power generation system comprising solar panels and generators were all in place. On the rooftop terrace, there was even a 5-ton water tank, ample enough for Wen Chenai to survive the early years of the apocalypse. Manager Liu, Wen Chenai smiled, the renovations on this house are outstanding. As per our contract, the final payment will be transferred to your company's account within 3 months. However, this final payment, like others before it, was destined to remain unpaid. The 80 million left by Liu Ruyan had already been spent nearly to the last penny, leaving only a few million remaining, funds he needed to retain, as during the onset of the freeze, there would be individuals selling supplies, including some essential items he must acquire. After bidding farewell to Manager Liu, Wen Chenai cleaned the rooftop water tank and filled it to the brim, covering it with thick plastic sheeting to protect it from the corrosive acidic rain that would accompany the apocalypse. Having completed all these tasks, Wen Chenai drove to the warehouse, sent the intern away, and stored all the parcels into his spatial storage. He then proceeded to the cold storage, where he collected all the supplies into his spatial storage as well. Chapter 14 What color of sack does she favor? As the apocalypse loomed, all semblance of order disintegrated. Rain, plummeting temperatures, disease, famine, and water scarcity, these were all fatal threats. In his previous life, when Wen Chenai was on the brink of death due to an unknown virus, it was a girl, awakened to her healing abilities, who saved him and provided him with sustenance to endure for a time. Now, having been reborn into this life, Wen Chenai resolved to take the initiative and abduct that girl to his villa. Her name was Sumu Yu, an intern at the Central Hospital of Jin City. To this day, Wen Chenai could not forget Sumu Yu's angelic visage. While Liu Ruyan's beauty ranked among the finest in Jin City, it paled in comparison to Sumu Yu's. What color of sack does that girl prefer? As Wen Chenai was lost in thought, he observed a woman pushing Zhao Huan, who was seated in a wheelchair, passing by the road in front of his villa. That woman was Zhao Lulu. A glint of malice flickered in Wen Chenai's eyes. Who would have thought, this time, having burned Liu Ruyan, Zhao Lulu and her brother are still entangled with the Liu family. This is fortuitous, it saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. There were 7 days remaining until the apocalypse. Over the past few days, Wen Chenai had discerned Sumu Yu's work schedule. Tonight, she would finish her shift at 10 o'clock, the perfect opportunity to carry out his plan to abduct her, and his final chance. At 9:30 in the evening, Wen Chenai evaded the hospital's surveillance cameras, donned a hood, and concealed himself beside Sumu Yu's vehicle, crouching low to blend into the shadows. At 10:15, the hospital parking lot was nearly deserted when the sound of crisp high heels striking the concrete reached Wen Chenai's ears. Following the sound, he spotted Sumu Yu, clad in a beige dress, approaching her car. His heart raced. Despite having endured the apocalypse, this was his first attempt at abduction, and his palms were slick with sweat from anxiety. The car's hazard lights blinked twice, and as the door unlocked, just as a pink sack enveloped half of Sumu Yu's body, and with a swift motion, he struck the back of her neck. Yet, Sumu Yu continued to struggle. Is this all a lie? Wen Chenai, unwilling to delay, struck her neck several more times until she finally ceased her resistance. Why doesn't this foolish girl know to scream? He muttered to himself as he tossed her into the back seat of the car, retrieved the keys from the ground, and started the vehicle, steering it toward the villa. Upon arriving at the villa's underground garage, Wen Chenai parked directly at the entrance, extracted Sumu Yu from the car, and then stowed the vehicle away in his spatial storage. With merely 6 days left until the end of the world, he considered the possibility that someone might notice Sumu Yu's absence. Uncle Mao would undoubtedly trace it back to him. If he concealed the car, he could deny any involvement when the time came, leaving Uncle Mao powerless against him. Right, though somewhat self-deceptive, it was the only course of action available. Back at the villa, Wen Chenai bound Sumu Yu to a chair and sat quietly opposite her, sipping tea. Unlike the portrayals in dramas, he did not gag her, as the villa's soundproofing was exceptional. Even a grand bawl within would not be heard outside. After a cup of tea, Sumu Yu gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing her predicament, she struggled momentarily before locking eyes with Wen Chenai, who wore a smile. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me? My family has no money. Let me go. or Uncle Mao will come looking for you, and you'll end up in prison. Sure. Wen Chenai rose, placing his right index finger gently against Su Muyu's lips. Her lips were icy and soft, igniting an impulse within him. Calm down, listen to me patiently, and then decide whether you wish to stay. Upon hearing this, Su Muyu quieted, her tone icy as she replied, very well, I'm curious to know what you have to say. In 6 days, the apocalypse will descend upon this world, Wen Chenai began. You may think I am insane, but I assure you, I speak the truth. I am a reincarnated soul. You must have read too many novels, Su Muyu scoffed. The end of the world, rebirth, why not claim you are a savior? I understand you may not believe my words, Wen Chenai continued patiently, but I assure you, it is all true. In 3 days, torrential rain will begin, lasting for 3 days, flooding the low-lying areas of the city, but this is merely the beginning. Su Muyu furrowed her brow and inquired, you will awaken your healing abilities shortly after the apocalypse begins. In my past life, when I encountered you, you were a member of a team of awakened individuals, and it was you who treated me and provided me with sustenance to survive. I did not wish to resort to such measures to bring you here, but I had no choice. Give me a few days, and I will prove to you that all I say is true. Su Muyu pressed her lips together, gazing intently into Wang Chenye's eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, very well, I believe you. What? Now it was Wang Chenye's turn to be taken aback. How did you come to believe me? Don't you think what I said sounds absurd? Don't you think I am insane? Su Muyu shook her head. My graduate studies are in psychology. I can see from your eyes that you do not suffer from any mental illness, and your gaze is clear, unwavering. Thus, I can conclude that you are not lying. Wen Chenai let out a bitter smile and shook his head. Su Muyu, have you been so foolish from your studies? If someone told me such a tale, I would certainly not believe it. Nevertheless, whether you genuinely believe me or feign belief, there are only 3 days left. After 3 days, you will understand whether I have deceived you or not. For now, I must ask you to endure. Chapter 15. Their collection of supplies completed when Chenny opened the concealed door to the basement's hidden space, revealing a single bed that had already been placed inside. The area was equipped with a fresh air system, ensuring that even with the door closed, one would not suffocate within. After administering a dose of anesthetic to Su Muyu, he loosened the ropes binding her and gently carried her into the room, laying her on the bed and covering her with a light blanket. In anticipation of the impending torrential rains before the apocalypse, it was imperative to confine Su Muyu here temporarily to avert any unnecessary complications. After 3 days, once the rain began to fall, everything would settle into place. This rain would only intensify, submerging half the city in floods and precipitating a collapse of order. The following day, the final batch of deliveries arrived, 3 of the latest fruit phones and 3 of the highest specification Hawaii phones. A $300 1,000 terabyte hard drive storing critically acclaimed films and television series from around the globe, 20 gaming consoles complete with every imaginable game, 10 of the most advanced computers, along with a myriad of single-player games, and an assortment of card games, including poker and mahjong. As night fell, when Chenny donned his night gear, pulled on a hood, and stealthily slipped out of the community. Upon reaching the main road, he retrieved Su Muyu's car. The rain was set to commence the following afternoon, and tonight, he intended to transfer several company warehouses into his storage space. Although there were warehouse managers on duty, this posed no obstacle, as the warehouses were equipped with emergency exits. By accessing these seldom-used emergency doors, he could enter the warehouses without alerting the staff. Prior to this, he needed to disrupt the entire power system of the storage area, a task made simple by the numerous open-source codes available online. Utilizing these codes, he would launch an attack on the power control system of the warehouse. When Chenny parked the car in a relatively quiet spot at the port. At this hour, aside from the cargo ships preparing to set sail, the port was devoid of any other personnel. This was in part due to the human rights law enacted by the government a few years prior, which stipulates that citizens should receive ample rest during nighttime, effectively eliminating the concept of overtime work in Huaxia. Opening his laptop and connecting to his phone's hotspot, Wen Chenyi skillfully infiltrated the port's power control system, implanting a pre-copied script into the control program. Moments later, the once brightly lit port was enveloped in darkness. The power system having been disabled, the surveillance system ceased to function. Hastily exiting the vehicle, he made his way to the warehouse, unlocking the emergency door with a key. Within his line of sight, any object could be drawn into his storage space with just a thought. Before him lay the beverage section, with several tons of bottled water alone, not including the assorted drinks and spirits. Wen Chenyi did not discriminate, absorbing everything into his space. Next came the food section. Following that were various daily necessities, laundry detergents, soaps, hygiene products, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and even child-rearing paraphernalia. All types of cooking equipment, solid fuels, clothing, camping gear, and small appliances were also absorbed into his space. In just an hour and a half, a warehouse spanning tens of thousands of square meters was entirely emptied. With these supplies, as long as Wen Chenyi maintained a low profile, he could comfortably live for several lifetimes. Having completed this endeavor, he dared not linger. He dashed from the warehouse, hopped into his car, and headed towards the fuel station at the port. Here, 5 enormous fuel tanks, each containing tens of tons of fuel, awaited. With a mere thought, he drew those massive tanks into his storage space. However, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, a consequence of the immense mental exertion he had endured that night. Following the vertigo, an overwhelming fatigue settled in. He had initially intended to raid a few more warehouses for additional supplies, but this was no longer feasible. He needed to return home promptly. Driving back, he stored the car in his space and returned to his room, collapsing into bed without even removing his clothes. The next morning, he was roused by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon answering, he was met with his secretary's anxious voice on the other end. "Chairman Wang, something terrible has happened. Our warehouse was robbed last night. Materials worth 130 billion vanished overnight." "What? What did you say?" Wen Chenyi feigned shock. "How is that possible? Even if they used a truck to transport everything overnight, they couldn't have cleared out all the goods so quickly." Secretary Cao, surely you jest this early in the morning. Secretary Cao was on the verge of tears. "Chairman, how could I possibly joke about this? You really need to come see for yourself." Wen Chenyi inquired, "Have you checked the port's surveillance?" Secretary Cao replied, "The port's power system was compromised by a hacker attack last night, so all surveillance is down." "It seems this was a premeditated theft," Wen Chenyi concluded. "You must call the police immediately." "I will head over right away." After hanging up, Wen Chenyi rose from his bed, showered, changed clothes, and made his way to the basement, opening the door to the hidden space. Su Muyu was already awake, sitting on the bed with her arms wrapped around her legs, gazing blankly. Upon seeing Wen Chenyi, her eyes were frosty. "How long do you intend to keep me here?" With a sigh, Wen Chenyi replied, "I suspected as much. When you told me last night to trust you, it was merely a ruse to lower my guard. Come, eat something first. I need to step out for a while. Just stay put at home. Tomorrow afternoon, the rain will begin. While it may not be heavy, it will indeed herald the onset of the apocalypse. In 2 days, you will be able to gaze out the window on the second floor and see the sea." Having spoken, he placed a bowl of seafood porridge on the bedside table, locked the hidden door, and drove off to the port warehouse. Upon his arrival, he found several investigators already collecting fingerprints and footprints within the warehouse. After providing their statements, they departed. Wen Chenyi gathered several warehouse managers and stated, "With the inventory gone, there's little. The next batch of goods won't arrive for at least 3 days. For now, you may return home and rest. Rest assured, your salaries will be maintained. After all, the loss of goods is not your fault." Chapter 16. In my previous life, it was like this. The warehouse managers departed with heartfelt gratitude, opting for paid leave. After all, who would be foolish enough to forego such an opportunity. Indeed, one must find time for a leisurely respite now and then. As for how Uncle Hat would investigate the case, that was not within Wen Chenyu's purview. Upon returning home, Wen Chenyu chose to disregard Su Muyu in the basement. Until the apocalypse arrived, the girl likely would not believe him. After indulging in a brief nap, he turned on the television, where local news was reporting on the theft at the Jingang supermarket warehouse and the mysterious disappearance of a gas station's fuel tank. These two thefts were exceedingly bizarre, prompting many netizens to speculate that they were the result of supernatural phenomena. Of course, a faction of online users argued that the warehouse and gas station had orchestrated the theft themselves, viewing everyone as fools to be deceived. September 14, 2049, had finally arrived. This day also marked Wen Chenyu's 35th birthday. At noon, he retrieved several dishes from his spatial storage and arranged them on the dining table, preparing to celebrate himself. The spatial storage possessed a preservation function. Whatever state the items were in when placed within remained unchanged upon retrieval. Thus, these dishes were still steaming. He descended to the basement and released Su Muyu, saying, "Come, let us dine. Today is my 35th birthday." Despite having gone 3 days without freshening up, Su Muyu's beauty remained unblemished. She coldly replied, "Then I wish you a happy birthday." Wen Chenyu shook his head, "Wait 2 more hours, and you shall see." Su Muyu glanced out the window. The sky was clear and bright, devoid of any signs of impending rain. She continued with a sardonic smile, "Wen Chenyu, I believe that those who are unwell should seek medical attention." Wen Chenyu remained non-committal, pulling Su Muyu to the dining table. "In 2 hours, whether you intend to report this or pursue other actions, I shall not impede you. However, for now, you must join me in finishing this meal." She regarded him for a moment, then picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. At 1:50 p.m., the previously clear sky suddenly turned overcast. Su Muyu looked out again, then at Wen Chenyu across the table, her brow furrowing in concern. Wen Chenyu turned to look outside as well, remarking, "We should have enjoyed some wine with this meal." In 10 minutes, the temperature would start to plummet. Although it was still around 28 or 29 degrees Celsius, within a mere 10 minutes, it would drop to approximately 10 degrees. Continuous rain for 3 days would leave temperatures hovering around 2 to 3 degrees. The two sat on the living room sofa, each lost in their thoughts as they gazed at the rain outside. By 7 o'clock in the evening, Wen Chenyu produced an electric stove and a dual-flavor hot pot. Adding the base ingredients, the lamb and beef rolls were directly retrieved from his spatial storage, and the vegetables, already washed, were arranged neatly on plates. Once everything was prepared, Wen Chenyu pulled Su Muyu from the sofa to the dining table, exclaiming, "Come, let us eat. Rainy days are perfect for hot pot." "Wen Chenyu," Su Muyu finally spoke up, "is your talk of the apocalypse genuine?" "Indeed," Wen Chenyu nodded. "Thus, I bound you here purely to spare you from enduring unnecessary hardships. You ought to be grateful." The warm air from the air conditioner enveloped the living room, and Wen Chenyu had deliberately placed the dining table in the living room to maintain a view of the outside scenery. Suddenly, Su Muyu exclaimed, "It's snowing." Wen Chenyu turned to look, equally astonished. Snow was not supposed to fall today, it was meant to wait 3 days, stopping for a day before beginning to snow. Could his rebirth have caused a butterfly effect? A wave of unease washed over him. Outside, the snow fell thickly, like goose feathers, and moments later, a fierce wind began to howl. The sound was reminiscent of something from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. Wen Chenyu picked up his chopsticks, placing a slice of lamb into the spicy pot before saying, "Let us eat first." "This is not what you described." Su Muyu also picked up her chopsticks, "but I believe you now." After dinner, Su Muyu volunteered to wash the dishes. Wen Chenyu retrieved firewood from his spatial storage, ignited the fireplace, then took a chilled bottle of beer from the fridge. He moved a chair beside the fireplace, settled down, and gazed at the snowfall outside. At that moment, a thick layer of snow had already accumulated in the villas yard, and the flurry of snowflakes had enveloped the entire city. Once she finished washing the dishes, Su Muyu joined Wen Chenyu, who handed her his phone. "Here, your phone. You can call your friends or family to let them know you are safe." In his recollection, Sumuyu was an orphan without relatives, and her demeanor was rather aloof, leaving her with few friends. Do you not think it is a bit late to allow me to notify my family and friends now? She took the phone but did not call anyone. Instead, she opened Weibo to check the news. Reports of plummeting temperatures and sudden snowstorms flooded in from all over, with netizens expressing their grievances. This snow had arrived far too abruptly. The accumulation outside had already exceeded 20 centimeters, rendering it impossible to venture outdoors. In this age of convenience with food delivery, people had little habit of stockpiling supplies. Thus, many began to complain about the suspension of delivery services and lodged complaints against the delivery companies through various channels. Numerous individuals found themselves trapped in their workplaces due to the heavy snow. Wen Chenyu silently lit a candle for these people, for the temperature outside had already plunged below -10 degrees. Without warm clothing or means of shelter, they were at risk of freezing to death. Nevertheless, some netizens were quite exhilarated. For instance, those from the southern regions, who had never seen such heavy snowfall, shared photos of themselves frolicking in the snow and posted them online, accompanied by captions expressing their excitement. Sumuyu looked up at Wen Chenyu and asked, "How long will this snow last?" 3 months, Wen Chenyu replied, "In my previous life, it was like this." Chapter 17 Do not worry. In the previous life, a torrential downpour lasted for 3 days, submerging half the city. However, there was a brief reprieve after the rain ceased for a day, during which people managed to procure a considerable amount of supplies. This time around, everything has changed. It appears that the number of those who will succumb to freezing or starvation will far exceed that of the past. News reports indicate that cities across the nation are blanketed in heavy snow. Many believe this is merely an instance of extreme weather, unaware that the frozen apocalypse has begun to unfold. This snow and the sudden drop in temperature are neither coincidental nor temporary. The situation will only worsen, and by the time people realize this, disaster will be unavoidable. At midnight, Wen Chenyu took out his phone to check the news before opening WeChat. He belonged to several groups: classmates, colleagues, neighborhood residents, and family. However, he had muted notifications from all these groups. Upon opening them, he found that most messages discussed the unexpected snowfall, aside from a few anxious "I am going to sleep," Wen Chenyu declared as he stood up. "What about you? Are you going to continue watching the snow? If you wish to sleep, any room will suffice, or you can return to the basement." Sumuyu also rose. "Could you please provide me with some toiletries and a change of clothes? I haven't bathed in 3 days." After preparing toiletries and pajamas for Sumuyu, Wen Chenyu returned to his bedroom, lay down on the large bed, and covered himself with a thick comforter. It is said that a blanket of appropriate weight can enhance the comfort of sleep. The following morning, Wen Chenyu was awakened by the ringing of his phone. To his surprise, it was a call from his college sweetheart, Kongxie. During their university days, she was considered one of the campus beauties. After graduation, she remained in the city and even purchased an apartment in his neighborhood. However, her lofty standards have kept her single to this day. Roused from a pleasant dream, his mood naturally soured. Wen Chenyu answered the call, his voice hoarse. "What brings the illustrious Kongxie to call me? Are you still in bed?" Kongxie inquired. "The weather has turned so cold all of a sudden. I remembered that you stockpiled quite a bit of food recently. Did you foresee something?" It had been many years since she last contacted him, and during their annual reunions, she always kept her distance, as if fearful of being associated with him. Now her call clearly indicated her concern for his supplies. "How could I possibly know it would get colder?" Wen Chenyu retorted, "But how did you come to know about my stockpiling?" "Oh come on, who in the neighborhood doesn't he know?" Kongxie's melodious laughter echoed through the receiver. "Have you forgotten about the neighborhood gossip?" Wen Chenyu stepped out of bed, padding barefoot to the window, where he drew back the curtains. Outside, a vast expanse of white greeted him. The snow had buried much of the neighborhood, and it continued to fall. "I'll hang up now," Wen Chenyu said, too weary to engage in idle chatter. If it weren't for her, he would never have met Liu Ruyan, nor would he have ended up with her. In his previous life, he suffered a tragic fate. The pain of being bitten by a zombie still haunted his memories. "Wait," Kongxie hurriedly interjected, "I'm alone at home and feeling scared." Could you come over to keep me company? I'm busy. Wang Chenyu replied curtly before ending the call and tossing the phone aside. After washing up, he made his way downstairs, where Su Mui was busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Wang Chenyu plopped down on the sofa and turned on the television. So far, the city's power supply remained stable, and he had long forgotten when the outages began. However, even if the power were to fail, it would not pose a significant issue. The entire villa was connected to 3 power sources: the city grid, solar energy, and a generator in the basement. Although the fuel supply was not extensive, several hundred tons remained, sufficient for centuries. On the CCTV news channel, the 2 hosts were clad in thick down jackets. Those familiar with the news broadcasts knew that the television station's central air conditioning maintained a constant temperature year-round. The ongoing news broadcast suggested that power supply there was still intact, yet the fact that even the hosts were bundled up indicated that the external temperature had plummeted to a level beyond the capacity of air conditioning. As the female host spoke, clouds of white vapor escaped her lips. Reports indicate that extreme temperature fluctuations are occurring globally. The polar regions have experienced a temperature increase exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, while the equatorial regions have recorded the lowest temperatures in history, plummeting to -60 degrees. In our country, most areas are now experiencing temperatures between -35 and -70 degrees. Meteorological departments are currently investigating the causes of this extreme temperature shift. Shortly thereafter, the male host added, "The chief commander urgently advises all citizens to take necessary precautions for warmth. Unless absolutely necessary, do not venture outside." Governments across various regions are actively coordinating efforts to ensure the supply of electricity, water, and heating to meet the basic living needs of the populace. Relevant authorities urge everyone not to spread rumors, not to believe in them, and to remain calm. Wang Chenyu watched the television with a smile on his face, bemused by their endless drivel. The rising temperatures at the poles were merely the result of malfunctioning temperature sensors at research stations transmitting erroneous data. Furthermore, the highest recorded global temperature at this moment was merely in the low 50s, and it was expected to drop further tomorrow. At least 60% of the global population would perish in this chilling wave, either frozen to death or succumbing to starvation. "Dinner is ready," Su Mui announced as she set breakfast on the table. 2 bowls of rice porridge, boiled eggs, and a small side dish. "Is there nothing else in the fridge?" Wang Chenyu frowned. "Why are we only having this?" "You mentioned it yourself," Su Mui. "We must be frugal." "Feel free to prepare something delicious," Wang Chenyu said, taking a sip of the porridge. "As for food and drink, you need not worry. Knowing that the apocalypse would arrive, how could I not be prepared? Just trust me." Su Mui responded with a nonchalant "oh," turning her gaze to the television as she sipped her porridge, listening to the reports of disasters unfolding across the nation. Chapter 18. Has the script changed? After finishing breakfast, Su Mui instinctively headed to wash the dishes. Wang Chenyi gazed at her figure clad in pajamas, a subtle sensation of domesticity washing over him, akin to a couple enjoying their secluded world. Ding. The notification sound from his WeChat broke the momentary tranquility, and upon picking up his phone, he discovered a message from Kongxia. "The snow outside is too deep. Could you possibly sell me some of your food?" "Absolutely not." Wang Chenyi replied brusquely, though he felt a twinge of frustration himself. Kongxia had not made an appearance since the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life. Could it be that in this new life, even the script had been rewritten? Kongxia did not respond further, yet soon enough, someone in the class group mentioned Wang Chenyi. The speaker was Li Huan, a classmate from both high school and university. This woman, lacking self-awareness of her own unattractiveness, thrived on creating chaos. She married shortly after graduation, only to divorce a month later, burdened with debts, and had recently grown closer to Kongxia. Wang Chenyi, regardless of the circumstances, Kongxia was your first love and our campus belle. With food at your disposal, why not exhibit a bit of gentlemanly conduct? After all, you are a man. Wang Chenyi furrowed his brow. This woman seemed to have an uncanny knack for inserting herself into every situation. It was likely she was currently residing at Kongshir's home. After a moment's contemplation, he typed a reply. Alas, I must apologize. My household has merely a scant supply of provisions. Regrettably, I have no surplus food to offer our campus belle. With that, he procured a steak and a bottle of red wine from his face, pouring the wine into a glass before snapping a photo. When Chen Yi's assumptions were correct, at that very moment, Li Huan and Kongshir were huddled together under a blanket, shivering in bed. Despite cranking the air conditioning to its highest setting, the room's temperature lingered at a chilling -10 degrees. Even enveloped in a thick down comforter, the biting cold seemed to permeate their defenses. Upon seeing Wang Chenyi's 2 photos, the classmates in the group chat quickly began to react. The class monitor, Wen Huan, remarked, "Wen Chenyi, are you really wearing short sleeves to bed? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" "Oh, not at all. The temperature in my home is a cozy 26 degrees. Wen Huala, whose family dealt in tobacco and alcohol, immediately recognized that the bottle of red wine Wang Chenyi possessed was a limited edition Bordeaux, although it didn't match the exquisite 1983 Lafite or the 1985 Romani Conti. It still held considerable value, far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Wang Chenyi, the wine you're drinking is a limited edition Bordeaux, right? Are you aware of its worth? Given your lack of knowledge about wine, it seems quite wasteful to consume it. Ear. Any wine that enters my stomach cannot be deemed wasteful. Where? Instead of concerning yourself with my affairs, why don't you rush over to deliver some food to your goddess, considering you once pursued Kongshir? Am I insane? The snow is nearly as tall as I am. How could I possibly venture outside? Meanwhile, you reside in the same complex as Kongshir. Why not bring her something to eat? I'm not inclined to do so. What's it to you? Are you going to bite me? Kongshir, observing the chat among her classmates and the photos Wang Chenyi had posted, felt a surge of resentment. Over the years, she had refrained from marriage, yet her beauty had made her a well-known socialite in Jin City. She recognized the brand of the wine and immediately identified the exquisite steak on Wang Chenyi's table as top-tier Weiju. Li Huan, equally incensed, pondered aloud to Kongshir, "That scoundrel Wang Chenyi is nothing but a lecher. Why don't we lure him over, fill our stomachs first, and if he dares to misbehave, we can report him to the authorities?" Kongshir considered this and nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Li Huan seized her phone and messaged Wang Chenyi privately, "If you bring me some food, you can do whatever you desire. I'll be at your beck and call." Wang Chenyi sneered and replied, "If you wish to eat, just go buy it at the supermarket yourself." Upon reading his response, Li Huan cursed under her breath, "What a despicable person." Then, turning to Kongshir, she exclaimed, "It's below freezing outside, and that scoundrel Wang Chenyi expects you to go out and buy food. He clearly wants you to freeze to death. Truly despicable." Kongshir, incensed, snatched the phone and replied, "Wang Chenyi, are you even a man? Weren't you always lusting after me back in school? I've given you an opportunity. Whether you seize it is entirely up to you. Remember, I will only give you this chance once." In Kongshir's eyes, Wang Chenyi was a sentimental man. Despite their years of little contact, his lingering gaze at class reunions was undeniable. This day, she believed she could easily manipulate him. As for his rejection, she considered it a mere game of hard to get, wanting more than he let on. "Enough, Shirzai, don't pay attention to that scoundrel," Li Huan huffed. "I see you have some vegetables and meat in your fridge. I'll whip something up. We can make do for now, and when the snow is cleared, we can go out for a grand feast, my treat." The chat among the classmates remained lively, yet they had all but glossed over Wang Chenyi's indulgence in steak and wine. The prevailing topic now was when the snowfall might cease and when temperatures would rise again. Finding himself bored, Wang Chenyi opened the community chat to see what the residents were discussing. Wang Chenyi, Zimu approached and sat beside him. "What, do you still doubt me? Please shut the basement door on your way out. By the way, what were you doing in the basement? I wanted to check if you had stored any food down there," Zimu confessed. "There aren't many vegetables left in the fridge, and I thought perhaps you had some stored away." Wang Chenyi nodded. "In the future, do not enter the basement without my permission, understood?" "All right," Zimu readily replied. "As a guest in your home, I will abide by your wishes." Ding ding ding, at that moment, Wang Chenyi's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from his former mother-in-law, Zhao Huan. Chapter 19, The Mischievous Antque. As Zhao Huan's acerbic voice emanated from the phone speaker upon pressing the answer button, she exclaimed, "Wen Chenai, where on earth have you vanished? It has been days since you returned home. Do you wish to let your mother freeze to death? And what of your son?" "My son?" Wen Chenai scoffed. "That wretched girl of yours, entangled with Zhao Chiming behind my back. Do you think I am oblivious? Is Wen Weiqi truly my son?" The hospital made it abundantly clear that day, Zhao Huan, so prepare yourself for a slow demise. Wen Chenai, at that moment, Zhao Lulu's voice pierced through the receiver. "Regardless of whether Wen Weiqi is your biological son, he still calls you father. How can you be so heartless? The neighbors have mentioned you stockpiled a considerable amount of food. Where have you hidden it? Hurry and tell me, for if you let Wen Weiqi starve, the ghost of Liu Ruyan will seek vengeance upon you." "Har har. Do you truly believe I fear her? You would do well to summon her immediately," Wen Chenai retorted with a chilling laugh. "Since she married me yet bore me no child, if she dares to confront me, I shall ensure she forfeits her maternity leave." You are a monster." Zhao Lulu spat back through the phone. "How can you be so cruel, truly intending to let your mother-in-law and son perish?" "I shall reiterate," Wen Chenai said coldly, "Wen Weiqi is nothing more than a bastard, and Liu Ruyan is a harlot. Furthermore, I have indeed hoarded substantial supplies, yet I have already taken them away. You may await your demise." With that, Wen Chenai abruptly ended the call and raised his gaze to meet Su Muyu's sympathetic eyes. "Wen Chenai, you are indeed pitiable. It seems enough. Do not continue," Wen Chenai urged, pulling Su Muyu down onto the sofa beside him, then reclined with his head resting on her lap. "Who in their right mind constantly pries into others' wounds?" Su Muyu, experiencing such intimate proximity with a male for the first time, felt her entire body tense. You should get up. Be good and let me rest my head here." Wen Chenai closed his eyes. "Otherwise, you may find yourself starving as well. By the way, have you not always contemplated deceiving my trust only to flee? Now, I impose no restrictions on your freedom. You may leave at any time." Wen Chenai was confident that Su Muyu would not depart. In fact, he believed that anyone in her position would choose to remain, given the current apocalyptic conditions. Leaving this warm and secure haven with provisions was tantamount to courting death. Su Muyu fell into silence, allowing Wen Chenai to rest against her thigh. Her thoughts focused solely on his remaining still. After a while, Wen Chenai retrieved his phone once more, opening the WeChat group for community residents. Coincidentally, Antque, the chairperson of the Homeowners Committee and director of the Neighborhood Committee, was addressing the residents. "Everyone, please do not panic. The relevant authorities have confirmed that this heavy snowfall and drop in temperature are merely coincidental occurrences. In no more than 3 days, everything will return to normal. Consider these 3 days a holiday." The Neighborhood Committee and Homeowners Committee are actively seeking ways to assist everyone in overcoming this snow disaster. We hope you will comply with the directives and follow the instructions so as not to burden the higher authorities with unnecessary troubles. At that moment, a resident messaged in the group. "Director Gua, with this amount of snow, will life truly return to normal in 3 days? Our food supplies are nearly exhausted." "Indeed, Aunt Gua, we too are running low on food. Perhaps we should think of a way to venture out and procure some supplies. But the snow outside is so deep. How can we possibly go out? Aunt Gua, you must think of a solution for everyone." Aunt Gua then sent a voice message. "Alas, with the snow so deep outside, I am at a loss. Please, everyone, hold on a bit longer. By the way, Wen Chenai, I hear you purchased Villa number 6. Previously, you hoarded quite a bit of food. Now that everyone is facing difficulties, please share your supplies with us. Once the snow disaster passes, we can return it to you. Aunt Gua knows you are a good child and will certainly help everyone, right?" Upon hearing this voice message, Wen Chenai's expression darkened. This was no mere moral coercion, it had turned him into a target for blame. Aunt Gua, as the director of the Homeowners Committee, naturally had access to updated owner information after he purchased the villa, which explained how she knew his current residence. Wen Chenai had not intended to reveal his whereabouts so soon, but now that it was exposed, he felt indifferent. After all, in his eyes, the homeowners committee and neighborhood committee were of no consequence. Nevertheless, he typed a response, considering the severity of this snow disaster, are you truly confident that life will return to normal in 3 days? Furthermore, with everyone lacking food and water, shouldn't your homeowners committee and neighborhood committee be devising solutions? You have not reduced the property fees, have you, given that the snowfall is not as severe at present? You should organize the homeowners committee and neighborhood committee members to clear the snow and find a way to procure food. I possess some supplies, but with so many residents, how can we distribute them fairly? It would be inappropriate to favor one over another. Moreover, I too require sustenance, would you not agree? Wen Chenyi's remarks immediately resonated with the others, and soon, fingers were pointing at Antque. Wen Chenyi is right. You cannot merely collect property fees and neglect your responsibilities. At the very least, you should clear the snow within the community. Yes, Antque, your committee should be accountable for removing the snow, while we can organize ourselves to clear a path to the supermarket, allowing everyone to purchase some supplies. The remarks of these two individuals infuriated Antque, and she responded with a voice message, the higher-ups have instructed that you refrain from unnecessary outings. If you all venture out now, are you not creating chaos for the authorities? Who knows if the supermarket owners will hike prices? In that case, everyone will be forced to pay exorbitant prices for food and produce. Furthermore, if you hoard supplies now, you will be profiting from national calamity, and I shall report you. Prepare to face imprisonment. Su Muyu glanced out the window, then looked down at Wen Chenyi, saying, isn't it too dangerous for everyone to venture out to buy supplies in this weather? Currently, the temperature outside is likely below -30 degrees. If proper precautions are taken, going to the nearby supermarket should not pose much of a problem. The worst that may happen is frostbite, but if we do not procure supplies now, it will become increasingly difficult to do so later. Chapter 20 Muyu, do you enjoy playing games? Not everyone in the owners group is a fool. Antque, how is it that when we procure some daily necessities, it transforms into a scheme for profiting from national disaster in your words? Exactly. Wen Chenyi is right. How can you assure us that life will return to normal in 3 days, if you prevent us from going out to buy supplies, and the heavy snow continues? Can you bear the responsibility? Indeed, Antque, as the head of both the owners committee and the neighborhood committee, you ought to find a way to procure some supplies for us. Seeing that the crowd's ire was directed at her, Antque grew increasingly indignant. Simultaneously, she harbored a deep resentment towards Wen Chenyi. If it weren't for him stirring trouble, this group of owners wouldn't dare openly defy her. Everyone, please remain calm. Our neighborhood committee has already contacted the higher authorities, who have assured us that there will be no shortage of supplies. This snow disaster will not last much longer, and Wen Chenyi, cease inciting the crowd. Your actions will not go unpunished by Uncle Mao. After putting down her phone, Antque said with fierce determination, how did I not realize before just how despicable Wen Chenyi is? I must find an opportunity to report this to the leadership. Let him spend a few days in detention. Wen Chenyi, however, had not anticipated that at this juncture, Antque would still dare to emerge, flaunting her bureaucratic demeanor. He replied in the group, Antque, when have I ever incited the crowd? You are both the neighborhood committee director and the owners committee director. Shouldn't you assist our community in overcoming this crisis? Just a few days ago, I saw you purchase a bag of flour. Why not share it with everyone? Moreover, I have stocked up on food, and if I ration it, it will last me several days. With the bitter cold outside, I certainly will not hoard supplies. You need not worry. Having sent the message, Wen Chenyi laid his phone down and closed his eyes again, recalling the time, in the frigid weather, he had knocked on his neighbors' doors, but none had opened to let him in for warmth. Now, to expect him to assist them, that was sheer folly. Their survival was of no concern to him. After all, he now possessed resources worth hundreds of billions, and he merely needed to endure. What troubles you? Su Muyu inquired, noticing the myriad expressions crossing Wen Chenyi's face as his eyes remained shut. Wen Chenyi sat up and embraced her gently, murmuring, it's nothing, just some sorrowful memories from my past life. Understanding his troubled heart, Sumuyu allowed him to hold her, softly comforting. It's all right, don't dwell on it. The past is behind us. Wen Chenyu nodded lightly, holding Sumuyu in quietude, gazing out at the blanket of white snow. At that moment, countless souls were enduring hunger and hardship, yet this villa felt akin to paradise. The security company had indeed utilized the finest materials in renovating the villa, particularly the exquisite and functional insulating panels. The abundance of supplies within the space was beyond consumption, and the firewood could last for centuries. The temperature inside the house was so warm that even in a state of undress, one would feel no chill. Furthermore, with the company of such a stunning beauty as Sumuyu, life could not be more fulfilling. Reaching for the remote, he turned on the television. Many channels had ceased broadcasting, leaving only CCTV airing recorded programs. Perhaps due to the cold in the live studio, the news channel surprisingly began airing the 1986 version of Journey to the West. It was said that the series had been airing since 1986 and continued to be rebroadcast annually, now spanning 63 years. Wen Chenyu had watched it nearly every year and knew the plot well enough to recite it. Muyu, do you play games? Wen Chenyu asked, feeling a twinge of boredom as he recalled his online purchases of several gaming consoles. Sumuyu shook her head. I don't, but I can learn or watch you play. Then it's settled. Wen Chenyu smiled, rising to retrieve a PS5 from the storage, connecting it to the projector, and inserting what appeared to be a 2024 blockbuster titled Black Myth. Wukong. As an orphan raised in a children's home, Wen Chenyu had never had the opportunity to engage with games. During college, he worked diligently to support himself, not only covering his tuition but also saving money to repay the orphanage that had nurtured him. The orphanage he attended was privately run, with many children, and the director paid little attention to them. The children often schemed against one another to secure more resources, thus, his feelings toward the orphanage were not particularly deep. Sending money back was merely to repay a debt. The primary reason for his breakup with Kongxia was his lack of financial resources, while Liu Ruyan orchestrated a scheme to avoid being labeled as someone who was materialistic. Yet, Kongxia herself never anticipated that Liu Ruyan and Wen Chenyu would genuinely fall for each other. After graduating from university, the two married, and Wen Chenyu devoted all his time to family and work, leaving no. As soon as Black Myth, Wukong started, he was captivated. Sumuyu took fruit from the refrigerator, washed it, and cut it into pieces, sitting beside Wen Chenyu to feed him. Thus, Wen Chenyu enjoyed. As noon approached, Wen Chenyu's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Muyu, the password is AUGENSTERN, please check who messaged me. After a moment of hesitation, Sumuyu opened Wen Chenyu's phone to read the message, stating, it's Aunt Guo. She says the roads outside are blocked by snow and wants you to bring tools to help clear it. Wen Chenyu's expression hardened as he set down the controller and picked up his phone to review the chat history. It seemed Aunt Guo was rallying everyone in the group to help clear the snow, but most argued that having paid the property management fees, the responsibility lay with them. Unable to command the others, Aunt Guo had turned to issue orders to Wen Chenyu. Looking out the window, Wen Chenyu noted that the snow outside had piled at least 2 meters high. They had long missed the optimal time for clearing it. Now Aunt Guo wanted to rely on manpower to tackle the issue, which was nothing short of ludicrous. Moreover, the snow continued to fall. If they attempted to clear it manually, they would likely be outpaced by the snowfall. Chapter 21. We are still not very familiar. Wang Chenai picked up his phone and typed a reply. Aunt Guo, what sort of international joke are you making? In such frigid weather, stepping outside would freeze one to death. Are you trying to take someone's life? Once Wen Chenai sent his message, others quickly chimed in. Indeed, Aunt Guo, it's so cold outside that one could freeze to dehydration. Are you planning to give us an ice burial right now? Exactly. In our city, the lowest temperature is just over -30 degrees, and we lack any supplies to withstand -70 degrees. If you insist on sending us out, are you not wishing for our demise? Aunt Guo felt her authority challenged once more and, in a fit of rage, retorted, what kind of attitude is this? I asked you to come out and shovel the snow for your own sake. If it weren't for your complaints about the lack of supplies and your desire to go shopping, would I have organized this snow clearing effort? Besides, you are all young men. When faced with difficulties, shouldn't you take the initiative to help others? If everyone keeps whining about the cold, shall we all just starve at home? Wen Chenai responded with a cold smile, Antqua, your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. We have all paid our property fees, and I distinctly recall that when I purchased the 6th villa, you insisted I pay a full year's fee. Surely, we cannot say that after paying, the property management has provided no services at all. Wen Chenai's provocation completely unraveled Antqua's composure. Fine. In the name of the neighborhood committee, I command you, Wen Chenai, to come out and clear the snow right now. You are a citizen and must obey the directives of the superior organization. If you dare to defy this order, it will be considered a rebellion against authority, and once the snow disaster passes, the organization will certainly hold you accountable. The neighborhood committee, established by the city lord, served as the most basic governing body and held certain powers, such as overseeing children's education and managing essential public affairs, including social security and salaries. Thus, most residents were reluctant to confront the committee too aggressively, fearing repercussions in the future. However, Wen Chenai understood that the order was on the brink of collapse, rendering the committee ineffective. There was no need to indulge her any longer. Antqua, do you think I owe you any deference? I am neither your subordinate nor a member of the homeowners committee or the neighborhood committee. By what right do you command me? Moreover, when the masses are in distress, shouldn't your committee be leading the charge to assist in resolving the issues? Furthermore, our community is vast, and there are many young people besides us. Look at those you previously tagged, are they not all upstanding citizens? Antqua, even now, you still choose the soft targets. What about the wealthy, the officials, or the gangsters? Why do we not see them joining in to shovel snow? What? Are they your parents? Are you reluctant to call upon them? This time, none of the homeowners dared to echo his sentiments, for the community housed some formidable figures. While they were dissatisfied with Antqua's actions, no one wished to provoke those individuals. For instance, Liu Yu from Unit 601 of Building 2 was notorious for his delinquent behavior since kindergarten. He had wielded a knife in middle school and, after graduating from a work-study school, had plunged into a life of crime. His numerous stints in prison were well known in the city, and he was the go-to person for all earth-moving projects in the area, with hundreds of subordinates under his command. Similarly, Wen Lei from Unit 501 of Building 4 held a position within the system and wielded real power, albeit with a low profile. Then there was Liu Dehua from the Villa, who was said to have been a major star in his youth. These individuals were not to be trifled with, and Antqua was well aware of it. Hence, she targeted those who were typically docile workers. Feeling insulted by Wen Chenai's accusation of bullying the weak, Antqua felt as if her dignity had been trampled upon. She resolved to label Wen Chenai as a troublemaker, gathering evidence to report him once the snow disaster subsided. Although our homeowners committee has collected property fees from everyone, we have also provided services. Now, with the snow so deep, we cannot clear it with just our committee members. Asking everyone to assist in snow removal is for everyone's benefit, yet, some individuals are not only overly calculative but also inciting discontent. Such people are the scourge of society. We are all neighbors in this community. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. I merely tagged a few people. There was no need to tag everyone, yet some individuals are blowing this out of proportion, even slandering the state officials. Such people will surely face consequences after the snow disaster, and I hope everyone can work together, avoiding selfishness like certain individuals. Otherwise, when you seek assistance from the organization in the future, they will have to consider what contributions you have made to society. Antqua's remarks frightened some timid individuals, yet Wen Chenai could only laugh. Sumu Yu, nestled in his embrace, read the messages in the group chat without missing a word and curiously asked, "Why do you bother with someone like her? Just ignore her. Why engage in so much useless chatter?" Wen Chenai chuckled, "Well, I was bored anyway, after playing games all afternoon. My eyes are tired. It feels good to irritate someone." Sumu Yu sighed, "People really shouldn't be too idle." Wen Chenai glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 in the evening. He asked, "It's almost dark. What shall we eat?" "I'm not very hungry," Sumu Yu replied. "I used to be so busy every day, but now, being idle at home. It is your thoughts that are unhealthy, all right. If you do not wish to eat now, we shan't. I have snacked on fruit all afternoon, so I am not very hungry either. We can discuss it later. On a snowy day, darkness descended swiftly. Just past 7 o'clock, the outside world had already succumbed to night. The sky was adorned with countless stars, which, it was said, had not been seen on Earth for 4 or 5 decades. Whether this was true or not, Wen Chenai could not say. In any case, it was his first time witnessing such a spectacle at the age of 30. Holding Su Mu Yu, the two gazed up at the starry sky through the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. Yeah, I feel that this is quite nice, just the two of us like this. Millimeter. Su Mu Yu responded softly, her heart fluttering in a way she had never experienced in 20 years. Chapter 22, Inviting Neighbors for Dumplings in the Villa. Wen Chenai and Su Mu Yu were entangled in a flirtation, while the homeowners group was in an uproar. The catalyst for the chaos was Guo Xiaomin's own folly. In a bid to vindicate herself from accusations of being a bully, she tagged everyone, demanding their presence to clear the snow. The first to respond was Liu Yu, sending a voice message, clear snow? I'd rather sweep a mountain of snowflakes. Guo Xiaomin, are you blind? With such a thick layer of snow, do you think mere manpower can clear it? Damn it, if you want to die, go ahead. If your brain's not working, maybe you should dig it out. Dare to tag me again, and I swear I'll take you out right now. Following closely, Wen Lei chimed in, the city lord and all levels of organization will never allow any citizen to put themselves in harm's way. After being berated and then dismissed by civil servants within the system, Guo Xiaomin was seething with rage. However, the residents of the community viewed her as nothing more than a clown. She took herself seriously, yet remained utterly disregarded by others. Once these messages were sent, more responses flooded in. I'm just a college student renting here. After the snow disaster, I'll just move out. Guo Xiaomin, I'm Liu Dehua's grandson, and my family has more money than we can spend. Clearing the snow is none of my concern. Guo Xiaomin directly tagged both individuals, declaring, regardless of your wealth or rental status, you are all part of this community. With such deep snow, if no one comes out to help, then no one will be able to leave. You all whine and complain. What, you think clearing snow is for my benefit? Liu Dehua's grandson, Liu Hao, could no longer contain himself upon reading her message. What the hell, Guo Xiaomin, what are you talking about? I've paid my property fees every single year, Haven Ti. We pay these fees to support you fools, and yet you still throw your weight around. What do you think you are? This is downright laughable, Guo Xiaomin. I'm telling you, clean up that snow outside right now, or you'll be delaying my plans to enjoy life. Believe me, once the snow clears, I'll find someone to deal with you, and I won't spare the community director either. I'll make sure you regret it. After hearing Liu Hao's voice message, Guo Xiaomin was furious, believing all this was Wen Chenai's fault. If he had simply listened to her and gone out to clear the snow, none of this would have happened. Thus, she opened her WeChat contacts, found Wen Chenai, and messaged him privately. Wen Chenai, you are utterly undisciplined, deliberately opposing the organization, aren't you? I organized everyone to clear the snow as a command. Not only did you openly defy it, but you also incited others. Now, no one is coming out to clear the snow. Do you want everyone to starve in their homes? Seeing Guo Xiaomin's message, Su Mu Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. This old hag is such a killjoy. Wen Chenai chuckled. It's fine. She's just seeking trouble, so let us indulge her. He then began typing his reply. Guo Xiaomin, what are you barking about here? You bully the weak and fear the strong, taking advantage of others. When people criticize you, you don't dare say a word, yet you come to me demanding attention. If you keep prancing around in front of me, I swear I'll come to your house and deal with you. I'll turn your grandson into dumpling filling and treat all the neighbors to a feast. Guo Xiaomin was nothing more than a coward who bullied the meek. Under Wen Chenai's threats, she became silent. Her son, Guo Jin, was Wen Chenai's classmate. After his divorce, he had attached himself to a vice president of the Noer Huaxia branch in Jin City, a woman in her 50s, and since then, he rarely returned home, neglecting both his mother and his own son because the Alone with her grandson, Guo relied on her positions in the neighborhood and homeowners committee to assert her authority and see small benefits, yet, when faced with someone formidable, she dared not provoke them. Now, having been confronted by Wang Chenai, she trembled with rage but dared not say another word, already plotting how to make his life difficult in the future. "Your skills are lacking," Su Muye remarked with a pout, nestled in Wang Chenai's embrace. "I thought you were a master of verbal sparring." Cough, cough. Wang Chenai cleared his throat. Let us keep it civil. As long as the outcome is favorable, isn't that what matters? Though Guo had been put in her place, she still sought to regain her dignity in the group, continuing to rally others to clear the snow. Although most were reluctant, the thought of needing to venture out for supplies or possibly to work compelled them, albeit begrudgingly, to grab their tools and head outside. They really went out to clear the snow. Su Muye pointed at the thickly bundled figures outside. Wang Chenai chuckled. "They are not afraid of death. With snow this deep, one misstep could bury them, and in this cold, who knows if they'd even be able to dig themselves out." He then tightened his embrace around Su Muye, who stood only about 5 feet tall and weighed less than 90 pounds, yet felt wonderfully soft and comfortable in his arms. Though Su Muye felt awkward being held so closely, she dared not struggle. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She closed her eyes and asked, "Wang Chenai, if life were peaceful, would you still hold me like this?" Wang Chenai let out a bitter laugh. "If life were peaceful, would I dare to kidnap you home?" Meanwhile, Kongxia's phone remained in Li Huan's possession. Having seen the exchanges between Wang Chenai and Guo Xiaomin, Li Huan's eyes darted as she located Liu Yu's WeChat and added him as a friend, sending a direct message. "Liu Ji, that Wang Chenai in the group is clearly trying to sow discord between you and Director Guo. This guy is truly malicious." Liu Yu had always sensed something amiss, but it took Li Huan's nudge for him to realize he had been used as a pawn by Wang Chenai. Infuriated, he dialed Wang Chenai's voice call. Previously, wanting to delve into logistics, he had added Wang Chenai on WeChat. Although the latter had initially been reluctant to accept him, yet, Liu Yu had employed some tactics to compel Wang Chenai to relent. Because they had business dealings, the WeChat connection remained intact. When Wang Chenai's WeChat notification rang, he found it odd. Why was Liu Yu contacting him now? Answering the call, he said, "Hello, Liu Zong." Wang Chenai, Liu Yu's voice crackled with rage from the other end. "Don't think that just because I'm cooperating with you, you can use me as a pawn." Chapter 23. Liu Yu comes knocking. "Wang Chenai, have you forgotten the extent of my capabilities? Do you truly believe that I won't end your life today?" Liu Yu declared with an air of confidence. His vindictive nature was well known, and he harbored a malevolence akin to that of a sociopath. With several hundred loyal followers at his disposal, he could easily mobilize them to create a fade of innocent bystanders, waiting for Wang Chenai to make his appearance. A swift strike to incapacitate him, followed by a hasty retreat, would leave the vigilant surveillance of Jincher utterly baffled as to the identity of the assailants. This was precisely how he had dealt with adversaries in the past. The absence of repercussions had only served to bolster his arrogance, making him dismissive of nearly everyone. Previously, Wang Chenai might have considered Liu Yu's influence and avoided a direct confrontation. However, in this apocalyptic era, fear was no longer an option. Thus, he retorted sharply, "Liu Yu, who do you think you are? I only engaged you for business as a neighbor, and you actually believe yourself to be significant. You are nothing but a societal parasite, barking at the wrong tree. Keep barking, and I swear I'll make you regret it." On the other end of the line, Liu Yu was taken aback. How could Wang Chenai dare to insult him? "You think you're special, ho," he bellowed. "Just wait." After hanging up, Liu Yu was left in disbelief, while Wang Chenai swiftly blocked and deleted his number. Such scum had no place on his phone, they would only serve to corrupt its memory. Concern etched on her face, Su Muye inquired, "Do you think he might come looking for trouble?" "What is there to fear?" Wang Chenai said, his hand casually resting on Su Muye's soft waist. "This villa is as fortified as a national treasury." Meanwhile, Liu Yu's frustration grew as he contemplated the humiliation of allowing Wang Chenai to speak to him in such a manner. He donned a down jacket, grasping a pickaxe with determination, and stormed out. However, the moment he stepped outside, the frigid air sent shivers down his spine. The temperature had plummeted to a bone-chilling -70 degrees. Even the stairwell offered little refuge, making him reconsider his rash decision, but the thought of allowing the typically complacent Wen Cheng-ai to believe he had intimidated him was intolerable. He took the elevator down to the basement and strode purposefully towards Villa number 6. As he entered the basement, the motion sensors in Wen Chenya's residence activated. Wen Cheng-ai, upon viewing the surveillance feed, chuckled. "Mu, you were right, that fool has come knocking." Expecting a confrontation, he was instead surprised to see, "I'm going back to put on another layer. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with that brat later." With that, he turned to leave. Wang Cheng-ai, feeling bored after days of inactivity, was not about to let this chance slip away. He quickly activated the microphone on the surveillance camera, calling out, Hey, Liu Yu, don't leave, at least come and knock on the door." "Get lost." Liu Yu shouted back, "I'm just going to grab a warmer coat." "He's leaving?" Su Muyu asked in astonishment. "After all that bravado, he is just going to walk away without even knocking." "Well, what can we do?" "He is already gone," Wen Cheng-ai replied with a smirk. "You can't expect me to chase after him and deliver a surprise attack, can you?" Su Muyu bit her left index finger in contemplation before suggesting, "It wouldn't hurt to go after him while he's still close." "I have no intention of doing that," Wen Cheng-ai rolled his eyes. "It's freezing out there. Staying home is far more comfortable, especially with you, my sweet and soft beauty beside me, but we could certainly make a spectacle in the homeowners group chat." After copying the surveillance footage, he selected the moment Liu Yu dropped the pickaxe, ensuring the audio was included, and promptly shared the video in the homeowners group. Upon seeing the video, the group fell silent, having been previously engaged in discussions about venturing out to clear the snow. Curious, Su Muyu asked, "Why has everyone gone quiet?" Wen Cheng-ai responded nonchalantly, "These folks are all cowards, afraid to provoke Liu Yu by speaking out." With a dismissive pout, Su Muyu remarked, "All right then, what shall we have for dinner?" "I'll have you," Wen Cheng-ai said playfully, leaning in to kiss her. After all, having her nestled on his lap was a delightful comfort, and he felt the need to reciprocate in some way. Back at home, Liu Yu finally caught sight of the group chat video, and his composure shattered. Frantically, he rummaged through his belongings for winter attire, ensuring he was warm before seizing the pickaxe once more and heading out. Meanwhile, Wen Cheng-ai and Su Muyu were busy in the kitchen, oblivious to the alarm triggered by the basement door being struck. Only when the sound of the door being battered reached them did Wen Cheng-ai emerge, his expression darkening. The joy he felt while cooking with Su Muyu, akin to that of a newlywed couple, was now overshadowed by the unwelcome interruption. "Wen Cheng-ai, you little brat, open the door." "If you don't, I'll smash your entrance to bits." Liu Yu shouted, his voice booming as he struck the door with the pickaxe, clearly eager to demonstrate that his earlier retreat was merely a matter of fetching warmer clothing. "Do you think he'll succeed?" "Rest assured," Wen Cheng-ai replied, a crossbow now in his hands as he prepared an arrow. "The two main doors of this villa are fortified to vault standards. He thinks he can break through with that flimsy wood. It's a laughable notion." With that, he opened the door leading to the basement and descended the stairs, readying himself for whatever might come next. Chapter 24, aiming for the knee. Having moved a chair, Wen Cheng-ai stood atop it, cautiously opening the shooting aperture, which revealed an exceptionally smooth mechanism that emitted not a sound. Due to the length of the pickaxe handle, Liu Yu stood at a distance, vigorously striking the heavy door with it while muttering curses under his breath. "Get out here right now, you bastard. I'll kill you. I was just cold and went home to grab a couple of extra layers, but if you have the guts, come out and we'll settle this one-on-one." The wooden stick crashed against the door repeatedly, the immense recoil causing Liu Yu's hands to throb, yet the door remained steadfast. Wen Cheng-ai, standing atop the chair, closed one eye and aimed at Liu Yu's head. However, upon reflection, he deemed it too merciful to grant such a swift demise to such a man. Additionally, he was keen to test the precision of his own marksmanship, thus he deliberately shifted his aim. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the tension in the spring was released, propelling a sharp crossbow bolt into the area above Liu Yu's left knee. Wen Chenai smirked and shouted, "Hey, Liu Yu, I intended to shoot your knee, but you moved, so it went astray. You can't blame me for that." Outside, Liu Yu, struck by the bolt, emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground while clutching his left leg and wailing in agony. In such frigid temperatures, no doctor would come to his aid, ensuring his left leg was undoubtedly rendered useless. Should misfortune befall him and the wound become infected, death would not be far behind. Yes, indeed, a death amidst excruciating pain. In his previous life, Wen Chenai had succumbed after enduring a similar torment. Meanwhile, the fallen Liu Yu came to realize that he had encountered someone formidable. There is a saying, the soft fear the hard, and the hard fear those who are fearless. Those who thrive in such environments are either unafraid of death or bold enough to shed blood. Liu Yu belonged to the latter category. He feared death, yet was unafraid of others' blood. Though he could not discern from whence the bolt had been loosed, he understood that remaining here was perilous. If Wen Chenai decided to unleash his wrath, his life would be forfeit without a chance to defend himself. Resolving to endure the searing pain, he dragged his injured leg and hastily departed the scene. Wen Chenai, however, had no intention of allowing Liu Yu to perish so easily and thus refrained from further action. Liu Yu was drenched in cold sweat, even clad in thick garments. He could not withstand the biting chill of -50 degrees outside, causing the perspiration beneath his clothes to freeze. The blood from his injured leg quickly solidified on his trousers as well, yet, at this moment, it was his heart that felt the coldest. Liu Yu recognized that Wen Chenai's shot had merely served as a warning. Should he dare to linger, the next bolt might very well be aimed at his head. Upon returning home, he assessed his wound. The bolt had completely penetrated the area above his left knee, and half of his trouser. Due to the extreme cold, he hardly felt any pain. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that such an injury required immediate medical attention. Otherwise, not only would he lose his leg, but his life could also be forfeit. Fear gripped Liu Yu. Since the dawn of his consciousness, he had never experienced such terror, not even when, in middle school, he had used a watermelon knife to injure a classmate who refused to pay him protection money. Did he feel such dread? He was not ready to die. He pulled out his phone and dialed 120, but the emergency line was perpetually busy. After numerous attempts, his heart sank further. Outside, the snow had sealed the area, with 3 meters of accumulation that no ordinary snowplow could clear. Although hospital staff remained on duty, they were powerless, as ambulances were buried under the snow, rendering them immobile. The 120 hotline was merely providing self-rescue instructions to callers, rendering it impossible to get through. After much deliberation, Liu Yu resolved to extract the bolt himself. Having engaged in frequent brawls, his home was stocked with ample first aid supplies. He retrieved alcohol, gauze, a surgical blade, and hemostatic powder from the first aid kit and laid them out on the coffee table before using scissors to carefully cut away his trousers layer. Upon revealing his injury, he drew in a sharp breath. Due to the extreme cold, the area around the wound was a sickly purple, with 2 to 3 millimeters of frozen blood forming near the point of penetration. His calf had nearly lost all sensation, and his once golden skin had turned ghostly pale. It must be said, Liu Yu was a tough individual. With no anesthetic at hand, he bit down on a rolling pin and commenced his own surgery. Fortunately, the low temperature dulled his sense of pain, but the moment alcohol was poured onto the wound, it felt as though needles were piercing him, sending cold sweat cascading down his body. As the surgical blade slowly sliced through skin and fat, beads of sweat formed on his forehead like a dense fog, and his teeth sank deeply into the sturdy rolling pin. Determined not to lose consciousness, he finally managed to extract the bolt, curling up on the sofa in agony, his body shaking uncontrollably from the cold, while his heart burned with a desire for revenge against Wen Chenai. This was not merely idle thought, he was genuinely resolved to find an opportunity to eliminate Wen Chenai, for otherwise, he would have no future in Jin City. After a considerable respite, Liu Yu began to bandage his wound, liberally applying hemostatic powder before wrapping it in gauze. Once the injury was secured, he noticed that the sensation in his calf had nearly vanished. He picked up his phone and tagged Wen Chenai in a group chat. "You little bastard, just wait. If I don't kill you, I'll change my last name to yours." The other residents in the group were unaware of the events that had transpired, they merely assumed Liu Yu had been incensed by the earlier video. Some relished in his misfortune, while others quietly lit a candle for Wen Chenai in their hearts. Meanwhile, the snow-clearing individuals outside could no longer endure the conditions and returned home, tagging Aunt Gua in their complaints. "Gua Xiaomen, I was out for just a moment, and my hands and feet are frostbitten. The committee must cover my medical and lost wages." "Exactly, the snow is so thick and solid that even a shovel can't move it. You expect us to clear it? Are you trying to freeze us to death?" Chapter 25. Avenging the leader despite the vitriol spewed by the homeowners in the group, Gua Xiaomen remained unfazed. Rather, she found herself in a state of elation. She understood that Liu Yu was akin to a rabid dog, and since Wen Chenai had provoked him, the more tumultuous their altercation became, the more delighted she felt. If Wen Chenai were to be killed by Liu Yu, it would serve as a most satisfying release for her. At that moment, Li Huan, still clutching Kongxia's phone, was overwhelmed with excitement upon learning that Wen Chenai had indeed provoked Liu Yu. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, as the conflict between the two had originated from her meddling. If Wen Chenai were to discover her involvement, he might seek retribution, and as a delicate woman, she would be utterly powerless to defend herself. Kongxia, having just consumed a small meal, was now bundled in her blanket, drifting into slumber as her body began to feel warm. Li Huan curled her lip and muttered softly, "What does it matter if one is beautiful? She is now no better off than I am." Meanwhile, within Villa number 6, Su Muyu was rendered speechless by Wen Chenai's earlier actions. She had not anticipated that he would resort to violence, especially upon witnessing Liu Yu's menacing words in the group chat. An inexplicable surge of worry for Wen Chenai washed over her. "Wen Chenai, that crossbow is considered a controlled weapon. Are you certain there will be no repercussions for injuring Liu Yu with it?" Wen Chenai first pinched her cheek playfully and then tousled her hair, grinning as he replied, "What is this? Are you worried about me?" Su Muyu rolled her eyes, as if, "I'm more concerned about the consequences I might face if you get caught." "Har har, you needn't fret," Wen Chenai chuckled, gesturing towards the window. "Look at the thick blanket of snow outside. Who could possibly venture out? The authorities are far too preoccupied with such trivial matters." With that, he pulled Su Muyu closer, picking up his phone to send a voice message. "Liu Yu, you had better cease your barking, lest I render your remaining 2 legs useless. Strup, hurry and eat, or it will get cold." As the two casually dined, the homeowners in the group, upon hearing the voice message, were thrown into a frenzy. Wen Chenai's words clearly indicated that a confrontation had taken place, and that Liu Yu had sustained an injury to his leg. How could that be? Li Huan surmised a similar outcome, her mismatched yellow teeth clenched in frustration as she thought, why wasn't it Wen Chenai who was injured? After listening to the voice message, Liu Yu clenched his Huawei phone so tightly that it began to warp in his grip, seething as he cursed, "Wen Chenai, you bastard. I won't rest until I make you pay for this." The warmth of the room's heating only intensified the pain in his injured leg, rendering him nearly immobile. Lying on the sofa, Liu Yu began to plot his revenge against Wen Chenai. With his supplies dwindling, eliminating Wen Chenai would serve 2 purposes, vengeance and the opportunity to seize his resources, even taking over Villa number 6. Clearly, he could not accomplish this alone, but he had a few loyal subordinates who resided in the same community, their homes purchased in his name. Since these subordinates were merely temporary residents, they were not part of the homeowners group. With a simple phone call, he could rally them to storm Wen Chenai's villa and easily eliminate him. There was no need to worry about the authorities. The snow piled over 3 meters deep would render even a tank immobile. With this plan in mind, he swiftly took out his phone and summoned his subordinates in his work management group, instructing them to gather at his home with their weapons. After receiving Liu Yu's message, a dozen or so subordinates wrapped themselves up tightly, arming themselves with knives, baseball bats, and steel rods, and made their way to Liu Yu's residence through the basement. Upon seeing Liu Yu's injured leg, they erupted in a chorus of shouts, eager to exact revenge on his behalf. Liu Yu, embodying the commanding presence of a leader, declared, "I have faced countless storms in my life. This minor injury is inconsequential. After a brief recovery at the hospital, I will be as good as new. However, that fool who dared to harm me is beyond forgiveness. If I do not dispose of him, not only I, but even you will find it difficult to survive in this city." One of the subordinates, filled with fervor, immediately responded, "Brother Yu is right. We must kill him. Brother Yu, tell us where that guy lives, and we will go eliminate him right now." The others chimed in, echoing his sentiments, which filled Liu Yu with a sense of accomplishment. "That scoundrel resides in Villa number 6. Once we eliminate him, we can take over his home." "Understood," exclaimed a short fellow with a northeastern accent. "Brother Yu, rest assured, killing him will be as easy as squashing an ant." "Do not underestimate him," Liu Yu cautioned. "That brat wields a crossbow. I suspect there's a small window at his door. Exercise caution to avoid being shot. Break down the door, rush in, and eliminate him on the spot." Liu Yu's subordinates were reckless, valuing money over life. Even upon hearing of Wang Chenya's weapon, they felt no fear, rather, they grew increasingly exhilarated. In this icy weather, they could finally unleash their aggression without restraint. In that instant, their primal instincts were unleashed and magnified beyond measure. Armed and ready, the group made their way towards Villa number 6 through the basement. Meanwhile, Wang Chenyi was enjoying dinner with Sumu Yu. Although he anticipated Liu Yu would not let the matter rest, if the roles were reversed, he would have certainly sought an excuse to evade confrontation. It was not that he feared conflict, rather, he deemed it foolish to risk his safety in such frigid conditions for someone. "More people are coming," Sumu Yu remarked, rising from the sofa to retrieve a tablet. She handed it to Wang Chenyi, who, upon glancing at the screen, noted the menacing expressions of the approaching group, which suggested they were likely there to avenge Liu Yu. A dozen individuals had somehow procured 3 wooden boards to use as shields, hiding behind them as they began to shout, "Open the door for us, now. How dare you shoot at Brother Yu? Who gave you the audacity? You little wretch, do you not know that the last person who crossed Brother Yu now has grass over 3 meters high on their grave?" Chapter 26. Water Assault. Cow Mar, stop acting like a coward, open the door at once. The group outside hurled insults while violently striking the door with their weapons, each one exuding an air of brazen arrogance. Wang Chenyi, growing increasingly impatient, adjusted the volume on his tablet and remarked, "How irritating. Yeah, hurry up and eat, I still have to deal with these nuisances." As the commotion outside persisted without a response from within, the assailants mistakenly assumed Wang Chenyi was intimidated, prompting them to intensify their assault. However, the alloy door, akin to a bank vault, was impervious to their feeble attempts at destruction. After a flurry of kicks and blows, only inconsequential scratches marred the surface of the door, not even a dent to be found. After a fruitless bout of battering for over 10 minutes, the group stood dumbfounded before the door. A young man from the northeast exclaimed, "Oh, what the hell? How can this door be so sturdy?" Another chimed in, "We had a deal to make sure that brat pays dearly, and now we can't even breach the door. How are we supposed to explain this on our return?" "Keep smashing," urged a burly fellow through gritted teeth. "Even if it's a vault door, we'll break it down today." Exhausted from their efforts, the group decided to take turns attacking. Wang Chenyi finally finished the last sip of his chicken soup, rose from his seat, and declared, "You wash the dishes, I'll go deal with them. They're truly insufferable." With that, he made his way toward the basement. The chair he had previously used was still positioned at the door, and he stepped atop it to open the small window. With a mere thought, water from his spatial realm gushed forth like a fire truck's high-pressure hose, drenching those outside in an instant. At that moment, the sky had turned pitch black, and the temperature had plummeted to a terrifying -90 degrees, while the basement was chilling at around -70 to 80 degrees. Imagine the sensation of being doused in cold water at such frigid temperatures. The sheer volume of water released was substantial. Had it been less, it might have frozen upon contact. As the water cascaded onto their hapless thugs, it quickly began to freeze. The biting cold was relentless, and though they wore down jackets, their faces remained exposed. Consequently, most of the water drenched their bodies, while a small portion trickled down their necks, seeping into their clothing. In an instant, they were gripped by excruciating pain. "Damn it, I'm freezing. Run, the cold water is seeping into our clothes, we must flee, or we'll freeze to death. Hurry, hurry, that brat is inhuman. Cow and Imar, you've sealed your fate." Despite their tough demeanor, none of them were fools. They understood all too well that in such low temperatures, water contacting the skin could be lethal. Thus, they desperately retreated, but the water that had infiltrated their clothes had already begun to freeze, causing their lips to turn a ghastly purple. A couple of them, with weaker constitutions, fainted from the cold. Fortunately, camaraderie prevailed among the group. They did not abandon their fallen comrades but supported one another as they finally distanced themselves from Wang Chenai's basement door. However, they were thoroughly soaked, for even the most basic waterproof capabilities of their down jackets were insufficient, and their pants offered no protection against the elements. Consequently, their clothing was now encased in ice, resembling freshly washed garments left out to freeze in winter, with icicles forming at the hems. In truth, Wang Chenya's decision to use water against them was impulsive. Initially, he had considered employing a crossbow or even a firearm, but the thought of creating a bloody scene at his own doorstep was far too unpleasant. Thus, he had a sudden inspiration to utilize water instead. Thankfully, his spatial realm could contain the entirety of Lake Baikal, and he felt no remorse for wasting a mere trickle of water. Had it not been for the frigid temperatures and the city's water supply being rendered inoperative, he would have been reluctant to expend any of the water in his space. The group of thugs returned to Liu Yu's residence, utterly disheveled. Upon seeing their state, Liu Yu's chest heaved with rage, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat, leading him to spit blood. The sight of their pitiful condition made it abundantly clear that they had failed to capture their target and instead suffered a significant setback. The temperature outside was frigid, and even with the air conditioning running indoors, it was hardly warm. Liu Yu directed his men to fetch blankets from the cupboards. However, in an average household, especially one like Liu Yu's, there were only so many spare blankets to be had. Therefore, a scramble for blankets ensued among the group of thugs. Those with better physiques managed to seize blankets, while the weaker ones had to resort to wrapping themselves in other clothing, but all were in the same predicament, bare-skinned, as the garments they had worn outside were now frozen and unwearable. After spitting blood, Liu Yu appeared visibly weakened. He slumped onto the sofa and inquired, "Wasn't the water supply supposed to be shut off? How did that little brat manage to drench you like this?" "Boss, we don't know," one of the thugs stammered, his voice trembling, his teeth chattering audibly. "We were busy smashing the door when suddenly water poured down on us, as if the roof was leaking, and we had no way to prepare. We couldn't even make a dent with a sledgehammer, it was impossible to breach." Upon hearing the accounts of his subordinates, Liu Yu fell into a contemplative silence. He was aware of the sturdiness of Wang Chenya's door but had not anticipated it would be impervious even to a sledgehammer. Gaining entry would prove to be a challenge, yet, did that brat intend to never leave his home? The snow had accumulated to the extent that it sealed the door shut. If Wang Chenai wished to emerge, he could only do so through the basement entrance. Contemplating this, Liu Yu's expression darkened as he declared, "You lot, take shifts guarding his front door. I refuse to believe he will never step outside." Though Liu Yu possessed a sharp mind, he ultimately miscalculated, for Wang Chenai would undoubtedly remain indoors for the foreseeable future. Outside, the world was blanketed in ice and snow, yet within the villa, it felt as balmy as spring. Only a fool would venture out into the bitter cold. Chapter 27. Engaging in activities that are not mundane. After fending off the group of thugs, Wang Chenai secured the basement door once more and returned to the living room on the first floor. Earlier, to prevent Sumu Yu from witnessing him draw water from the space, he had deliberately removed the surveillance tablet. At this moment, Sumu Yu had finished washing the dishes and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a film. The television had ceased broadcasting entirely, leaving everyone reliant on the internet for any news from the outside world. This was entirely due to the advancements of the current 10G network. Had this been 2 decades ago, the internet would have long been disrupted. When Chennai ascended to the second floor, standing before the window in his bedroom, observing the scene outside. Due to the water shortage, everyone had to venture downstairs to collect snow for melting into usable water. Fortunately, the snow was still pristine at this time. However, after a while, the arrival of acid rain would herald a true catastrophe. When Chennai, are you going to sleep? At that moment, Sumuyu stood at the threshold of his bedroom, asking softly. Not yet, what's the matter? When Chennai turned to face her, drawing her into his embrace as he inquired. Sumuyu, somewhat despondent, replied, it's nothing, just feeling bored, exceedingly bored. When Chennai chuckled, you truly are unaware of the fortune you possess. Do you realize that many people are currently going hungry? Look downstairs, they are all gathering snow in buckets for their daily needs. Why not join them for a taste of adventure? That would certainly alleviate your boredom. Sumuyu rolled her eyes. I absolutely refuse to do that. Sigh, a life of comfort can render one quite idle. Har har, when Chennai relished her playful demeanor. Bored, are we? Then shall we engage in some activities typically reserved for solitary males and females together? What? No? Sumuyu immediately protested, you haven't even pursued me, how could I agree to be your girlfriend? Is that so? When Chennai tightened his hold on her, his hands mischievously squeezing her pert backside. In no time, Sumuyu's cheeks flushed crimson. No, I haven't bathed yet. All right, let's go take a bath. With a swift motion, When Chennai scooped her up, heading directly for the bathroom in the room. The following morning, when Chennai awoke early and picked up his phone to peruse the news, while beside him, Sumuyu clung to him like an octopus, still in deep slumber. Last night had exhausted her to the point where she felt her back might snap. What was more, she experienced considerable discomfort afterward, and only when fatigue overwhelmed her did she succumb to a profound sleep. The temperature in the room was a comfortable 27 degrees, thanks to the firewood brought back from the White Bear country, which was remarkably durable. A few large logs could burn throughout the night, thus sparing them the inconvenience of rising in the middle of the night to add more fuel to the fire. On Weibo, official news articles were pinned at the top, detailing governmental responses to the snow disaster and encouraging messages. Following that were updates on the current situations in the Great Beautiful Country, due to insufficient understanding of the snow disaster and inadequate preventive measures, has seen an estimated 30 million casualties, with expatriates accounting for 2%. Experts assert that the snow disaster is a result of an anomalous global climate event and will not significantly impact human living conditions. The first commander appeals to the public to refrain from spreading rumors, believing only in official channels, and to remain calm. Local material committees are coordinating the distribution of supplies to affected citizens. When Chennai surveyed the news with a sigh, despite the efforts of various governments to provide disaster relief, they still underestimated the severity of this calamity, particularly the experts, who, in an attempt to placate public sentiments, downplayed the gravity of the snow disaster, leading many to underestimate the situation and find themselves in even more dire circumstances, even facing death. In summary, humanity's overconfidence has led them to assume they have conquered nature, failing to recognize that, in the face of nature, humans are as frail as ants. In the WeChat homeowner group, Guosiemen forwarded all of these articles from Weibo, stating, as everyone can see, these are official messages. Their hardships are only temporary, and the authorities will help us resolve the ultimate issues. Please do not panic, what we need to do now is unite as one, weathering the storm together. If anyone is short on supplies, let us extend a helping hand, as this snow disaster will soon pass, and the aid provided by the authorities will swiftly reach our hands. However, within the group, she was the only one speaking, with no one responding to her. At that moment, a message from Kongshir appeared on WeChat. Chennai, are you all right? When Chennai scoffed, this woman was likely inquiring whether Yu had dealt with him. How could that possibly happen? He quietly rose, intending to head to the fireplace on the first floor to snap a selfie for her, but before he could leave the bed, Sumuyu stirred awake. Though somewhat shy, her newfound experiences made her increasingly dependent on Wen Chenai. "You're awake, can we sleep a little longer? I'm still in pain, will you stay with me?" All right, Wen Chenai replied with a smile, "I'll get you a glass of water. By the way, are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry," Zimuyu shook her head, "I just want to hold you and sleep a little longer." "Okay, I'll fetch some water and be right back." Dressed in a silk short-sleeved nightgown, Wen Chenai sat by the fireplace, taking a selfie for Kongshir while making a peace sign. He then sent her a message, "I'm doing well, it's warm at home, but it's freezing outside, the air conditioning must be ineffective, right? Are you feeling cold?" Kongshir saw the photo first. Her initial impression was that Wen Chenai was flaunting. However, upon reading the accompanying text, she felt a surge of excitement, realizing that he still held her in his thoughts. She quickly responded, "Yes, Chenai, my home is freezing, the air conditioning is useless, and I have no food left. Could you bring me something to eat, or can I move in with you?" Wen Chenai chuckled as he carried a glass of water upstairs, amused by her audacity. "I'm sorry," he replied, "but I don't have much food left at home either. Unfortunately, I can't help you." Chapter 28. I'm also in distress. Upon seeing the message, Kongshir felt a surge of urgency and replied, "I am not greedy, a few packs of instant noodles will suffice. Once this snow disaster has passed, I shall treat you to a grand feast, won't that be fair?" Wen Chenyu chuckled, setting his cup upon the bedside table before returning to the dining table. From his space, he conjured an array of dishes: divine chicken, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, Australian lobster, steak, and more, filling the table to the brim. He snapped a photo and sent it to her. "Instant noodles. I genuinely have none, I am struggling as well, look, this is all I can manage to eat, how pitiful." On the table, he had deliberately placed an electronic clock displaying the time, date, and indoor temperature. Upon seeing the photograph, Kongshir was so infuriated that she nearly crushed her phone in her grip. She was now convinced that Wen Chenyu was indeed trying to provoke her. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Damn Wen Chenyu, how dare he treat me this way?" The noise roused Li Huan, who peeked out from under her blanket and inquired, "Xiaozi, what happened? Who upset you? Isn't it that scoundrel Wen Chenyu?" Kongshir said through gritted teeth, "I merely wanted to ask him for some instant noodles, and he claims he has none, only this." It's utterly infuriating. Upon seeing the photo on Kongshir's phone, Li Huan's eyes sparkled with envy. Although she considered herself a fairy despite her unfortunate appearance, she had yet to sample half of the dishes displayed before Wen Chenyu. Gazing at the lavish spread, she felt both hungry and furious. Wen Chenyu is such a cad, with all this delectable food, how could he not share even a morsel with us? Regardless of our strained relationship, you are still his first love. At the last class reunion, he even mentioned that you have always occupied a place in his heart. It seems he was merely deceiving you. Men are all worthless. Should Wen Chenyu overhear her sentiments, he would undoubtedly retort, "Indeed, the reason no man pursues you is that none are of any worth." Kongshir, incited by Li Huan's provocations, felt her anger intensify. "Wen Chenyu, if you refuse to share your food, just say so outright. Is it amusing to flaunt this photo? Do you genuinely think I could ever return to the past with you? That is utterly impossible, you should abandon that hope." Having completed her message, she was about to press send when Li Huan intervened, tentatively suggesting, "Xiaozi, why not agree to reconcile with him? We can eat first and discuss matters later. You remember how fond he was of you in school, even after the incident with Liu Ruyan, he was always at your beck and call." Kongshir furrowed her brow. In her heart, she had worked hard to rid herself of the impoverished Wen Chenyu in pursuit of a wealthy and handsome partner. Although such a man had yet to materialize over the years, Wen Chenyu did not even qualify as a backup option. However, at this moment, it appeared that her home was nearly devoid of food, and the snow outside remained thick. If she did not relent soon, she feared she might starve before any rescue arrived. While Guosiemen had mentioned in the group about mutual assistance, how could instant noodles compare to lobster? After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally resolved, "Very well, I shall give him a chance." With that, she deleted her previous message and retyped, "I know you still love me. I can grant you an opportunity, shall we have lunch together?" Yet, after sending her message, she received no response for quite some time. At that moment, Wen Chenyu had returned to bed, holding Su Muyu in his embrace. Su Muyu relished the warmth and scent emanating from Wen Chenyu. With her eyes closed and lips puckered, she softly murmured, "Chenyu, kiss me." Wen Chenyu leaned down and pressed his lips to hers. Their gentle kiss gradually transformed into a passionate embrace, and after a while, they settled back into a calm state. An hour had slipped by when Su Muyu, her brow furrowed, lamented, "It hurts. What a cruel twist of fate." Wen Chenyu chuckled, "Shall I give it a rub?" "No, that's annoying." Su Muyu shyly buried her head under the blanket, while Wen Chenyu lit up a post-coital cigarette. Reflecting on how long it had been since he last smoked, he found that inhaling the smoke again did not provoke the expected violent coughing fit. Instead, it brought an unexpected comfort. He picked up his phone and saw the message from Kongshir but felt too apathetic to respond. Instead, he retrieved a small table from his space and prepared 2 bowls of seafood porridge. Rise and have something to eat before sleeping." Su Muyu peeked out, looking woeful as she said, "It hurts. I don't want to move, feed me." "All right," Wen Chenyu replied with a resigned smile, "if I am to feed you, you must sit up." Meanwhile, in Kongshir's rented room, the 2 women waited in vain for Wen Chenyu's reply, growing increasingly irate. They resolved to concoct some baseless accusations to ensure he would never hold his head high among their classmates again. Li Huan wasted no time in establishing a new group chat, inviting everyone except Wen Chenyu. As soon as the group was created, she eagerly typed, "You won't believe how disgusting Wen Chenyu is." Immediately, curious onlookers chimed in, "What happened? Tell us." Li Huan responded, "Now that everyone is running low on food, he just came to Kongshir's place, played the pity card, and took all the food, even hitting Kongshir." "What? He actually dared to strike our campus bell. Is he courting death? My 40-meter-long knife is itching for some blood." It seems Wen Chenyu has found his path to demise. While Li Huan busied herself in the group, no one privately messaged Wen Chenyu to inquire about his side of the story. Being an orphan, he was inherently introverted and insecure. During university, he had merely revolved around Kongshir and later Liu Ruyan, without forming any friendships. At this juncture, Kongshir also sent a message, "Let us not blame Wen Chenyu. He's likely just starving," which prompted his actions. "I bear him no ill will, truly, I am fine with being hungry, after all, we did share a good time together." This message detonated like a nuclear bomb, triggering a flurry of insults directed at Wen Chenyu in the group chat. At this moment, Jiao Yang sent Kongshir a private message, "Xiaozi, does that mean you have nothing to eat now? Wait a moment, I live in the same neighborhood as you, tell me your apartment number, and I will bring you some food right away." Chapter 29. The toad aspires to eat the swan's flesh. Jiao Yang was once one of Kongshir's devoted admirers, and now he serves as a stock clerk at the Wonimar supermarket, residing in the same community's resettlement housing. To be precise, he chose to rent here solely because Kongshir lived in this vicinity. Previously, Kongshir held him in contempt, as he was a mere nobody without a home in Jin City. Had it not been for the occasional small favors she could extract from him, she would hardly have bothered with him at all. Li Huan sat side by side with Kongshir, her eyes catching the messages on Kongshir's phone, and a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. Why, as women, did Kongshir have so many admirers while she had not a single person to care for her? This world seemed so dreadfully unfair. However, Li Huan recognized that this was not the moment to dwell on envy. She advised, "Shir, I understand that you dislike Willa, but given the freezing conditions outside, we simply cannot venture out to procure food. Why not let him bring some over?" Kongshir frowned and replied, "Li Huan, what if he misinterprets my request for food?" "Let him misunderstand, then," Li Huan stated matter-of-factly. "A misunderstanding is far better than starving, isn't it?" After contemplating Li Huan's words, Kongshir found them to possess a certain logic and sent her address to Willa. Jiao Yang, being an employee at the supermarket, often enjoyed various employee discounts on food and supplies. Aside from a few items sent back home, he hoarded the rest at his residence. He had also opened a small online store, specializing in these discounted goods. Although business was not thriving, it sufficed to cover his cigarette expenses. Upon receiving Kongshir's reply, he felt as elated as a child in a melon field. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at Kongshir's doorstep, a large backpack slung over his shoulders. Oblivious to the chill in the air, the backpack was filled with the finest selections he could muster. Once inside, he excitedly unpacked the goods, exclaiming, "Shir, they say true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Look, I've brought you nothing but the best. These are quite expensive at the supermarket. If you agree to be with me, I would do anything for you, even if it means sacrificing my life." Kongshir suppressed her revulsion and forced a smile. "Jiao Yang, I appreciate your kindness. I've known your feelings since our school days, thank you." "I'm glad you understand," Jiao Yang said, scratching his greasy hair that hadn't been washed in days. "Shir, please agree to be with me. I promise you will not suffer in the least." "That won't do," Li Huan chimed in with a grin. "After all, our Shir is the belle of the school. To win her over with mere food is an affront to her stature. Now, Jiao Yang, you should head back. If you perform well, I shall speak highly of you." Jiao Yang left, overflowing with gratitude. Once the door closed, Li Huan's demeanor shifted instantly. She scoffed, "With someone like him, he dares to pursue you. It is akin to a toad aspiring to feast on swan flesh." Throughout Jin City, the atmosphere was decidedly bleak, not merely due to the weather but also the prevailing emotions of its inhabitants. The nighttime temperatures plummeted to nearly -100 degrees, rendering air conditioning utterly ineffective. Even with it running continuously for 24 hours, the indoor temperature barely reached above freezing. Historically, Jin City's lowest recorded temperature had only been -17.8 degrees, yet now, indoors, it lingered around -30. The temperatures in the dilapidated old buildings were even more frigid. Residents of Wang Chenya's community shared similar predicaments. After several days, nearly every household had exhausted their food supplies. In the homeowners group, Guosiamen continued to offer various reassurances, claiming that relief efforts were underway and that the snow outside was visibly diminishing. However, no one was fooled. The snow had already buried the second floor, indicating a depth approaching 6 meters. Clearing such deep snow would be exceedingly challenging, even with Jin City's coastal proximity. Meanwhile, in Villa number 6, Wen Chenai and Su Muyu were living more comfortably than ever before, with their villa maintaining a temperature of around 27 to 28 degrees, ample food, and abundant supplies. Wen Chenai spent his days either gaming or indulging in playful activities with Su Muyu, thoroughly enjoying himself. As for Liu Yu and his gang, they had retreated into hiding, not out of a lack of desire for revenge but because they lacked the strength to act. Liu Yu's leg had been injured by a gunshot, and with no means to go to the hospital, it would soon become irreparably damaged. His followers, drenched in water, were all suffering from colds. Although they had stocked up on cold medicine, it was insufficient for everyone, and the frigid indoor temperatures forced them to burn wooden furniture for warmth. Even though the smoke was overwhelming, better than freezing to death, at least. As evening fell, the snow began to fall heavily once more. Wen Chenai pulled the blackout curtains and stretched, saying, "Yuer, it's time for bed. Can we skip it tonight?" Su Muyu replied, her face contorted in discomfort. "My back hurts terribly." All right, Wen Chenai nodded in agreement. "I need to rest too." "Don't worry, we'll sleep." When dawn arrived, Wen Chenai smiled at Su Muyu, saying, "See, the show is about to begin." "Oh, what show?" Su Muyu asked while getting dressed. "Soon, the power will go out." Wen Chenai replied with a grin. "It's not just our community. The entire Jin City will experience a blackout, perhaps even the whole world." As predicted, shortly after they finished breakfast, the electricity ceased. Villa number 6 relied on solar photovoltaic panels, sufficient for lighting and refrigeration, and with a fireplace available, they did not need to turn on the air conditioning, thus not requiring a generator just yet. However, merely having breakfast set off a frenzy in the WeChat group. The entire Jin City was plunged into darkness, and supply of water ceased entirely due to the power outage. Frankly, it was remarkable that electricity and water had been maintained for so long. the biting cold had triggered a chain reaction, leading to the freezing and bursting of all water pipes. Yet, with such deep snow and frigid temperatures, repair crews were unable to venture out for maintenance. Currently, only hospitals and official establishments still had power. This blackout plunged the lives of ordinary people into a profound darkness. Chapter 30, Guosiamin's deception. Although the power was out, the internet remained temporarily functional. Consequently, the WeChat group chat soon erupted once more. Why did the power suddenly go out? Indeed, our home is also without electricity, and even the water has stopped. Everyone, let us remain calm. It might just be a temporary outage. Upstairs, do you really think so? In such frigid weather, with such thick snow, how could anyone possibly go out to make repairs? Oh dear, the air conditioning is useless now, and the windows from the 3 supply and 1 industry project are so poorly made that there's a draft everywhere. It is freezing. At that moment, Wen Chenai was engrossed in his game, Black Myth, Wukong, completely oblivious to the reactions of the group. However, his phone was in Su Muyu's hands, who remarked, "Chen Yi, quite a few people in the owner-s group are tagging Aunt Gua." Wen Chenai's gaze remained fixated on the television screen, trusting that person is akin to believing I am Qin Shi Huang. Just wait and see, Guosiamin will surely manage to dupe everyone, but this time, even the heavens will assist her. Su Muyu turned her attention to Wen Chenai and inquired, "Ho, what do you mean?" If all goes as expected, the snow will cease in 3 days. Wen Chenai's head was nearly buried in the screen. Moreover, the temperature will rise quickly. Given that our city is adjacent to the sea, the snow will soon melt away, but just for a few days. After that, the temperature will drop again. If everyone can procure some supplies during this window, perhaps we can extend our survival a bit longer. Su Muyu nodded, glancing outside at the still falling snow, falling into silence. In the WeChat group, Guosiamin had already sent a lengthy message. "Dear owners, I have just received notification from above that the current water and power outages are merely routine maintenance. Please do not panic. However, the authorities have assigned us a task to have our owner-s committee act on behalf of the community's grassroots management. I hope all owners will cooperate with our efforts. Should anyone refuse to cooperate and severe consequences ensue, Uncle Mao will ultimately hold everyone accountable. We are all neighbors, after all, and I certainly do not wish for any of us to be taken away by Uncle Mao." This message left many feeling uneasy, yet, given the previous instances where the owner-s committee had indeed acted on behalf of the community, nearly everyone believed Guosiamin's words. In his past life, at this juncture, Wen Chenai had not yet uncovered the affair between Yu Ruyan and Zhao Qiming, nor had he been driven from home. Thus, when Yu Ruyan saw this message, she warned Wen Chenai that if Guosiamin made any requests, he should attend to them immediately. But now the water and power outages posed no threat to Wen Chenai whatsoever. His warehouse contained nearly the entire stock of Lake Baikal, along with supplies from several supermarkets. Even if just he and Su Muyu consumed them, they would last for centuries. Due to the water outage, more and more people ventured outside, armed with various containers to collect snow. However, the indoor temperature was already below -30 degrees, and with the power out, the air conditioning was ineffective, causing the indoor temperature to plummet further. Even if they brought snow home, it would be impossible to melt it for use. Thus, many households had begun to burn their own furniture for warmth. Wrapped in 3 layers of blankets, Liu Yu felt that his injured left leg had nearly lost all sensation. He was not alone. Those few underlings who had been drenched by Wen Chenai were also in dire straits. They had run out of cold medicine, and despite the fire they had lit, they still felt no warmth. In such weather, coupled with the thick blanket of snow outside, there was no way for them to procure any medication. They could only endure. This sensation was more unbearable than death. In Villa number 6, the indoor temperature was a comfortable 28 degrees Celsius, and Wen Chenai and Su Muyu still wore thin silk pajamas. "Oh dear, I can't play anymore. After prolonged exposure to this 3D graphics, my head is spinning." Wen Chenai stood up, lay back on the sofa, and said to Su Muyu, "Come, help me massage my head." Obediently, Su Muyu sat beside him, resting his head on her lap, and began to gently massage his temples. Meanwhile, Wen Chenai picked up his phone to check the classmates group. The classmates group was eerily quiet. Li Huan was silent, and others were too indifferent to speak. After all, it was a superficial friendship with little to discuss. However, in the community owner-s group, Guillermin had sent 2 more messages. Dear owners, the sudden blizzard has greatly impacted our lives. Some owners lack the habit of stockpiling supplies at home, and as a result, they are now out of food and water. Following directives from above, and in consideration of the difficulties faced by some residents, we, in the spirit of solidarity, will manage the household supplies on behalf of the Owners Committee for Unified Distribution to weather this crisis. Neighbours, the previous message was a direct copy from the management group, an official mandate. Please cooperate actively. Should anyone refuse, do not expect me to intercede when the organization comes to assess the situation in a few days. Her first message was indeed copied from the management group. However, the person who edited it was another community committee head, and the method for collecting household supplies was a poorly conceived idea they had concocted together. Do not be misled into thinking they were acting out of goodwill. These individuals were merely seeking to stockpile more food for themselves. In his previous life, when Liu Ruyan and Zhao Chiming saw these messages, they intended to have Wang Chenai deliver supplies from his home to Guillermin. However, he spent considerable time explaining to them that this was merely Guillermin attempting to deceive everyone. Ultimately, it was not until Wang Chenai inquired within the classmates group, where no one had been asked to surrender supplies, that Liu Ruyan and Zhao Chiming abandoned the idea of delivering supplies to Guillermin. Yet Zhao Chiming remarked, Wang Chenai, it is not that we refuse to surrender supplies, but rather that you do not permit us to do so. Therefore, if the organization does come to assess the situation later, you will bear the consequences, and we shall have no part in it. Individuals like Liu Ruyan and Zhao Chiming, who were so timid, were not few in number. To facilitate the transfer of supplies from the basement to Guillermin's home, there were even enthusiastic individuals who had lit a fire in the basement for illumination. Chapter 31, The Single Mother. Wherever there are supporters, there are bound to be detractors. Zheng Tingting, a 25-year-old single mother, works at Tianjin University. After her divorce from her husband, she purchased a residence in this community, where she lives alone with her 5-year-old daughter. Due to her demanding job, she tends to stockpile provisions during her frequent supermarket visits. Although she is already a mother, at the tender age of 25, she retains the youthful spirit of a girl, indulging in snacks, which abound in her household. When Wang Chenai first encountered this young woman, he mistook her for a high school student, for her cherubic face resembled that of a porcelain doll. It was only when he saw her with a daughter who bore an uncanny resemblance to her that he realized she was, in fact, in her mid-20s. Her striking looks drew the attention of many neighbors whenever she returned home with her numerous purchases. Now, with Guillermin demanding the surrender of supplies, she could not evade scrutiny. However, being part of an educated demographic, she was well aware that such an outrageous command would unlikely come from above. Still, she refrained from exposing Guillermin's pretense and merely remarked in the WeChat group, Antqua, it is freezing outside, and the snow is quite deep. With everyone unable to venture out, is there truly an order from above for the Homeowners Committee to manage our provisions? Guillermin immediately responded with a voice message, What, are you questioning me or the decision from above? Let me tell you, this is a critical time. Such orders are issued for everyone's survival. If anyone refuses to comply, I will report you to the higher authorities. At that moment, another tenant, Wu Pengjun, chimed in with a text message, on what grounds? They don't stockpile food themselves, why should we foot the bill? This is utterly outrageous. Guillermin fired back with another voice message, we are all in this together, how many times must I say it? If you refuse, just wait for Uncle Mao to invite you for tea. We are neighbors, after all. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors, who hasn't faced difficulties. Why is it so hard to lend a hand? Your awareness is appallingly low. Moreover, this snow disaster is temporary. I will keep a record of the supplies you surrender, and once the crisis passes, neighbors will naturally return what they borrowed. Guillermin's stance garnered support from those who had not stockpiled supplies, leading them to condemn Zheng Tingting and Wu Pengjun in the group. Those who initially intended to support the duo fell silent, now indulging in the spectacle. Wang Chenai, who had initially wished to remain an uninvolved observer, found himself targeted by Guillermin, who directly tagged him in the group. Wang Chenai, we all saw you purchase a considerable amount of goods a few days ago. I also inquired with your mother-in-law, and you took everything to your newly bought villa, leaving her with nothing. With Liu Ruoyan no longer around, how can you be so unfilial? Your mother-in-law's family is starving. Hurry and send food to me, and I will prioritize distributing it to her family. Rest assured, we are not taking your things for free. Once the snow disaster is over, everyone will reciprocate. Besides, your neighbors owe you a favor, and when you need assistance, they will surely help. Upon reading this, Wen Chenai let out a cold laugh. Su Mui asked, "What's wrong?" Wen Chenai replied with a smile, "That shameless old hag thinks she can swindle food from me. It's nothing short of a daydream." In his previous life, after being cast out, no one provided him with food or drink except for Su Mui. Had it not been for his knowledge of the locations of several mouse holes in the basement, he might not have survived long. Su Mui paused her actions. Why has it suddenly come to the end of the world? Wen Chenai did not respond but pondered another matter. Why had Zhao Huanhuan, Liu Chuanfeng, Zhao Chiming, and Zhao Lulu yet to seek him out? This was perplexing. Guo Xiaoman tagged Wen Chenai in the group, but he ignored her, which irked her further. She sent another message, "Dear neighbors and owners, Wen Chenai is pretending not to see my messages. Such a person does not deserve to live in our community. Let us all denounce him." Wen Chenai scoffed. Was this really the time for denunciations? In their 30s, were they capable of nothing but condemnation? Soon, numerous neighbors began to urge Wen Chenai in the group. "Xiao Wang, if you have food, please share it with Aunt Guo so she can distribute it to everyone. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. I see you as a good-hearted person who cannot stand idly by." "Indeed, Wen Ji, we shared drinks together before. I have nothing to eat now. Could you bring me some?" Aunt Guo, Wen Chenai is indeed unfilial. The Zhao couple is currently under the care of Dr. Zhao and her brother. The food they have was purchased by Dr. Zhao a few days ago, and they have not paid their electricity bill, so they lost power recently, and their phone is dead. They asked me to let Wen Chenai know. Upon reading this message, Wen Chenai understood why the Zhao family had been so quiet, but he knew their silence was only temporary. Disinterested in their pleas, he tossed his phone aside and said to Su Mui, "I'm going to take a nap." He had no idea how long he slept, but was awakened by Su Mui shaking him. "Chenai, someone is looking for you outside." They were about to break down the steel door. Wen Chenai sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and took the tablet from Su Mui. The surveillance feed revealed Zhao Huanhuan, bundled up, sitting in a wheelchair, with Liu Chuanfeng pushing her. Wen Chenai activated the intercom and said, "In this frigid weather, you two are still alive." His words nearly provoked Zhao Huanhuan to the brink of apoplexy. "You bastard, even if you die, I won tea. I heard you bought a lot of food. Hurry up and bring it all to me, I'm starving." Liu Chuanfeng added, "Xiao Yi, why did you suddenly move out without a word? You bought this villa with Ruoyan's money, right? No matter, what's done is done, but you must let me and your mother stay with you." Chapter 32 The door that cannot be opened. "Oh dear," Wen Chenai feigned great sorrow, "are you still my parents? Did you not know that Liu Ruyan acted in such a manner behind my back, especially you, Zhao Huanhuan? You accompanied Liu Ruyan abroad when Zhao Weijun was born. Moreover, I have foolishly helped that scoundrel Zhao Chiming raise his child for 5 years. We shall not even mention Liu Ruyan's infidelity during her marriage, but her will is quite explicit. All her assets are bequeathed solely to me. Now, you wish to move in with me. That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? HMPH. Zhao Huanhuan snorted coldly and exclaimed, "Let us not forget that it was you who caused Liu Ruyan's demise. Since you have inherited her estate, you are obliged to support us." All right. A mischievous idea suddenly struck Wen Chenai's mind. "If you wish to come and live with me, that could be arranged, but the door to the basement can only be opened by the original owner. I have no way of unlocking it. Alternatively, you may use the entrance above." Zhao Huanhuan managed to utter a single word before she gasped for breath. Liu Chuanfeng disregarded her plight and directly stated, "The accumulated snow has long blocked the villa's main entrance. How are we to get up there?" "Well, I am at a loss." Wen Chenai let out a carefree laugh. why not climb through the window? Oh dear, the intercom system has also triggered an alarm. It seems to be out of power. So, I shall wait for you at the window. With that, he turned off the intercom. In the surveillance footage, Liu Chuanfeng was stomping his feet in frustration, likely irritated by the cold, as he hurriedly pushed Zhao Huanhuan away. In the community's owner WeChat group, Guo continued to manipulate everyone into submitting their supplies to her. This was reminiscent of the previous life, where many believed her deceitful words and handed over their provisions, which she meticulously recorded in a small notebook. Ultimately, this notebook fell into the hands of a group of vile individuals who broke into the homes of those who had contributed supplies, leading to their demise. After much coaxing, Guo tagged Wen Chenai. Chen Yi, I know your family previously supplied large supermarkets, so you must have stockpiled quite a bit of food. Did you not bring those damaged packaged goods to the community and sell them at a discount? Surely, you have some supplies left. We are now at a critical juncture. You cannot be selfish. Wen Chenai promptly replied in text, Aunt Guo, I sincerely apologize, but since this is our family's business, we have never hoarded such items. Who could have anticipated such heavy snowfall? I currently have very little food left. If you receive any supplies from others, please do not forget to share a portion with me. Upon reading Wen Chenai's message, Guo was nearly driven to a heart attack. She immediately sent a voice message, Wen Chenai, do not be ungrateful. I am offering you an opportunity to make a contribution. You must cherish it. If you hoard supplies and it is discovered, the authorities will not treat you kindly. Chen Yi, I know you are a good child. You must set a good example. Quickly bring your supplies to me, and once the snow disaster passes, I will ensure the organization presents you with a banner of honor. Such a great accolade. Wen Chenai shifted to a more comfortable position on Su Muyer's lap and continued to respond, Oh dear, Aunt Guo, I truly desire that honor, but I genuinely have no food left. My stomach is growling. Your grandson loves instant noodles, and I know you must have stocked up on various flavors. How about you send me a few packets of noodles? Otherwise, if I starve, it will reflect poorly on you as the head of the homeowners committee. Guo Xiaomin's inner turmoil escalated, and she coldly retorted, Wen Chenai, do not push your luck. If you do not turn over your supplies, I will report you to the authorities right now, and you can await your reckoning. At that point, do not come begging me for help. Wen Chenai could not be bothered to type anymore. He coldly stated in the group, HMPH, can you even represent the organization? Does the organization even know who you are? You take advantage of your positions in the homeowners committee and neighborhood committee to make life difficult for us residents, extorting and harassing us. If it were not for the sake of our neighbors and the fact that you are alone with your grandson, who would pay you any heed, all right then, you wish to hold me accountable. I shall be waiting at home. Come quickly, for I can hardly wait. After venting his frustrations, he turned off his phone and tossed it aside. Su Muir offered comfort, saying, Chen Yi, it's not worth getting upset over such people. It only brings you distress. I am not angry, Wen Chenai replied, a smile gracing his face. For some reason, his spirits lifted whenever he saw Su Muir. I simply cannot stand individuals like her. Regardless, by speaking out in the group, those with sense will refrain from giving her food, which is tantamount to saving them. Guo Xiaomin, at home, was fuming, nearly losing her temper entirely. Her mind raced with various schemes to deal with Wen Chenai, such as inciting others in the group to denounce him. However, she quickly reconsidered. Now was not the time for petty grievances. She needed to focus on deceiving others for supplies. Through a combination of flattery and manipulation, Guo Xiaomin indeed managed to dupe several unsuspecting fools, who willingly handed their supplies over to her home. For those who did not contribute, she dared not voice her discontent in the group. As night fell, individuals began to demand supplies from Guo Xiaomin, most of whom had completely run out of food, alongside a few opportunists. However, Guo Xiaomin seemed to have vanished without a trace, offering no responses to the messages. Of course, she had seen the messages in the group, but she had no intention of distributing any supplies. What could she say that she, Guo Xiaomin, was a fraud? It was not until the following day that Guo Xiaomin ceased to communicate in the group, prompting everyone to realize they might have been deceived. They began to voice their grievances against her, even some older women extending their heartfelt condolences to her family. Yet, Guosiemen had long since lost her sense of shame. What did she care for a few scathing remarks? Naturally, there were those who began to plot against the supplies in Guosiemen's possession. Liu Yu was among them. Despite his current limp, his delinquent nature remained intact. Strangely enough, all of the younger members of his family who had caught a cold from Wangchunya's water exposure miraculously recovered overnight. Chapter 33, The confidence returns. For several days, a dozen of his subordinates had been indulging in food and drink at his residence, leaving his household devoid of supplies. Everyone was left with empty stomachs, but fortunately, they had caught a cold and lacked an appetite. Otherwise, they would likely have been starving to the point of desperation. Now that the subordinates had recovered, his confidence was restored, and he promptly devised two plans in his mind. The first was simple: if Guosiemen willingly surrendered the supplies, all would remain peaceful. The second, however, was a more ominous proposition. Should she refuse to comply, he, Liu Yu, would not hesitate to take action. Liu Yu picked up his phone and sent a voice chat request to Guosiemen, who was at home enjoying potato chips with her grandson, Tiger. When her phone rang, she initially thought it was one of her neighbors calling to demand supplies. However, upon seeing Liu Yu's tattooed profile picture on the screen, her heart skipped a beat. Liu Yu was notorious throughout the neighborhood. His reputation for ruthlessness was well known. With his subordinates currently residing at his home, Guosiemen dared not provoke him. Trembling, she answered the call, and Liu Yu's voice boomed through the speaker. "Aunt Guo, it's you again. How did you manage to gather so much food so quickly?" Liu Yu's bluntness immediately revealed the true purpose of his call, prompting Guosiemen to respond with a forced chuckle. "As the head of the homeowners committee, it is my duty to serve the community. Assisting in the management and distribution of supplies is part of my responsibilities." Indeed, Liu Yu replied with a cold sneer. "Aunt Guo is a leader, and she must embody the spirit of serving the people. By the way, my household is now out of food. I'd appreciate it if you could send some over. Considering we live in the same building, it would be quite convenient." Having acquired a bountiful stash, Guosiemen was reluctant to part with any of it. After a brief silence, she cautiously said, "Liu Yu, while I am willing to allocate some supplies to you, please be patient. Many residents have not complied with the regulations and have yet to submit their provisions to me. Currently, I don't have enough supplies to distribute. Perhaps you could encourage those inconsiderate individuals in the group to submit their supplies promptly so that I can distribute fairly." Upon hearing Guosiemen's evasive response, Liu Yu's anger flared. "Guosiemen, are you trying to court disaster? Do you take me for a fool? Once the supplies are in your hands, do you really think you'll distribute them? You're nothing but a con artist. However, I'm not interested in your petty schemes. Just hand over the food, and whether you choose to deceive or not is of no concern to me, but if you refuse to send it over, I will personally come to collect it." Guosiemen, a woman who typically preyed on the weak, was now faced with Liu Yu's threat and trembled in fear. Yet, in a desperate bid for survival for herself and her grandson, she steeled herself and said, "Liu Yu, let me remind you that your thuggish behavior will not intimidate me. I am affiliated with the organization, and do you know what threatening someone from the organization entails? I advise you to consider your actions carefully. During these trying times, the organization has zero tolerance for individuals like you who engage in unlawful conduct. Do not jeopardize your future." Liu Yu seethed with rage. "You're an old fool, aren't you? You dare to refuse me? Just wait." With that, he abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Guosiemen stared at her phone in a daze for a considerable time before gritting her teeth and sending a message in the group. "Dear residents, my phone unexpectedly malfunctioned yesterday. After a thorough search, I finally located a power bank to recharge it, and I am now responding to everyone. I understand that many households are out of food, but due to some uncooperative residents unwilling to submit their supplies, what I have received is insufficient for distribution. If I were to distribute forcibly, it would surely lead to discontent, so we must wait for the non-compliant individuals." This message ignited a firestorm in the homeowners group, with residents quickly identifying three culprits: Wang Chenai, Jing Tingting, and Wu Pengjun. In an instant, the misguided masses turned their ire towards this uncooperative trio. Liu Yu, supported by a subordinate, managed to sit up, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets. He surveyed the dozen or so subordinates huddled around the fire for warmth and declared, "Brothers, you've been with me long enough to know what kind of man I am. I stand by my words. We share both joy and hardship. Especially in these dire circumstances, we must unite. Only through solidarity can we wield influence and secure more resources. With so many of us in need, today marks the beginning of our first offensive. Everyone, arm yourselves, and follow me to gather supplies." His subordinates, starved and eager, sprang into action at the prospect of retrieving supplies. They supported the limping Liu Yu as they made their way towards Guosierman's residence, marching resolutely despite the power outage that rendered the elevator inoperable. In this era of digital currency, home burglaries had become almost non-existent. Those who did break in typically sought vengeance rather than mere theft. Thus, the security doors that adorned homes were more for aesthetics than actual protection. With advanced biometric systems, merely approaching the door would trigger it to open automatically for the owner, rendering traditional locks obsolete. When Liu Yu and his subordinates arrived, in no time, the security door succumbed to their brute force. Inside, Guosierman and her grandson Tiger trembled in fear, huddled in a corner and using the sofa as a shield to diminish their presence. But Liu Yu, with his keen eyes, easily spotted them. He signaled to one of his men, who promptly seized Guosierman and dragged her out. Liu Yu, limping forward, took 2 steps before delivering a resounding slap to Guosierman's face, causing her cheek to swell visibly. Chapter 34. A hearty repast for you, Madame Guo. You prefer to drink punishment wine over celebratory wine, do you? Liu Yu laughed, his mouth twisting in a manner reminiscent of the Dragon King from a short play. Were Wang Chenai present, he would undoubtedly shout, "Everyone, look, the Dragon King's mouth is crooked again. Quickly, let us tear it apart." Madame Guo was struck with such force that she could hardly utter a word, her mouth a gruesome mixture of blood and saliva. "My brothers, search thoroughly. Take anything edible or usable. In such frigid weather, we are compelled to make this trip ourselves, thus, we shall not hold back." With Liu Yu's command, a dozen men dispersed throughout the house, seizing blankets, warm clothing, and even toilet paper and plastic bags. At last, Madame Guo managed to speak, albeit indistinctly, as she cried out, "Thieves, someone, anyone, come help, Liu Yu, you've taken everything from our home. How are my grandson and I to survive?" Liu Yu wore a wicked grin. "You let it die if you wish. Did you not acquire all this food through deceit? By taking it, we are merely sharing with your starving neighbors, just as you proclaimed in the group." Guosierman attempted to rush forward to cling to Liu Yu's leg, only to be met with a kick to the face. "Get lost. Don't dirty my trousers, brothers, hurry up, I'm freezing." Guosierman was left dazed from the blow, and the little boy, Tiger, hiding in the wardrobe, was discovered clutching a plastic bag of snacks. Upon having his treat snatched away, he erupted into a wailing fit. "Quiet, you little brat, you're driving me mad." One of the thugs stepped forward, seizing Tiger by the collar, intending to toss him aside. Yet, Tiger brandished a pair of scissors, plunging them toward the thug's face. The blade, keen and sharp, pierced through, stabbing into the thug's tongue. The thug gasped, sweat beading on his forehead, releasing his grip as he clutched his cheek. Another thug, enraged by his comrade's injury, advanced and delivered a swift kick to Tiger's chest, causing him to crumple, blood spilling from his mouth. "What a fool," Liu Yu scornfully remarked, "to be bested by a mere child. Truly pathetic." The injured thug, unable to speak from the pain, glared fiercely, crouching down to dip his fingers in Tiger's blood, scrawling on a bedsheet, "Let us take this child back for supper." "Excellent, excellent." Liu Yu smirked wider, "It seems they even have fine wine. Let us bring that large pot from the kitchen and cook some meat, it will warm us up nicely." "Boss, you're brilliant," one thug immediately fetched the pot. "In this bitter cold, we must. The last time I feasted on human flesh was ages ago. Release my grandson." Guosierman desperately tried to wrest Tiger from the thug's grasp, but her injuries rendered her powerless against them, and she was soon kicked back against the wall, her features distorted from the blows. One thug, filled with trepidation, questioned, "Boss, isn't eating human flesh a grave sin? What is there to fear?" Liu Yu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the speaker. It's not as if I've never done it before. I bear many lives on my conscience, one more 1T matter. If trouble arises, just shift the blame onto me. In the underground world of Jin City, Liu Yu wielded considerable influence, and indeed had blood on his hands, yet his underlings bore the brunt of the consequences. The thug, cowed by Liu Yu's words, fell silent and hurriedly followed the group as they departed, resolute in his decision never to partake in cannibalism. If questioned by Uncle Mao later, he would plead for leniency. After all, a few years behind bars were not unfamiliar to him. Once Liu Yu and his gang had left, he even took the courtesy to close the door behind Guo Xiamen, who lay unconscious in the corner. No one knew of the horrors that had unfolded in her home. In Villa No. 6, when Chenai and Su Mu Yu had just finished their dinner. Su Mu Yu said, "Brother Chenai, could you please wash the dishes?" Of course, when Chenai thought it inappropriate to leave all the chores to Su Mu Yu, especially since she was destined to awaken her healing abilities, he might need to rely on her in the future. Thus, he willingly went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Being a doctor, Su Mu Yu had a slight obsession with cleanliness. When she saw Wang Chenai had finished washing the dishes so quickly, she felt uneasy and decided to inspect the. Upon entering, she discovered that the pot still bore the remnants of the meal, unwashed, and complained, "Why hasn't the pot been cleaned? Are we waiting for it to grow mushrooms?" "How could metal grow mushrooms?" Wang Chenai chuckled. "Besides, you asked me to wash the dishes, not the pot." Su Mu Yu stamped her foot in frustration. "Then last night when I asked you to kiss me, why did you have to do something else?" Wang Chenai replied matter-of-factly, "When I kissed you, you reacted. However, when I wash dishes, the pot does not respond." Su Mu Yu huffed, utterly exasperated, yet unable to find a way to retaliate, caught in the classic predicament of disliking someone while being unable to defeat them. At Liu Yu's residence, a fire blazed in the living room, and the large pot was set atop the flames, its handles secured with bicycle chains, suspended from the expansion bolts that once supported a chandelier. These chains, typically used in their brawls, now served a grim purpose. The body of Tiger had been scalded clean with snow water and was now simmering with the stewing materials pilfered from Guo Xiamen's home. This gang of ruffians had their culinary skills honed over the years. They had followed Liu Yu to the mountains for illegal gambling and occasionally hunted game to cook for themselves. Their last experience with human flesh had also occurred in the mountains, and among the gang, at least half had participated. Otherwise, the idea of consuming tiger would never have crossed the mind of the injured thug. Several bottles of white liquor were placed beside the fire to warm, as the cold weather called for a bit of hot drink to soothe the stomach. Soon, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, and Liu Yu burst into laughter. "In a little while, I'll serve you Xiao Kuan and his 2 eggs for a hearty feast." Chapter 35. The white light of night. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the pre-apocalyptic world, a week was hardly significant. People went about their routines, attending to their work and daily tasks as usual. For those in the workforce, the passage of time felt merely like the rising and setting of the sun. However, amidst such frigid weather, every individual felt as though they were languishing through the days like years. Wang Chernai was no exception, for he had grown accustomed to a busy lifestyle, yet now found himself cooped up in the villa, engrossed in video games, indulging in various delicacies, and living a monotonous existence alongside. 7 days were enough to extinguish a person's hopes. Although the snowfall outside had lessened, it continued to fall. The internet remained operational, and people learned through it that the entire globe was engulfed in blizzards, with even the temperatures near the equator plummeting to below -20 degrees. Everyone realized that even if the military attempted to rescue the citizens, the task would be exceedingly difficult. The authorities consistently disseminated messages encouraging the populace to maintain hope, to unite and support one another in facing the calamity. Yet, the sporadic snowflakes outside had left most in despair. Guo Xiamen had lost her mind. She seemed to have forgotten the grim reality that her grandson had been taken away and consumed by Liu Yu and his cohorts. Each day, she continued to post in the group, demanding that everyone deliver their food supplies to her home, where she claimed she would manage them. However, these messages were ignored by the majority. Residents lacking any food began pleading in the group for grain, prices soaring to outrageous levels, yet sellers remained exceedingly few. At such a time, food represented the hope of survival, and hope that could not be measured in monetary terms. Wen Chenai had ceased to monitor the group, as many people's phones had run out of battery, and the frequency of messages had dwindled, yet the anticipated rise in temperature, which should have occurred 3 to 4 days prior, had not materialized. He suspected it was still due to his reincarnation, having stirred the wings of a butterfly that night. After battling alongside Su Mu Yu, Wen Chenai embraced the lovely girl and fell into a deep slumber. At 2 in the morning, a blinding white light tore through the darkness of the night. Wen Chenai awoke suddenly, his heart racing as he beheld the white light that lingered for over 20 seconds. A sense of dread washed over him. In his previous life, this blinding light had only appeared a few months before his demise. It was said to be an enormous superplanet, several tens of thousands of light-years away from the solar system, that had collided with Earth. This superplanet, akin to a meteor, had traversed the atmosphere and plummeted into a body of water in the southern hemisphere. At that time, the entire planet was plunged into darkness due to power outages and network failures, and the news had been relayed by those trapped in astronomical observatories. The impact of this superplanet had caused a further rise in temperature, but it had also unleashed an unprecedented and highly contagious virus upon the Earth. Individuals infected with this virus lost their sanity, attacking anyone they encountered. Most animals that contracted the virus perished swiftly, yet those that survived underwent inexplicable mutations, growing to massive sizes and exhibiting extreme aggression. Aquatic creatures that became infected were even capable of leaving the water to survive. Reflecting on this, Wen Chenai felt a fresh wave of insecurity, for it was not only the animals that had mutated, humans had too. The emergence of supernatural beings was supposed to occur at this juncture. Yet, everything had unfolded prematurely. Anxious, Wen Chenai closed his eyes once more, realizing that this night might be his last chance for a peaceful sleep. When dawn broke, the snowflakes that had been drifting outside transformed into a fine drizzle. The temperature outdoors surged from several degrees below freezing to above zero, and the accumulated snow began to melt gradually. Wen Chenai, clad in his pajamas, stood by the window, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Cough, cough. Su Mu Yu was awakened by the scent of smoke, frowning as she inquired, "Brother Chenai, why are you smoking so early in the morning?" Originally, Wen Chenai had taken up smoking during his university days, but out of consideration for Liu Yang's nasal issues, he had refrained from smoking at home, gradually diminishing his addiction, only indulging occasionally during social gatherings. Wen Chenai forced a smile onto his face before turning to respond, "Oh, are you not used to the smell of smoke?" Su Mu Yu, still groggy, offered a sweet smile, "Not really. If you want to smoke, go ahead. Just try to smoke less, it's not good for your health." Wen Chenai nodded, stepping out of the bedroom, burdened with thoughts as he settled onto the sofa in the living room, gazing out the window. In his previous life, after being cast out of his home, survival had been a daunting challenge. All the information he received came from the sporadic accounts of survivors, disjointed and incoherent. He had no knowledge of how supernatural abilities could be awakened. Moreover, in that life, when the superplanet had crashed, the Earth had already undergone a cycle of warming followed by cooling. After considerable reflection, Wen Chenai resolved to observe this situation further before divulging what he knew to Su Mu Yu. By noon, the light rain had shifted back to light snow, and upon noticing that the snow on the ground had yet to melt, Wen Chenai felt inexplicably relieved. Perhaps the meteor from last night was not the superplanet from outside the solar system after all. The situation might still be on a similar trajectory to his previous life. Su Mu Yu, exhausted from the previous night's activities, finally descended from upstairs after a shower, water droplets still clinging to the ends of her hair. "Brother Chenai, why aren't you sleeping today? I woke up around 9, and you were already gone from the bed. I was so tired that I fell back asleep." "Perhaps I just overslept," Wen Chenai chuckled. "At this hour, there's no need to cook. We have some leftovers in the fridge, just heat them up and eat." Su Mu Yu nodded and busied herself in the kitchen. Wen Chenai picked up his recently charged phone and noticed a heated discussion among the few remaining members in the property group. The cause of the uproar was Liu Hao, who was inflating prices, willing to pay exorbitantly for food supplies from others. Wen Chenai couldn't be bothered to engage. It was still a frigid wasteland outside, and anyone willing to sell their resources at such a time was simply foolish. Nevertheless, some remained optimistic, believing their stockpiles were sufficient to withstand the snowstorm, and were willing to part with some food. After a moment's thought, Wang Chenai sent a message in the group. Chapter 36, The Plastic Bestie. What white light? I see nothing. I say, brother, are you out of your mind? Can't you see everyone is busy buying food? Your sudden appearance is nothing but a disruption. Indeed, indeed. We're all on the brink of starvation, and our phones are nearly out of battery. Please don't hinder us from acquiring our meals. Wang Chenai, if I starve to death, I'll haunt you in the dead of night. After more than a dozen messages attacking Wang Chenai flashed across the screen, the group resumed their bargaining. Wang Chenai scoffed, ready to toss his phone onto the sofa when he noticed Kongxue tagging him in the group chat. Chen Yi, I admit I was wrong before. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Ever since we broke up, I've been utterly miserable, remaining chaste in the hope that you might reconsider. What the heck, a confession? In the group chat, no less, Kongxue, who had always strutted about like a peacock, now seems to be indulging in a sentimental display. Nevertheless, Wang Chenai chose to ignore it, discarding his phone and heading to the kitchen to assist Su Muyu with the dishes. Meanwhile, Kongxue waited impatiently for Wang Chenai's response, growing increasingly agitated. She and Li Huan had nearly depleted the food supplies in their home. What had once been a harmonious coexistence had devolved into quarrels over a mere cup of instant noodles. The leftovers from Jiao Yang's previous deliveries were running low, and even if the two of them only ate once a day, they would barely last until tomorrow. Moreover, the remaining food consisted of items neither of them particularly desired, such as compressed biscuits. At this point, even the cheapest instant noodles appeared to them as ambrosia. The water from the melting snow had an odd taste that was quite nauseating. Had it not been for the dire need to hydrate, Kongxue and Li Huan would not have touched it at all. Li Huan suddenly realized that even the class flower, Kongxue, was not exempt from the pangs of hunger. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, Shirzi, we have nothing left to eat. Why don't you ask Jiao Yang to bring us something? Kongxue's pride flared, instinctively recoiling from the idea of begging anyone for food. Since middle school, countless suitors had lavished her with delectable treats, exquisite clothing, and jewelry, all in a bid to win her favor. Yet now, she found herself in a position where she would need to plead with others for sustenance. It felt utterly unthinkable. Of course, when Chenai was an exception, asking him for something was entirely expected, given their past as a couple. Seeing Kongxue remain silent for an extended period, Li Huan anxiously urged, Shirzi, you must think of something. If we don't, we really will starve. Kongxue, equally frustrated, felt her temper rise. She shook off Li Huan's grasp and shouted, What can I do? Let us just sleep. If we sleep, we won't feel hungry. With that, she rolled herself in her blanket and shut her eyes. This was the first time Li Huan witnessed Kongxue lose her temper. Yet instead of feeling fear, resentment bubbled within her. So you look down on me, do you? Fine, I'll eat all the food and become a glutton. Kongxue feigned sleep, but she heard every movement Li Huan made, though she paid it no mind. In Li Huan's water glass, she had already added a considerable amount of sleeping pills, convinced that after consuming so many as anticipated, the dry biscuits were impossible to swallow without water. Within mere minutes, Li Huan, unable to finish even a single biscuit, succumbed to drowsiness and crawled into bed, wrapping herself in her blanket. Kongxue tentatively called out her name a few times, and upon receiving no response, she took out her phone and began composing a heartfelt message to Wang Chenai. Do you remember the first day we met in college? You remarked that I resembled one of your friends. I knew you were merely trying to strike up a conversation with me. Such a cliché approach could only come from someone as straightforward as you. Still, I played along because, at first glance, I sensed you were a trustworthy person who could provide me with a sense of security. During our time together, you truly made me feel cherished and joyful. Then, Liu Ruyan entered the picture. Honestly, it was never my intention to relinquish you to her, but you know how influential the Liu family is. Liu Ruyan threatened me, saying if I didn't let you go, I wouldn't be able to attend university. I was wrong. I deeply regret giving you up for Liu Ruyan. For all these years, I've remained faithful, allowing no other man to touch me. You must believe me. Chen Yi, let us reconcile and start anew, shall we? At Villa number 6, during lunch, Zumuyu had a bit to drink, becoming quite tipsy. She barely finished her meal before dozing off at the table, when Chenai chuckled softly, helplessly lifting her up and tucking her into bed. When he returned to the living room, he noticed a message on his phone and promptly replied, "Are you out of food?" Kongshir hesitated for a long while before responding, "The food doesn't matter. I am not asking you for any, but you must believe that I truly love you." Upon reading her message, Wen Chenai couldn't help but chuckle. However, he did believe in her vow of chastity. After all, women like her knew how to maintain their worth, and their virtue was sure to fetch a handsome price. "Oh, so you genuinely wish to reconcile with me, but you also know that I'm a normal man, if you catch my drift." Kongshir, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, replied, "I've always regretted not giving myself to you, but thankfully, it's not too late. I'm willing to give myself to you, wholly and completely." Wen Chenai inquired, "Is it truly whole? I recall you've had quite a few boyfriends." Kongshir quickly responded, "I only held hands with them and shared a kiss, you must believe me." Wen Chenai replied with a smile, "Hearing is not seeing." "Send me a photo to verify." Kongshir's face flushed red with anger at this message. Just as she contemplated continuing to manipulate Gao Yang, Wen Chenai sent a video. In the video, an electronic clock displayed the time, date, and temperature, while a table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Wen Chenai spoke in the video, "With such a lavish spread, I can't possibly finish it all, but the girl who shares this meal with me must be pure." Chapter 37. Oncoming Kongshir gazed at the photo on her phone, swallowed hard, and after a moment's hesitation, she squatted on the bed and took a picture of herself. A few minutes later, a photo appeared in Wang Chenya's WeChat. The camera on modern phones boasts remarkable resolution, capturing even the dimmest environments with astonishing clarity, often clearer than in person. Upon zooming in, the state of the membrane revealed a striking symmetry, smooth and flawless on all sides, with no signs of any repairs, confirming it was indeed the original. After verifying, Wen Chenai replied to her message, "I've confirmed it. We can now discuss our fresh start." Wen Chenya's response was merely a casual acknowledgement, for he was intrigued to see what performance Kongshir would put on for him. After a minute and a half, Kongshir finally replied, "My phone is running low on battery, can we meet in person to talk?" Of course, chatting on WeChat could not compare to a sumptuous meal in person. She intended to go to his house. Wen Chenai promptly responded, "Okay, wait for me. I'll come over right away." Kongshir glanced at Li Huan, who was asleep on the bed, pondered for a moment, and then replied, I'll come to you instead, plus my house is just too cold." Wen Chenai sneered as he replied, "No worries, I'll bring some firewood over. We can light a fire to keep warm." Kongshir was nearly frantic, "No, that's not feasible. My place lacks ventilation, lighting a fire could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Just wait for me to come, my phone is about to die, so please wait for me." After saying this, she turned off her phone, rummaged through her wardrobe for the thickest long-down jacket, put it on, and hurriedly stepped outside. Yet, as soon as she entered the hallway, the biting cold overwhelmed her, prompting her to turn back, wrap herself in her comforter, and finally head to the stairwell. Fortunately, although she hadn't eaten well in days, she still had some strength left. As she descended the stairs, she surprisingly felt a bit warmer. The bonfire in the basement had long extinguished. Using her phone's flashlight, she finally arrived at the entrance of Villa number 6 basement. Chenai opened the door. "I'm here." After knocking loudly, Kongshir called out in a high-pitched voice. Wang Chenai, observing Kongshir's current appearance from his tablet, couldn't help but chuckle. The once exalted campus beauty now resembled a true vagabond. Her hair greasy and unkempt, her bare face showing signs of wear. Wen Chenai activated the intercom system and inquired, "Is this Kongshir? I hardly recognize you." It's me, Chenai," Kongshir acknowledged, fully aware of her poor appearance, and anxiously added, "It's been too cold at home these past few days, and I couldn't shower, so I look rather rough. Your place is so warm, surely I can take a shower there once I freshen up, you'll recognize me." Truth be told, Wen Chenai felt reluctant to let her in upon seeing her current state, yet he recalled how devoted he had been to her during their time together, and it seemed only fair to claim a bit of interest in return. Moreover, such an original article was a rarity, and if he didn't take it, someone else surely would. Thus, he rose from his seat, made his way to the basement, locked the door leading upstairs, and finally opened the door to let Kangxia in. As soon as she entered, Wen Chenai regretted his decision. A faint sour odor emanated from her, quite pungent and nauseating. He reassured himself internally, "It's fine, she can be cleaned up." "You hurry to the bathroom and wash up," he instructed while retrieving a large black, "Stuff your clothes and comforter into this bag. It smells terrible." Kangxia felt deeply unsettled. Ever since she could remember, she had always been like a princess, looking down upon others. When had she ever found herself in a position where others looked down on her? Especially Wen Chenai, who had merely been her devoted admirer over the years, how could he now regard her with such disdain? This disparity was hard for her to accept, but now, in order to stave off hunger, she had no choice but to endure. Upon entering the bathroom and turning on the shower, the warm water made contact with her skin, and tears began to flow unbidden. Even this basement was warm, with hot water available for bathing. Surrendering her body to Wen Chenai seemed a small price to pay. After 40 minutes, she emerged from the shower, thoroughly cleansed, and donned a set of pajamas from the bathroom's moisture-proof cabinet. As Wen Chenai had not provided any underwear, she was completely bare beneath. With a mix of trepidation, she stepped out of the bathroom to find Wen Chenai seated at a table in the basement's living area, where a takeout container of spicy hot pot lay before him. "I knew you'd be hungry, so eat while." Kangxia was taken aback, asking, "It wasn't he that not hot pot in the video you sent me earlier?" A smirk crept onto Wang Chenye's face. "You expect rewards before giving any? Have you not woken up? Or has the cold outside frozen your brain? I've already let you shower for free. Do you still hope for a lavish meal? I admit you are beautiful, but your expectations are even more fantastical than your looks." Kangxia bit her lip, ultimately choosing to sit down and obediently eat the hot pot. Previously, she had looked down on hot pot, but now, it tasted extraordinarily delicious, prompting her to hasten her pace. In less than 10 minutes, she had devoured the entire portion, leaving not a drop of soup. After finishing her meal, Kangxia felt even more anxious, carefully observing Wen Chenai, unsure of what to say. To her surprise, Wen Chenai pointed toward the bathroom again, instructing, "Go brush your teeth, then come find me in the room." Instinctively, she wanted to refuse, but reason told her that if she wished to stay, she had to comply. So, she nodded and replied obediently, "All right, I understand. I'll go now." The basement was arranged with 2 rooms, a small living area, and a bathroom. One of the rooms was the concealed chamber where Sumu Yu had previously been locked away, while the other room, spanning over Chapter 38, a sudden call as Kangxia finished brushing her teeth and stepped into the bedroom. When Chen Yi lay reclining against the headboard, smoking, Kangxia cautiously uttered, "Chen Yi, this is my first time. Could you be a bit gentler?" A devilish smile crept across Wen Chen Yi's face as he replied, "It's all up to you. I won't move. You come to me." Kangxia's face flushed a deep. "We learn as we live." It was then that Kangxia noticed the movie playing on the screen. Biting her lip, she slowly inched her way onto the bed. 2 hours later, Wen Chen Yi gazed at Kangxia's tear-streaked face and said, "All right, you can go now." Her heart plummeted like a stone into an icy abyss, and disregarding her bare torso, she sat up and exclaimed, "Wen Chen Yi, are you telling me to leave?" "Of course," he replied nonchalantly as he dressed. "You can't stay here, can you? Didn't you say that before marriage, we couldn't engage in intimate acts, let alone live together? We're not married, so obviously, you can't stay here." Kangxia was taken aback. She never anticipated that Wen Chen Yi could harbor such pettiness, remembering her words from all those years ago and throwing them back at her. Desperately, she pleaded, but I gave you my body, how can you bear to send me away?" Wen Chen Yi scoffed, rummaging through a drawer of a cabinet to retrieve 2 cups of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, which he tossed onto the bed. "Isn't this what you came for? Here, take your payment and leave. If you want more, it's the same exchange as before. You stated that only through giving can one receive." "No, I refuse to leave." Conchia curled into a ball, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket. She had no desire to return to that frigid room, where temperatures plunged below 20 degrees. You took my body, you must take responsibility. Is that so? Have you really thought this through? The smile on Wen Chenyi's face sent chills down her spine. He picked up the television remote and pressed a button, causing the screen to display their passionate encounter, with only Conchia's face visible. Do you believe I want to share this video in the class group and among the residents? Conchia, hidden beneath the blanket, clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms without her even registering the pain. You are shameless. Har. Wen Chenyi lit a cigarette, leaning closer to her, exhaling a plume of thick smoke into her face. Am I shameless? Just wait and see. Soon, you will encounter even more shameless individuals and situations. This is merely the beginning. You should leave quickly. I lack the patience for this, and be wary, I might just throw you out. Outside, it's tens of degrees below zero, freezing to death will be the least of your worries. Suddenly, Conchia found Wen Chenyi unrecognizable, so foreign that it filled her with dread. She quickly jumped off the bed, rushed to the small living room, dressed in her clothes from earlier, wrapped herself in the blanket, and fled through the door, not forgetting to take the 2 cups of instant noodles and 2 bottles of purified water with her. In truth, when Wen Chenyi had spoken those words, she had countless questions swirling in her mind. She wanted to ask if he knew something, but fear compelled her to leave without delay. The stench in the small living room lingered until Wen Chenyi sprayed 2 cans of air freshener, then he ascended the staircase. Su Mu was still fast asleep, sprawled across the bed, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Back in the living room, Wen Chenyi curled up on the sofa, gazing at the falling snowflakes. This was just the beginning. Surviving in the future would only grow more difficult. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the house's electrical system emitted a switchover notification, and a message popped up on his phone: official notice. Following emergency repairs by the power department, the city's electricity system has been restored. However, due to temperature conditions, power generation is insufficient. Therefore, a limited supply of electricity will be provided to all residents daily from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. It was not only Jin City but citizens across the nation received the same official notification. Only Wen Chenyi understood that the previous blackout was not due to a malfunction in the power system. Indeed, it was because of insufficient power generation that only officials and essential departments were guaranteed electricity. However, the snowstorm severity was escalating. If the common people were not provided with power, it would truly lead to a dead end. If the populace perished, who would serve those officials? Where would the crops be harvested? The sudden return of electricity ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of those who had previously despaired. They rushed to turn on their heating systems, reveling in the warmth of these hard-won 2 hours. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that soon, they would plunge into an even more terrifying despair. With an average snow depth exceeding 3 meters globally, venturing outside for supplies was practically impossible. When hunger reached its peak, they would turn their gaze upon the living. If one couldn't bring themselves to harm their own family, they would resort to exchanging meals. With their phones charged, the WeChat group buzzed back to life, rekindling the chatter of the past few days. Aside from discussing how long this snowstorm would last, the complaints about dwindling food supplies echoed through the digital space. Moreover, as the snow melted, the taste became increasingly unbearable. Additionally, pleas for cold medicine flooded the messages. In such frigid conditions, catching a cold was a common occurrence. A single ordinary amantadine capsule had skyrocketed to 2,000 yuan in the residence group, while ibuprofen capsules had reached an outrageous 5,000 yuan each. One resident inquired in the group, 5,000, no way, at least 15,000, if you want it, you'll need to transfer first. However, after a lengthy silence, the individual requesting medication offered no further replies. Unbeknownst to everyone, that person had succumbed to unconsciousness moments after sending the message and would soon say goodbye to this world. Their body, buried beneath layers of blankets, turned rigid, with a thick layer of frost coating their eyebrows and hair. Soon, the number of the sick surged, as people grew weaker from hunger. Fear once again spread throughout the world. Within the residence group where Wen Chenyi belonged, the pleas for help grew increasingly frequent, yet everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to spare a thought for others. Chapter 39, Li Huan falls ill upon returning home. Kongxie grew increasingly agitated, feeling as though she had been deceived by Wen Chenai. However, she realized that she could only bottle up her emotions for the time being. Foremost, she must not let Li Huan discover her own disgrace. Noticing that Li Huan was still fast asleep, Kongxie concealed the instant noodles and bottled water, items she had procured by sacrificing her own well-being. Why should she provide for Li Huan? If she desired to eat, let her find her own means of exchange. Yet, considering her appearance, it was unlikely that anyone would be interested in her, unless, of course, it were a beggar driven by extreme desperation. In Villa number 6, Xu Muyu awoke, her head feeling heavy and disoriented. Wen Chenai chuckled, "Little chick, with such a low tolerance, why would you even attempt to drink?" Xu Muyu furrowed her brow. "It was simply too dull. I had never consumed alcohol before, and I had no idea it would leave me feeling this wretched. I vow never to drink again." "Very well," Wen Chenai replied with a smile, "but alcohol tolerance can improve with practice. I, too, was once unable to handle even half a bottle of beer without succumbing to sleep for an entire. However, due to social obligations, I began drinking daily, and now I can manage a full bottle of liquor and still return home. No more practice for me." Xu Muyu shook her head resolutely. "There are no benefits to drinking. My curiosity has been sufficiently satisfied." With that, she settled onto the sofa, instinctively leaning against Wen Chenai's embrace. She caught sight of him perusing a group chat and, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, how is it that their phones still have battery life?" "Oh, there's an official notice stating that power is supplied for 2 hours each day. They must have charged their phones adequately," Wen Chenai explained. "Look at this person." As he spoke, he turned his phone screen toward Xu Muyu. The message was from a resident of their community, named Xiaozheng, whose 5-year-old son had recently passed away due to an illness. He was now in a state of despair, venting his frustrations within the group chat. "We pay over 10,000 yuan in property fees each year, yet what do you, the Property Management and Homeowners Committee, do for us besides collecting money? Aside from cleaning, the facilities in this community are never maintained, the streetlights are dim, and there are only a handful of security cameras. In the face of such extreme weather conditions, there are no contingency measures. Do you have connections that protect you? My son died simply from a severe cold. You must take responsibility. Just wait, I will ensure that you pay for my son's burial." The remaining residents in the chat silently observed the unfolding events, refraining from comments, for they. After Xiaozheng had raged for a while without receiving any response, he ceased posting, and the property management group descended into silence. Wen Chenai found it peculiar that the usually lively class group had also fallen silent, but he was not so bored as to disturb this tranquility. Eventually, a participant named Big Tear Chest broke the silence, addressing another resident nicknamed Old Wang from next door. "Old Wang, how much of that bag of flour I sold you have you consumed?" "I'll buy it back at the original price," Old Wang replied. "What are you thinking? A deal is a deal. You sold me a 40-kilogram bag of flour for 3,000 yuan, and I didn't say anything. Now you claim you want it back. That's impossible," Big Tear Chest pleaded. "I'm begging you, I have nothing left to eat at home. If you don't return it, my wife and child will starve. Once the snow outside melts, I can deliver 10 bags of flour to your home," Old Wang countered. "That's not possible. To be honest, we've already consumed a significant portion of that flour. There's barely any left. Our family is large, as you know. Here's the deal. Once the snow melts, I'll send over 20 bags of flour to your place." With that, their exchange came to a close. All those who had read the messages in the group turned their gazes toward the window, where thick layers of snow blanketed the ground, leaving them to ponder when it would finally melt, an uncertainty that clouded everyone's mind. As night fell at 7 o'clock, the power was cut off as scheduled. That evening, Li Huan stirred awake, her head spinning, feeling cold and weak. She feebly uttered, "Xiaozi, I think I'm getting sick." Kongxie, still steeped in sorrow and anger, replied tersely, "There are medicines in the living room coffee table. You can retrieve them yourself. Could you fetch them for me?" Li Huan implored, her eyes pleading with Kongxie. "I am utterly drained." Though Kongxie felt inconvenienced, she rose to get the medicine. However, as she moved, a searing pain shot through her lower body. When she had exited Wen Chenai's home, the numbness had concealed the agony, but now, even the slightest motion left her drenched in cold sweat. I can't, my stomach hurts too much. You'll have to get it yourself, Li Huan, and please bring me some ibuprofen as well. After muttering a few curses under her breath, Li Huan dragged her weary body to the living room. Yet, the drawer in the coffee table yielded nothing but some weight loss pills. Xiaozi, there are no cold medicine capsules or ibuprofen in the drawer. Only then did Kongxue recall that the cold medicine and ibuprofen had been consumed during her last illness. I remember now, we're out of cold medicine. I'll ask the homeowners group if anyone has some. With that, she picked up her phone and discovered that the group chat had exploded with hundreds of messages. However, she lacked the energy to sift through them and simply posted, "Does anyone have cold medicine they could lend me? My best friend has a fever and urgently needs both cold and fever-reducing medication." Big Tear Chest responded, "Lend, what are you thinking? Amantadine capsules are 5,000 each, and ibuprofen is 15,000 each. Do you want some?" Kongxue was taken aback by the message. "What, why don't you just rob a store?" Big Tear Chest retorted, "HMPH, take it or leave it. Do you have any idea how valuable medicine is right now? If you're not willing to spend, just wait to die." Feeling helpless, Kongxue relayed the exorbitant prices to Li Huan. "If you have the money, we can buy some." Li Huan weakly replied, "I haven't worked in months, where would I find the money? Xiaozi, could you please lend me some? I promise to pay you back later." "I don't have enough money either," Kongxue said, fearing that Li Huan would doubt her. She opened her mobile banking app, revealing only a few hundred yuan. "See for yourself." Li Huan pondered for a moment and suggested, "Try asking Jiao Yang, just tell him you're ill. He will surely find a way to help you." Kongxue felt a profound discomfort at the thought. What did Li Huan take her for? Chapter 40, The Door-to-Door Collection. At that moment, a wave of intense humiliation surged through Kongshue's mind, reminiscent of the explosive eruption of Mount Fuji, as memories of Wang Chunyue's earlier actions flooded her thoughts. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "You have a good relationship with Jiao Yang, why don't you speak to him directly? I'm exhausted and wish to sleep." With that, she turned over and resumed her slumber. After an exhausting afternoon at the hands of Wang Chenyu, her body felt as though it were falling apart, with pain radiating through her. The temperature in this room was far less comfortable than that of Wang Chunyue's home. The more she contemplated, the more she felt wronged, and silent tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Li Huan, feeling helpless, picked up her phone and sent a message to Jiao Yang. "Kongxue is ill, could you bring her some cold medicine and ibuprofen?" In Building 9 of the community, a residential unit had been rented by a company named Duangan Technology Company, Limited, which served as their office. Although it was dubbed a technology company, it was, in fact, a debt collection agency, operating in an unorthodox manner, often resorting to violent collection tactics. Due to the sudden heavy snowfall, a dozen of its employees found themselves stranded there. Fortunately, such companies typically stockpiled instant noodles due to their frequent overtime, allowing this small group to sustain themselves for approximately a month. At that moment, the owner, Bai Hong, received a phone call from the very lender who had previously issued a loan to Liu Ruyan. Since Liu Ruyan had been sent to the crematorium by Wang Chenyu, the drama of the loan company demanding repayment had not unfolded the day after her feigned death in the previous life. However, the loan Liu Ruyan had signed was for 3 months, and it had long since matured. The owner of the loan company, Jiao Xiaopeng, suddenly recalled that Duangan Technology's office was located in the same community where Liu Ruyan resided, prompting him to call Bai Hong, seeking assistance in recovering the debt. After a moment of silence following Jiao Xiaopeng's explanation, Bai Hong replied, "We will take on this job, please send me the authorization and relevant documents, but I require a 50% commission." Old Bai Hong chuckled, "Robbing is against the law. Bai Hong, never indulge in illegal activities." Jiao Xiaopeng cursed inwardly, recognizing the irony. Running such a company often meant skirting the law, and if scrutinized, every case could be dissected. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth. After all, even with a 30% cut of the principal, half of the remainder would still yield a profit, so he acquiesced. Once the call ended, Bai Hong promptly received the documents sent over. As it was now power supply time, he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to print the documents. "Brothers, we have a job," Bai Hong announced as he stepped out of his office and into the lobby. "Everyone, perk up, dress warmly, and follow me to collect the debt." The employees, having huddled together on a makeshift bed for warmth, were reluctant to venture out into the frigid weather, but they had no choice but to comply. The office was equipped with winter clothing and blankets. The blankets had been distributed on the first day of the snowfall, and now Bai Hong handed out larger winter coats, dressed in multiple layers and wrapped in blankets. They ensured they wouldn't succumb to frostbite before grabbing torches and exiting the office, heading towards Villa No. 3. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground garage of Villa No. 3, one employee stepped forward to knock on the door. After several minutes of knocking without a response, Bai Hong produced a loudspeaker and shouted, "Open the door. If you don't open up, we'll break it down. In this freezing weather, you should know the consequences of a damaged door." Hearing this, the occupants of the villa reluctantly descended to open the door. The one who answered was Zhao Chiming, who cautiously opened a crack and inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" Bai Hong presented the printed documents, speaking politely. "This is Liu Ruyan's residence, correct? The loan from the Daijiabao company was due for repayment a few days ago. We are from Duangan Technology Company, Limited, acting on behalf of the Daijiabao company to collect the debt. May I inquire if Ms. Liu Ruyan is present?" Upon hearing that it was a debt collection agency, Zhao Chiming felt a surge of fear, stammering, the money isn't mine. It was borrowed by Liu Ruyan. You should look for whoever borrowed it." In such cold temperatures, Bai Hong's confidence waned, and his tone turned frosty. "We are here for Liu Ruyan. You need to summon her immediately." I can't call her," Zhao Chiming trembled. "She is already dead." "What, dead?" Bai Hong's heart raced, but after a moment's contemplation, he replied, "No matter, death. You must be Liu Ruyan's family, correct? Her passing is inconsequential. You can settle her debts." "I am not her family," Zhao Chiming quickly clarified. "Why don't you come in and speak with her family?" It wasn't that Zhao Chiming wished to invite them in. Rather, the basement's security door would not withstand their forceful attempts, and it was better to let them inside to converse with Liu Ruyan's parents. Bai Hong nodded and, along with his dozen employees, followed Zhao Chiming into the house. The stench inside the room was unbearable. Liu Chuanfeng, Zhao Huanhuan, Zhao Lulu, along with Wang Weiqi and Zhao Weijun, were all huddled together on a large 2-meter bed, covered with thick blankets. In the corner lay a large pot filled with excrement. This was even filthier than their own office. Bai Hong suppressed his nausea and reiterated what he had just discussed with Zhao Chiming. To be honest, everyone had been subsisting on instant noodles in the office for days, and the pungent odor had already begun to make them feel queasy. However, there was nothing else to eat, and the cold had prevented any ventilation, rendering the smell unbearable. Little did they know that the odor here was even more intolerable. Regarding Liu Ruyan's loan, Liu Chuanfeng and Zhao Huanhuan were unaware, while Zhao Lulu and Zhao Chiming had not been able to locate the money Liu Ruyan had hidden following her sudden cremation. However, they were confident that they would eventually find it. It was merely a matter of time. This was one of the reasons why they had moved their entire family to this villa. Chapter 41. Has the space upgraded? Upon hearing Bai Hong's words, Zhao Lulu immediately interjected. Liu Ruyan is truly deceased. Her ashes are stored in the utility room. Her rightful heir is Wang Chenai, her husband, residing in Villa No. 6 of this complex. You should seek him out. Bai Hong snorted derisively. Oh, is that so? Just because you say so. Come now, whatever we do must be substantiated by evidence. Produce the proof and let me see it. She hurriedly retrieved the document and handed it to Bai Hong. Bai Hong scrutinized the will for quite some time, swiftly discerning its hidden intricacies. He chuckled. Liu Ruyan truly is something else. Even in death, she manages to ensnare her husband. What a ruthless individual, and she even had it notarized. Very well, since you have presented evidence, we shan't make it difficult for you. However, since my brothers are here, let us not leave empty-handed. We want to take money. But surely you have provisions. Do provide some for my brothers. Indeed, there were provisions in the house, and quite a stockpile at that, all remnants from Wang Chenya's prior dealings with damaged goods from the warehouse. Although the outer packaging was somewhat tattered, the contents were perfectly fine. These items had been left piled in the kitchen when Wen Chenai moved out, having forgotten to take them. We have none, Zhao Huanhuan hastily replied. You must leave at once, or I shall call the police. Go ahead and report. Bai Hong sneered. Brothers, let us gather some supplies. Several of them ventured into the kitchen, scavenging a considerable amount of goods before departing. Zhao Lulu, infuriated, repeatedly dialed Yao Raoling's number, but it was perpetually engaged, proving impossible to connect. Inside Villa number 6, Wen Chenai cradled Su Muyue in his arms, yet his consciousness was immersed in the space. At that moment, the space was automatically categorizing items, leaving Wen Chenai utterly astounded. How marvelous could it be that the space has undergone an automatic upgrade? Splash! A sudden commotion emanated from the large water tank, prompting Wen Chenai to investigate. He witnessed a fish, over half a meter long and of an unknown species, leap from the water's surface before promptly splashing back in, sending water flying everywhere. Wen Chenai murmured, wasn't this space incapable of sustaining living beings? How have these fish come to life? With a thought, a palm-sized trout leaped from the tank, gradually distancing itself from the water. However, after exceeding 3 meters away, the fish exhibited no. In this state of consciousness within the space, Wen Chenai could distinctly sense whether a target still possessed life. The experiment exhilarated him, so it turns out, within this range, living beings can be stored. Regrettably, the outside world was a frozen wasteland, likely devoid of any life forms apart from humans. Moreover, even if cattle or sheep existed, they could hardly be kept near the water tank. After all, any waste could contaminate the water, rendering it counterproductive. Bai Hong and his group arrived directly at the entrance of the basement of Villa number 6. Upon seeing the metallic door glinting under the light, they realized it was impervious to their efforts. Meanwhile, Wen Chenai's consciousness was jolted from the space by Su Muyue's voice. Chenai, it seems there are visitors outside. Wen Chenai's aware. Before Bai Hong could instruct his men to knock, Wen Chenai's voice resonated through the intercom. Who are you seeking? Bai Hong was taken aback but quickly regained his composure. We are from Duangan Technology Company, entrusted by the Daijibao Company to collect a debt. May I ask if Ms. Liu Ruyan is your wife? She has an outstanding loan with Daijibao that is now due. Oh, understood, Wen Chenai replied. Did she not use the company as collateral? She is deceased, and I have no money. Kindly leave. The single word leave enraged Bai Hong's subordinates, who set down the provisions in their hands and advanced to pound on the door. Duangan Technology Company was indeed a legitimate enterprise, and their personnel were equipped with batons. The metallic clashing produced a series of jarring sounds. However, the door, akin to the impenetrable vault of a national treasury, was beyond human force to breach. After several minutes of futile banging, the door remained unscathed, yet the noise echoed unpleasantly through the basement to the upper floors. Wen Chenai could no longer contain himself and stood up, but Su Muyue quickly restrained him. Since the door cannot be breached, let them continue. Don't act impulsively, there are too many of them, and you cannot match their numbers. Wen Chenai chuckled, playfully pinching her small nose. Do you think I'm foolish? Very well, watch your show and pay them no mind. With that, he took the tablet and descended into the basement, opening a small window on the door. Utilizing the intercom, he shouted, if you wish to avoid dire consequences, depart immediately. Bai Hong had initially intended to tell his men to cease their efforts, but upon hearing Wen Chenai's provocation, he could no longer hold back. Brothers, keep smashing. Hit harder. Wen Chenai retorted with a cold smirk, if that is the case, don't blame me. Earlier, while observing the automatic categorization of items in the space, he noticed that the unopened packages had also been automatically unwrapped, revealing several cans of high-pressure liquid nitrogen, complete with nozzles. Wen Chenai retrieved a rubber hose from the space and connected it to the nitrogen canister. Without further ado, he opened the valve, unleashing the liquid nitrogen at a chilling -196 degrees toward the crowd outside the door. What the hell? "This kid is throwing sulfuric acid," someone in the crowd shouted, prompting a hasty retreat. However, it was too late. Although the high-pressure liquid nitrogen did not cover as vast an area as water from the space, its potency was undeniable. Half of the dozen individuals were affected. When human skin comes into contact with the extreme cold of liquid nitrogen, the sensation is not merely cold but rather excruciatingly painful, resulting in rapid frostbite that is irreparable. Soon, the skin on their faces that had encountered the liquid nitrogen swelled, forming significant blisters. "Stay calm, this is not sulfuric acid," Bai Hong shouted. "Step back, everyone, do not approach the door." One employee, writhing in pain, cried out, "Boss, it hurts too much. I can't endure it any longer, grant me a swift end." Chapter 42, Wang Weiqi seeks help, "Let us go, retreat." Bai Hong exclaimed through gritted teeth, gesturing dismissively. Today had been an unfortunate venture. Not only did they fail to recover the money, but many of his subordinates were also injured, making this transaction exceedingly unprofitable. Fortunately, the frigid temperatures outside, plummeting to several degrees below zero, dulled the pain. Otherwise, some might have succumbed to their agony right then and there. Assisting one another, the group departed, while Bai Hong cast a fierce glance at the formidable steel door, vowing that one day, he would exact his revenge. Upon returning to the office, Bai Hong dialed Gao Xiaopeng, hoping to reclaim the medical expenses. To his dismay, he discovered that the other party's phone was turned off. Meanwhile, Wen Chenai had saved the video of his liquid nitrogen attack on the unwelcome guests and placed it in the same folder as the footage of Liu Yu and his companions causing trouble earlier. Re-entering the living room on the first floor, Wen Chenai settled onto the sofa and pulled Su Muir into his embrace, relishing the delightful sensation of her softness against him. "Have they all left?" Su Muir inquired. Since Wen Chenai had taken away the tablet, she had no means to connect to the surveillance system and was unaware of the commotion outside. However, the absence of further banging on the door suggested that the intruders had indeed departed. Wen Chenai nodded. "Yes, I persuaded them to leave, they were surprisingly reasonable." Oh, Su Muir had no desire to pry into their intentions. If Wen Chenai wished to share, he would do so without her prompting. "By the way, while you were in the basement, your phone kept ringing. Since you forbade me from going down, I could only inform you now." Wen Chenai picked up his phone from the sofa, unlocking it with facial recognition. He noticed 3 missed video calls on WeChat, all from his illegitimate son, Wang Weiqi. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to return the video call. Seconds later, the call connected, revealing a grimy little face on the screen, with dried mucus crusted on his nose and his cheeks smeared with dirt. "Grandma said Mommy is dead, and you are too. I didn't believe it, so I called you." Wen Chenai couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. What a dutiful son he was, remembering his estranged father only after several days. He suspected that this video call from Wang Weiqi was orchestrated by the morally bankrupt family, and that the so-called root-severing technology that had located his current residence was undoubtedly. Indeed, before Wen Chenai could respond, Wang Weiqi eagerly exclaimed, "Daddy, I'm hungry, they won't give me anything to eat, and I'm almost starving." "Son, are they truly not feeding you?" The smile faded from Wen Chenai's face. "But I prepared food for you at home." Go to the living room. Behind the TV cabinet, there's a black plastic bag containing some small bread. Wang Weiqi loved snacks, but Liu Ruoyan and her family forbade him from indulging. Consequently, the doting Wen Chenai had hidden plenty of treats in various secret corners of the house. In an instant, Wang Weiqi dashed out of the room and indeed discovered a black plastic bag behind the TV cabinet, filled to the brim with unopened Yuan bread. "Wow. Daddy, you're the best, you really saved me some food." Wang Weiqi exclaimed joyfully, spinning in circles. However, just then, a chubby child appeared on the screen, Zhao Weijun, the illegitimate offspring of Liu Ruoyan and Zhao Qiming. Zhao Weijun promptly shoved Wang Weiqi to the ground and snatched the entire bag of bread. "Wang Weiqi, my dad said everything in this house belongs to me, including these small breads." Having been spoiled by Wen Chenai since childhood, Wang Weiqi was no match for the rotund child, yet he charged at Zhao Weijun and began to tussle with him. Surprisingly, little Wang Weiqi held his own in the scuffle. The Forlin phone captured the entire altercation, and Wen Chenai and Su Muir, finding amusement in the children's brawl, watched with great interest. At that moment, Zhao Zhiming's half-figure entered the frame, and a large hand separated the two combatants before roughly pushing Wang Weiqi aside. "What are you fighting for? Have you all eaten enough? And you, Wang Weiqi, how dare you hoard food? Who taught you this? Don't you have any manners?" After saying this, he picked up Zhao Weijun and, with the bag of small bread in hand, exited the scene. Wang Weiqi wept sorrowfully, completely oblivious to the fact that the video was still recording. Su Muir gently tapped the phone to mute the microphone, then remarked, "You truly have a heart of stone. Although he is not your biological child, you've raised him thus far. You feel no affection at all." Wen Chenai's expression remained impassive as he replied coolly, "To show mercy to a thankless wretch is to be cruel to oneself. In this life, I cannot repeat past mistakes." Su Muir sighed and refrained from further commentary, resting her head against Wen Chenai's chest to feel his heartbeat. After ending the video, Wen Chenai closed his eyes. Memories of Wang Weiqi's birth flooded. The infant, with wrinkled skin and an unappealing visage, had evoked nothing but joy in his heart at the prospect of fatherhood. Moments later, the phone's ringtone interrupted Wen Chenai's reverie. The caller was none other than Wang Weiqi. "Daddy, the small bread was taken from me. Woo-woo. I'm so hungry. Daddy, where are you? Please come and take me away." "Son, don't fret," Wen Chenai pondered for a moment before responding, "It's too cold outside for me to come, and you can't go out either. Don't you worry, there are other places in the house where food is hidden. Quickly tell me." Wang Weiqi implored eagerly. "Daddy, I can't bear this hunger any longer." "No, I cannot tell you right now," Wen Chenai shook his head. "If you find it now, it will just be taken away from you again." Wang Weiqi quickly countered, "Daddy, please tell me. Once they fall asleep, I'll go find it to eat." Beside him, Su Muir whispered, "The child is innocent, you should tell him." Wen Chenai turned to glare at her, then finally said, "In the wardrobe of Daddy's room, there's a packet of old clothes that contains some potato chips." Chapter 43. The unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. "I understand, thank you, Dad. Goodbye, Dad." Wang Weiqi exclaimed, eagerly hanging up the phone. Wen Chenai tossed his phone aside and remarked, "Did you see that? This is a white-eyed wolf. No matter how much you feed it, it remains insatiable." "Alas," Su Muir rolled her eyes, "a white-eyed wolf that you raised yourself." Wen Chenai pinched Su Muir's chin, declaring, "If you were a white-eyed wolf, I would make you regret ever coming into this world." Su Muir playfully nibbled on Wen Chenai's lower lip, retorting, "If I were to become a white-eyed wolf, it would be because you have let me down." "Let go, that hurts." Wen Chenai genuinely feared that this little one might suddenly bite down hard enough to break his lip. "Quickly, let go, and I shall gift you something." As for women, they are typically fond of cosmetics, handbags, and the like. Although the storage area lacked gold, silver, diamonds, and gems, it did house a plethora of international brand handbags and cosmetics. Wen Chenai felt he had been a bit too harsh earlier and had forgotten to present these. This was the perfect opportunity to do so. Obediently, Su Muir released her grip and bestowed a gentle kiss on Wen Chenai's lips, feeling her cheeks flush with warmth. Having spent 20 years single, she felt as if this was what they. Wen Chenai promptly retrieved several sets of high-end cosmetics and a few handbags he deemed rather nice, smiling as he inquired, "So, what do you think? Do you like them?" "If these are..." A peculiar expression crossed her face as she remarked, "Is this all?" Wen Chenai scratched his head, asking, "Oh, what's wrong? Don't you like them?" "Their handbags are decent," Su Muir said. "Have you, a typical man, never noticed?" A pack of Danyuan pastries went untouched by Wang Weiqi, devoured instead by Zhao Lulu, Zhao Zhiming, and Zhao Weijun. Zhao Huanhuan and Liu Chuanfeng were entirely unaware of the presence of such items in their home. Bai Hong and the others had not completely emptied the kitchen of food. A small amount remained, however. It was indeed a meager supply. Zhao Lulu felt that the snow outside would not melt anytime soon, so during dinner preparation, she began rationing the remaining food. Nevertheless, even with these limited provisions, it was a blessing that they could sustain the entire family through the next day. Wang Weiqi received only a tiny portion, while Zhao Weijun had a full bowl. Liu Chuanfeng and Zhao Huanhuan said nothing, as they felt that Zhao Weijun, not having been raised alongside them, deserved special consideration, hence allowing Wang Weiqi to accommodate him. After dinner, the family huddled together on one bed, with no other activities to engage in. They simply fell asleep, conserving their energy. This time, Wang Weiqi intentionally positioned himself at the edge of the bed, earning praise from Zhao Huanhuan. Eventually, all on the bed succumbed to slumber, their snores creating a chorus. Wang Weiqi quietly slipped off the bed, cautious not to disturb the sleeping occupants. Fortunately, due to the frigid temperature of the house, he wore 3 layers of socks. Stealthily exiting the room, he entered a storage room, a place where Yu Ruyan would send Wang Chenai to sleep whenever she was displeased. To his delight, he discovered a bag of potato chips among the old clothes Wang Chenai had mentioned. Nearly shouting with joy, however, he was no longer the Wang Weiqi who had his parents by his side. Although he still did not fully comprehend, he understood he was in a challenging situation. The saying, "Children from poor families mature early," rang true. The storage room was cold, and wrapping himself in the quilt that Wang Chenai had used, he tore open the potato chip bag and began to eat. Yet, being a child, he overlooked how the crunch of the chips would echo in the profound silence of the night. Zhao Chiming, although snoring, had not truly entered deep sleep these past few days, consumed only with eating and sleeping. Additionally, having been startled by the tech company earlier in the afternoon, his nerves were particularly sensitive. Any sound could awaken him from his slumber. He opened his eyes and, following the noise, stumbled into the storage room. At that moment, Wang Weiqi was blissfully indulging in the chips, entirely oblivious to the pair of piercing blue eyes fixated on him at the threshold of the room. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth, accompanied by a pungent odor. Zhao Chiming switched on the flashlight on his phone, and as Wang Weiqi grabbed the chip bag in an attempt to flee, he realized he was merely a child and stood no chance against Zhao Chiming, a 30-year-old man. "You little rascal. Wang Chenai has truly corrupted you. This afternoon, you wanted to eat alone, and I kindly refrained from punishing you, yet here you are, sneaking snacks in the dead of night." Zhao Chiming seized the potato chips from Wang Weiqi's hands, but many had scattered on the floor, infuriating him as he chased. Wang Weiqi ran, crying out, "These are snacks my dad gave me. You are not my dad. You are all liars. You are all bad people. I want to find my dad." The commotion in the storage room finally roused the family sleeping in the master bedroom. Zhao Lulu, holding Zhao Weijun, was the first to arrive at the storage room. Upon seeing the potato chips in Zhao Chiming's hands, she understood everything. With a cold voice, she commanded, beat him to death. "That Wang Chenai has corrupted the child. This kid will grow up to be a menace. If he dies, so be it." Zhao Weijun, who had been awakened and was already displeased, rubbed his sleepy eyes. However, upon spotting the potato chips, his eyes sparkled, and after swallowing hard, he shouted, "Daddy, I want to eat potato chips." Zhao Chiming halted his actions, a doting smile spreading across his face as he stuffed half a bag of chips into Zhao Weijun's embrace, saying, "Good boy, eat up. I'll ask him if he has any more hidden snacks, and when Daddy finds them, you can have them all. Just wait patiently, all right?" Zhao Weijun beamed with joy, his smile radiant. "Thank you, Daddy. You are so nice. Beat him, beat him." Chapter 44, Nearly beaten to death. Zhao Chiming, this time, truly unleashed a fierce assault on Wang Weiqi, delivering a kick that sent him crashing. Wang Weiqi felt a sharp pain piercing through his chest, rendering him breathless. "Stop it." At that moment, Liu Chuanfeng finally made his appearance. He rushed forward to assess Wang Weiqi's condition, lifting him onto the bed, and then coldly confronted Zhao Chiming. "Are you intent on killing the child? Do not forget, Wang Weiqi is also your blood. His existence is merely a waste of resources." Zhao Chiming retorted disdainfully, "Besides, he was not raised by me, he is no kin of mine. If he dies, so be it. You." Liu Chuanfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine. He is your son, deal with him as you see fit." With that, he flung his sleeve and ascended the stairs. The first floor was unbearably cold, his frail old bones could hardly endure it. The fates of others were no consequence to him. He did not shed a single tear for his deceased daughter. Suddenly, Zhao Chiming's murderous intent surged. Just as he was about to advance and finish off Wang Weiqi, he was halted by Zhao Lulu, who sensed a profound unease. This snowstorm was far from the simple inconvenience it appeared to be. We have no food left. It is better to keep him around. If this snow disaster persists, it may be advantageous. Her sentence trailed off, yet Zhao Chiming comprehended her implication. All right, sister, you truly are ruthless. Even the notion of cannibalism crosses your mind. Before dawn, Kongxue sent a message. Chen Yi, I have run out of food. Can you assist me? Please send more provisions. After Li Huan dispatched the message, Jiao Yang did not reply, nor did he deliver any food or medicine. To Kongxue's astonishment, even in her illness, Li Huan's appetite remained insatiable. She had devoured every morsel in the household, including the 2 hidden buckets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of purified water. In recent days, Wen Chenyi had been alternating between eating and sleeping, with the only exercise being the occasional pair yoga sessions with Su Muyu. He never slept too soundly, so when his phone chimed, he awoke. Glancing at Kongxue's message, he chuckled to himself, pondering whether this woman had discovered a new path to wealth. However, he had no time to indulge her whims. He would leave her unread for now. At 7:30 in the morning, Su Muyu awoke. After being coerced by Wen Chenyi into performing a duet of yoga on the bed, she was finally permitted to rise. Limping out of the bedroom, she turned back and fiercely exclaimed, "Beast!" Wen Chenyi, amused by her fierce expression, burst into laughter, then turned to embrace his pillow, ready for a brief return to slumber. Meanwhile, Kongxue, clutching her phone, waited anxiously for Wen Chenyi's reply. When none came, she surmised that he had yet to awaken and therefore had not seen her message. Just as Wen Chenyi drifted back into sleep, Su Muyu entered with a tablet in hand. "Chenyi, someone is knocking at the door." Wen Chenyi groggily sat up, taking the tablet from her. The screen displayed a woman cradling a child, both bundled up tightly, with only the woman's face visible. He recognized her as Zhang Huan, a resident from Building 1. She had married 2 years prior while heavily pregnant, and shortly thereafter, gave birth to a son. Her husband was a long-haul truck driver, rarely home, thus the neighbors afforded her considerable care. "Zhang Huan." Wen Chenyi activated the intercom. "In this bitter cold, you venture out with your child. Aren't you concerned about him freezing?" Zhang Huan had received an anonymous message that morning containing a video of Wen Chenyi frantically stockpiling supplies at the supermarket just days prior to the snowstorm. Hence, she had come to plead for food, deliberately holding her 2-year-old child to evoke sympathy. "Brother Wang," she feigned a sweet, whiny tone, a voice that could melt the hearts of many men, "we have nothing left to eat, and my child is starving. Could you lend me some food?" "Apologies," Wen Chenyi replied, "but I too am out of provisions. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere." Zhang Huan was taken aback by his refusal, although her husband did not deliver goods to Wen Chenyi's warehouse. Why was he being so callous now? She continued to plead, "Brother Wang, I implore you, think of the child. Just lend me a bit of food. The child is innocent. You bought so much food and cannot possibly consume it all. What harm would it be to lend me some? Can you truly bear to watch a child starve?" Wen Chenyi could not help but chuckle at her audacity. Hey, Zhang Huan, have you lost your mind? As if that child were the product of our illicit encounter. You bore him with another man. Why should I be responsible? If he dies, it is none of my concern." Zhang Huan was incensed by his words, pounding on the door and shouting, "Wen Chenyi, how heartless can you be? No wonder someone wishes to expose the surveillance footage of your supermarket shopping. A person like you truly deserves it." Wen Chenyi was taken aback by Zhang Huan's words. After a brief moment of shock, he inquired, "Who sent you the video? What does it contain? Forward it to me." "Why should I?" Zhang Huan sneered, "I want to show you." Wen Chenyi offered a bargain. "I can give you 2 packets of instant. Do you believe that in a few days, those 5 packets of noodles will be worth more than your and your child's lives? Just 2 packets, take it or leave it. I may only need 1 packet to uncover the answers I seek." "All right, deal." Zhang Huan considered for a moment before agreeing. "I can forward the video to you, but I do not know who sent it. It was anonymous. Wen Chenyi smiled, so you are merely toying with me. He picked up his phone and opened the homeowners group chat. Indeed, there was a nameless individual who had posted a video of him shopping at the supermarket, complete with timestamps and clarity. However, when he clicked on the person's WeChat profile, it was utterly devoid of information. He could not tag this individual in the group. Clearly, someone was scheming against him. Moreover, this person was a hacker. But who could it be? Wang Chenyi seethed with anger. Yet in a way, it was fortuitous. The reason he had procured so many supplies was precisely to ensure that many were aware of his ample resources. This would add a modicum of amusement to these dreary days. Chapter 45, Awakening of Abilities. Enough, Zhonghuan, you may leave, Wen Chenyi declared. That video has already been posted in the group. Do you truly believe you can still extract sustenance from me? How can you go back on your word? Zhonghuan exclaimed in disbelief. Can you really bear to watch my child starve to death? Wen Chenyi retorted impatiently. I have made myself clear. That is your child, not mine. Now, be on your way. Despair enveloped the woman entirely, and she glared at the surveillance camera, vowing, just wait, I will solidify the claim in the group that you possess plenty of food. You will undoubtedly regret this. In these trying times, although many households were on the brink of starvation, a sense of hope lingered due to the frigid temperatures. They clung to the faint possibility that, when pushed to the edge, they would resort to any means necessary to survive, regardless of the cost. As Zhonghuan departed, cradling her child, Wen Chenyi tossed aside his tablet and embraced Su Muyu, murmuring, let us sleep a while longer. The two dozed for over an hour before Wen Chenyi finally roused himself. He sent a WeChat message to Wang Weiqi, revealing the locations of hidden snacks in his home, mere chips and peanuts among other trifles. He paid little heed to whether these morsels would ever reach Wang Weiqi. His intent was solely to sow discord between Wang Weiqi and Zhao Zhiming. If either of them faced hardship, Wen Chenyi would find delight in their misfortune. From his understanding of Wang Weiqi, the boy, though young, was remarkably selfish and fond of indulging himself. Yet, he was still a child, and his vigilance was not particularly acute. Any sneaky consumption would surely lead to discovery and punishment. In the owners' group, Zhonghuan indeed began to disseminate the rumor that Wen Chenyi possessed a considerable stash of food. Coupled with the video evidence, the property owners soon clamored for sustenance from Wen Chenyi. Observing the flurry of messages, Wen Chenyi sneered, responding curtly, the items were purchased with my own money. Why should I simply hand them over to you? Subsequently, he shared the video of Liu Yu and Bai Hong's visit to the group, plunging the chat into silence. After lunch, Wen Chenyi sat on the sofa with Su Muyu. Could you check on me? Su Muyu, skilled not only in Western medicine but also in traditional Chinese pulse diagnosis, placed her hand on Wen Chenyi's arm and sensed a tumultuous flow of energy within him. Do you have a blood pressure monitor at home? She inquired. Wen Chenyi accessed his space, retrieving an electronic blood pressure monitor and installing the batteries. At that moment, he felt his dizziness begin to subside. After Su Muyu measured his blood pressure, she appeared puzzled. It's not elevated. What could be the matter? Wen Chenyi replied, I'm not dizzy anymore, it was just a sudden bout. Su Muyu pondered for a moment before concluding, it appears we must be mindful of our diet from now on, as well as incorporate some exercise. Wen Chenyi chuckled mischievously, I exercise every day. Are you trying to annoy me? Su Muyu huffed, scrunching her little nose in irritation. I won't talk to you anymore. Just lie down and rest for a while. We'll check your blood pressure again later. Following her advice, Wen Chenyi reclined on the sofa, resting his head on Su Muyu's lap while watching television. At that moment, a sudden chime echoed in his mind, followed by a mechanical female voice, awakening of abilities in progress, please wait. A surge of excitement coursed through Wen Chenyi, but he found himself unable to speak or move, as if his body were no longer his own. Soon, images began to play in his mind, illustrating the usage and intricacies of his newfound abilities. In his previous life, Wen Chenai had never awakened any abilities, and he had been oblivious to the true nature of the powerful ability users who held dominion over others. Now he understood that ability users were categorized into elemental types: fire, water, earth, lightning, etc., strength-based users, healing types, like Sumu Yu, who was a healing ability user, also known as a medical ability user, and others. There existed a type known as the tank, impervious to blades and bullets, even surviving explosions unscathed. Wang Chenyi's awakening was of the elemental variety, specifically, a dual affinity for fire and lightning. These extraordinary forces began to permeate his entire being. Post-awakening, he would still need to train diligently to grow stronger, and once the two energies fully integrated with his body, he felt his mind regain control over his physical form. Sitting upright, he closed his eyes, focusing on the sensations of power coursing through him. Soon, under the guidance of his will, a sphere of flame, the size of an egg, ignited at his fingertips, accompanied by a slight warmth radiating from his body. With the fire ability at his disposal, the fear of the cold dissipated. However, he understood that necessary precautions for warmth must still be taken, as utilizing his powers would drain his energy. Sumu Yu gazed in astonishment at the flickering flame emanating from Wang Chenyi's fingertip. After a lengthy pause, she finally deduced, "So this is the ability you spoke of." Wang Chenyi extinguished the flame, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, my abilities have awakened. Yet I am curious when yours will manifest. I eagerly anticipate it." Sumu Yu furrowed her brow, questioning, "Didn't you say your power was of the space type? How does fire fit into this?" "I awakened 3 types of abilities. Is that not permissible?" Wang Chenyi replied with a grin. "Previously, I indeed awakened spatial abilities, but just now, I also unlocked fire and lightning capabilities." Sumu Yu, brimming with anticipation, asked, "Can I awaken multiple abilities as well?" "Your space ability sounds incredibly cool." Wang Chenyi shook his head, saying, "I'm uncertain. In my previous life, we only had a fleeting encounter. I only know you awakened a healing ability. As for any other powers, I truly have no knowledge." "Oh," Sumu Yu replied, slightly disheartened, but her spirits quickly lifted. "In that case, I shall rely on you for protection." "Rest assured, little one," Wang Chenyi tousled Sumu Yu's hair affectionately. "My abilities have just awakened and are still quite weak. I must train diligently. What concerns me now is whether others outside may also awaken abilities, and if their powers might surpass mine. In this post-apocalyptic world, the law of the jungle prevails, so I must strive to improve." "Indeed," Sumu Yu nodded emphatically. "I will ensure your needs are met. At present, what I need most is you." Wang Chenyi grinned mischievously, playfully toppling Sumu Yu onto the sofa. Chapter 46. The last survivor. A fierce battle abruptly ceased amidst Sumu Yu's pleas for mercy. Having awakened his extraordinary abilities, Wang Chenyi's combat prowess surged, rendering Sumu Yu utterly incapable of coping. Fearing that he might inadvertently cause a fatality, he hastily brought the confrontation to a close. In a weak and breathless tone, Sumu Yu complained, "Carry me upstairs, I wish to sleep. I am in excruciating pain." Cradled in Wang Chenyi's arms, she soon succumbed to a deep slumber. After carefully placing her on the bed and tucking her in, Wang Chenyi quietly closed the door before descending the stairs. An unquenchable fire within him stirred his irritation, prompting him to grasp his phone. Suddenly reminded of Kongxia's message, which he had yet to respond to, he swiftly located her contact and sent a terse message: "Arrive within 15 minutes, or do not bother coming." At Kongxia's residence, Li Huan's condition had worsened, and there was no food available. Utilizing Kongxia's phone, she attempted to call Jiao Yang, but he did not answer, inciting her to vent her frustrations with loud curses. Upon receiving Wang Chenyi's message, she glared at Kongxia with malice, demanding, "Did you visit Wang Chenyi before?" "No, I did not," Kongxia replied, her eyes darting away, betraying her guilt. "How could I possibly seek him out?" "Not true." Li Huan was evidently unconvinced. She scrolled through their chat history, only to find it entirely purged, having been meticulously deleted by Kongxia. "Then where are your messages? Why have they all been erased?" "Kongxia, I am your closest friend. How could you hide such disgusting behavior from me?" What do you mean by disgusting? What have I done? Kongxue retorted, anger flaring. Do not forget, you are merely my friend. For all these years, you have lived in my home, consuming my resources without contributing a single penny. What right do you have to interrogate me about my affairs? You have devoured everything in the house. Did you ever consider leaving some for me? I am well aware of the numerous benefits you have reaped under my name over the years. Li Huan, I shall tell you this. Our friendship is over. Before I return today, you must vacate my home. Upon hearing Kongxue's intent to evict her, Li Huan panicked, kneeling before Kongxue in supplication. Xiaozi, it was my fault. I should not have interfered in your life. I beg you, do not cast me out, please. As the seconds ticked away, Kongxue had no time to indulge her in this futile exchange. She snatched the phone from Li Huan's grasp and, without even draping a blanket over herself, hurried towards Wen Chenyi's residence. Though her heart was heavy, she could not allow tears to fall, for once they did, they would freeze and injure her skin. At the 14-minute mark, she arrived breathlessly at the entrance of Villa No. 6 basement. Upon ringing the doorbell, the door unexpectedly swung open. The stark contrast in temperature between the interior and exterior left her feeling somewhat disoriented, causing a tightness in her chest. After several breaths, she began to feel relief. The basement was illuminated, with a steaming plate of fried noodles set upon the table, topped with a fried egg, accompanied by a small bowl of vegetable and shrimp soup. A note lay on the table, stating, after finishing your meal, take a shower. Once you are clean, await me in bed. At that moment, Wen Chenyi was on the rooftop terrace. Since awakening his extraordinary powers, he had become impervious to the cold, wearing only a down jacket and pants over his pajamas, feeling relatively comfortable in the frigid air. He was currently utilizing his lightning abilities to charge the solar energy batteries, gazing at the solar panels blanketed in thick snow. Wen Chenyi sighed, had I known my powers would awaken, I would have refrained from purchasing you. Nevertheless, having already made the purchase, he could not leave them unused. Once the batteries were charged, he employed his fire abilities to melt away the snow covering the solar panels. After completing this task, he filled the water tower before heading downstairs. The water tower was equipped with a solar heating system and an independent energy storage system, ensuring that the water within would not freeze. These considerations had been made by Wen Chenyi even before their installation. He first ascended to the second floor to quietly check on Sumu Yu, who was blissfully asleep. After planting a tender kiss on her forehead, he made his way to the basement. At that moment, Kongxue had just entered the shower. Hearing the sound of running water, Wen Chenyi could no longer contain himself and dashed into the bathroom. Their clash erupted without any provocation, escalating from the bathroom to the bedroom, continuing until Kongxue finally begged for mercy. Only when the flames of passion had completely extinguished did he recline on the large bed, while Kongxue lay beside him, utterly spent. You worked hard today. You may take some food and water with you, Wen Chenyi declared, eyes closed, his voice cold. The supplies are in the cupboard, already prepared, take what you need and leave quickly. Kongxue remained silent, primarily due to her exhaustion. After a brief rest, Wen Chenyi felt his strength returning and stood up, tossing a locked metal garment next to Kongxue. Put this on, times may be perilous, wearing this will keep you safe from unwanted attention, perhaps allowing you to escape unscathed. Finally summoning her courage, Kongxue asked, may I stay here? Why? Kongxue, do not forget, you were the one who personally delivered me to Liu Yang. Our relationship now is merely transactional, confined to the bedroom. By the way, I forgot to mention, I now have a girlfriend, she's upstairs. Thus, you should return, I fear she may misinterpret our situation. Kongxue finally broke down in tears. Chenyi, I implore you, do not cast me away, you may torment and ravage me as you wish, but I cannot endure this. If I return, I shall surely starve or freeze to death. What does that have to do with me? Wen Chenyi scoffed. Do you realize that in a few days, even a young girl will be worth only a pack of instant noodles? What do you think will happen to even younger children? They will be devoured in turn. Do you still believe that this heavy snowfall is merely an instance of extreme weather? Do not be naive. This is merely the beginning. Do you recall when we were in our freshman year together, and I had you read the last tweet in apocalyptic super technology about RVs, you laughed at me for being childish, claiming no good person reads novels. I can assure you, the narrative has seeped into reality, and I am among the prepared few, destined to be the last survivor. Chapter 47. She did not wish to die. Much of what Wang Qianai said went unheard by Kong Xier, as her mind was consumed with thoughts of how she would confront Li Huan upon her return. Nevertheless, she did grasp a crucial piece of information. If she wished to survive, she had to remain here. Only by staying close to Wang Qianai could she hope to endure. She did not want to perish. Thus, she exerted herself to rise, clinging to Wang Qianai's thigh and pleading, I implore you, Qianai, it was all my fault before, please do not cast me away, consider the fact that I have entrusted my first time to you. Moreover, on both occasions, we took no precautions. Perhaps, just perhaps, I might bear your child. You wouldn't want your offspring to suffer in the cold, would you? The mention of a child reminded him of Wang Weiqi, the ungrateful wretch he had devoted over 5 years to nurturing. Yet, he genuinely yearned for a child of his own. Kong Xier, Wang Qianai said, retrieving a gun from his space and pressing it against her temple, if you wish to stay here, it would be prudent to behave yourself. Should I uncover any ulterior motives on your part, I will make your existence a living hell. His powers were currently weak, and this was not the opportune moment to reveal his abilities. The safe house required a period of cautiousness. The only reason he felt secure in allowing Kong Xier to remain was due to the door of the basement, which only he could unlock, and the soundproof barrier between the basement and the upper floors, which also required authorization to access. The primary reason, however, was that Su Muyu's body was in no condition to endure his whims. He needed Kong Xier to vent his frustrations. After contemplating Kong Xier's face for a long while, he finally said, wait here for a moment. I will tidy up the second basement level. From now on, you shall reside there. The second basement level housed a media room and a wine cellar, boasting a larger area than the first floor, complete with its own bathroom and shower. When the villa was converted into a safe house, the media room had been dismantled to install steel plating, deemed unnecessary at the time, and thus was never restored. The previous owner had also removed the wine from the cellar, leaving the space quite empty. A bed could easily be placed there for habitation. As for the bed, there were several in the space, all collected during his time at the Jingang Logistics Park. Once he had arranged everything in the second basement level, Wang Qianai returned upstairs and carried Kong Xier down. It was not that he desired to carry her, but rather, she was unable to walk. Organize the clothes on the bed yourself. You may keep the electric heater on, and I have placed food in the adjacent room. Without my permission, you are not to leave the second basement level, otherwise, you will experience the sensation of freezing to death. With that, he turned and departed. It was now late afternoon, and as power was restored, Wang Qianai suddenly remembered that the villa he had shared with Liu Ruyan was equipped with surveillance cameras. He was curious to see how that family was faring now. As soon as Wang Qianai ascended the stairs, his phone received a distress message from Wang Weiqi. Daddy, please save me. Grandpa and Grandma say you have plenty of food. I beg you to come and take me away. Daddy, do you not want me anymore? I am your only son. Daddy, Lulu Auntie says I am not your child, but how could I possibly not be your son? Daddy, I beg you, please reply to me. Wang Qianai scoffed, casting his phone aside as he sat before the coffee table. From his space, he retrieved a brand new laptop, connected to the internet, and entered an IP address into the browser, followed by his username and password. Soon, 6 camera feeds appeared on the screen, showcasing the basement of Villa 13, the first-floor living room, the second-floor corridor, the master bedroom, study, and terrace. The terrace was now submerged in snow, presenting a bleak, grey expanse, while the other camera feeds remained relatively clear. Inside, all the lights were illuminated. Zhao Lulu was in the first-floor living room, seemingly cooking something on an induction cooker, while Wang Weiqi huddled in a corner, clutching his phone with a look of utter despair. Wang Qianai picked up his phone and replied to Wang Weiqi, Son, it is not that I do not wish to come for you, although you are not my biological child, I have cared for you all these years. However, with your mother gone, your biological father is now your guardian, and I cannot take you away. Upon reading Wang Chunya's response, Wang Weiqi felt even more despondent. No one could fathom how a 5-year-old child could wear such a countenance of despair. The food in Liu Yu's household was once again running low. His leg injury had become infected a few days prior. After painfully extracting the necrotic tissue, he applied Yunnan Baiyao, and only now was he beginning to recover slightly. He understood that this could not continue, or the group would surely starve to death. At that moment, one of his underlings spoke up. Boss, I recall that Bai Hong's company rents office space in this neighborhood. Should we not inquire if he has any food to lend us? The speaker, Zhao Qianhu, was stocky, but due to recent hunger, his face appeared gaunt. Another underling, Feng Lei, chimed in, Bai Hong? What could we possibly gain from him? Do you truly believe he would lend you food? You are being naive. Feng Lei was already an unattractive man, and the long scar on the left side of his face made him appear even more menacing. As he spoke, Zhao Qianhu fell silent, for Feng Lei was known for his brutal nature. He showed no mercy even to his own. Resembling a madman. He turned to Liu Yu and proposed, Yu Ji, in my opinion, we cannot remain holed up in our homes any longer. I will lead the brothers to knock on doors and collect food from them. Liu Yu contemplated this. In times like these, uniting all possible forces was the key to survival. The greater their numbers, the more intimidating they would appear to the residents of the neighborhood. After a moment's thought, he said, Qianhu, you first contact Bai Hong and see what he has to say. All right. Zhao Qianhu quickly took out his phone and called Bai Hong. Bai Ji, how have you been lately? This wretched weather has trapped me in the office, Bai Hong replied over the phone. What brings you to call me? Chapter 48. Inciting public outrage. It was Brother Yu who asked me to contact you, Zhao Qianhu remarked. A few of us brothers are currently residing at Brother Yu's place, and we have run out of food. I wanted to inquire if you have any provisions to lend us. Alas, brother, Bai Hong replied with a wry smile, to be frank, there are over a dozen of us here, and we truly have nothing left to eat. I was just worrying about this when you called. Liu Yu, suspicious by nature, snatched the phone from Zhao Qianhu's hand. Brother, it's me, Liu Yu. Brother Yu, Bai Hong quickly greeted, how have you been? Still alive, Liu Yu stated. Since you have no food either, I will send someone to fetch you and your group. We will go out together to find some provisions. Oh, Brother Yu, you are truly my savior. Bai Hong exclaimed, for he genuinely had nothing left to eat. Please send someone over, I will be waiting in the office. Though Bai Hong and Liu Yu were not in the same line of business, he understood Liu Yu's temperament well. Normally, he would have been expected to gather his men and seek out Liu Yu, but now, with Liu Yu sending someone to collect them, it was clear he did not trust Bai Hong's assurance of having no food. On the way, see if you can grab some food, Bai Hong. Just wait inside and don't try to outsmart me. I wouldn't dare, Bai Hong quickly replied. I will have everyone prepared to come to you. With Feng Lei and his men departed, only Liu Yu and 2 attendants remained in the room. If it weren't for the fire pit, they might have frozen to death. Zhao Qianhu then spoke up, Brother Yu, about that kid from last time, I only spared one of his legs. Otherwise, I could roast it for you to eat now. Sure, Liu Yu replied without hesitation. Damn it, I forgot to remind Madman to bring back some seasoning. Just salt on this meat really does taste awful. Meanwhile, Feng Lei and his group arrived at Duangan Technology Company, Limited. Without uttering a word, they began searching the premises, not even sparing the toilet tank, and upon confirming there was not a morsel of food to be found, he remarked, Are you all foolish? In this freezing weather, why not dismantle some furniture for warmth? Come with me, we need to gather some food for Brother Yu. Over 30 individuals marched out, heading straight for the nearby residences. Most of the homeowners' security doors in the complex were the previous construction-grade doors, visually appealing but flimsy, with a locksmith among them. It didn't take long before they broke into an unfortunate household's door. Their homeowner could only watch in despair as their home was ransacked, with blankets and food being hastily packed away. With the first house breached, a second and third followed suit, and aside from those who had upgraded to high-grade security doors, no one was spared. The robbed homeowners could only vent their frustrations in the community group chat, warning others to secure their doors tightly. Damn, how dare they break in and rob us? Is no one going to do anything about this? The authorities are unreachable. What are we to do? One homeowner, refusing to cooperate, was brutally beaten by phone layee, and even after the assault, his food and winter supplies were stolen. He sent a message in the group chat, "I swear I will haunt this group of thieves even after death." Shortly thereafter, a video of him jumping from a building surfaced. Unfortunately, the thick snow outside meant he did not die from the fall, but rather from freezing or suffocating in the snow. This video ignited a fierce response among the homeowners, and soon someone in the chat declared, "We cannot just sit idly by. We must unite, otherwise, the next victim could very well be one of us. Indeed, they are wreaking havoc just next door. We must band together to resist them. Let us elect a leader for each unit. Everyone gather on the first floor to confront them. All right, I will take charge as the leader of Unit 3. Grab whatever weapons you can find. Let us wait at the entrance for these scoundrels." To protect their families and the scant supplies they had left, the male residents armed themselves with rolling pins, kitchen knives, and other makeshift weapons, rushing out to the designated meeting point to await Phone layee and his men. Phone layee's rampage had even drawn the ire of Bai Hong, who discreetly gathered a few trusted subordinates and whispered, "You all should find a way to procure some supplies. We should head back. Sticking with these people will surely lead to disaster when the snowstorm passes." The others shared his sentiment, quickly agreeing to gather some food before slipping away with Bai Hong. Having the foresight to establish a fallback plan, Bai Hong had rented an additional apartment within the complex for his own use. This served as a safe haven whenever the authorities came looking for those engaging in illegal collections. Currently, only he was aware of this place, and his subordinates remained oblivious. In this apartment, he had stashed some food, which he had not brought his team to previously due to the large number of company personnel. He had intended to return quietly when supplies ran low. Now, this apartment had proven itself invaluable. After inventorying the food, he concluded that the 5 of them could make it last for over 10 days if they rationed it carefully. Bai Hong thought to himself, surely, within this time frame, the authorities will devise a plan to assist us. At that moment, in each unit on the first floor, fires were being lit, with hundreds of individuals poised to confront Phone layee and his men. This defensive battle had arrived rather abruptly. None wished to resort to violence, but to safeguard their families and the little food they had left, they found themselves compelled to resist. However, with so many unified, instead of fear, an exhilarating sense of camaraderie filled the air. No matter how ruthless the opposing force, their numbers were far too few for the odds to be in their favor. Wang Chenai lay beside Su Mui, glancing at his phone as the homeowners began to livestream their ordeal through text in the group chat. Meanwhile, Phone layee, having stolen his way down from the 33rd floor to the 16th, felt a surge of confidence, even humming a victorious tune. The residents of this unit had congregated in the elevator lobby on the 15th floor, numbering around 60, many of whom had already been victimized by Phone layee and his crew. Fueled by a burning desire to reclaim their belongings and exact vengeance upon these ruffians, they readied themselves for the confrontation ahead. Chapter 49, Tensions rising. The residents on the 16th floor had long since barricaded their doors with any furniture that could withstand an assault. Phone layee, accompanied by his men, had forcefully smashed through the doors of all 6 households on this level, yet none dared to confront them, which left him simmering with indignation. Another subordinate, Zhang Jie, furrowed his brow and glanced towards the stairwell, saying, "Brother layee, it seems there's some movement downstairs." Phone layee scoffed derisively, responding, "Let us go greet them." Over 30 individuals trailed behind Phone layee as they swiftly arrived at the elevator area on the 15th floor, where the 2 groups met, each bristling with hostility. "Phone layee, is that really you?" One of the homeowners recognized him, his voice icy. "Just a bunch of petty thugs who gave you the audacity to rob us. I advise you to return everything you've taken at once. Considering our acquaintance, I want to pursue your accountability." Phone layee regarded the speaker with a sinister smile that sent chills down spines, retorting, "Robbing? How harshly you phrase it. These items were willingly given to me. why should I return them? Don't be so arrogant, the man interjected, pointing a finger at Fong Lei with a fierce tone. Your actions are criminal. Are you not afraid of the police coming for you? Bar. Fong Lei spat contemptuously at the man's face. Police, with the snow piled up outside, not even special forces could make it here. By the time the snow melts, who knows how many will have starved, who will know that I went robbing them. You don't get too cocky. The man wiped the spittle from his face. I've recorded your misdeeds, and shortly I'll upload it online. Take heed, Fong Lei, none of you will escape. Is that so? As Fong Lei spoke, his hand suddenly dove into his coat, and his expression turned even more menacing. He pulled out a handgun, aiming it at the speaker. Now, aren't you recording? Hand over your phone, or you know the consequences. You dare. The man, incredulous, could hardly believe Fong Lei would pull the trigger. Murder comes with a price. Bang. Fong Lei, uninterested in further dialogue, pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead as he collapsed to the ground. The other homeowners, witnessing Fong Lei's brazen act of gun violence, scattered in terror, shouting, "Murder, murder, everyone run." These residents were merely ordinary workers, many of whom hadn't even finished paying off their mortgages. They had never encountered a real gun before, yet today, they not only witnessed one but saw it used to take a life. This instrument, a harbinger of equality among all, left them utterly powerless to resist. After all, with the barrel pointed at anyone, that individual was as good as marked for the afterlife, merely awaiting their summons. As the fleeing individuals disappeared down the stairwell, Fong Lei and his gang made no move to pursue them. Zhang Jie, his eyes filled with admiration, remarked, "Brother Lei, does that gun really have bullets?" "Of course, do you think I carry a lighter?" Fong Lei chuckled. "Yu has 2 more, if you stick with him, who knows, he might just hand you one out of goodwill." Having killed one man and instilled fear throughout the entire community, Fong Lei led his group to unrestrainedly scour for food within the premises. They invaded one household after another, and any woman with a semblance of beauty was subjected to their vile desires. All were terrified of the gun in Fong Lei's hand, none daring to resist, left only to plead in despair. Yet this depraved gang had long lost their humanity. The homeowner's pleas were met with brutal beatings and even cruelty. After collecting sufficient warm clothing, he sent a few individuals to deliver the supplies back to Liu Yu's residence. It was only when the 30-plus men began to feel fatigued that they ceased their looting for the day and returned to Liu Yu's home. In Villa number 6, Su Muyu had awakened, lying in Wang Lei's embrace as she observed the live text updates from the homeowners group, occasionally interrupted by selfies from those who had been beaten. These individuals were reluctant to reveal their disgrace to their neighbors but also yearned for revenge, hoping to unite their spirits once more. However, no one dared propose a confrontation with Fong Lei and his gang. These people deserve to die, Su Muyu gritted her teeth. I truly wish to see them perish. Just you. Wen Chenyi chuckled, if you go out, won't you just be delivering them a meal? Let me tell you, those brutes have lost their humanity. They would consume a tender young girl like you without a trace left. Alas. Su Muyu sighed, sitting up. Since I can't help them, I won't look at the group anymore. It only makes me angrier. All right, get up. Wen Chenyi also sat up. It's time for dinner. In Liu Yu's household, the large pot used to stew Guo grandson, who had melted a good deal of snow, with several chunks of raw meat tossed in to cook. Liu Yu scolded, "You brainless fools, all you know is to take food, can't you think to bring back some seasoning, not even ginger, this meat will be so foul." Yuji, Fong Lei replied with a grin, "It's fine to make do. When it comes to eating people, I never heard you mention ginger." Zhang Jie chuckled, nodding in agreement. Yuji, no worries, we brought back plenty of alcohol earlier, a splash into the pot will do just as well. By the way, Brother Lei, since you have the gun, why didn't you pull it out to scare Wang Chenyi when we went to Villa number 6? Fong Lei shot Zhang Jie a glare. That door is made of reinforced steel, the same material as a vault. Do you think I'm blind? That thing wouldn't budge even if we used explosives. What good would a bullet do? Another subordinate gazed longingly at the meat in the pot, gulping. You weren't with us, so you don't know. Today, we only raided 2 buildings, yet many have already perished in their homes. Just think, if this snow disaster continues, how many more will die? Liu Yu stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth, replying, why should you care about their lives? Let them die if they wish. As long as we survive, that's all that matters. Exactly, Feng Lei added, sticking with Yuji is your blessing, otherwise, you'd probably have starved to death long ago. Now, be obedient and fetch a bowl. As Liu Yu stared into the fire, a disquieting thought began to gnaw at him. Could this truly be the fabled end of the world? Chapter 50, She Loves Him, or Not? Wang Chenai retrieved a live fish from his spatial pocket and began to prepare it in the kitchen. Su Muyu stood by the cutting board, meticulously preparing the scallions, ginger, and garlic for the fish stew. With a sigh, she remarked, I find it quite perplexing that only Feng Lei possesses a firearm. Why didn't they just rush him? With their numbers, they could easily seize the gun, and wouldn't Feng Lei and his crew have no choice but to comply? Wang Chenai shook his head, chuckling softly. If they were to attempt to snatch the gun, injuries or even fatalities would surely ensue. Who isn't he afraid of death? Su Muyu opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately remained silent. With a harmonious combination of male and female efforts, the table was soon adorned with 4 dishes and soup, though 2 of the dishes were directly retrieved by Wang Chenai from his spatial pocket. As the 2 sat down at the dining table in the living room, Wang Chenai's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Initially assuming it was from Wang Weiqi, he was surprised to find it was an invitation to join a group chat. Jibo Xiao invites you to join the chat group. Homeowners Resistance Group. Bored and with little else to do, Wang Chenai accepted the invitation. Upon entering the group, a flurry of messages flooded in. Feng Lei is Liu Yu's underling. If he has a gun, could Liu Yu also be armed? Regardless of whether he has a gun, if we don't unite, we'll just be robbed. Jibo Xiao, if I recall correctly, you reside in Building 3, right? Didn't your home get looted? Just because I was robbed doesn't mean I can't join the group. I've brought many people in. I want revenge. Yes, my home was also looted. We must devise a plan to reclaim our food, otherwise, we'll starve. These beasts, may they meet a terrible end. I wish I could bite them to death. The homeowners in the group expressed their indignation, bombarding the chat with over 1,000 messages, yet none had addressed the pressing matter of how to deal with Liu Yu and his gang. By the time Wang Chenai and Su Muyu finished their dinner, the group was still caught up in a frenzy of impotent rage, causing Wang Chenai to roll his eyes in exasperation. Finding the situation utterly tedious, he tossed his phone onto the sofa, turned on the television, and resumed his gaming, leaving behind thoughts of Kong Xier, who resided on the underground 2nd floor. The following morning, Wang Chenai awoke to find the thermometer displaying an outdoor temperature of -63 degrees and an indoor temperature of 27 degrees. One could easily surmise that countless individuals had perished from freezing or starvation throughout the night. After tossing a couple of logs into the fireplace, he settled onto the sofa to begin training his supernatural abilities. Progress was somewhat slow. The flame he summoned was only slightly larger than his fist, while the lightning he conjured was merely as thick as a pair of chopsticks. After retrieving another live fish from his spatial pocket, he channeled the energy within his body, directing a bolt of lightning to strike the fish's head, leaving it charred. Wang Chenai inhaled sharply. This lightning may appear slender, yet its power is quite formidable. I wonder how it would feel to strike a person. Why isn't there a target for me to test it on? After practicing for a while and feeling that his supernatural energy was nearly depleted, Wang Chenai headed to the bathroom for a shower. Once he finished, he found that Su Muyu had prepared breakfast. As he ate, he glanced at his phone, noticing that the once lively resistance group had now fallen silent, while the homeowners group saw an increasing number of requests for food and medicine. At that moment, Conchia sent Wang Chenai a message. If Li Huan asks if I'm with you, just say I'm not. Before Wang Chenai could respond, Li Huan tagged him in their class group chat. Wang Chenai, are you hiding Conchia? I warn you, don't harbor any improper intentions towards her. If you have any sense, return her to me and bring some food and cold medicine. Otherwise, once the snowstorm passes, The classmates will certainly seek an explanation from you. Upon reading this message, a smirk crept across Wang Chenye's face. Indeed, trouble often arises from the ugly. Since you act without kindness, do not expect me to act with righteousness. Informing Su Mu Yu, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, Wang Chenai made his way to the underground second floor. At that moment, Kongxia was nestled under the covers, engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing Wang Chenye's arrival, she instinctively tightened her blanket. "Chenai, could you let me rest a bit?" "I'm still in pain, I'm not here for that," Wang Chenai replied expressionlessly. "Why are you afraid to let Li Huan know you're here? Is there another man hidden in your house? Are you worried he'll find out about our night together?" No, Kongxia hurriedly clarified, "I'm just afraid Li Huan might come looking for me." "Not to worry." A smile finally broke through on Wang Chenye's face. "As long as you haven't hidden another man, everything is negotiable. If she comes looking, let her. If Li Huan manages to enter this villa, I'll gladly stand on my head." Although Wang Chenai had already crossed certain boundaries with her twice, hearing such crude words from him made Kongxia feel uncomfortable. Yet, being under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to endure. If they were back in their freshman year together, she would have undoubtedly brought Wang Chenai to tears with her education. "Come on, get up. Let us shoot a video for them to see." Wang Chenai noticed that the group had indeed started to condemn him, calling him a toad dreaming of eating swan meat, questioning why he still harbored such thoughts about Kongxia. A few sycophants were even more vehement, threatening that if Wang Chenai dared to lay a finger on Kongxia, he would regret ever being born into this world. Wang Chenai retrieved a revealing maid outfit from his spatial pocket and tossed it in front of Kongxia. "Put this on and come upstairs." After saying that, he descended to the underground level to prepare. When Kongxia shyly ascended, clad in the maid outfit, she was met with a table brimming with food. Each dish was a lavish creation ordered from a five-star hotel during Wang Chenai's time in the capital, though they were all dishes he personally disliked. "Sit down and eat," Wang Chenai commanded as he lounged in his chair, crossing his legs. "I'm going to record a video of you dining to show the classmates just how well you're faring now." Kongxia internally cursed. In the basement, the only things available were drinking water and instant noodles. Nevertheless, she complied and sat down to eat. Wang Chenai began recording at just the right moment, inquiring, "Shirzai, how is it? Is this food to your liking? I must tell you, these dishes were prepared by renowned chefs from the capital." "Yes," Kongxia replied, playing along. "It's truly delicious. Darling, you're so good to me." Wang Chenai pressed further. "What about Li Huan? Aren't you concerned about her?" "Why should I care about her?" Kongxia suddenly felt a surge of irritation and voiced her true feelings. "I want nothing to do with her anymore. She can love me or hate me." Chapter 51. Roasted whole lamb. After Wang Chenai finished recording the video and shared it in the class group, he stood up with satisfaction and remarked, "For any leftovers, simply place them in the refrigerator, reheat them later, and do not waste food." Once the video was posted, the group erupted in excitement. "Wang Chenai, how could you possibly have so much food? I am so envious. Unfortunately, the snow outside is far too thick to venture out, otherwise, I would have come to your house for a feast." "Shirzai, is Wang Chenai's video genuine? Are you really at his home? Does he truly have that much delicious food?" Envy and jealousy abound. "I thought I could endure it, but Wang Chenai, how could you flaunt such a video?" As Kongxia munched on her food, she read through the messages in the class group, her resentment towards Wang Chenai growing. Hadn't she endured humiliation and hardship solely for a taste of this food? Why must he broadcast it for all to see? Was this merely a display of arrogance? A nobody is still a nobody. How infuriating. She had initially contemplated finding a wealthy partner after the snow disaster, but now, all her hopes had been dashed. At that moment, Li Huan sent a message. "Shirzai, have you gone to find Wang Chenai? You must bring back all that food." Upon reading her message, Kongxia felt even more agitated and tossed her phone aside. Returning upstairs, Su Mu Yu had already washed all the dishes. She sat languidly on the sofa, her legs dangling, her little feet swaying in a delightful manner. Wang Chenai smiled and asked, would you like to play a game together? Su Muyu sat up with a mischievous grin and said, Chainai, tell me, if I were to film our fireplace and the vegetables in the refrigerator, then share the video in our class and colleague groups, would it spark public outrage? Wen Chainai leaned forward and playfully pinched her nose, laughing, har har, you would surely be scolded mercilessly. Hee hee, I'm just joking, Su Muyu stuck out her tongue, stop playing games. Let us watch a drama instead, watching you play is simply too dull. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Chainai agreed, but half an hour later, he regretted it, for the drama Su Muyu had chosen was utterly mindless, featuring a cast of talentless pretty boys who spoke in the most effeminate manner. At that moment, someone in the homeowners' resistance group tagged him, Wen Chainai, we have formed a resistance alliance, but we lack food, being hungry, we are certainly no match for Liu Yu and his crew. We would like to borrow some food from you, or buy it if possible, just name your price. Upon seeing the message, Wen Chainai could not help but roll his eyes, borrow, buy, who knows how long this apocalypse will last, or how many days these people can survive. Moreover, in this dire situation, the money in their accounts is worth less than scrap paper. At least, in extreme hunger, scrap paper can satiate one's appetite, while an account holds nothing but a collection of numbers. Giving them food now would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. He replied in the group, don't tag me unless it's necessary. I have food, but I won't share it with you. I won't lend or sell it either, so give up on that notion. The homeowners, upon reading his message, cursed Wen Chainai vehemently, but dared not voice their grievances in the group. Soon, private messages began to pour in from homeowners wanting to trade antiques and jewelry for some food. Even some female neighbors sent suggestive photos along with flirtatious messages. Long legs, fair and straight, in any pose, feel free to explore. I am Guanyin descending to earth, and you are that lotus flower. I practice yoga daily. I can bridge. To be honest, there were quite a few attractive and cultured women in this community, but Wen Chainai had little interest in married women. Presently, many households still had food reserves, and those selling their daughters had yet to appear. As time passed, high school students would only cost the price of a few packets of instant noodles, and the prices would only get cheaper. At Liu Yu's residence, his subordinates were all sprawled on the floor of the living room, as lighting a fire in a confined space required ventilation. However, opening too many windows made the house cold. Liu Yu was jolted awake by the sounds of snoring. Clutching his phone, he lounged on the sofa, perusing the messages in the group chat dedicated to the homeowners' resistance. It was unclear which fool had added him with another WeChat account, and initially, he was quite annoyed to see these oblivious individuals had created such a group. However, he suppressed his irritation and remained concealed within. Seeing them fail to procure food from Wen Chainai, he chuckled, a bunch of fools, still hoping to resist, truly deluded. Eventually, a homeowner commented, we cannot afford to dawdle any longer, we must formulate a plan and unite to confront Liu Yu and his gang. But they have guns. We can find cover. Their guns are homemade, they cannot fire rapidly. Once they shoot, we can rush in and seize their weapons. I am so hungry that I have no strength left, how can we resist? Wen Chainai, amused, retrieved a roasted whole lamb from his space, snapped a photo, and sent it to the group, stating, if you manage to take down Liu Yu, I will treat you all to roasted whole lamb. The lamb is already prepared, whether you get to eat it depends on your actions. A homeowner questioned, are you joking with us? How could you possibly have a roasted whole lamb? Wen Chainai then shared a photo of the fireplace, messaging, with such a large oven, what's a roasted whole lamb to me? Hurry up, or else I'll enjoy it all by myself. Upon seeing the photo of the roasted whole lamb, Liu Yu swallowed hard. Although his subordinates had managed to procure some food, it was merely frozen meat and grain. Nothing could compare to the allure of a roasted whole lamb. Wen Chainai had 500 such lambs in his space, all genuine grassland lambs, roasted to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, bursting with flavor at the first bite. We cannot remain idle any longer. We must eliminate Liu Yu, or else the little food we have left will be snatched away. The individual speaking had actually run out of food and sought to take advantage of the chaos to pilfer some from Liu Yu's home, hoping to last until official rescue arrived. A female office worker chimed in, "Are you all men or not? It's been 2 days, and there has been no movement." Another female homeowner added, "HMPH, you useless men, it's no wonder you're all single." Hundreds of men, and not one dares to confront a mere few dozen. It's no surprise you remain single. With those 2 women leading the charge, other single ladies in the group began to attack the men as well. Chapter 52, A malicious wind blows through the owners group. A young man in his 20s could no longer restrain himself and posted a picture in the group where he was flanked by 2 women, exclaiming, "Take a good look, both of these are my girlfriends." Another individual chimed in, "With so many options available, why bother with the hassle of finding a girlfriend?" Yet another, in a tone of pretentious superiority, remarked, "The secretary from the company's PR department is easy to bed, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged." As the conversation progressed, the true natures of these men were laid bare, and they engaged in a lively discussion within the group. This barrage of dialogue finally provoked a furious response from the women in the group, who began to hurl insults at these individuals. Wang Chenai watched, dumbfounded. Was this group not established to resist Liu Yu and his ilk? How had they turned on each other so quickly? The group leader, unable to endure the chaos any longer, activated the mute function for all members and declared, "What are you all doing? Shouldn't we be discussing how to wrest the gun from Liu Yu's hands? Do you wish to witness a tragedy akin to that of Building 3 unfold in your own lives? Or do you believe you possess the means to deter Liu Yu and his gang from seizing your resources, especially my female friends in the group? I've heard those ruffians not only take supplies but also subject attractive women to indignities. Are you truly unafraid? Shouldn't we be uniting to save ourselves?" The group leader's account was private, rendering his identity invisible to others, yet upon hearing his words, Wang Chenai sensed that this individual was likely in sales, perhaps even a sales team leader, as his rhetoric was quite adept at stirring emotions. Indeed, after reading his message, the members of the group fell silent. "He's right, we must unite to salvage ourselves," one person declared. "I was wrong, I apologize to the women in the group." With these 2 statements, a wave of self-criticism and reflection swept through the group. Wang Chenai couldn't help but suspect that the mental faculties of these individuals had been frozen. Meanwhile, the group leader gazed at his phone, a smile gracing his lips. His objective in forming this group was to seize the gun from Liu Yu, and once in possession of it, he would wield ultimate authority over this community. Before long, someone in the group shared a photo, Liu Yu's selfie, his face adorned with a sinister grin, brandishing a pistol in each hand. Shortly thereafter, he sent a voice message, "Looks like you're all having an interesting chat. Keep it going, I can offer my insights, after all, who knows me better than myself?" Shinting exited the group chat, Yu Yinpeng exited the group chat, Long Aiqian exited the group chat. Yi Chen exited the group chat, Ling Qie exited the group chat. In the blink of an eye, the number of group members diminished exponentially. The group leader felt disheartened. He had intended to conspire for personal gain, only to discover that his target was lurking within the group. What was the point of scheming now? Fortunately, his identity remained concealed, otherwise, Liu Yu would have surely flayed him alive. In the end, only Wang Chenai and Liu Yu remained in the group, with Wang Chenai now assuming the role of group leader. Liu Yu regarded Wang Chenai with considerable wariness but understood that the latter must possess a wealth of resources. Thus, Liu Yu aimed to rapidly expand his influence, believing that with sufficient manpower, he could easily shatter Wang Chenai's defenses. After all, it was just a villa. Even if he couldn't enter through the front door, there were always alternative routes. Although over 30 individuals were under his command, many suffering from frostbite, this did not substantially diminish their combat effectiveness. As long as the residents of this community remained divided, they posed no real threat to him. Neither individual chose to leave the group, but Liu Yu swiftly posted a message, "Everyone, I know you harbor animosity towards me, but what have I done wrong? I merely wish to survive. We are all neighbors, and communication is essential to foster camaraderie." After a considerable pause with no responses, he continued, "As neighbors, you know I, Liu Yu, am a man of loyalty. I not only wish to ensure my own survival, But I also aim to protect my brothers who depend on me. Their trust in me must not be betrayed, correct? Following this, he shared a photograph depicting his subordinates gathered around a large pot, feasting on meat. In the owner's group, many were now on the brink of starvation, and the sight of that steaming pot of stew made their mouths water. While they were nearly out of food, these individuals were gathered around a fire, enjoying a hearty meal, truly outrageous. Simultaneously, they envied Liu Yu's followers, who had evidently amassed sufficient supplies to stave off hunger for quite some time. After a moment, Liu Yu added, "We are all neighbors, and as the saying goes, distant relatives. I, Liu Yu, am not the kind of person who bullies others due to my strength. In the face of this snow disaster, shouldn't we unite instead?" Though Liu Yu's words appeared reasonable, the owners in the group felt an unsettling dissonance. Wang Chenai, seated cross-legged on his sofa, found it laughable that a bandit could utter such sentiments without anyone countering him. These neighbors were truly peculiar. If one wished to survive, should they not resort to robbery? If close neighbors are to be treated with disdain, then they deserve to be plundered, did they not? However, since these incidents had not directly affected him, Wang Chenai was disinclined to seek justice for the victims. To his astonishment, an owner from Building 1 remarked, "It's not easy for anyone. We are all compelled by circumstances. I understand. I truly do." Upon reading this comment, Wang Chenai felt as though his worldview had shattered into a million pieces. Was this person truly a talent, having developed Stockholm Syndrome while still in the womb? To even express understanding for a thief was beyond comprehension. Soon after, another owner from Building 6 chimed in, "I've known little Liu for a while. He's a decent guy and quite loyal. Yeah. Liu Ji, do you remember me? I once worked with you." Wang Chenai sensed that a malicious wind was sweeping through the owner's group, as many seemed bewitched, flattering Liu Yu. It quickly dawned on him, Liu Yu held the resources, and thus, he was the one in power. People would rally around him. Chapter 53. Unattractive yet idealistic. This illustrates the adage that the impoverished in bustling markets go unnoticed, while the affluent in remote mountains have distant kin. Before the apocalypse, Liu Yu amassed considerable wealth, for he understood the significance of resources. Once one possesses them, many will come seeking favor. Since we are all neighbors, if anyone wishes to ally with me, I assure you that hunger shall not befall you. I, Liu Yu, guarantee that as brothers, we will share both fortune and adversity. Hearing this from Liu Yu, the homeowners felt a stir of interest. After all, he currently held the most resources, and failing to align with him could render them vulnerable to being plundered. Before long, some of the residents in his building came to pledge their allegiance. They brought their valuable possessions as a form of greeting, akin to a protection in just one day. Liu Yu's followers swelled from over 30 to more than 60. He promptly occupied 2 apartments on the same floor, merging them into a spacious flat of over 400 square meters, with 3 fires blazing within, where these 60 individuals temporarily took refuge. One of the new neighbors approached Liu Yu and whispered, "I heard that Wang Qingye from Villa number 6 has a wealth of supplies. Should we not raid his home together?" Upon hearing the name Wang Qingye, Liu Yu's expression turned icy, and he replied quietly, "You all have just arrived. First, let us eat something. Once you regain your strength, we can discuss further matters." The individual felt deeply moved, thinking how fortunate he was to follow Liu Yu, who was so considerate. He returned to the sofa, picked up his phone, and messaged Wang Qingye, "I now have over 60 people with me. Perhaps we can discuss cooperation?" Wang Qingye smirked at his phone and typed back, "EO? What kind of cooperation?" He was curious to see what scheme Liu Yu had concocted. "Those who follow me will only increase, hence I have decided to requisition your Villa number 6. From there, we will extend our influence throughout the entire community." Wang Qingye narrowed his eyes. "Liu Yu, though your looks may be unappealing, your ambitions are quite beautiful. However, I must inquire why, among the many villas, you seem fixated on mine? Har har." "Brother," Liu Yu replied, seemingly unfazed, "I have noticed that your villa is distinct from the others. My men spotted solar panels outside. It would be convenient for us to convene there, wouldn't it? Rest assured, I will not treat you unfairly. With our numbers, we will undoubtedly acquire abundant food, which you shall oversee distributing. Just think, with all the food in your hands, the power you would wield. Wang Chengye, no longer willing to entertain his nonsense, retorted, "Lu, you truly are delusional. Here's a piece of advice: keep your distance and do not show your schemes before me." Now was not the time. When the moment came, Wang Chengye would surely eliminate Liu. The audacity of this man to covet his villa was absurd. Just as he intended to set his phone aside to enjoy the soft skin of Su Muyu, another message arrived. "Wang Chengye, please help me. My husband wants to trade me for food. I beg you, help me. I do not wish for another man to touch me." The message was from a group chat, as they had not previously added each other as friends. However, Wang Chengye recognized the sender. She was Zhao Lina, who had married into the community just 4 months prior, her wedding photo displayed prominently at the entrance. He recalled having encountered her a couple of times. She possessed a sweet demeanor, while her husband, Ma Feng, spoke with a slight lisp. Wang Chengye glanced at Su Muyu in his arms, noting that she was not paying attention to him, before replying, "Miss, it seems we are not acquainted. What prompted you to seek my assistance?" Zhao Lina responded, "I know you have food supplies. Ma Feng is a beast. I have not held his inadequacies against him, yet he intends to. I wish to divorce him." Wang Chengye initially assumed it was a standard plea for help, yet he found himself entangled in a scandal. From her messages, it was evident that she had reached a point of desperation. Curiously, he inquired, "If you are aware of his shortcomings, why did you marry him in the first place?" Zhao Lina hesitated before replying, "He is a distant relative. My family suggested that if I married him, they would arrange for an adoption, so I consented. However, I never anticipated he would seek to ally with Liu, and now he plans to trade me for supplies. He is inhuman. I want to leave him." Wang Chengye found himself at a loss for words. In this age, the notion of having children was becoming increasingly rare. Younger generations were opting for robotic companionship rather than marrying one another. Due to ethical constraints in Huaxia, such unions were prohibited from procreation, yet some still dared to defy the law. Wang Chengye replied, "Very well, if what you say is true, you are still a maiden? Is your virtue still intact?" Zhao Lina quickly responded with a single word, "Yes." Wang Chengye chuckled, "I find that hard to believe. These days, teenagers are renting rooms by high school. I refuse to believe a girl as sweet as you remains untainted." Zhao Lina replied with 4 words, "I believe in coldness." Wang Chengye scoffed, "Then why should I assist you?" Zhao Lina replied, "I can offer you my first time. I will accompany you." Wang Chengye countered, "But you claim to be cold." Zhao Lina insisted, "I have no choice. I wish to live." Wang Chengye replied, "Yet, I do not favor coercing others." Zhao Lina responded, "I am willing. I will ensure you are comfortable." At this juncture, Wang Chengye fell silent. To be honest, he was reluctant to impose such matters on anyone, especially in the intimacy of the bedroom. Outside, snowflakes continued to drift down, blanketing everything in white. Surely, the snowfall must cease soon. In his arms, Su Muyu shifted, lazily yawning, completely engrossed in a rather dull television drama. Chapter 54. Zheng Tingting arrives. Noticing that Wang Chenai remained silent for a prolonged period, Zhao Lina on the other end grew anxious. "Wang Chenai, I beg you to help me. I can cook for you and keep your bed warm." Su Muyu interjected with curiosity, "Who are you chatting with so engrossedly? I hope it's not some stray dog outside." Before Wang Chenai could respond, the tablet beside him emitted an alarm, indicating someone had entered the surveillance zone. Su Muyu reached for the tablet, glanced at it, and Zheng Tingting, why is she living in this neighborhood? Wang Chenai cast a brief glance at the screen and inquired, "What, do you know her?" Su Muyu nodded, "She is also an orphan. We shared a room at the orphanage. During college, she found a baby girl and intended to return her to the orphanage. However, by that time, the old director had retired, and the new one was reluctant to take in a child not officially placed, making it difficult to secure funding. Hence, Zheng Tingting left. I was still in university then and only learned about it later from the aunties at the orphanage. I tried to contact her, but her phone number had changed, and the university said she had dropped out. Wen Chenai asked in astonishment, so, that child isn't hers? I had thought she was an unwed mother. How could she make such a mistake? Su Muyu rolled her eyes. Do you not realize her intelligence is on par with mine? I was already advanced in my studies when I entered university, and she only started a year later. By the way, her birthday is just a few months after mine. Impressive. Wen Chenai remarked, giving her a thumbs up, then leaned down to plant a kiss on Su Muyu's forehead. If she's coming over, she probably wants to borrow some food, right? Otherwise, I could just give her some food and send her on her way. Su Muyu sat up, wrapping her legs around Wen Chenai's waist, her arms encircling his neck as she playfully pleaded, Brother Chenai, could you also take her in? Wen Chenai's expression turned serious as he replied, have you ever heard the phrase, the benevolent perish in the apocalypse? Can you refrain from being so saintly, just because I am easygoing? Does tea mean you can disregard me? If she has any ill intentions, we could both meet our demise. Trust me on this. Take your ID, buy a ticket to Sichuan, and head to Shuangliu International Airport. There's a place called Leshan. From the airport's passenger center, you can catch a bus to Leshan, 8 yuan. Take a rickshaw to Zinanmen bus station, 5 yuan. The bus from Chengdu to Leshan costs 35 yuan, and from Leshan bus station, there are public buses to the entrance of the Big Buddha Scenic Area, 1 yuan. Alternatively, you could take a bullet train to Leshan Station, 7 yuan, and then take bus number 3 to the Big Buddha Scenic Area. Of course, a taxi would be the fastest option. Once you reach Leshan, there's a Grand Buddha, just let it rise while you sit down. With one hand twisting Wen Chenai's ear, Su Muyu exclaimed, with such thick snow outside, how do you expect me to go? How am I supposed to manage? Why don't you just take me there right now? I'll sit there immediately. Hey, Wen Chenai quickly grasped her hand that was tugging at his ear. Let us keep the conversation civil. There's no need for this. It hurts. Please let go. In an instant, Su Muyu's expression fell, her smile fading as she weakly descended from Wang Chenai's lap, saying, the house is yours. Even what I eat, wear, and use belongs to you. Whether or not to let her in is your decision. Had it not been for the experiences of his previous life, Wen Chenai might have genuinely allowed her entry. However, recalling those memories and the lingering pain from where he had once been bitten by a zombie made him hesitate. Suddenly, he remembered that at the onset of the zombie outbreak, there had been a woman who had armed herself and her child thoroughly, warning him about zombies at the intersection ahead. Upon closer inspection, the figures of the mother and child in the surveillance footage bore resemblance to those in his memory, yet, Wen Chenai remained wary of the risk. He activated the intercom system and inquired, Jing Tingting, is it? What brings you here? Jing Tingting responded urgently, I would like to borrow a little food, just enough for the child. Wang Chenai countered, what do you offer in exchange? Zheng Tingting pondered for a moment, then produced a jade pendant from her pocket, stating, I am an orphan. This was found in my swaddling clothes by the director when I was abandoned. I inquired at an antique shop previously, and it is of some age and value. It's all I have left. The high-definition camera and screen captured the reluctance in Zheng Tingting's eyes. Wen Chenai, who had previously been fond of jade, recognized that the pendant was not an ordinary trinket and said, you do realize that food is quite expensive these days. I can offer you 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water for this pendant. Would you like to make the exchange? Upon hearing this, Jing Tingting bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally saying, I'll exchange it. Su Muyu, standing beside Wen Chenai, had wanted to say something but merely moved her lips, failing to voice her thoughts. A wave of helplessness washed over her, and she squatted down, cradling her face in her hands, sobbing quietly. Wen Chenai rose, taking the tablet with him as he headed toward the basement, stating, just place the jade pendant at the door. I will step out and exchange it with you. You need water too, right? Zheng Tingting quickly added, I can help you collect snow daily. Could we trade some snow for a little food? Residents in the neighborhood needed to venture out daily to gather snow, which they would then melt for drinking water. With the temperature plummeting below 70 degrees Celsius, the biting cold could easily cause frostbite, even when bundled in thick clothing. A small girl was willing to endure so much just to secure a meal for her child, which moved Wang Chenai deeply. Although he did not lack for water and was not a saint, Zheng Tingting's words genuinely touched him. Contemplating that he had ample food stored, he decided to see how long the girl could endure and agreed, "All right, I don't need you to gather too much snow. Just 3 basins a day will suffice for 1 pack of instant noodles. Thank you. Thank you." Zheng Tingting exclaimed with excitement. The conversation on the tablet was overheard by the weeping Sumu Yu, who stood up and rushed to snatch the tablet from Wang Chenye's hands, her expression devoid of emotion as she declared, "Zheng Tingting, we do not need you to go out and gather snow. After today, do not come back." Chapter 55. I do not trust human nature. Upon hearing the voice emanating from the speaker, Zheng Tingting was initially taken aback, but she quickly recognized the owner of the voice as her childhood friend, Sumu Yu, with whom she had grown up in the orphanage. One could also blame the security company. An ordinary intercom system had been equipped with high-fidelity Bosch speakers, which were more suited for a concert. Zheng Tingting pondered for a long time. Throughout their lives, she and Sumu Yu seemed to have had no conflicts. She asked in bewilderment, "Sumu Yu, is that you? If it is you, then why would you heartlessly leave me to perish?" If it were not Sumu Yu, everything would be clear. In these times of severe food scarcity, which woman would wish for her partner to share food with other women and children? Yet, Zheng Tingting still hoped that it was indeed Sumu Yu. After all, they had lived together in the orphanage for over a decade and were the best of friends. Although they had lost contact later on, Zheng Tingting still believed that Sumu Yu would come to her aid. The speaker crackled to life once more, and Sumu Yu's voice resonated. Indeed, it's me, Sumu Yu Tingting. Please wait a moment. I will get dressed and join you. Do you remember our days in the orphanage? When there was no food and we were hungry, yet we managed to survive together. As long as we are together, everything will be all right. Zheng Tingting bit down hard on her lip, striving to suppress her tears. In such frigid weather, shedding tears could lead to dire consequences. Inside the villa, Wang Chenai looked at Sumu Yu in shock. "Are you planning to leave?" A vacant smile graced Sumu Yu's face. "Yes, I am going to Leshan to help the great Budu rise. I'll sit there." If she were an ordinary woman, Wang Chenai would certainly not stop her, for leaving the safety of Villa No. 6 in this apocalyptic world would be akin to courting death. However, Sumu Yu was no ordinary girl. She was the one destined to awaken her healing abilities. When hordes of zombies and superhumans emerged, the latter would become completely immune to regular medications. Without the enhancement of a healer, those drugs would be utterly ineffective. Wang Chenai, now a superhuman, understood that although superhumans possessed significantly better physical attributes than ordinary people, any illness contracted could be fatal. The laws of nature apply even in the apocalypse. No matter how powerful a creature is, it possesses a critical vulnerability. Wang Chenai had painstakingly devised a plan to bind Sumu Yu to him, and had even ended her to him. How could he possibly let her leave now? "Sumu Yu," he said coldly, "are you deliberately opposing me?" Tears streamed down Sumu Yu's face as she sobbed. "I would never dare. Although I have not experienced the apocalypse firsthand, I know that during this time, you not only saved my life but also provided me with a quality of life unmatched by anyone else in the world. However, Zheng Tingting has been my sister for over a decade. She has been a beacon of light for me when I could no longer endure. Wang Chenai, do you believe in light?" Sumu Yu gazed intently at Wang Chenai, her eyes filled with yearning. Wang Chenai sighed, "I believe in light, but I do not trust human nature." Sumu Yu exhaled a heavy sigh. "All right, do not obstruct me any longer. Did you not say that I would awaken my healing abilities later? I promise, whenever you are in need, I will extend my hand to you, as a token of gratitude for your care during this time." Before Wang Chenai could respond, she continued, "I understand that in your eyes, my gratitude may not equate to your contributions. However, I have entrusted my body to you. It may seem worthless to you, but for me, my body will only belong to one man for life." Suddenly, an inexplicable agitation surged within Wang Chenai. He seized Sumu Yu, You do not even own a warm piece of clothing. Going out is tantamount to seeking death. If you pity me, please lend me a few pieces of clothing, Asumuyu replied, suppressing the agony within. If you do not wish to help, then I do not insist. By the way, could I borrow a blanket? I will go to Zheng Tingting's house. I might be able to fit into her clothes. Wang Chenai chuckled. Is Zheng Tingting even 1.5 meters tall? And does she weigh more than 80 pounds? Are you sure you can wear her clothes? Asumuyu finally relented. Fine. Tell me what I must do to earn a few warm pieces of clothing from you. I will comply with whatever you ask. Wang Chenai exclaimed. Is it so unbearable to be in your heart? No, you are wonderful. Asumuyu finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. But do you know? If it weren't for Zheng Tingting, you might not even see me now. From a young age, she encouraged me to persevere through any hardship. It was she who stood in front of me to protect me when other children bullied me in the orphanage. What do you expect me to do now, Wang Chenai? I have given myself to you. I have already determined that you are the only man in my life. Even if I do not want this life, I will remain virtuous for you. I beg you, since you cannot let Zheng Tingting in, please allow me to leave. With that, Asumuyu collapsed helplessly onto the ground, gasping through her tears. Wang Chenai, also an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage, understood that behind the facade of a harmonious family lay a world rife with filth and despair. Those staff members, driven by their selfish desires, would use these unfortunate children as pawns to further their own interests, especially the more attractive girls. Furthermore, in a capitalist society, places like orphanages had become venues for people to gain fame and launder money. Although it seemed that significant sums of money flowed in each cycle, very little was actually spent on the children. Since he could remember, Wang Chenai had to rely on his own labor to earn food. When the headmistress was absent, the other staff treated him like a beast of burden. This was also the reason he had never returned to the orphanage after reaching adulthood. Wang Chenai let out a heavy sigh, reopening the intercom system and addressing Zheng Tingting, who was still waiting outside. The door is now open. Bring your jade pendant and child inside. Zheng Tingting hesitated for a moment, then took the child's hand and stepped through the just-opened door, a wave of warmth enveloping her, almost taking her breath away. Chapter 56. A guarantee of satisfaction. The temperature in the basement was slightly higher than outside, yet it still hovered around -4 or 5 degrees. Conversely, the room maintained a comfortable 25 to 26 degrees. This stark contrast in temperature could induce a sense of discomfort. Wang Chenai allowed Zheng Tingting and her daughter to enter solely because he was unwilling to let Asumuyu leave, but this did not imply that he was without his precautions. With a stern expression, he addressed Asumuyu. Very well, I have permitted them entry. You need not weep any longer. During this period, I must observe their behavior. If she proves to be compliant, I may consider extending to her the same privileges you enjoy. However, should she prove otherwise, do not expect me to entertain any further appeals on her behalf. Asumuyu lifted her gaze towards Wang Chenai, her expression complex, yet her voice was soft and gentle as she inquired, Did you allow them in for my sake? Not entirely for you. Wang Chenai pondered for a moment before responding. As a man, I find that indulging in a single type of sustenance can become tiresome. Hence, until she has undergone my scrutiny, it would be prudent for you two not to meet. Rest assured, I shall not let her go hungry. You cannot force her to do what she does not wish to do, Asumuyu hastily retorted. I can take her place. Do you not fancy black silk? I could wear it for you every day. Wang Chenai regarded her with a knowing look. Remain here for the time being. I shall check on them. The door leading to the basement, like the main entrance, was constructed of high-grade steel, impervious to any attempts at entry without Wang Chenai's authorization. Thus, he harbored no concerns that Asumuyu might clandestinely meet Zheng Tingting while he was asleep or otherwise distracted. As for the so-called test for Zheng Tingting, it was, in truth, a form of torment, psychological torment meant to break her spirit, after which he would grant her warmth, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Of course, this strategy was limited to those of average psychological resilience. It would not necessarily work on individuals of stronger mental fortitude. When Wang Chenai descended into the basement, Zheng Tingting instinctively took 2 steps back, clutching the child in her arms tightly against the door. He smiled and said, "Jingtingting, is it? You must understand that your admission here is due to Su Mui's insistence. This girl dared to threaten me. She claimed that if I did not allow you in, she would leave with you. However, while I have permitted you entry, your opportunity to meet will depend on your conduct. But we are not acquainted, so for now, you and your daughter shall have to endure residing here. I am being quite magnanimous. Not everyone is granted such an opportunity. Now, follow me." Wen Chenai found it somewhat perplexing. Despite Jingtingting and the child appearing quite dirty, he detected no unpleasant odors emanating from them. After escorting them to the room where he had previously battled Conchia, Wen Chenai stated, "You may stay here for the time being. There are provisions in the refrigerator, and clean clothes in the cupboard. It would be best for both of you to clean yourselves up. I have a slight aversion to filth, so do ensure you both smell pleasant." Having said this, Wang Chenai turned to leave. Jingtingting, watching his retreating figure, bit her lip and finally mustered the courage to ask, Is my daughter okay?" Wang Chenai did not respond. Ascending the stairs, however, after a moment's reflection, he turned back and descended to the second basement level to speak briefly with Conchia. Initially resistant, Conchia ultimately relented when Wen Chenai warned, "If you do not wish to stay, then leave. Do not attempt any tricks. Should I discover any deceit, I would not hesitate to dispose of you." Conchia was taken aback by Wen Chenai's fierce gaze, her previous schemes vanishing in an instant. Upon returning upstairs, Su Mui remained slumped on the floor, though her tears had ceased. Her despondency was palpable. This sight vexed Wen Chenai, who remarked, "Su Mui, have I been too lenient with you? If you continue in this manner, do you believe I would hesitate to cast Zheng Tingting and her daughter out into the cold?" Su Mui raised her head to meet Wang Chenai's gaze, calmly stating, "Wang Chenai, I believe you have been reborn." Wang Chenai was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt declaration, cautiously inquiring, You too have been reborn?" Su Mui shook her head. "I have not been reborn, but I have experienced the visions you spoke of. They were strikingly vivid." Wang Chenai pressed, "What did you see?" Su Mui murmured, "Ice and snow, zombies, viruses." The images were hazy, devoid of sound, resembling photographs. Wang Chenai approached her, lifting her from the floor and placing her on the sofa, draping a blanket over her. "Rest now. A brief slumber will do you good." Su Mui obediently closed her eyes, and Wang Chenai gazed upon her delicate features, feeling a sense of helplessness. Initially, he had intended to extract some form of return for sheltering Zheng Tingting and her daughter, yet witnessing her current state, he found himself unable to act with cruelty. Moderation would be wise, lest he suffer undue consequences. Perhaps wearied from her tears, Su Mui, lying on Wang Chenai's lap, soon began to breathe evenly and lightly. Picking up his phone, he noticed 2 unread messages. The first was a photograph, a selfie from Zhao Liner, her bare skin marred with fresh bruises, an alarming sight. The second message was a text from Zhao Liner. "I told them I did not want to be given to Liu Yu and the others, and my phone struck me." "These injuries are from him just now. Wang Chenai, I beg you, save me. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Wang Chenai replied with a smirk, "Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Our relationship is merely that of neighbors. Your plea for rescue suggests I owe you something." Barely a moment later, Zhao Liner responded, No, you do not owe me anything. Chenai. I sought you out because from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. I wish to follow you. Please save me, and I will obey you. I have many skills to offer. I guarantee your satisfaction." Wang Chenai retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his space and lit one, replying, "Marfong certainly lives up to his reputation. He knows how to play the part of a woman adept." After a minute and a half of waiting, Zhao Liner finally replied, "Chenai, what are you talking about? I'm Zhao Liner. Marfong has gone to find Liu Yu. He is not home, which is why I dared to contact you in secret, hoping you would save me." Chapter 57. Will make you regret it. When Chen Yu gazed at the photograph with keen interest, chuckling, hee hee, are you Zhao Liner? Just how long are your arms? Can you really capture your entire self in one frame? It wasn't merely the photograph that intrigued him. On several occasions, he had encountered Zhao Liner in the neighborhood and perceived her to be a rather shy individual. How could she possibly share such a private photo? This Marfong must take him for a fool. To his surprise, the other party promptly replied, I used a selfie stick. Wang Chenyu laughed, responding, well, you say what you will, but I must admit, your figure, tch, is quite impressive. Thank you for the photo, I shall save it. Marfong was immediately thrown off balance, retorting, just wait, I will make you regret this. Wang Chenyu replied with a smile, all right, I'm waiting, make haste. Marfong was so enraged he nearly hurled his phone, yet he restrained himself. After all, not only was he unable to purchase a new phone at present, but even if the shops were open, he could not bear to part with the money. He viciously twisted Zhao Liner's chest, causing her to emit a piercing scream. With malevolence, he declared, without running water, I refuse to believe you won't venture out to gather snow. In the neighborhood, regardless of how frigid it was outside, residents had to bundle up tightly to collect snow. Otherwise, they would be left without drinking water and risk dying of thirst. However, little did he know, the water Wang Chenyu was currently using was sourced from Lake Baikal, and the water tanks on the roof were equipped with automatic heating functions. Noticing that Marfong had ceased messaging, Wang Chenyu brushed the matter aside, tossing his phone aside and gently stroking Sumu Yu, who lay across his legs. Unbeknownst to him, Marfong had donned every piece of clothing he could find at home and was now lurking in a small compartment in the basement, waiting for Wang Chenyu to step outside so he could eliminate him. At that moment, Zhao Liner lay unconscious on the floor, yet he did not cast her a single glance as he closed the door and departed. As Marfong stepped outside, he encountered Zhao Qianhu accompanied by several others, knocking on doors throughout the building. This time, Zhao Qianhu had instructed them not to use force, as Liu Yu was eager to recruit more underlings. Brother Hu, why are you personally out here? Marfong approached with a sycophantic smile that nearly stretched his face into a bun. Zhao Qianhu shot him a glance, sneering, oh, it's Marfong, did you not claim you would go to Brother Yu today? He has been waiting for you all morning. I'm on my way, Marfong hastened to assure him. I was just thinking of capturing that Wang Chenyu to please Brother Yu, but that brat won't fall for it. Enough, keep your nose out of Wang Chenyu's affairs. Brother Yu has his own plans. Zhao Qianhu waved his hand. You should hurry home. The food is on the stove, eat and then come find us. All right. Marfong felt a swell of gratitude, thinking to himself that if he couldn't capture Wang Chenyu, he might as well offer his wife to Brother Yu. After all, his wife was quite beautiful and a virgin. Brother Yu would undoubtedly appreciate her. After dinner, Liu Yu declared, you lot, take turns guarding Wang Chenyu's doorstep. The moment he steps out, seize him. Liu Yu shared Marfong's sentiments, believing that even if Wang Chenyu had solar power, he still needed to venture out for snow. Marfong volunteered, I'll go first, the brothers can take over for me later. However, what Marfong did not anticipate was that in the small compartment he had previously prepared, he would wait for several hours, his hands and feet numb with cold, while Wang Chenyu never emerged. In fact, no one came to relieve him. Realizing that if he continued to wait there, he would soon freeze to death, he shivered back home. Zhao Liner had regained consciousness and, using some furniture, had managed to start a small fire. Marfong's anger flared upon seeing her, and he kicked Zhao Liner in the stomach, exclaiming, you filthy wretch, while I freeze outside, you're here basking in warmth, hurry and fetch me something to eat. It wasn't that Liu Yu was neglecting to provide food. Rather, he was still harboring a sense of false hope. His wife was so beautiful that any man would be unable to resist her charm. He firmly believed he could lure Wang Chenyu out, unless, of course, he wasn't a man. The essence of masculinity was not that Zhao Liner lacked allure, rather, it was obvious that she was merely bait, and Wang Chenyu was no fool. At Marfong's home, Zhao Liner prepared a bowl of noodles and brought it to him. We don't have much food left. Not much. Then you shouldn't eat. Amar Fong viciously interrupted her before she could finish her sentence. What use are you? You can't even attract a man. If it weren't for the thought of using you to trick Wang Chenyu out, so I could save face in front of brother Yu, I would have already sent you to his bed. Zhao Liner clenched her fists, retreating to the kitchen to serve herself a bowl of noodle soup. In truth, it was merely a bowl of broth, with only a few strands of noodles. After sipping the hot soup, she felt a slight alleviation in her stomach. She hadn't eaten in days, and her stomach ached from hunger. This warm broth would only provide temporary relief. Soon enough, her stomach would protest once more. Dear God, take me away. She gazed out at the heavy snowfall, her heart sinking into despair. She would rather freeze to death than become another man's plaything. In Villa 6, Su Muyu was sound asleep. Wang Chenyu quietly rose and made his way to the basement. He remembered that the jade pendant in Jing Tingting's possession had yet to be returned to him. After providing food and shelter for her and her daughter, he felt entitled to collect some form of compensation. Upon reaching the basement, he found Jing Tingting and the young girl emerging from the bathroom, having just finished their showers, clad in thin nightgowns. The nightgowns were oversized and somewhat sheer, obscuring the girl's figure in a delicate haze. To Wang Chenyu's surprise, although Jing Tingting appeared slender, she possessed a certain allure, albeit modest, yet sufficient. Jing Tingting did not notice the pervert observing her, however. Wang Chenyu's presence filled her with unease. What do you want? Wang Chenyu swallowed hard before speaking. I forgot to take the jade pendant. Please give it to me now. Jing Tingting hesitated briefly before removing the pendant from around her neck. She held it tightly in her hand, her expression one of reluctance. After a prolonged moment, she extended her hand, saying, Here it is for now. Once the snowstorm passes, regardless of the price, I will buy it back from you. So, I kindly ask that you do not sell it or give it to anyone else. Chapter 58. Where did this child come from? Wang Chenyu pondered to himself. The apocalypse has already arrived, and it remains uncertain when it will come to an end. If this state of affairs persists, then such items truly hold little value. Who would be inclined to purchase them? However, he was intrigued by this jade pendant, purely out of curiosity to see if it might possess a spatial quality akin to that of his own. After receiving the pendant from Jing Tingting, Wang Chenyu examined it closely. This object was merely slightly larger than a 1-yuan coin, hardly warranting the title of a jade pendant. It could at best be referred to as a jade charm. The charm, however, felt quite pleasant to the touch, smooth and lustrous, one half a milky white, the other a vibrant green, suggesting it was of superior quality, devoid of any inclusions or cracks. Adorning the charm was an intricately carved flower of unknown variety, exquisite in detail. Had this been before the apocalypse, it would likely fetch several thousand yuan at the very least. Nonetheless, Wang Chenyu's sole desire was to drip a drop of blood upon it to ascertain whether it too might unveil a spatial dimension. As he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the little girl's neck, where he was astonished to find a crescent-shaped charm identical to the one he had previously examined. Wang Chenyu crouched down, taking the charm into his hands for a closer inspection, and after a lengthy examination, he inquired, Jing Tingting, from whence did this child acquire her charm? Jing Tingting swiftly cradled the child in her arms, exclaiming, I have already given you my charm. This belongs to the child, and you cannot take it. If you intend to seize the child's charm, then we might as well take our leave. No, that is not my intention, Wang Chenyu hastily clarified. I do not wish to take anything from the child. I merely wish to inquire about the origins of this charm. Jing Tingting replied, When I found this child, the charm was already around her neck. Wang Chenyu pressed further, How old is this child? She is 5.5 years old, as Jing Tingting responded. I found her over 3 years ago. There was a note on her that indicated her birthday, March 8, 2044. Following this, Wang Chenyu posed several more questions, to which Jing Tingting answered in turn, until she could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked, Why are you asking so many questions? I possess a charm that is exactly like this one, Wang Chenyu replied nonchalantly. I suspect that the charm this child wears may be linked to my own origins. However, given that we are now in the apocalypse, it seems unlikely that any clues will surface. A bitter expression crossed Wang Qinyue's face, prompting the little girl to thoughtfully remove her charm from around her neck and place it in his hand, saying, uncle, if you like this charm, I shall give it to you, all right?" The timid voice of the little girl melted Wang Qinyue's heart. He bent down gently to stroke her hair, saying, thank you, little one. What is your name?" The little girl brightly responded, my name is Wang Yuan. Wang Chenyu turned to Zhong Tingting and asked, did you give her this name? That is also what was written on the note, as Zhong Tingting replied. It is quite an uncommon name, and I thought that if her biological parents or family were to search for her, they might recognize her by it. Wang Chenyu could not shake the feeling that this child was somehow connected to him. He ascended the stairs and, after securely closing the door, pricked his finger with a painless needle, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto Zhong Tingting's pendant. Yet, there was no reaction whatsoever. After a moment's hesitation, he let a drop of blood fall upon the crescent-shaped charm given to him by the little girl. The instant the blood made contact with the charm, Wang Chenyu felt a reaction from the spatial realm, and the charm in his hand vanished in an instant. He quickly delved his consciousness into the space, only to discover that it appeared unchanged. This cannot be right. Clearly, there was a reaction, he muttered in disappointment, noticing that the crescent-shaped mark on his left wrist seemed to have deepened ever so slightly. The following morning, when Chenyu awoke to find it was barely past 7 o'clock, before the apocalypse, he always felt he had not slept enough, yet now, with no obligations to attend to, he found himself awake at dawn, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Beside him, Zumuyu was still in deep slumber, so when Chenyu chose not to disturb her, quietly rising to wash and brush his teeth in the bathroom. In the basement, Marfeng and his companions had kept vigil throughout the night, but they had yet to see. Although each had only taken turns for an hour, their hands and feet now felt as if they were frostbitten. Were it not for their fear of Liu Yu, they would have fled long ago. Marfeng could no longer endure it and rushed to the front door, banging loudly, "Wang Chenyu, get out here." At that moment, Wang Chenyu had just finished his shower, his hair still damp. He grabbed his tablet and activated the intercom, asking, who are you? It's early in the morning, and you're banging on the door without any sense of decorum?" Marfeng, exasperated, shouted, "Wang Chenyu, did you know we were waiting for you to come out, which is why you deliberately stayed inside?" Wang Chenyu paused for a moment, then quickly replied, I truly had no idea. By the way, why are you all watching me? Are you waiting for me to go out to collect snow and melt it? I forgot to mention, we have plenty of water at home." As he spoke, he made his way toward the basement. Zhong Tingting and little Wang Yuan were still asleep when Chenyu approached the front door, stood on a stool, and opened the small window atop the door, eager to test whether his lightning ability could incapacitate the intruder. He summoned his powers, pointing his finger toward Marfeng, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, erupted from his fingertip. However, rather than striking Marfeng, it veered off and struck the steel door instead. Could it be that metal has a lower resistance than the human body, allowing the lightning to discharge into the ground through the metal door? Wang Qinyue's mind suddenly recalled his middle school physics lessons. Since lightning was ineffective, fire must surely be a viable option. Wang Chenyu once more activated his powers, conjuring a fireball the size of a walnut, which he hurled at Marfeng. The fireball adhered to Marfeng's clothing, igniting it in flames. I'm on fire!" Marfeng shouted in alarm, desperately patting at the flames on his clothes. "On fire, is it? Allow me to assist in extinguishing it." Wang Chenyu called back, simultaneously releasing water from his spatial realm, drenching Marfeng thoroughly. Marfeng, fully aware of the consequences of being drenched in such frigid temperatures, retreated while still hurling threats. "Wang Chenyu, just you wait, I will make certain to kill you." Wang Chenyu merely smiled, feeling a sense of mercy. Had he not been idly bored, he would have eliminated such a foolish jester with little hesitation. Chapter 59. Zhao Liner leapt from the building upon returning home. Marfeng's anger intensified with each passing moment, prompting him to unleash a brutal assault on Zhao Liner. Following this act of violence, he sought out Liu Yu. This beating shattered any remaining hope Zhao Liner had for Marfeng. She wandered to the entrance of the basement of Villa No. 6 like a soulless spectre. Clad only in a long white down coat, devoid of a hat or gloves, she appeared pitiful. Through the surveillance footage, Wang Qingye observed that her hands had turned a deep shade of purple from the cold, while a delicate frost had settled upon her hair and eyebrows. Her face bore a ghastly hue of blue and purple, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Wang Qingye activated the intercom system and inquired, "Zhao Liner, what brings you here? Are you in collusion with Marfong to lure me out?" Zhao Liner shook her head. "I am here to warn you, do not trust Marfong, he has already aligned himself with Liu Yu." Wang Qingye replied, "I am already aware. Are you attempting to barter this information for some food?" Zhao Liner merely shook her head, remaining silent as she turned to leave. This left Wang Qingye somewhat perplexed, yet he chose not to dwell on it, redirecting his attention to the recently awakened Su Mu Yu. He asked, "Aside from using specialized equipment, do you possess any means of determining the familial relationship between two individuals?" Su Mu Yu shook her head, her curiosity piqued. "Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Is there a child lost in the world requiring a paternity test?" "No, it's nothing of the sort, just a casual question," Wang Qingye replied, settling down. "What shall we have for lunch today?" Su Mu Yu tilted her head back and exclaimed, "All we do is eat and sleep every day. When will this monotonous life come to an end?" Wang Qingye pondered that once the zombies emerged, this tranquil existence would vanish forever. He had initially refrained from discussing such matters with Su Mu Yu, wishing for her to savor the happiness of the present, yet now, he believed it prudent to prepare her psychologically. Though the reinforced steel door of their safe house met the security standards of a national treasury, the emergence of zombies and supernatural beings rendered its safety uncertain. Thus, he spoke, "In a while, the ice and snow outside will melt, and the survivors will venture out in search of sustenance. However, none are aware that a virus capable of turning humans into zombies is already spreading beyond our walls." "Indeed," Su Mu Yu nodded, "I recall you mentioning that mutated beasts and supernatural beings would also appear. You have awakened 3 powers already, haven't you? I am destined to awaken a healing ability as well, correct? After all, you possess spatial powers and an inexhaustible supply of food, and this house is so secure, we could simply remain here and wait for death." Wang Qingye chuckled softly, shaking his head as he sat down and embraced Su Mu Yu, allowing her to perch on his lap. "When the time comes, there will be supernatural beings with immense strength, and various peculiar powers will manifest. I fear that even our fortified house may not withstand them. Moreover, some zombies can excrete highly corrosive venom that could reduce diamonds to mere wisps of smoke. Do you truly believe our home will endure such threats?" Su Mu Yu pouted thoughtfully and wrapped her arms around Wang Qingye's neck. "Then let us cherish the present. Brother Qingye, I want to eat hot dogs for lunch." With a lack of exercise equipment, the physical activities of Wang Qingye and Su Mu Yu seemed limited to such moments. After their passionate encounter, Su Mu Yu lay in Wang Qingye's embrace and softly murmured, Brother Qingye, you can trust Zheng Tingting, I can assure you of that. You foolish girl, what can you guarantee?" Wang Qingye replied with a smile, "One can know a person's face but not their heart. In times like these, it is wiser to remain cautious." "But you are simply too exceptional," Su Mu Yu pouted, "I feel as though I'm falling apart. At this rate, I might be killed by zombies or by your actions." "Rest assured, I will persuade Zheng Tingting. Like me, she values her body and will remain loyal." "I do not believe you," Wang Qingye stated coolly. "Let us observe further. Do not speak of this matter again." Su Mu Yu obediently fell silent, while Wang Qingye picked up his phone. Upon opening the community group chat, he encountered a message from a resident. "With such thick snow, one shouldn't die from a fall. However, being buried could certainly suffocate you." Curiosity piqued, Wang Qingye began to scroll through previous messages, initially encountering a photograph shared by a resident from Building 3. A deep, bottomless pit marred the thick blanket of snow, forming a shape resembling a person. Accompanying the image was the message, "Someone has jumped from the top floor of our building." A resident from Building 3 remarked, "I saw it. It was Sierra Mar's wife, Sierra Zhao. I heard a commotion in the stairwell and peeked through the peephole. It was indeed Sierra Zhao. Oh dear, what a tragic decision to take. Indeed, she must have been quite distressed. Do you still have time to empathize with others? Even if we don't jump, we are on the verge of starving. It's so cold, I've run out of furniture to burn. Who has spare furniture? I can pay. Before long, the residents' desperate pleas for food and wooden furniture overshadowed the news of Zhao Liner's leap, fading away like a firecracker that sparked once and then vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, upon returning to Liu Yu's home, Ma Feng found Liu Yu absent, having departed to consult a renowned orthopedic surgeon in the neighborhood. Accompanied by several lackeys, guarding the house was Zhao Qianhu. With a broad smile plastered on his face, Ma Feng approached Zhao Qianhu, lamenting the hardships of his vigil in the basement, reminiscent of a song by Zhu Huerjian, bearing the burdens of yesterday's trials. I seek a brighter and happier tomorrow. Expecting accolades or perhaps a morsel of food in return for his grievances, he was taken aback when Zhao Qianhu retorted, If he refuses to open the door, will you not find a tool to pry it open? Do you understand the fundamental difference between humans and animals? Humans use tools, you fool. Ma Feng pondered this statement, recognizing its validity, yet he countered, Brother Hu, I have no tools. You lack tools, but do the other residents not possess any? Zhao Qianhu regarded Ma Feng with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton. Why not borrow from your neighbors? Chapter 60. Your wife has just died. Ma Feng, realizing that venturing out alone to borrow tools might result in no one answering his call, decided to follow the group of Liu Yu's followers who, at Zhao Qianhu's behest, returned home to fetch various implements. With unwavering confidence, Ma Feng brought along a rather dim-witted volunteer and once again stood before the entrance of Villa No. 6 in the underground garage. It wasn't that others were unwilling to join. Many had only recently aligned themselves with Liu Yu and remained oblivious to Wang Chenye's formidable reputation. However, Ma Feng felt that a 2-to-1 advantage would suffice, deeming additional assistance unnecessary lest they compete for credit. Da Sha Chun, you may not be aware, but the door to this garage isn't particularly sturdy. The developer's conscience is severely lacking. What appears to be a metal door is, in fact, merely shoddy wood. Watch as I cleave it open with just a few strikes. With that, he produced a bone-cutting knife from his toolbox and struck the door with a To his astonishment, the blade snapped at the handle, the front half soaring through the air and nearly striking Da Sha Chun's head. Damn! Did this fellow replace the door? Ma Feng exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the broken handle. This kitchen knife is utterly useless. Discarding the remnants of the knife, he rubbed his sore palm. Da Sha Chun remarked, brother, if the kitchen knife won't do, let's just switch tools. He retrieved a hammer from the toolbox and began to pound on the door, yet it remained unyielding. Go on, save your brute strength for subduing Wang Chenai later, Ma Feng scoffed. Just watch me. With that, he picked up a screwdriver, preparing to pry the door open. Although the steel door featured a keyhole, unbeknownst to him, it was merely a decorative element. The door could only be opened via the control panel inside or a specialized app. Meanwhile, Wang Chenai lay in bed, having observed Ma Feng and Da Sha Chun's futile attempts from outside. Upon witnessing Ma Feng wielding the screwdriver, a thought struck him, you take a break. I shall deal with these two vermin. Although Su Mu Yu was reluctant to move, she understood that the vermin Wang Chenai referred to were the unwelcome intruders attempting to breach the villa. Lazily, she replied, all right, just be careful. When Wang Chenai arrived in the basement, he found Zheng Tingting and Wang Yuyang enjoying instant noodles. For some reason, every time he laid eyes on Wang Yuyang, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Feigning a trip upstairs, he lingered for a few moments before returning with a plate of meat, a plate of vegetables, and 2 bowls of rice. Stop subsisting on instant noodles. Let's have something else, he suggested. Zheng Tingting, taken aback, quickly responded, I saw vegetables in the fridge, but I didn't dare touch them. Not to worry, consume them quickly lest they spoil, Wang Chenai urged. I have some matters to attend to, so please remain silent. As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously lingered on Wang Yuyang. The little girl looked up, their eyes meeting, and she offered him a sweet smile. In that moment, Wang Chenai felt as though his heart might melt. He hastily averted his gaze and turned to the door, activating the intercom. Marfong, your wife has passed away, yet you still contemplate prying open my door. Your wife has just died. Marfong retorted irritably. However, today will surely mark your demise. Once I breach this door, your time will be up. Wang Chenai chuckled. Indeed, my wife has passed away. I personally cremated her when I placed her into the furnace. She was still alive. You! Chimph, anyone can boast. Marfong shivered, his hands beginning to tremble from the cold. You should contemplate what last words you wish to leave behind. Wang Chenai shook his head, silently summoning the latent energy within him. The last time he attempted to strike Marfong with lightning, it may have been due to the distance. The electricity opted to target his front door instead. Now, with Marfong nearly pressed against the door, Wang Chenai prepared to unleash a full-force strike, determined to incapacitate him. Feeling the energy surge in his right palm, Wang Chenai pressed his hand against the door, releasing a jolt of electrical energy. Outside the door, Marfong emitted a strangled whimper, his body going limp and uncontrollable. Those who have experienced an electric shock know that the sensation is akin to a tingling numbness coursing through the body, rendering the muscles powerless. As Wang Chenai's lightning continued to flow, he observed through his tablet that Marfong's body was half leaning against the door, convulsing uncontrollably, a small puddle forming beneath him. He had lost control of his bladder, and the significant amount of urine suggested he had not been able to contain it. Otherwise, his thick pants would have absorbed most of it, as would the heavy cotton shoes. The presence of the puddle indicated a substantial release. Brother Fong, what is wrong? Are you having a seizure? Da Shar Chun gawked in astonishment. Oh no, my mother warned me that illness can be contagious. I should keep my distance. After exclaiming this, Da Shar Chun fled, while Wang Chenai, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, seized the release of his powers, leaning against the wall for support, his body swaying unsteadily. Noticing this, Zheng Tingting rushed over to steady Wang Chenai, her voice laced with concern. What is the matter? Are you unwell? Wang Chenai, dizzy and disoriented, saw the world around him fade to monochrome. He closed his eyes and collapsed into Zheng Tingting's embrace. Fortunately, her frequent practice of carrying Wang Yuyang had endowed her with remarkable strength. Otherwise, both would have surely toppled. Summoning every ounce of her strength, she managed to drag Wang Chenai back to the room and onto the bed. At that moment, Wang Chenai had succumbed to unconsciousness, while Zheng Tingting found herself utterly drained. She turned to Wang Yuyang, who had rushed in to check on them. Quickly, go upstairs and find Aunt Sue. The little girl nodded vigorously before sprinting up the stairs, attempting to open the door connecting the basement to the upper floor. Unfortunately, that door could only be unlocked via Wang Chenai's tablet or his phone. After expending considerable effort, she found her attempts in vain. Anxiously returning to the room, she exclaimed, Mom, I can't open that door. What should I do? Chapter 61, Dream. At this moment, Wang Chenai's consciousness found itself enveloped in the snow beneath building number 3. Zhao Liner was still alive. Her body lay before Wang Chenai, shrouded in a halo of white light. The luminous aura, encasing Zhao Liner's form, began to drift slowly, and Wang Chenai's consciousness followed suit. Ultimately, Zhao Liner's body was transported to an apartment on the first floor of building number 3, where the walls seemed to vanish into thin air. The apartment appeared abandoned, with the furniture draped in white cloth, suggesting that its owner had departed for an extended period. Wang Chenai struggled to assert control over his consciousness, yet his attempts proved futile. When Zhao Liner's body was laid upon a bed, a white shadow emerged and sat up from within her form, pleading, Wang Chenai, please help me, I do not wish to die. This scene startled Wang Chenai profoundly. Was her soul departing? Did this not imply that Zhao Liner had indeed perished? He discovered that his consciousness could engage in dialogue with Zhao Liner's soul. I wish to assist you, but you are already dead, he exclaimed. Zhao Liner's soul responded, I am not dead. If you promise to help me, I shall not die. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chenai replied, "Very well, I will assist you, however, whether you survive is no longer my concern." Following this, he retrieved provisions, food, water, medicine, and several lighters from his spatial storage and placed them upon the bedside table. This apartment should be secure. If you feel cold, dismantle some furniture to kindle a fire. Do not reveal your presence here, and no one shall come searching for you. As Wang Chenye's words echoed, Zhao Liner's soul lay back down into her body, and Wang Chenye's consciousness returned to his own form. Upon awakening, Zhao Liner gazed at the supplies on the bedside table, her worldview utterly shattered. Could it be that Wang Chenai was a deity? She had clearly suffocated. She even saw her great-grandmother come to retrieve her. Rising from the bed, Zhao Liner felt an ache in every part of her body, yet she bore the pain and moved to the living room, barricading the door with the sofa. Outside the window lay a thick blanket of snow. No one would discover that someone inhabited this home. The room was frigid, but following Wang Chenye's guidance, she secured the door and ignited a small fire, gradually warming the space. Grabbing her phone, Zhao Liner sent Wang Chenai a message. "You saved me, didn't you?" In Villa number 6, Wang Chenai remained in a deep slumber, causing great concern for Zheng Tingting. She messaged Su Mu Yu, yet Su Mu Yu found herself unable to unlock the door to the basement. Just then, Wang Chenai finally stirred awake, glancing at Zheng Tingting and asking, "Oh, what happened? How did I end up here?" Zheng Tingting exhaled in relief. "You scared me. You suddenly fainted, and I had to exert considerable effort to move you onto the bed." Wang Chenai nodded, sitting up. However, he still felt utterly drained. Reflecting on the events, he surmised that the side effects stemmed from depleting all his extraordinary energy. After all, he had not awakened any abilities in his past life. "Thank you." Wang Chenai found the dream he had experienced rather peculiar. Why had his consciousness sought out Zhao Liner, who had jumped from a building? His head felt heavy as he stood and informed Zheng Tingting that he was going back upstairs. Seeing Wang Chenai return in good health, Su Mu Yu felt relieved. Just as she was about to inquire further, Wang Chenai waved his hand and declared, "I'm so tired. I need to sleep first. We can talk about anything after I wake up." With that, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep. Su Mu Yu approached, checking his temperature and pulse, and upon finding everything normal, felt a measure of reassurance. Outside, the snowflakes had grown larger, indicating that the accumulation would continue to thicken. Waking at dawn, Wang Chenai felt ravenous. As he rose, he noticed Su Mu Yu, draped in a blanket, sleeping at his feet. Wake up, wake up." He gently shook her shoulder. Once she stirred, he asked, "Why are you sleeping here?" "I was worried about you," Su Mu Yu replied, rubbing her eyes. "What happened yesterday?" "Perhaps my extraordinary energy was exhausted, leaving my body unable to cope," Wang Chenai explained. "After a good sleep, I feel much better, but now I'm starving." "Let us eat first." Su Mu Yu inquired, "Aren't you going to wash up and brush your teeth first?" "Let us eat first," Wang Chenai insisted, striding to the dining table and summoning several dishes from his spatial storage. He hadn't eaten the previous night and felt as though he could devour an entire cow. It's healthier to brush after eating. After voraciously consuming several meat buns, Wang Chenai asked, "Can we truly trust Zheng Tingting?" Su Mu Yu set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and replied, "Do you know what they called Zheng Tingting and me during our school days?" Wang Chenai pondered for a moment and answered, "School beauties." Su Mu Yu shook her head. "Geniuses. Like Zheng Tingting, I completed the entire high school curriculum during our 6 years in elementary school. If not for the limitations of our circumstances, we might have both gone to a prestigious youth class at Tsinghua or Beidar." Wang Chenai expressed envy. "You two are remarkable. To think I nearly collapsed from exhaustion preparing for the college entrance examination." "There's nothing to envy," Su Mu Yu countered. "Geniuses often possess flaws. Both of us lack friends, and once we commit to something, we pursue it relentlessly. For instance, I have given myself to you, and I am devoted to you, even under duress. I would never allow another man to touch me, even if it meant sacrificing my life. Wen Chenai chuckled, so you're suggesting I should take possession of Xingtingting? Su Muyu rolled her eyes. I was merely making a comparison. Wen Chenai nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, why don't you meet with Xingtingting and discuss things with her? If she is willing to surrender herself to me, then she and Wen Yuyuan can come and stay with us. Su Muyu furrowed her brow, gazing at Wen Chenai for a while, seemingly lost in thought, but eventually nodded in agreement. After their meal, Su Muyu descended to the basement to chat with Xingtingting, leaving Wen Chenai to pick up his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhao Liner. Chapter 62, It was I who saved you. He pondered for a moment before replying, It was I who saved you. The heavy snow had encased the city for 13 days, a duration that made each moment feel like an eternity for everyone. Over the past few days, Zhao Liner had been chronicling her daily activities to Wang Chenai, when she dined, when she slumbered, and even when she attended to her bodily needs. Yet, Wang Chenai, upon receiving these messages, chose to feign ignorance. He found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He was certain that day had not been a mere figment of his imagination, and he was perplexed as to why his consciousness had ventured beyond his physical form to rescue Zhao Liner. As for the notion of inviting Zhao Liner to Villa No. 6, he had yet to consider it. After all, if he sought companionship, he could simply approach Su Muyu, and if he desired an outlet for his frustrations, he would turn to Kong Xie in the basement. He had provided Kong Xie with a laptop and an external hard drive containing thousands of adult films, encouraging her to learn. Conversing with her had become a refreshing experience. Xingtingting had not acquiesced to Wang Chenai's request and continued to reside in the basement with Wen Yuyan. For Wang Chenai, it was merely a matter of providing sustenance for the two. As long as Su Muyu remained wholeheartedly by his side, that sufficed. Outside the basement door, Ma Feng had long since vanished, leaving his fate uncertain, alive or dead. At least for the past few days, the group chat had remained relatively quiet, with no complaints about food being pilfered by Liu Yu and his companions. Who has cold medicine? I have a severe cold and urgently need medication. I am willing to offer 10,000. A message from a resident shattered the stillness of the chat. However, no one responded. 13 days had elapsed, and despair had settled upon everyone, leaving little room for idle chatter. Meanwhile, those with children had likely exchanged resources numerous times, for the prospect of consuming one's own offspring was simply unthinkable. The individual suffering from the severe cold seemed to have reached a breaking point, sending a voice message, "We are all neighbors. At this point, can't we help one another?" His voice was hoarse, yet he managed to call out, his words cracking under strain. At last, someone replied, What do you mean by helping each other?" "Fine, I'll help you now. What can you do for me in return?" "You are exceedingly selfish." "Har, a single packet of instant noodles now costs 10,000. You think offering 10,000 for cold medicine is reasonable?" Finally, someone tagged the ailing resident, "I am a doctor from the People's Hospital. I can assist you, but you must provide me with some food as payment." The patient responded, "Har, what a joke. I have no food, only money. If you treat me, I will transfer it to you immediately." This physician, named Yu Juliang, had been exchanging medical services for food over these days, initially charging fees that escalated from hundreds to thousands, now reduced to a mere packet of instant noodles or a slice of bread. Although there were several doctors in the community, he was the only one offering consultations, hence residents approached him with great caution. Yu Juliang replied, "I cannot. I will only accept food now." The patient, summoning great resolve, declared in the chat, "Very well, food it is. Do you have any medicine?" Yu Juliang, "I have no medicine, but I can alleviate your cold symptoms through acupuncture and cupping." The patient protested, "In this frigid weather, you expect me to undress for acupuncture? Are you trying to kill me?" Yu Juliang retorted, "Then I am at a loss." The patient insisted, "No, you are a doctor, how can you be at a loss? Surely you have a solution." Yu Juliang ceased responding. He was a physician, not a magician, unable to conjure medication. The supplies he had hoarded were long gone, traded with other neighbors. Remaining silent, Yu Juliang watched as the cold sufferer vented his frustrations in the chat before finally quieting down. Wang Chenai set his phone aside and addressed Su Mu Yu, who lay drowsily in his embrace. Did you not promise me that you would help me with Xing Ting Ting? Su Mu Yu languidly replied, What? Are you yearning for her? Wang Chenai chuckled. Desiring her physically, I could easily resort to force. Do you believe she is stronger than I, or can she wield her intellect as a weapon? Har! Su Mu Yu let out a cold laugh before closing her eyes again, clearly feeling a twinge of jealousy. As night fell, someone finally spoke in the residence group chat, an inhabitant from Unit 601 of Building 4. Who can spare me some food? I am willing to exchange my body. This woman was a career professional, married with a son who was already in middle school, a respectable family. Yet now, in her desperation for sustenance, she was compelled to forsake her dignity. True to form, several men quickly reached out to her, donning a long white down coat. She stepped outside and returned half an hour later, clutching a packet of instant noodles. By noon, the snowflakes continued to fall, yet the sun had emerged, casting a blinding glare upon the snowy ground. Wang Chenai set up a small table by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the third floor, moving the sofa and dining table into place. The windows on the first floor were completely sealed by snow. Had it not been for the elevated foundation of Villa No. 6 compared to the other buildings, it would have been buried long ago, much like Villa No. 7, which stood only 2 stories and was now entirely engulfed in snow. Inside Villa No. 13, Zhao Weijun wailed, I'm hungry. I'm starving. Zhao Huanhuan, weakened and lying in bed, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing her granddaughter's cries. Sweetheart, do not cry, do not cry. Zhao Qiming, you useless fool, following Liu Yu while only caring for your own hunger. Do you not think to bring some food home? Zhao Qiming glared at Zhao Huanhuan, his expression dark. Do you think it's easy to procure food? If you can do better, then go ahead. Zhao Huanhuan began to weep. I was truly blind to agree to let Ru Yang be with you, allowing her life to slip away. My poor daughter. Their bickering frightened Wang Weiqi, who was huddled in the corner, causing her to spill a cup of hot water. Zhao Lulu rushed over in a few strides and slapped Wang Weiqi, a fool. Do you realize how cold it is outside? I brought back some snow to boil water for you, and you dare waste it. Do you want to die? If it weren't for your worthless father hoarding food at home, do you think I would let you live? Chapter 63. Justifying rebirth indeed, Wang Chenai would almost every other day inform Wang Weiqi of a hidden stash of food within their abode, and it was imperative that he conducted a video call with Wang Weiqi to confirm his vitality before divulging the location of the provisions. In his previous life, he endured countless tribulations. Having been granted a second chance, he was resolute in ensuring that these individuals would not meet an easy demise. He sought to exact a double dose of vengeance to justify his rebirth. Wang Chenai addressed Su Mui, who was engrossed in brewing tea, saying, How about we indulge in hot pot tonight? Su Mui nodded in agreement. All right, but let us refrain from anything too spicy. This room is already sweltering, and it's all your fault for stoking the fireplace so fervently. Wang Chenai chuckled. If I don't stoke the fire adequately, it'll be too chilly when we engage in our evening exercises. Retrieving vegetables from the storage, Su Mui took them downstairs to wash, while Wang Chenai set up a yin-yang pot on the small tea table, one half filled with mildly spicy beef tallow, the other with a tomato broth. Mere minutes later, the pot was brought to a boil, filling the room with the tantalizing aroma of hot pot. Beef rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, fish balls, and crab sticks were artfully arranged around the table, laid out on the floor. He then took great delight in snapping a photo and sending it to Wang Weiqi's phone. At that moment, Zhao Lulu was eagerly awaiting a message from Wang Chenai. According to their usual routine, this was the time for his video call with Wang Weiqi. However, upon seeing the photo, Zhao Lulu felt as though she might lose her mind, exclaiming, Look, everyone, Wang Chenai, that scoundrel, is indulging in hot pot. Aside from Zhao Huanhuan, who lay in bed, Liu Chuanfeng, Zhao Qiming, and Zhao Weijun all crowded around Wang Weiqi's phone. Zhao Weijun, peering through the screen, was nearly brought to tears by the sight. Wow, 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 I want hot pot too, I crave lamb. Meanwhile, in Villa number 6, Wang Chenai was concocting a secret dipping sauce. A touch of oyster sauce, a few small chili peppers, a pinch of chicken essence, and a drizzle of sesame oil, all topped off with half a bowl of seafood soy sauce, sprinkled with crushed sesame and peanuts, the fragrance wafting delightfully. Once he had prepared the dipping sauce, he proceeded to initiate a video call to Wang Weiqi. When the connection was established, he was met with the sight of Zhao Lulu's large face. Wang Chenai, with a stern voice, inquired, "Where is Wang Weiqi? What have you done to him?" Zhao Lulu, exasperated, shouted, "Wang Chenai, how can you have so much food? Oh, is that what you're referring to?" Wang Chenai replied, shifting the camera to showcase the array of dishes, and tossing a slice of tender beef into the spicy broth, he continued, "What do you think? In this weather, what could be more fitting than hot pot? Thus, I prepared it." Liu Chuanfeng, seething with anger, snatched the phone, shouting, "Oh, we're all trapped in this villa, nearly starving, and you're feasting on hot pot, you ungrateful wretch. Who are you calling an old fool?" Wang Chenai retorted, "Why on earth should I owe you any filial piety? You re nothing but an old parasite, a relic. What connection do I have with you that demands my respect? You." Liu Chuanfeng nearly had a heart attack from rage. "My daughter was blind to have chosen you." Wang Chenai smirked. "Liu Ruyan was drawn to me precisely because of my simplicity, wasn't he? She. I trusted her, trusted your entire family. But what did Liu Ruyan do? And how did you all respond? She cavorted with other men and bore children outside, and you assisted her in concealing it from me? Wang Chenai, who do you think you are?" Zhao Huanhuan scolded from her bed. Have you even looked in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy of my daughter Ruyan? I am worth your disdain, you old hag. Why are you still alive?" Wang Chenai scoffed, chewing on a piece of beef as he cursed, "I've long since lost interest in a woman of her caliber." Zhao Lulu, her mind racing, thought of how Wang Chenai must have an abundance of food, considering the recent chatter within the homeowners group about such matters, and this video call had confirmed it. "Come now, uncle, aunt, let us not quarrel. We all family here, although Ruyan is no longer with us. Chenai has been calling you mom and dad for several years now," Zhao Lulu interjected, reclaiming the phone from Liu Chuanfeng. "Tsinya, it's been over 10 days. Surely your food supplies are dwindling?" Wang Chenai, while munching, responded, "And not at all. I had the foresight to stockpile ample provisions, and other supplies as well, more than sufficient for me to endure this wintry weather for quite some time." Had it been any other time, Wang Chenai would have deemed it beneath him to engage in banter with Zhao Lulu, the scheming vixen. If not for her matchmaking, Liu Ruyan might not have viewed Zhao Qiming as her ideal partner. This video call, however, was aimed at inciting exasperation in this conniving family. Zhao Lulu seized on the crux of Wang Chenai's words, asking, "Are you implying that all of this was premeditated?" She harbored a vague suspicion that Wang Chenai possessed some foreknowledge of future events, including Liu Ruyan's feigned death. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed implausible. Zhao Qiming and Liu Ruyan had been entangled for years, and Wang Chenai had not discovered it, nor did he seem aware that Wang Weiqi was not his biological son until Liu Ruyan's ruse was revealed. Zhao Qiming could no longer contain himself and asked, "Did you know a disaster was imminent?" "Indeed," Wang Chenai readily confessed, "I was aware all along, which is why I prepared such an extensive stockpile." Zhao Huanhuan could not restrain her ire, exclaiming, "Wang Chenai, you ingrate! You knew a calamity was approaching, yet you said nothing. Have we not treated you well all these years?" "Well, how could I not? You were so fearful of my wrath that you meticulously concealed the affair between your family and Liu Ruyan. 4 years, I dedicated myself to this family, toiling at the company like a dog, only to return and serve you lot. Do you consider me a son-in-law or a servant?" Liu Chuanfeng gazed longingly at the hot pot displayed on the screen, swallowing hard as he awkwardly said, "Sinya, we've always regarded you as family. How could you think otherwise? Your mother merely has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. She harbors no ill intentions. As for me, I've never criticized you. Given that you've called me dad for so long, could you perhaps share a morsel of your bounty with your father?" Wang Chenai chuckled, "You wish to partake of my provisions?" I am afraid that even if I were to discard all this food, I wouldn't grant you a single bite. Chapter 64. Li Huan's scheme. Liu Chuanfeng, suppressing the fury that simmered within him, smiled amiably and remarked, Chen Yi, my dear child, it's been quite some time. Why are you still upset? Although our Yu Yang is no longer with us, we are still family, are we not? Families do not speak in halves, do share some of your provisions with us. Indeed, indeed, echoed Zhao Lulu, who stood by, even if not for our sake, consider Wang Weiqi. He has called you father for many years. Wang Chenyi simply muted his phone and, alongside Su Mu Yu, began to enjoy their meal with gusto, the entire scene resembling a live-streamed eating show. No matter how Zhao Lulu and the others shouted, their pleas fell on deaf ears. In a fit of rage, Zhao Qiming abruptly ended the video call and proceeded to give Wang Weiqi a thrashing. Fearing that Zhao Qiming might truly harm Wang Weiqi, Zhao Lulu intervened, and Zhao Qiming, fuming, said, So it turns out that Wang Chenyi knows everything, no wonder he so readily sent Yu Yang to the crematorium. Zhao Huan trembled with indignation, exclaiming, a malicious. Truly malicious. How could Yu Yang marry such a vile man? Liu Chuanfeng added, How foolish of me to have regarded him as a son. Even if Yu Yang and Qiming were together, what wrong have we committed? What wrong has Yu Yang committed? Is this not a mistake any woman could make? Why cling to it so stubbornly? As for love, who can truly control it? Zhao Lulu, her face darkened, remained silent for a moment before deciding to send the photo that Wang Chenyi had just sent to Wang Weiqi to the homeowners group, accompanied by a message, Villa 6 is enjoying hot pot. However, her message did not stir any commotion within the homeowners group. Meanwhile, those in Villa 13 were incensed, while in Villa 6, Wang Chenyi and Su Mu Yu were thoroughly satisfied, with Wang Chenyi smiling at Su Mu Yu, saying, You and Zheng Tingting are merely plastic friends. When you eat hot pot, you don't even think of her. Su Mu Yu rolled her eyes. Even if I said it, you wouldn't invite anyone to join us, so why bother? Wang Chenyi nodded. You're right. Let's not discuss it further. Feeling stuffed, Wang Chenyi sprawled on the floor, engrossed in his phone as he perused the various requests for supplies in the homeowners group. Suddenly, a message caught his attention, sent by a resident of Building 10. I suddenly feel warm. Has the temperature risen? And I'm not hungry at all. At that moment, Yu Juliang was holding his phone, waiting for business opportunities. Upon seeing the message, he couldn't help but respond, Your bodily functions have completely faltered. The last bit of adrenaline has reached your brain, a phenomenon commonly referred to as a last hurrah. The resident quickly sent a voice message, Yu Juliang, you quack, how dare you curse me to death. This was his final message. As he released the send button, he collapsed, the phone still tightly clutched in his hand. Tonight, the power outage began 5 minutes later than the previous night. At 7:05 p.m., the entire community was once again plunged into darkness, except for Villa 6, which remained brilliantly lit. Li Huan's severe cold surprisingly began to improve. Over the past few days, she had scarcely eaten anything, merely drinking water when hungry, expelling much dark matter, and consequently feeling increasingly lighter. However, her heart was filled with venomous hatred for Wang Chenyi and Kong Xier, and she silently vowed to exact revenge upon the pair of scoundrels. After graduating from university, she had continued to live in this community with Kong Xier and had made a few close female friends. She picked up her phone and created a group chat with several of her friends. As soon as the group was established, a woman named Zhu Huier asked, Li Huan, did you create this group? What's it for? Li Huan promptly replied, You all know Wang Chenyi from Villa 6, right? He has not only food but also a fireplace that keeps his place incredibly warm. Wang Xiaoyun immediately inquired, Really? Villa 6 is the pinnacle of our community, isn't it? Aren't they prohibited from burning coal or wood? Surely, their fireplace can't be using natural gas. Natural gas has ceased supply, so wouldn't the fireplace merely be ornamental? Li Huan shared a photo Wang Chenyi had previously sent to Kong Xier, showcasing the fireplace. It burns firewood. Look, there's a pile of wood beside it. Yang Xierqing exclaimed, Wow, that sounds utterly delightful. At that moment, Li Huan had already devised a plan in her mind. She merely needed bait to lure Wang Chenyi, the elusive catch. Once she secured the bait, she was confident she could unlock the doors of Villa 6. Unbeknownst to Wang Chenyi, Li Huan, this wicked woman, was scheming to seduce him, intending to claim his villa for herself and freeze him and Kong Xier out. The girls Li Huan had recruited were all young, beautiful, and exuded charm. She believed that no man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Inside Villa 6, Su Muyu stood up and, looking somewhat distressed, said, No, I can't just lie here after dinner. I need to exercise a bit to lose some weight. Wang Chenyi chuckled. You're not even fat. Why put yourself through this? Not fat? Su Muyu lifted her nightgown, exposing her belly and exaggeratedly pinching it. Look at this. If I keep eating, I'll end up with love handles. With that, she bounded down the stairs, presumably in search of a more spacious area to jump around and shed some pounds. Meanwhile, Wang Chenyi's phone screen lit up abruptly. He picked it up to find a message from a temporary chat initiated by Jiao Huir. Hello, may I ask if you are Wang Chenyi? Wang Chenyi glanced at her profile and recalled that this woman was a neighbor from Building 9, always dressing provocatively, even in the dead of winter, exposing her long legs. With nothing better to do, he replied, I am Wang Chenyi, do you need something? Upon receiving his message, Jiao Huir was filled with excitement. Li Huan had already briefed them in the group about the plan. If it succeeded, they could all reside in the heavenly Villa 6. She struggled to contain her excitement and responded, I live in Unit 602 of Building 9, and I'm currently facing some troubles. I was hoping you could come by to help me. Chapter 65. A person sleeping is cold rest. Wang Chenyi responded directly, It's too cold. I'm not going. Although he had awakened his abilities and was not particularly afraid of the cold, he had no desire to venture out into the frigid air. Moreover, despite having encountered his neighbor a few times, they had never exchanged a word. What right did he have to assist her? Hai Huir, evidently undeterred, sent another message, It's just a small favor. If you help me, I promise to give you a delightful surprise, something that all men adore. Accompanying this message was a selfie of her, and she appeared so stunning that mere words could scarcely do her justice. Wang Chenyi smirked, saving the photo, and inquired, Is that all? How about sending 2 more? Hai Huir chuckled inwardly, recognizing that all men are drawn to beautiful women, whether in the workplace or in the case of Wang Chenyi, who was merely a sycophant ready to submit to her whims with a flick of her finger. She replied, That's all for now, but if you come to help me, you can view me however you wish. Wang Chenyi thought to himself, Does she really believe this poultry bait will entice the fish? He replied with a grin, Ho, is that it? Never mind then, it's too cold, and I'm feeling sleepy. Upon seeing his response, Hai Huir was left bewildered. Why wasn't he following the script? Shouldn't he be eager to seek her out? Brother, you could come to my house to sleep. 2 people sleeping together is what it means to rest, while one person merely rests. Wang Chenyi was too disinterested to engage further. The matter of food had become common knowledge within the community group, and it was clear that these individuals were merely eyeing the resources he possessed. Hai Huir sent several more messages, but he chose not to respond. How dare he ignore my messages, this average man? Frustrated, Hai Huir exclaimed in the group, What should I do? He's not replying. Li Huan, are you sure he has plenty of food? Those photos you sent, could they possibly have been downloaded from the internet? Li Huan quickly replied, Of course they are real, otherwise, how could my best friend have abandoned me to find him? Look at the timestamps on those photos, I wouldn't deceive you. Another girl in the group, Yan Xiaoyan, chimed in, Li Huan, since we are all living alone, why don't we discuss whose house we should stay at? It would be easier to strategize together, especially since it's so cold, and Liu Yu and his gang might come to rob us at any moment. My front door is still the original security door. It won't hold them back. Does anyone have a newly replaced door? Juing Shue suggested in the group, You all can come to my house, our front door is the latest model, one that even locksmiths can't open. Before long, Li Huan, Yang Xiaoyan, and Hai Huir declared they would head over immediately, while the other 2 girls either hadn't seen the messages or chose not to respond. Zhu Yingxue lived in Building 9, Room 404, and the snow outside had piled up to her window, making it easy to collect fresh snow with just a window's opening. She was a clever girl, isolating herself in a small bedroom while using a stainless steel basin to burn wood that had been salvaged from dismantled furniture. Apart from Li Huan, who had brought her remaining food, the other 3 girls contributed what little provisions they had left. Despite Li Huan's thick skin, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. I'm completely out of food at home. No worries, once we reach Villa 6, there will be food. The other 3 girls took no offense. Zhu Yingxue inquired, Are you saying your friend has already moved into Villa 6? Li Huan opened her phone to show the photos Wang Chernai had sent her. Indeed, look at how well they're eating. Zhu Yingxue remarked, He must already have other girls around him. How could he possibly pay us any mind? Li Huan scoffed, Don't you know that every man dreams of having multiple wives? With our looks, any man would want to be with us. Yang Xiaoyan couldn't help but interject, but he is still a man. Do you think we 4 could overpower him? As she spoke, an image flashed in her mind. Wang Chenai, invited here, ambushed by the 4 of them, only to ultimately turn the tables on them due to his superior strength. In the end, Li Huan would be unceremoniously thrown out the window to freeze, and the remaining 3 would find themselves bound and at his mercy, powerless to do anything but plead for mercy, with no one around to intervene. Startled by her thoughts, Yang Xiaoyan shivered. Even with the brazier lit, the room remained cold. After tossing in 2 more logs, Zhu Yingxue suggested, Let us get under the blankets, it's too chilly. Yang Xiaoyan hesitated. May I use the restroom first? Zhu Yingxue replied, I can serve it. We don't have many trash bags left. If you need to go, just open the balcony window and do it there. The sewage pipes of several buildings in the complex had all frozen, rendering the toilets unusable. Now, residents disposed of their waste in trash bags, tossing them out of the windows. The 4 women deliberated for a while, deciding that they could not afford to be too proactive today, as it would surely raise Wang Chenye's suspicions. As darkness fell, after having dinner, Wang Chernai settled down in the living room to play video games, while Su Muya, feeling drowsy, went upstairs to sleep early. This young lady had walked an impressive 15,000 steps just meandering about the villa. Wang Chernai continued gaming until after 11 at night before he finally descended to the basement level. He was quite pleased with Conchier's behavior over the past few days. She had not left her room at all. Fortunately, the villa complex utilized a separate septic tank buried deep enough that the bathroom's drainage pipes had not frozen. Otherwise, dealing with wastewater would have posed a significant issue. Once he lay in bed, Wang Chenai assessed the fruits of Conchier's self-study. She had indeed made admirable progress. The next morning, he received yet another photo from Haihuir, this time, a group shot of 3 girls. He could not deny that all 3 possessed striking beauty, even without makeup, making for a very pleasant sight. Chapter 66. Playing tricks. Subsequently, she sent a message, brother, we are all so frightened. Could you come and keep us company? The intentions of Saimer Zhao are well known to all. Wang Chenyu shook his head, ascending the stairs while muttering to himself, the current generation of girls. Alas, they truly are willingly descending into depravity. By the time he reached the first floor, he had already replied with a message, I'm busy today, perhaps another time. Upon seeing this, Li Huan and the others began to curse. Yang Xiaoyan exclaimed, Damn it, who does he think he is? Zhu Yingxue remarked, He really is a typical mediocre man. Does he think he is exceptionally handsome? Jiao Huye asserted, If he ever falls into my hands, I will certainly make him suffer. However, at this moment, their fury was but impotent rage, unable to inflict any harm upon Wang Chenyu. Yet, despite their anger, they still felt compelled to entice him. After sending several messages in succession, Wang Chenyu grew weary and promptly blocked Jiao Huye. When Jiao Huye saw the red exclamation mark, she was taken aback. He actually blocked me. Yingxue, why don't you give it a try? Zhu Yingxue took her phone, but Li Huan stopped her, saying, No, we can't send a message now. If we do, he will surely block us again. Instead, let us go directly to his place. He will definitely accept us if we show up. After much deliberation, the four women finally decided to give it a try. Bundled in thick clothing, the three women, except for Li Huan, even took a moment to beautify themselves before heading through the underground garage towards Villa number 6. On the way, Li Huan said, "I can't show my face. You all go knock on the door, I'll find a pillar to hide behind. As soon as he opens the door, I'll rush in with you." The other three nodded in agreement, and Zhu Yingxue said, "All right, we'll follow your lead." When they arrived at Villa number 6, Wang Chenyu was already holding the surveillance camera. Upon seeing Li Huan, he couldn't help but sneer. Sure enough, it's this despicable creature only a woman as wicked as her would think of deceiving others, unable to rely on her looks. She tries to use others as pawns. Jiao Huir stood at the entrance, ringing the doorbell. Wang Chenyu, are you home? Could you open the door? We need to talk. Wang Chenyu picked up his phone and snapped a picture of the sumptuous breakfast spread on the table, sending it to Jiao Huir, who was now on his blacklist, along with a message, "I'm busy, just having breakfast." On ordinary days, breakfast for him and Su Muyue was quite simple, but today he had prepared a lavish feast just to irritate these four women. There were buns, dumplings, xiaomai, sandwiches, porridge, an entire table filled with an array of dishes, none of which were the same. The three women looked at Jiao Huir's phone, unable to suppress their salivation. They had skipped breakfast to conserve food, having shared a single packet of instant noodles among the four of them the night before. Yang Xiaoyan could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Brother Chenyu, just let us in. Give us something to eat. We'll do whatever you want." Zhu Yingxue added, "Yes, please let us in. It's freezing out here." Wang Chenyu watched the surveillance screen, sipping his porridge with a smile. At that moment, Su Muyue yawned as she came down from upstairs, asking, "Why are you eating on the first floor again today?" Wang Chenyu pointed at the tablet and replied, "Well, there's something entertaining today. Have you washed up? Hurry and join me for breakfast." "Why so much food?" Su Muyue said, frowning as she sat opposite him. "Are we not going to eat at all? Just eat your portion. There's more than enough." Wang Chenyu chuckled. If you want something specific, just let me know, and I'll see if I have it stocked." All right, as Su Muyue smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped and exceedingly beautiful. "Didn't you come upstairs to sleep last night?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Chenyu lied. "I was gaming until dawn and fell asleep on the sofa." Su Muyue remarked, "But there's a television in the upstairs bedroom too. Why don't you move the gaming console up there? You could rest when you're tired." Wang Chenyu quickly replied, "Let us keep it here. I'm too lazy to move it." If he moved it upstairs, it would be inconvenient to go to the basement later. Besides, having Jing Tingting and her daughter living in the basement was not ideal. One day, they would surely discover that a woman was hidden on the second underground level. The last time his energy was depleted, Jing Tingting had taken care of him for such a long time. Perhaps he could trust her. Unfortunately, aside from the entrance to the basement and two main doors that had been modified, all other doors in the villa were ordinary wooden doors, which were not very secure. Otherwise, he could have settled the mother and daughter in a suite upstairs and locked them in. After finishing breakfast, he instructed Su Muyue to store the leftovers in the refrigerator. Wang Chenyu then sank into the sofa, feeling rather fatigued from the previous night's exertions. The three women outside continued their incessant chatter, but Wang Chenyu had already muted the tablet. He activated the intercom system and stated, "You may as well head back. Don't waste your time here. I will certainly not open the door. You've been here for half an hour. If you wait any longer, you might just freeze to death." Zhu Yingxue and Jiao Huir felt a retreating urge, but Yang Xiaoyan remained defiant, pounding on the door and shouting, "Why? On what grounds are you not allowing us in? Why do you have so much food and refuse to share?" Her fervor ignited Zhu Yingxue and Jiao Huir's frustration, prompting even Li Huan to join in the tirade. "Wang Chenyu, you scoundrel! Why can you support Kongxia but deny me entry? We're classmates. How can you treat me this way? You pathetic man, hurry and open the door. I've been gracious enough." The four women hurled insults that were quite unsightly. Even Su Muyue could not restrain herself. She was about to snatch the tablet from Wang Chenyu to retort when he stopped her, saying, You're a little fairy. Let us refrain from cursing. Su Muyue rolled her eyes, so you're just going to let them insult you? If a dog bites you, do you bite back? Wang Chenyu countered, let us just feast on dog meat instead. Eliminating these for women would be quite simple, yet their foul language only fueled his desire for revenge. In this apocalyptic world, enduring various torments should be their rightful fate. He recalled the nail gun left over from the supermarket renovation and stood up, heading towards the basement, his gaze falling upon the door to the elder's room. This door was surprisingly a metal fire door. Wang Chenyu approached it, examining it closely before shaking it with his hand. Chuckling, he turned to Su Muyue and said, what do you think about placing Zheng Tingting and her daughter here? However, I need to inform them that I'll be locking them in. This elder's room was also a suite, complete with a private bathroom. They could simply add some daily necessities for habitation. Su Muyue sighed, asking, what is the difference between locking them in here and locking them in the basement? Chapter 67 The Tetanus Nail. Wang Chernai cryptically remarked, you wouldn't understand. He then proceeded to open the door leading to the basement, with Su Muyue following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Chernai swiftly retrieved a nail gun and fished out several boxes of rusted nails from his space. This was precisely the instrument that resonated with his intentions. The tetanus nails. Who could withstand such a thing in these dire circumstances? Contracting tetanus would only result in a slow, agonizing demise. Outside, for women continued their relentless tirade, their insults becoming increasingly vulgar. Wang Chernai, unfazed, focused intently on the nail gun. It was his first time using it, after all, as he was no carpenter. Whooshy, at last, a nail was discharged. He then stood atop a chair and opened a small window above the door, regretting not having installed a small window on the door itself, as it necessitated climbing onto a chair each time, a rather cumbersome affair. The four women outside remained oblivious to the impending danger. Wang Chernai first aimed at Li Huan, and just as her hand struck the door once more, she felt a sharp pain as if her palm had been pierced by something. Even in the frigid air the pain was palpable. Hiss. Is there something on the door? However, before she could finish her sentence, her ears were pierced by nails. Following her, Yan Xiaoyan was struck in the face by a rusted nail. Jiao Huiao fared little better, with 5 nails driven into her chest. Had she not been wearing thick clothing, the long nails would have likely punctured her lungs. Only Juing Xue had yet to be hit, primarily due to her strategically awkward position, which made her an elusive target. Upon noticing the nails embedded in her chest, Jiao Huiao gasped in horror, he's attacking us. It was only then that the women realized something was amiss, prompting them to retreat hastily. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Chernai fired 4 shots directly at Juing Xue's rear, 2 nails striking each side in perfect symmetry. Li Huan shrieked in a frenzy, how dare you shoot us with nails? Wang Chernai replied coldly, if you dare to provoke me, you must face the consequences. We're all adults here, surely you understand this basic principle. After uttering this, he promptly closed the small window on the door, leaving the fate of the 4 women momentarily untroubled in his mind. Juing Xue felt an unbearable pain in her backside, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, let's get out of here, this hurts terribly. Li Huan, frustrated yet composed, urged, let's go, retreat. Yan Xiaoyan, feeling as if her face was no longer her own, was too pained to articulate her thoughts. She cast a fierce glance back at the villar's entrance before following Li Huan and the others. Upon returning to room 404 of Building 9, they found the fire pit extinguished, the cold inside akin to that outside. All 4 girls sensed their injuries and, despite their discomfort, were reluctant to ignite a fire. It was Juing Xue who, unable to withstand the chill, rekindled the flames. As she tended to the fire, she noticed blood on her hands. We're all injured, and these nails are rusty. This is unacceptable, Li Huan remarked, examining her own hand. We must seek medical attention. Otherwise, we could be in serious trouble. I'll attempt to reach Dr. Yu in the WeChat group, Juing Xue replied while picking up her phone. But our food supply is dwindling, and after paying the consultation fee, there won't be much left. Li Huan clenched her teeth in determination. No, we can't let him have our food. Let's offer something else. After all, it's not too cold in here, and he should be amenable. Yang Xiaoyan and Jiao Huiyao had no objections. They were no strangers to such arrangements. However, Zhu Yingxue could not accept this notion and struck Li Huan across the face. The slap left Li Huan momentarily stunned. She gingerly touched her cheek with her injured hand, bewildered. Yingxue, why did you hit me? How can you even ask that? Zhu Yingxue seethed, her body trembling with rage. If it weren't for you, would we be injured? You may be shameless enough to sell your body, but I refuse to be like you. I hold you responsible for my injuries. Otherwise, I swear I will make you pay. Zhu Yingxue, who usually appeared gentle and demure, struck terror into Li Huan's heart with her fierce words. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyan and Jiao Huiyao fixed their intense gazes upon her, as if all three now harbored resentment towards Li Huan. Hey, you can't do this. Li Huan protested, panic rising within her. If it weren't for your desire to stay in the villa and enjoy fine food, you wouldn't have followed me. Now that we're all injured, instead of seeking compensation from Wang Chenai, you're blaming me. What kind of logic is that? Zhu Yingxue scoffed. From the very beginning, you were merely using us because of your own insecurities. You wanted to leverage our beauty to entice Wang Chenai, am I wrong? This is a collaboration, Li Huan retorted, her eyes darting as she attempted to defend herself. Who is using whom? Zhu Yingxue, your accusations are unfounded. Yang Xiaoyan, unable to speak due to the pain in her face, was nonetheless filled with fury. She swiftly slapped Li Huan before grabbing her hair and relentlessly pummeling her face. Being a woman herself, Yang Xiaoyan lacked significant strength, compounded by her injuries and hunger, so the damage she inflicted on Li Huan was minimal. Jiao Huiyao kicked Li Huan behind the knees, causing her to kneel on the ground, after which Jiao Huiyao began to mercilessly kick her face with her Doc Martens. As she kicked, she shouted fiercely, your face was ugly to begin with, let me help you with a little cosmetic surgery, no more scheming. Zhu Yingxue, nursing her wounds, crossed her arms and coldly remarked, now I understand why your so-called friend abandoned you. It seems you have a history of betrayal. After a flurry of blows, Yang Xiaoyan and Jiao Huiyao grew weary and collapsed onto their bed, panting. Zhu Yingxue spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Li Huan's blooded face and declared, I will contact TR. You now. As for the payment, you can figure that out yourself. Li Huan, trembling as she wiped the blood from her face with her injured hands, felt a deep-seated loathing for the three before her but dared not show it. Her animosity towards Wang Chenai and Kong Xie only intensified. Zhu Yingxue had found Dr. Yu's WeChat in the group and messaged him, Dr. Yu, could you please come to our house? My friend has been injured by nails. Chapter 68. Fearless Yu Juliang quickly responded, certainly, but you are aware of the remuneration. Zhu Yingxue glanced at Li Huan before replying, I understand, your presence is all that matters, please remember to bring some medical supplies. Yu Juliang replied, I cannot guarantee a complete supply of medications. I can only attend to his external injuries for now. After obtaining the address of Zhu Yingxue's residence, Yu Juliang dressed and set off with a medical kit in hand, while Zhu Yingxue and her companions worked together to tend to Li Huan. Unfortunately, Li Huan's unattractiveness was exacerbated by her current condition, leaving them apprehensive that Dr. Yu might deem her unworthy. Yang Xiaoyan's face had swollen to the size of dumplings, blood and lymphatic fluid oozing incessantly from her wounds, and she felt an excruciating pain that drove her to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, after dispatching for assailants, Wang Chenai ascended the stairs with Xing Tingting and Wen Yuyuan, settling them in the elderly's room. His claim was to facilitate communication between the sisters, but in truth, he feared they might discover the presence of Kong Xie in the household. Braving the cold, Yu Juliang finally arrived at room 404 of Building 9, where his first concern was the injuries on Yang Xiaoyan's face. How did this happen? He inquired. Zhu Yingxue answered, it was a rusty nail that pierced her. As she spoke, she retrieved the nails, and upon seeing them, Yu Juliang's heart sank. These nails are heavily rusted. A tetanus shot is imperative. Without it, there is a risk to life. Upon hearing this, Jiao Huiyao panicked. Dr. Yu, please administer the shot quickly. Yu Juliang shook his head in resignation. How could I possibly have a tetanus vaccine? No one keeps such a medication at home. Ju Shue interjected, but you are a doctor. Indeed, I am a doctor. Yu Juliang adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, but I am not Doraemon. Yang Xiaoyan, utterly distraught, mumbled, Dr. You, save me. I don't want to die. Ju Ingxue and Jiao Huir joined in pleading for him to devise a solution, sighing. Yu Juliang replied, For now, I can only clean your wounds. Whether or not you contract tetanus will depend on your fate. As soon as his words left his lips, the spirits of the 4 women plummeted, leaving them feeling as if their very bones had been stripped away, collapsing helplessly onto the bed. For the first time in over 20 years, they felt death looming above them, suffocating them. The 3 women shoved Li Huan aside, insisting that Yu Juliang tend to their wounds first. Each bore injuries, one on her chest, another on her face, and the last on her posterior. Yu Juliang was curious about the origins of their injuries but refrained from asking further. While he treated Yang Xiaoyan's wounds, Ju Ingxue could not restrain herself, saying, Li Huan, this is all your fault. If you hadn't incited us to rob Wang Chenai's villa, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Li Huan, realizing her fate was grim, retorted coldly, What do you mean I incited you? Were you not also coveting his villa and his resources? If you had no such intentions, why would you have collaborated with me? Just as Ju Ingxue was about to respond, Yu Juliang had finished treating Yang Xiaoyan's wounds. All right, it's your turn. Remove your pants and lie down. Do not move. Soon, Yu Juliang had treated all 3 women's wounds, and when he turned to Li Huan, he was halted by Yang Xiaoyan's protest, Dr. You do not tend to her. Jiao Huir chimed in, Yes, ignore her. Why should you ignore me? Li Huan exclaimed, her eyes flaring with indignation, You still owe me for the consultation. Before she could finish, Yang Xiaoyan lunged forward, scratching her face with her nails, and Jiao Huir and Ju Ingxue joined in, mercilessly beating her. Help! Stop hitting me! I was wrong! Li Huan, devoid of the strength to retaliate, could only wail helplessly. Yu Juliang, taken aback by the scene before him, ultimately sighed and decided not to pursue payment. He shouldered his medical kit and departed. In Villa 6, Wang Chenai, feeling bored, delved into the confines of his spatial realm. Since acquiring a vast array of supplies, he had yet to thoroughly examine what lay within. He was aware of the contents in his supermarket storage, yet he had also casually collected various items from the logistics park. Now, these supplies had been automatically categorized by the space, leaving only the packaging of the deliveries unopened. Since the logistics company operated at the port, the items stored in the space were all import-export parcels. Next to these parcels, Wang Chenai stumbled upon a substantial collection of jewelry and gold, leaving him astounded. Had this been before the apocalypse, such treasures would have been worth billions, yet now, they might only be exchanged for a few instant noodles. The sound of a WeChat notification pulled Wang Chenai back to reality. He picked up his phone to see a message from Ju Ingxue, Wang Chenai, we were wrong, we should not have coveted your resources, please forgive us. Wang Chenai chuckled and replied, It seems your intentions extend beyond mere apologies, do they not? A minute later, Ju Ingxue responded, Indeed, you attacked us with rusty nails, and we urgently require tetanus medication. Wang Chenai retorted, Did I instruct you to rob me? Ju Ingxue replied, We acknowledge our mistake, but without the tetanus medication, we will all perish. Surely, you do not wish to bear the weight of innocent lives lost. Wang Chenai scoffed, What do I care? If you choose to die, that is your decision. However, given the current circumstances, perhaps death is not entirely unwelcome. Ju Ingxue realized that Wang Chenai was resolute in his refusal to assist them, yet she was unwilling to give up. Wang Chenai, I beseech you, despite our faults, we are neighbors. Shouldn't neighbors help each other? Wang Chenai replied, Ju Ingxue, let me enlighten you, I intentionally attacked you with rusty nails because I knew they would harbor tetanus bacteria. My intent was to bring about your demise. Unfazed by the potential consequences, he laid bare his motives and added, moreover, a death filled with agony. In this new world, where chaos reigned, what did he have left to fear? Chapter 69. Why aren't you jealous? Wang Chenyu tossed his phone aside, indifferent to the incessant messages from Wang Yingxue.su Muir, resembling a languid little kitten, nestled in Wang Chenyue's embrace. Noticing that he had cast aside his phone, she inquired, "Why aren't you chatting with other beautiful women anymore?" Wang Chenyu playfully pinched her petite nose and teased, "What is this? Are you feeling jealous?" "Impossible," Su Muir replied earnestly. "I indulge in seafood, enjoy pork knuckles, and savor hot pot, but jealousy, that's utterly out of the question." This time, it was Wang Chenyue's turn to express displeasure. "I am your first man, and I will continue to be your man in the future. Aren't you concerned that I might form a connection with another woman?" "Hey?" Su Muir rolled her eyes. "What, are you suggesting that if I forbid you from interacting with other women, you would actually comply? You men are all the same, a glimpse of beauty has you entranced." "That may be true," Wang Chenyu conceded with a nod, "but I doubt anyone would go to the lengths of persuading their friends to join them in bed." Even in a world without calamity, wealthy men maintain their domestic tranquility while frolicking with others outside, Su Muir languidly remarked. "Now that we are in an apocalyptic scenario with the social order in disarray, men like you, who possess ample resources, will attract numerous women, just like the affluent. Since this is inevitable, I might as well make things easier for my friends, rather than have you searching for other women while I perform a never-ending reenactment of Zhen Huanjuan at home." Wang Chenyu found himself rendered speechless, gazing at Su Muir and marveling at her intellect, which seemed to surpass all bounds. In the afternoon, while Wang Chenyu was napping with Su Muir in his arms, his tablet emitted an alert. Upon checking, he discovered two heavily armed men, tools in hand, attempting to pry open the lock of the garage door at Villa number 6. These two men, Jiang Ming and Liu Wei, had already attempted to break into several doors in building number 9 with little success, and had now set their sights on Villa number 6. In truth, they were not alone in their intentions. Many residents of the community were eyeing Villa number 6, as word of Wang Chenyue's substantial resources had circulated through the owner's WeChat group. Liu Wei, shaking off his numbed hands, complained, "Why is this door so difficult to pick? It's just an ordinary grade B lock. If only there were a gap, I could easily pry it open with a playing card." Unbeknownst to them, Liu Wei's lock-picking skills were merely derived from a tutorial he had found online the previous day, which he had successfully tested on his own door before enlisting Jiang Ming to join him in their criminal endeavor. They were blissfully unaware that this lock was merely decorative, with its core being nothing more than an ornament. Jiang Ming scrutinized the entrance and replied, "After all, this is a villar's entrance. It is only natural for it to be a bit more secure. Don't rush, take your time, there are plenty of resources inside Villa number 6, not to mention a fireplace. Once we get the door open, the villa will be ours." A glint of malice flashed in Liu Wei's eyes. "Exactly, I heard there's only one man inside this villa. If we eliminate him and hand over the body to Liu Yu and his crew, we might even trade it for some supplies." Indeed, Liu Yu and his followers had resorted to cannibalism, but their victims were those who had succumbed to starvation or the cold. Liu Yu's band had swelled to over 60 members, and the food they scavenged was hardly sufficient, leading them to target the deceased. Naturally, Liu Yu and his closest confidants refrained from partaking in the flesh of the dead, except for children under 9. His loyal henchmen scoured the area daily for freshly deceased bodies, cooking the flesh in secret before bringing it back to feed the others. The younger members had no inkling that they were consuming human flesh, believing instead that their leader, Liu Yu, was simply resourceful in procuring meat. Wang Chenyu first turned the external intercom system's volume to maximum before calling out, "Hey, what are you two up to?" Jiang Ming and Liu Wei jumped, startled. Liu Wei instinctively retorted, "Damn, you scared the hell out of me. What the hell is that noise?" Wang Chenyu couldn't help but chuckle at their audacity. Here they were, attempting to break in, and they had the gall to be indignant. "You scoundrels are trying to pry open my door, and you think you have a right to complain." Jiang Ming, grinning, responded, "Brother, don't misunderstand. We were just desperate for food and thought we could borrow some from you." "Oh, I see, so now stealing isn't stealing, it's borrowing." Wang Chenyu laughed. I must admit, your method of borrowing is quite unique. Liu Wei was about to hurl another insult, but Jian Ming stopped him. Bowing towards the camera, he implored sincerely, brother, we haven't tea eaten in ages, the elderly and children at home are starving. If it weren't for our dire circumstances, we wouldn't resort to such measures. Please have mercy. Wang Chenyu, unwilling to get out of bed, impatiently urged, just go, hurry up and leave me be. Liu Wei glanced up, failing to spot the camera, then turned to Jian Ming, saying, Jian Ji, why waste breath on him? He is just one man. Once we get through that door, all his supplies will be ours. Jian Ming clenched his jaw, remaining silent, tacitly agreeing. Liu Wei then bent down to continue picking the lock. Are you two done yet? Wang Chenyu said coldly, you won't open that lock. Better find your next victim. Wang Chenyu was merely trying to be helpful, but this only infuriated Liu Wei. Shut your mouth. Once I get this door open, you'll be the one to die. Wang Chenyu, no longer inclined to tolerate his insolence, retorted, do you have a death wish? Death. Liu Wei straightened up, revealing his frostbitten face. Without food, death is inevitable. Just wait and see. Soon we'll find out who meets their end first. Since these two seemed eager for death, Wang Chenyu decided to oblige. He climbed out of bed, donned his slippers, and made his way to the basement. Standing on a stool, he summoned some water from his spatial storage, dousing Jian Ming and Liu Wei, who stood by the door, with icy torrents. In this frigid weather, getting drenched was tantamount to courting death. Damn! Liu Wei shouted, this bastard just doused us with cold water. Jian Ming, trembling from the cold, stammered, let us get back home, strip off our clothes, or we really will freeze to death. However, the temperature in the basement was a chilling -50 degrees, and the water froze on their bodies within moments, rendering their clothes stiff and unyielding. Chapter 70, Taking Care of Your Wife. My goodness, my face hurts terribly. Liu Wei let out a mournful cry from his throat, his hair and face covered in ice shards, exacerbating the pain on his already frostbitten visage. Jian Ming, donning a hat, felt slightly better, though only marginally so. Let us hasten home and discuss matters there. He was clad in a down jacket and pants, which allowed for somewhat better mobility. In stark contrast, Liu Wei wore his father-in-law's thick cotton pants, now frozen solid like a popsicle. As he attempted to run, he stumbled and fell, finding it impossible to rise again. Liu Wei extended an arm towards Jian Ming, who was already several meters ahead, and shouted, Jian Ji, save me. Jian Ming glanced back at the villar's entrance, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran on. Liu Wei, having you along is a burden. We would both perish from the cold. Fear not, I shall look after your wife. Liu Wei's heart seethed with fury at this moment, and he bellowed, Jian Ming, how dare you? Yet, Jian Ming had already vanished from sight. Having just moments ago sheltered beneath a small window at the gate, Liu Wei was now thoroughly drenched, his skin freezing over, the pain penetrating to his very bones. The thought of his wife being subjected to Jian Ming's torment filled him with an even deeper loathing. However, he found himself utterly powerless, resigned to the relentless chill that gradually drained the life from him. Meanwhile, Wen Chenai returned to the upper floors, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He settled at a small table by the window and began to brew himself a cup of tea. Your phone rang a moment ago, Su Muyu said as she sat up, handing the device to Wang Chenai. You have a WeChat message. Upon taking the phone, Wen Chenai discovered that the message was from Zhao Liner. Wen Chenai, are you well? Yes, quite well, Wen Chenai replied, and you? Do you have enough to eat? Zhao Liner found this puzzling and responded, did you not just bring me food? Wang Chenai paused, recalling a dream in which he seemed to have delivered supplies to Zhao Liner. He was utterly perplexed as to why his subconscious felt compelled to care for her. Oh, I had forgotten, remember to lock the door tightly, no matter what transpires outside, stay safe within. Zhao Liner assured him, rest assured, I have barricaded the door securely. Even if they manage to pry it open, they shall not enter. Now, Zhao Liner's thoughts were consumed by Wang Chenai. She genuinely hoped he would rescue her from her plight, promising to be a dutiful companion by his side. The entrance to her home was indeed thoroughly barricaded, and the bedroom was filled with firewood, all of which had been delivered by Wen Chenai over the past few days. Although it felt stifling to ignite a fire in such a confined space, it was preferable to freezing to death, as long as she avoided carbon monoxide poisoning. Wen Chenai did not respond further, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. After sipping a cup of tea, Wen Chenai picked up his tablet. Liu Wei lay motionless not far from the villa's entrance, likely dead. Wen Chenai mused that having a corpse at the door would bring ill fortune, and perhaps he would drag it further away when he felt inclined. "Would you care for some tea?" Wen Chenai inquired of Su Muyu, who sat cross-legged on the bed, lost in thought. "This tea is delightful, quite fragrant." Su Muyu lazily descended from the bed, barefoot, and sat opposite Wen Chenai, directly sampling his tea. "Indeed, it is quite fragrant, much better than yesterday's tea, which was overly bitter." "Yes," Wen Chenai nodded, "this rum is rather dry. We ought to hydrate more." Su Muyu leapt up as if her tail had been stepped on. "I forgot to apply my facial mask. No, I must send some down to Jingtingting." "Oh dear, my mind." Wen Chenai smiled at the little woman before him, thinking how dreadfully boring it would be without her company. In the owner's WeChat group, a resident inquired, "Why hasn't anyone from the authorities come to rescue us? Have they forgotten us?" However, no one responded. Unable to contain himself, Wen Chenai replied, "The officials are likely waiting for celestial beings to come to our aid." The resident quickly retorted, "Impossible, our military is omnipotent. This is merely a snow disaster, the affected areas are simply too numerous for the authorities to attend to us yet." In truth, not just this resident, but everyone harbored the hope that the government and military would soon arrive to rescue them. Huang Sharon, a resident of Building 6, stated in the group, "I believe we cannot wait here to perish, we must venture out, our community is not far from the district committee, we need to seek their assistance. Who among you is willing to accompany me?" Though Huang Sharon had ample provisions at home, they were dwindling, and he wished to avoid starvation. Realizing that venturing out alone would likely lead to his demise, he sought more companions in the group. Wang Wei from Building 5 was the first to respond, "I will go with you, I have 3 sleds, we can use them to travel." Li Qin, also from Building 5, chimed in, "I have no food left at home. If we don't go out, we will starve, let us go together." "I shall join too." Within minutes, over a dozen residents had volunteered to venture out. They were left with no options, choosing between starvation and freezing outside. They opted for the latter, as venturing out offered a glimmer of hope. Huang Sharon declared, "If we find help, we all have a chance to survive." He then organized a relay in the group, scheduling their departure for the following day at noon. Someone in the group remarked, "I still have some food, and a large pot. Before you all set off tomorrow, I will prepare a meal to ensure you are well fed and warm. I will contribute some too. I still have some noodles." These individuals were willing to brave the elements in search of aid, and those with kind hearts, though lacking the courage to step outside, sought ways to support these brave souls. Such camaraderie was indeed precious in these trying times. Finally, someone tagged Wen Chenai, a resident from Building 1. Wen Chenai was intrigued. It was remarkable that anyone from Building 1 had survived after Liu Yu's rampage. Chapter 71, Unresolved. Wen Chenai, we do not require you to part with an excessive amount of food, yet now Huang Sharon is preparing to seek assistance for everyone. Shouldn't you at least show some gratitude? Hurry, produce some provisions. The words came from Aunt Zhao of Building 2, a woman who holds the position of head of the community's information station. Before the apocalypse, she would daily assume the role of a loudspeaker beneath the large locust tree at the community entrance, and it was from her lips that the rumor of Wen Chenai being a live-in son-in-law, living off others, spread throughout every household. Wen Chenai had always found these gossipy, meddlesome women irksome, and with the current situation, he had no intention of indulging her. Aunt Zhao, look at what you are saying. Have you not also failed to provide Huang Sharon and the others with food? Aunt Zhao immediately retorted, my household is devoid of any food. Wen Chenai interjected in the group chat, is that truly the case? Aunt Zhao, over half a month ago, I witnessed your son delivering 3 bags of flour and 3 bags of rice to your home, not to mention other foodstuffs as well. Have you and your husband truly consumed 300 jin of grain in just half a month? Goodness, even pigs would struggle to match your appetite. Panic ensued for Aunt Zhao, who hastily typed in the chat, "You speak nonsense. No, my son did not deliver any food to me." When Chenai responded, "Aunt Zhao, now you are the one fabricating stories. Your son brought you provisions, and you boasted about it for several days, claiming that no other son in the world could compare to yours in filial piety. Why deny it now?" Furthermore, many neighbors witnessed it. Soon, other neighbors chimed in, confirming that they had indeed seen Aunt Zhao's son delivering food to her home. However, Aunt Zhao chose to ignore their comments, refusing to respond further in the chat. Wang Chenai smirked and set his phone aside. Had Aunt Zhao not sought trouble, he had no intention of revealing their food supply, especially considering that her husband, old Zhao, was a decent man. Yet now, with their food supply common knowledge, good fortune was surely on the horizon for them. The following noon, Huang Shuren's team completed their preparations and was ready to depart. However, the accumulated snow outside had blocked both the unit door and the garage entrance, forcing them to jump from the 4th floor window of Building 9, the closest point to the main entrance. Though there was no wind outside, the extreme cold deterred several individuals, who turned back without uttering a word. Huang Shuren glared at their retreating figures, grinding his teeth in frustration. "What about you? Will you stay or go? If you leave, there is still a chance for survival. If you remain, death is certain." The remaining 11 individuals exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to venture out in search of help. Building 9 stood directly opposite Villa 6, when Chenai raised a glass of red wine, addressing the departing group, "Wishing you all good fortune." After a few steps from the window, one person suddenly collapsed. Others attempted to assist him, but their efforts proved futile. Huang Shuren bent down to check for signs of life, shaking his head. "He is dead. We must continue." The 11 trudged on, heads bowed, indifferent to the lifeless body behind them. Though their faces were covered for protection, the biting cold infiltrated the gaps, causing them to grit their teeth in agony. Before long, Li Qin could bear it no longer. Breathing heavily, she exclaimed, "Huang Shuren, I can't go on. I am unable to move." Huang Shuren, filled with regret, glanced at Li Qin and the others, admitting, "I was wrong, I should not have led you outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qin collapsed, her body stiffening. The frigid temperatures rapidly drained her body's warmth, soon rendering her a frozen statue. Another neighbor glanced at the fallen Li Qin and resignedly stated, "Let us keep moving." Huang Shuren replied, "Let us support each other. That will offer more balance." Yet, before they could reach the community entrance, one by one, they fell. 80-70 degrees, a few layers of down jackets would not suffice as protection. Within minutes, news of Huang Shuren and his group's demise at the community entrance spread through the homeowners' chat group, accompanied by photos of their corpses. The neighbors who had fled in fear felt a sense of relief, thankful they had not followed suit. Otherwise, they too would have met a similar fate. When Chenai observed the entrance to the community, perplexed. Typically, one would expect the temperature to rise sharply at this hour, and the snow to melt away within a day, allowing survivors a chance to procure supplies in a frenzy. But why had everything changed? Could it be that his rebirth had set off a chain of events, akin to the flapping of a butterfly's wings? The deaths of Huang Shuren and his companions had spurred the living into a desperate fight for survival, leading them to resort to increasingly ruthless measures. Su Muyu glanced outside and inquired, "Chenai, do you think the snow will continue to fall?" "I cannot say, everything has shifted," Wen Chenai replied nonchalantly. "However, if it remains like this, we might manage to survive in our home for some time." When Liu Yu saw the news in the homeowner group, a crooked smile appeared on his face. What a bunch of fools, marching to their own demise, albeit a bit far from home. Otherwise, we could have brought them back for a few good meals. In the community, a vendor who wholesale spices had stored goods at home, which Liu Yu's subordinates had now appropriated, ensuring there was no shortage of seasoning for stews. The homeowner group fell into silence once more, as no one felt inclined to speak. The hope for rescue seemed to vanish in an instant. reduced to mere ashes. The official message boards and public accounts had collapsed days prior. It was a miracle that WeChat servers still facilitated communication. Now, even the mini-programs had become inaccessible. At this moment, Liu Yu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sat quietly in a chair, gazing out the window, muttering, "It seems it hasn't snowed today." Zhao Qin, who was by the fire, cooking meat in a pot. "Brother Yu, those people will find out sooner or later." "What then? What's there to fear?" Liu Yu replied coolly. "Even if we do not feed them, they will inevitably resort to eating on their own. We are merely helping them adapt sooner. If it weren't for our provisions, would they have survived this long? They would have starved to death long ago." Chapter 72. The missing corpse. Yang Xiaoyan's face, along with Li Huan's hands and ears, had begun to decay, and Yu Juliang had also refused to attend to their ailments. Zhu Yingxue, filled with trepidation, sought refuge in another room and promptly called Wang Chenai, her voice trembling. Brother, I implore you, please save me. I swear I will no longer conspire with them against you. My body, my heart, I offer entirely to you." Wang Chenai replied coolly, "I'm sorry, I find you repulsive." Zhu Yingxue hastily protested, "I am not repulsive, I've never had a boyfriend, truly, I swear. If I am lying, may my wounds fester and rot like Yang Xiaoyan and Li Huan's." Wang Chenai asked with curiosity, "Oh, so, your wounds are unharmed?" Zhu Yingxue responded, "The wounds I share with Jiao Huier have healed and are presently fine, but Li Huan and Yang Xiaoyan's wounds have begun to ooze pus, and they reek terribly." "Oh," Wang Chenai said, "however, I have no interest in you. I am sorry, goodbye." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin, who had finished cooking the meat and, after sharing it among the group, led them to scour the neighborhood for food, now avoiding homes that were occupied. This was a directive from Liu Yu, as these survivors were individuals Liu sought to win over. Only if there was no response after knocking would Zhao Qin who permit the door to be forced open. Some individuals had succumbed to starvation or the cold within their homes, and those with corpses inside would have their house numbers discreetly noted on Zhao Qinhu's phone, allowing others to retrieve the bodies at an appropriate time. During the apocalypse, many were at work outside, leaving their homes unguarded, which contained a wealth of supplies that Liu Yu and his companions, along with neighbors like Jian Ming and Liu Wei who had self-taught lock-picking skills, were now able to acquire. However, shopping had become quite convenient, and only the elderly tended to hoard food at home, resulting in modest gains for these scavengers. Liu Yu received a message from Zhao Qianhu, and with a smile, addressed the dozen or so individuals nearby, saying, "It's your turn to get to work." Song Sibao, along with over 10 others, set out daily to collect corpses, transporting them to an adjacent room where the windows were flung wide open, the temperature colder than a freezer, serving as an excellent preservation method. This room had already accumulated a significant number of bodies. Anyone faint of heart would likely be terrified to see such a collection, perhaps even succumbing to panic themselves. When hunger reaches its peak, individuals will seek anything edible. Leather jackets, belts, and other leather goods become the first choice, followed by household pets. Ultimately, when all else fails, they will turn to their fellow humans. In a previous life, Wang Chenai had consumed leather shoes and plastic bags, yet he could not bring himself to eat human flesh, the mere thought of it inducing nausea. Individuals like Liu Yu, in this dystopian world, seemed to be preparing for the worst. After all, had he continued his previous methods of armed robbery with his 20 or so subordinates, the food collected from a single neighborhood would have sufficed for a considerable time. Yet now, he was stockpiling rice and meat. Indeed, those who consume food were, in their eyes, akin to livestock. Meat, he refrained from continuing to rob these individuals, fearing that they might unite and resist him. After all, a few guns in their possession would not withstand the collective defiance of hundreds of neighbors. Moreover, nurturing these survivors ultimately meant cultivating future sustenance for himself. In Villa number 6, the somewhat foolish Xu Mu Yu had overstuffed the fireplace with wood, causing the room temperature to rise excessively. Wang Chenai had no choice but to crack open a window to alleviate the heat. Meanwhile, a message from a resident of Building 8 ignited the long-quiet resident group chat into a frenzy. "Who went to Building 2, apartment 1503, to remove my brother's corpse? Who would go to move a corpse? That's bad luck." Exactly. What if your brother is still alive? How is that possible? My brother died 6 days ago. I was the one who brought my sister-in-law and niece to my home. Today marks the 7th day since his passing, and I intended to go burn some paper for him, but when I arrived, the door had been forced open, and my brother's body was nowhere to be found. My goodness, could your brother have turned into a zombie? The neighbors did not perceive the speaker as jesting. After all, apocalyptic novels and films were rampant, and if disasters akin to Snowpiercer or a frozen apocalypse could occur, then the emergence of zombies was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, should zombies truly manifest in the neighborhood, it would undoubtedly exacerbate the plight of the living. Wang Chernai immediately surmised that someone had stolen the corpse for consumption. He kindly cautioned, "It's highly unlikely to be a zombie. If that were the case, hordes of them would be roaming outside. You should carefully inspect whether any outsiders have entered your brother's residence or consider if anything unusual has transpired recently." Though the snow outside was thick, the temperature had plummeted to over 70 degrees below zero, and there had been no heavy snowfall recently. Thus, the accumulated snow had become hard as ice, making it impossible for a person to sink into it. In his previous life, zombies were known to roam about, unbothered by the cold, which was why Wang Chernai made such remarks. Soon, someone in the chat chimed in, "Could it be that someone took your brother's corpse to eat?" The speaker had recently resorted to a grim exchange of their child with a neighbor for sustenance, hence their assumption that someone had dragged off a body for consumption. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity to commit murder. Meanwhile, some neighbors recalled the peculiar behavior of Liu Yu's group, with Wen Zhao from Building 1 being one of them. He remarked in the chat, "Liu Yu's men had already robbed our Building 1 once, but just a couple of days ago, they knocked on our door again. If someone had been home, they would have simply left." Initially, Wen Zhao had thought Liu Yu's group had experienced a change of heart, but now he suspected the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. The resident unable to locate his brother's corpse had also been visited by Zhao Qianhu the previous day. When he had inquired about who was knocking, Zhao Qianhu had replied, "We were just checking if anyone is home. If there is, we'll leave. Take care of yourselves." Chapter 73, Wen Zhao is discovered at that moment. He was still apprehensive that this group of individuals might invade his home to commit robbery. To his surprise, they merely uttered a few words and departed. He felt a sense of relief, only to realize that his brother's corpse had vanished, likely taken by them. He promptly tagged Liu Yu in the group chat, "Where is my brother's body? What have you done with it?" Liu Yu's expression darkened upon seeing the message, and he turned to Zhao Qianhu, who had just returned after delivering the corpse. "What manner of business are you conducting?" Zhao Qianhu felt wronged as well. "When we arrived at that house, there was only one body, so we took it back." How were we to know that he had a brother living in this neighborhood as well? Liu Yu glanced at Zhao Qianhu and concluded that the blame could not be placed on him. He sighed and replied to Wen Zhao, "Wen Zhao, your brother's body is missing. Why are you seeking me? Besides, what reason would I have to steal a corpse?" In truth, even if his actions were exposed, Liu Yu felt no fear, as he now commanded a following of 60 individuals, all of whom were well-fed and in high spirits. Furthermore, he was confident that Wen Zhao was merely speculating, lacking any substantial evidence. Wen Zhao continued to inquire in the group, "Then why were you knocking on doors one by one?" Liu Yu replied with indignation, "I am currently only collecting supplies from unoccupied homes. I have no intention of causing you distress. If you insist on questioning my methods, I shall cease knocking and simply raid the houses directly. When the neighbors are robbed, you may attribute the blame to Wen Zhao." In his previous life, Wang Chernai had a vague understanding that Liu Yu and his cohorts had been storing the corpses in a room within Building Number 3. He registered an alternate account using another phone, added Wen Zhao as a friend, and divulged the room number, advising, "You can find your brother in this room. Remember to go quietly, so as not to alert anyone." After delivering this message, he promptly deleted Wen Zhao from his contacts and powered down the phone, having fulfilled his obligation to inform. He had no desire to become embroiled in such trivial matters. When night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Wen Zhao, filled with skepticism, donned thick clothing and ventured to the room Wang Chernai had mentioned. The door was ajar, and as he switched on his flashlight, revealing the grotesque sight of numerous corpses, He was seized by terror, fleeing without a backward glance, entirely forgetting about his brother. However, his commotion roused the occupants of the neighboring room. Zhao Qianhu and Feng Lei swiftly apprehended Wen Zhao. In a fit of fear, Wen Zhao shouted, "What do you want? Let me go. Release me." Liu Yu, sitting on the couch wrapped in a blanket, regarded Wen Zhao with cold detachment. "You possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to come here in the dead of night." Wen Zhao swallowed hard. "I saw nothing, know nothing. Please let me return home." Liu Yu grinned maliciously. Since you've come, why not make yourself comfortable?" Zhao Qianhu, Feng Lei, give him a taste of something new. Zhao Qianhu and Feng Lei exchanged sinister smiles as they stripped Wen Zhao bare, then dragged him into the corridor. They drenched him with melted snow water before pouring hot water over him. Once the warmth had frozen again on his skin, they pulled him into the room, forcing him to warm himself by the fire. His skin was left cracked and peeling, readily separating from his body with the slightest tug. This was a technique Zhao Qianhu had learned while dismembering corpses over the past few days. Skinning was rather convenient. Throughout this ordeal, Wen Zhao emitted agonizing cries. Liu Yu recorded a video showcasing the skinless Wen Zhao, drenched in blood, writhing in torment upon the ground. He shared this video in the group chat, stating, "I have no desire to be at odds with the neighbors, but do not test my limits lightly. Otherwise, the current state of Wen Zhao may serve as a warning to you all." This video sent a wave of terror through the homeowners group, silencing everyone, including Wen Zhao's own relatives, who dared not utter a word. However, it wasn't long before another WeChat group was established, and Wen Chenai found himself added to it. This group were no name, awake and restless. Wen Chenai inquired in the group, "What is the purpose of this gathering?" After asking, he opened the member list and clicked on the group leader's profile, only to find that the leader had no nickname and a hidden WeChat name, indicating a desire to remain anonymous. The group leader remained silent, directly sending a few photographs, images surreptitiously captured in the room where Liu Yu stored the corpses. One homeowner questioned, "What the hell, how can there be so many corpses? Were these taken in a funeral home? Were they all frozen or starved to death?" The group leader replied, "These photos were taken in a room of building number 3, currently occupied by Liu Yu and his gang." "Is this true? What is Liu Yu doing with all these corpses?" Wang Chenai surmised that the group leader was likely one of Liu Yu's subordinates, as he knew others could not approach the room where Liu Yu concealed the bodies. His intention in informing Wen Zhao earlier was for him to uncover this secret, but from the video Liu Yu had just shared, it was evident that Wen Zhao had been discovered. An eager homeowner suggested, "Let's leave this group. The leader is not trustworthy. Anyone who believes him is courting death." The group leader quickly retorted, "I risked my life to share these photos for your benefit. Why do you not trust me?" The homeowner countered, "What can you offer to gain our trust? Your WeChat lacks basic information. It clearly appears to be a newly registered account. You could very well be Liu Yu or one of his lackeys." Previously, the homeowners had formed a group to unite against Liu Yu, only to discover that he was already among them. The group leader asserted, "Liu Yu is collecting these corpses to feed his subordinates, including those neighbors who later joined him." What the hell? This is outrageous. Is it true? Are they resorting to cannibalism? Initially, many had intended to leave the group, but this shocking revelation left them dumbfounded. A cold smile crept across Wen Chenya's face. The individuals in this group had likely already contemplated eating children, and those desperate to survive would inevitably resort to cannibalism. Chapter 74, I am nothing like you. Immediately following, the group leader remarked, "The corpses we have should suffice for a while, but I have heard that Liu Yu finds the number of bodies insufficient and plans to kill more people to stockpile human flesh. Is that really true? Are we going to be consumed by others? Liu Yu is truly deranged. Leader, you aren't trying to scare us, are you?" The members of the small group were taken aback by the shocking news revealed by the leader. He continued, "I have disclosed Liu Yu's secret to you. You must believe me now. No sane individual could abide such an act as cannibalism." After a lengthy pause, one of the homeowners inquired, "What should we do?" The leader replied, "We must unite and drive Liu Yu and his followers away." Once again, silence enveloped the small group. Regardless of whether they chose to confront Liu Yu or not, the endeavor would undoubtedly pose a life-threatening risk, Wang Chenai boldly stated in the group. The leader must be one of Liu Yu's confidants, right? You can simply stab him when he's not paying attention. Indeed, Wang Chenai makes a valid point. Yes, eliminating Liu Yu would be considerably easier that way. The leader felt as though a flock of crows were circling above his head. He had clandestinely formed this group in hopes of inciting the homeowners against Liu Yu, yet unexpectedly found the situation turned against him. He declared in the group, "That's not feasible." Zhao Qianhu, Song Sibao, and Feng Lei, who are by his side, are all formidable fighters. I stand no chance. Wang Chenai immediately responded with a grin, "You may not be able to do it alone, but you can certainly share the news of the cannibalism with others. With over 60 people, there must be some sane individuals among them, right? You can band together." Yes. Wang Chenai speaks the truth. The homeowners quickly began to echo Wang Chenai's sentiments. As long as they did not have to risk their lives, they were eager to comply. The leader, exasperated, retorted, "You fools can just wait to perish." With that, he disbanded the group chat, leaving the homeowners who had been added to the group staring blankly at their WeChat messages. Wang Chenai chuckled as he set down his phone, muttering to himself, with just a few words, "I've forced a loyal subject to turn traitor. I truly am a talent." Wang Chenai was unconcerned about the fate of the homeowners or Liu Yu. He was content to remain a bystander, enjoying the spectacle. Moments later, another small group was established, and upon being added, the previous leader left a message stating, "Don't add me, just wait for your demise," and promptly exited the group. The homeowners were left utterly bewildered. Why is this person behaving like this? This is terrible. Those with useful information are no longer helping us. Wang Chenai, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, that previous leader wouldn't have gotten so angry. You need to think of a solution. Wang Chenai refused to indulge their complaints. "Hey, how can you blame me? Weren't you all quite enthusiastic just a moment ago?" Leader Li Shusheng, fearing chaos would erupt in the small group once again, quickly interjected, "All right, everyone, let's not bicker. The priority now is to devise a plan to deal with Liu Yu. He is our greatest threat. If we do not eliminate him, we all risk our lives." Yes, the leader is correct. The most pressing issue is how to deal with Liu Yu and his gang. In the current situation, we must unite, or we will all perish. Wang Chenai added, "Indeed, you are all correct. If you do not resolve the issue with Liu Yu soon, you will undoubtedly meet your doom." The other members of the group, now filled with trepidation, failed to notice that Wang Chenai had used "you" instead of "we." Meanwhile, Li Shusheng felt the gravity of the situation acutely. After some contemplation, he reluctantly stated in the group, "It is imperative that we dismantle Liu Yu's gang. I still have some supplies. Those willing to participate in the assault on Liu Yu will receive half a pack of instant noodles, the elephant brand." Wang Chenai immediately questioned, "What about afterward?" Li Shusheng, upon reading Wang Chenai's message, felt his teeth clench in frustration. How could he have been so astute? Would it be too much to ask for him to refrain from commenting? As for afterward, what could he offer? Perhaps a few snowballs. Quickly, a homeowner asked in the group, "Li, you just mentioned half a pack of instant noodles before the operation. Surely, we can expect a substantial reward afterward?" Li Shusheng frowned and replied, "In recent days, Liu Yu and his gang have amassed a considerable amount of supplies. Once they are dealt with, we can distribute the resources equally among everyone." The homeowners pondered for a moment and ceased inquiring about what Li Shusheng would provide them, for eliminating Liu Yu was the primary concern. Otherwise, they could very well find themselves eliminated by him. "All right, I will participate. I will too. Together. Almost all the members of the group signed up, leaving Wang Chenai silent. Let them engage in their skirmishes. It was of no concern to him. Leader Li Shusheng quickly noticed Wang Chenai's silence and tagged him, "Wang Chenai, what's the matter? Don't you want to eliminate Liu Yu and his gang?" Exactly, it seems Wang Chenai has gone cowardly. He was the one who made snide remarks earlier, driving that leader away. Otherwise, we would have an insider close to Liu Yu, making our task much easier. Their homeowners now realized that while Wen Chenai usually dominated discussions in the group, he had suddenly gone quiet when it came to serious matters. This left them feeling highly dissatisfied. Eliminating Liu Yu was crucial for everyone's survival. Why should they risk their lives while Wen Chenai sat idly by? Finally, someone voiced their discontent in the group, saying, "Wen Chenai, you are being quite unreasonable. At a time like this, you choose to hide like a coward? Ear. Indeed. Why aren't you contributing? Ear. This won't do. Everyone must join forces against Liu Yu." Li Shuxing, upon reading, wasn't the aim to discuss how to confront Liu Yu. Why was everyone sidetracking the conversation? Stop, everyone, quiet down. We must unite and confront our common enemy. Yes, Wen Chenai, you should join us at this time. Don't always hide like a turtle. Wen Chenai shot back, you all do what you want, don't drag me into this. I am nothing like you. Chapter 75, How did you enter my space? Wen Chenai's words only served to heighten the dissatisfaction among the homeowners in the group. Li Shuxing spoke up directly, what is the matter? Have you grown 3 heads and 6 arms? Knowing that you've hoarded quite a bit of food, aren't you afraid that Liu Yu and the others will come to take it from you? Indeed, you're correct. There is an abundance of food at my home, and besides, Liu Yu and his crew cannot access my villa. As for you all, it would be wise to mind your own business. After saying this, Wen Chenai promptly exited the group. They were merely a ragtag bunch, a group of grown men, deliberating matters with more fuss than a gaggle of women. Seeing Wen Chenai leave the group, Li Shuxing hastily remarked, "Everyone, let us not allow a single rat's droppings to spoil our plans. What is paramount now is how we shall resist Liu Yu and his gang. The group leader is right, it's mainly that everyone feels a sense of injustice. Why can they hide away while we must charge into the fray?" Li Shuxing continued in the group chat, "Let us not rush. Once we eliminate the evil forces, we will have ample time to settle accounts with those cowards." His words resonated instantly with the group members. They contemplated eliminating Liu Yu, seizing his firearm, and then directly raiding Wen Chenai's villa. Meanwhile, as Wen Chenai set his phone down, Sumu Yu, who had been playing on her phone in his embrace, suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "Wen Yu Yang is missing." What? Wen Chenai was taken aback. Isn't he that house locked? How could anyone go missing? The windows are covered in snow. It's utterly impossible for anyone to escape. No sooner had he spoken than he sensed a disturbance within his space. Quickly, he directed his consciousness into the space, only to find Wen Yu Yang sitting in front of a pile of snacks, clutching a bag of potato chips and indulging herself. Wen Chenai was dumbfounded. How did you manage to get in here? Wen Yu Yang flashed him a silly grin. Brother, I don't know. I just wanted to eat potato chips, and then I came in. Oh, Wen Chenai stared at Wen Yu Yang, her features oddly familiar. Try to see if you can get out. Wen Yu Yang paused for a moment, closed her eyes, and then she disappeared from the space. The potato chips that she had been holding fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. Wen Chenai's consciousness finally returned from the space. Sumu Yu, beside him, was a bit anxious. Chenai, what is happening? Quickly, go downstairs, open the door, and find the child. Wen Chenai replied, let us go check. Upon opening the door to the elder's room, he found Xing Tingting holding Wen Yu Yang, who was crying. Upon seeing Wen Chenai, Wen Yu Yang broke into a sweet smile. Wen Chenai approached and embraced the child. Little rascal, now think of the potato chips you just ate and see if you can bring them back. Wen Yu Yang obediently nodded, closed her eyes, and held her breath, her face turning crimson in mere seconds. Pop. The little girl let out a fart right in Wen Chenai's arms, then opened her eyes and pouted, looking aggrieved. Brother, I can't bring them back. Wen Chenai let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she couldn't. Had she been able to, his stockpile of provisions would have been completely depleted. However, one thing puzzled Wen Chenai. Why could only Wen Yu Yang's body enter the space while he could not? He had also attempted to pull Sumu Yu into the space, but that had failed as well. Thus, Wen Yu Yang's ability to access the space freely must be related to him in some way. Perhaps it was due to that jade pendant. Regardless of the reason, the connection between Wang Yuyang and himself was undeniably real. Therefore, Wang Chenai resolved to investigate the nature of their relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Jingtingting, you and Wang Yuyang shall reside on the 3rd floor from now on. However, it would be best if you suppress any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to send you both to the Western Paradise." With that, he turned to ascend the stairs, leaving Jingtingting in a state of shock. She looked at Su Muyu and asked, "What does he mean?" Su Muyu shrugged, "I have no idea. He is the master here. We should heed his words." On another front, Jiang Ming had truly moved into Liu Wei's home. "Hu Jingping, let me tell you, it's all because of that Wang Chenai. Otherwise, Liu Wei wouldn't he have met his demise." Hu Jingping silently boiled water in the pot, saying nothing. With Liu Wei deceased, she had no choice but to rely on Jiang Ming. In this apocalyptic world, she felt she could not survive without a man. Jiang Ming, noticing Hu Jingping's mournful demeanor, felt his anger resurge. "What's the matter? Are you giving me the cold shoulder?" Hu Jingping forced a smile. "No, brother, we still have some tea leaves at home. I'll go fetch some for you." Millimeter, Jiang Ming finally settled back against the sofa, satisfied. "To be honest, you suffered being with Liu Wei. I've known him since elementary school. Do you know how messy he was? Always with 2 streams of snot running down his face, utterly disgusting. It's for the best he is dead. I won't cling to you. If you find someone better, don't hesitate." Hu Jingping approached Jiang Ming, taking his hand and saying, "Brother, your fingers are frostbitten. We don't have any ointment at home, let me warm them for you." 3 minutes later, Jiang Ming posted a photo in the group, showcasing the breakfast that Wang Chenai had shared earlier. He remarked, "We've been to Villa number 6. Har, it's heavily fortified, clearly prepared for something, and there must be plenty of food. The door of apartment 202 in building number 1 is the latest titanium alloy door from Pander. Are you implying that they have plenty of food as well? Hey, what did Wang Chenai do to provoke you all? Why are you constantly targeting his family?" At that moment, Li Huan chimed in the group, Har, you all don't know. Wang Chenai's home still has a lot of seafood, a fireplace, and even hot water for bathing. If you don't believe me, let someone living in the higher floors take a photo of the roof of Villa number 6 and see those water tanks and chimneys." Soon enough, someone shared a photo of the roof of Villa number 6 in the group, and it was an anonymous person who had taken the shot. Wang Chenai glanced at the group and stated, "Yes, indeed, I have plenty of food, water tanks, and hot water, with a fireplace at home. What's the matter? Are you envious? Har, you all ought to consider how you will survive." Currently, power was only supplied between 17:00 and 7 p.m. and all the survivors relied solely on those 2 hours to cook and heat water. The presence of a fireplace alone was enough to inspire envy among the homeowners. Wang Chenai could not be bothered to engage further with these individuals. He tossed his phone aside and scooped up Wang Yuyang, who was engrossed in watching Tom and Jerry, pondering, could this little girl truly be related to him? Chapter 76, The Pimp of the Apocalypse. At this moment, Li Shuxing sent a private message, "Mr. Wang, if you are willing to collaborate with us, our community will truly belong to us." Wang Chenai glanced at the message, a smile threatening to break free, and replied, "Mr. Li's ambitions are indeed quite grand." Li Shuxing, typically a low-key individual, actually owned a company. However, his resources had dwindled significantly, and he yearned to regain a position of power reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. In this new world, what was of utmost importance? Certainly, it was resources, food, medicine, weapons, and shelters. According to a plethora of gathered information, Wang Chenai had secured at least 2 of these vital commodities. Food and shelter. Thus, he was fervently eager to collaborate with Wang Chenai and employ cunning strategies to procure these essential supplies. Li Shuxing remarked, "Wang Chenai, think about it, isn't the essence of a man's existence in this world rooted in the pursuit of wealth and women?" Wang Chenai chose not to counter his assertion, recognizing it to be true. However, he remained silent. At this juncture, he already had Su Muyu by his side. Should she fail to satisfy him, there was still Conchia. After all, with the lights off, women were merely interchangeable. Li Shuxing, evidently growing anxious, pressed on. Am I wrong? The outside communities are beyond our reach. The snow is simply too thick for us to escape, yet I have organized the resources within our community, and I can easily bring you in. Wang Qianai was taken aback. Such audacious tactics, a pimp in the apocalypse. Shortly thereafter, Li Shuxing sent out a group invitation, and driven by curiosity, Wang Qianai clicked to join. Upon entering the group, Li Shuxing promptly mentioned him. Everyone in the group has already changed their avatars to their own photos, devoid of any beauty filters, pure and unadulterated. Mr. Wang, feel free to express your interest in anyone. Wang Qianai immediately exited the group. Clearly, these women had not just arrived. Who knew how many men they had served? He feared potential diseases. Liu Yu sat on the sofa, summoning his subordinates. Anyone who does not wish to follow me is welcome to leave. Just inform me. I have no tolerance for traitors. Over 60 individuals crowded into the living room, each bowing their heads as if chastised by a teacher. Liu Yu's intent this time was to identify the traitor among them. As twilight descended, the sky was adorned with colorful clouds. Wang Qianai stood by the third-floor window, cradling Wang Yuyuan in his arms, reveling in the sight of the vibrant hues. For some inexplicable reason, holding Wang Yuyuan brought him a sense of tranquility. Just then, his phone chimed. He entrusted Wang Yuyuan to Jingtingting and picked up the device. A WeChat message from someone named Zhang Ying appeared, lacking any indication of which building she resided in. The message contained a photograph of a maid, kneeling on the ground, gazing up while scrubbing the floor. Wang Qianai furrowed his brow. He recognized her from when she had been walking in the community, intimately embracing a balding man in his 50s. As he prepared to cast his phone aside, she began sending a barrage of highly provocative images, JK skirts, OL attire, each more enticing than the last. This woman understood that Wang Qianai possessed resources and was attempting to seduce him with such images. If he were to take the bait, they could barter for some food to satiate their hunger. Noticing her continued barrage of photos, Wang Qianai simply replied, "Stop sending them, I have no interest in you." He then promptly blocked her. Just as he intended to set his phone down, another message arrived. Wang Qianai, I am Liu Wei's wife. Previously, Liu Wei made a mistake by attempting to break into your home. He has since not returned home, but as his wife, I am willing to atone. I am prepared to do anything you ask. Wang Qianai shook his head. Was this not a veiled attempt to find a surrogate? Apologies aside, she was merely seeking a new partner. Madam, I regret to inform you that I am not interested. Seeing that Wang Qianai had not responded, she continued, do you not wish for revenge? To take down your enemy's woman? Wang Qianai replied directly, I apologize, but I have no desire to wear shoes that have been worn by others. I fear they may harbor foot fungus. With that, he blocked her as well. The disappearance of the community committee chairperson, the residence committee chairperson, and Guosiemin did not stir significant unrest within the residence group, even though some have been deceived out of food. Who among them would be foolish enough to broadcast their misfortunes? In fact, over the past couple of weeks, the residents had nearly forgotten about the residence committee and community committee altogether. Suddenly, Yang Chunxia posted a message in the group, Comrade Wang Qianai, greetings. I am the deputy chairperson of the residence committee. I have received a directive from higher authorities requiring you to surrender all food supplies to me, to be allocated by the residence committee to help the community weather this crisis. Upon reading the message, Wang Chunya's face broke into a smile. So it is deputy chairperson Yang. Chairperson Guar had previously collected a substantial amount of supplies, which have yet to be distributed. Since chairperson Guar is now silent, does that mean you are overseeing all previous matters? Chairperson Guar is currently missing, thus all prior dealings are null and void. Do not divert the topic. Quickly surrender the food supplies you possess. Wang Qianai boldly responded in the group, you cannot simply declare things null and void. You officials speak as if your words carry the weight of truth. By the way, during these challenging times, if you wish for me to relinquish my food, that is acceptable, but you must provide me with proper documentation. Without that, why should I comply? Meanwhile, Jiao Huier felt that her time with Juing Xue and the others was utterly unproductive, so she quietly slipped away and returned to her own residence. Mimicking Juing Shui, she disassembled her furniture and fashioned a fire pit from an iron basin. However, her home was devoid of any food. Starving, her first thought was of Wang Chenai. She picked up her phone and messaged Wang Chenai, pleading for him to take her in. Yet, all her messages vanished into the void. Previously, her chest had been pierced by a rusty nail, and it now oozed pus, emitting a foul odor whenever she bent down. She could only place her hopes on Wang Chenai. However, his continued silence deepened her despair. Over an hour later, Li Shuxing finally noticed Wang Chenai had exited the group, yet he remained undeterred. He sent another message, as long as we collaborate, you will become the leader of our community, everyone will heed your words. Do you not wish to relish the feeling of being an emperor? Chapter 77. If you're sick, just die. Wang Chenyu replied with a smile, being an emperor is too exhausting, I am quite content now, with food in hand. I have no worries. As long as I announce in the group that I have provisions, a throng of beautiful women will flock to me. Meanwhile, while you all shiver at home, I am cozy by my fireplace, with a room temperature of 26 degrees, it's almost too warm. He was merely stating a fact, yet it infuriated Li Shuxing, who was watching from the screen. The crux of the matter was that Wang Chenyu had sent Li Shuxing photos of his refrigerator and fireplace. In a fit of rage, Li Shuxing forwarded the photos Wang Chenyu had sent him to the owners group, exclaiming, everyone can plead with Wang Chenyu. He has an abundance of food and a warm home. He then privately messaged Wang Chenyu, saying, just wait for you and the others to come after you. At that point, don't expect us to lend a helping hand. Upon seeing the photos and messages shared by Li Shuxing in the owners group, the members promptly began to beseech him for food, with some going so far as to lament their old age and request Wang Chenyu to take them in, claiming they wished to repay him with filial piety. Wang Chenyu found their messages amusing and responded in the group, if you're ill and can't manage, just go die. After all, there are no doctors or medicines that can cure you. Whether you're hungry or not is none of my concern. And asking me for filial duty, I find that utterly laughable. The neighbors were incensed by Wang Chenyu's remarks, flooding the group with their indignation. Wang Chenyu, despite being neighbors, you have food while we are on the brink of starvation. Don't you feel even a twinge of guilt? Indeed, we have helped you consume your useless items before, you can't be so heartless. Wang Chenyu, as the saying goes, good deeds are rewarded. If you help us, the heavens will surely repay you. Wang Chenyu watched as the conversation in the group morphed from pleas to curses. At that moment, Li Shuxing threatened him within the group, forcing you to share your food is actually for your own good. If you incite the wrath of the masses, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Wang Chenyu retorted, the wrath of the masses, you lot, har, I'm so terrified. Li Shuxing, taken aback by Wang Chenyu's audacity, rallied the crowd against him. Wang Chenyu, don't think you can ignore the consequences. Damn it. I need to have my lunch, so I can't be bothered with you all. After saying this, he conjured a sumptuous feast worthy of a 5-star hotel and posted a picture in the group, declaring, just a simple lunch. In the photo, Wang Chenyu, donned in a short-sleeved pajama, posed with a peace sign and a mischievous grin. The members of the owners group, seeing the snow outside, had no doubt that this was a recent photo. While we have nothing to eat, he has a table full of dishes. Isn't he afraid of bursting? Please let me have a bite, I am starving, I'll do anything you ask. Brother Chenyu, do you still need the bones? Brother Chenyu, I can lick the plate clean. These homeowners, aware that Wang Chenyu would never share his food, were now even willing to settle for the remnants of his meal. Many had resorted to consuming their leather garments, jackets, shoes, pants, belts, boiling everything they could find, yet these items were indigestible, leaving them with distended bellies. The stark contrast between their meager rations and the lavish spread in Wang Chenyu's photo only exacerbated their feelings of discontent. At that moment, Wang Chenyu received a private message from Liu Hoadong, a resident from the first floor of Building 10. Brother, I implore you to show some compassion. My mother is 85 years old, and we have run out of food. She is on the brink of starvation, I can go hungry, but I cannot let her suffer. Accompanying the message was a photo of an elderly woman seated in a chair, her back turned. Wang Chenyu opened the image and zoomed in, immediately recognizing the ruse. It was clearly an inflatable doll dressed in elderly clothing. He couldn't help but admire Liu Huadong's creativity in crafting such a deceit. In these trying times, it was essential to trust no one. The notion that distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors was a fallacy. These neighbors could easily deceive you for food, or worse, your very life. Wang Chenyu replied directly, "What an impressive inflatable doll. It not only resembles you but also raised you. TSK. Even Musk's Catgirl robot pales in comparison. Brother, believe me, this is truly my mother, not an inflatable doll. If you can send me a frontal photo of your mother, I will believe you." HMPH, with such a feeble trick, you think you can fool me? Foolish. Liu Huadong, exposed and humiliated, seethed with rage. "Wang Chenyu, what is the harm in sharing a bit of your food? With all that you have, why won't you just give me some? Are you going to let me starve?" To Wang Chenyu, these threats sounded like mere jokes. The security level of Villa 6 was impenetrable to these individuals. Liu Huadong, like many who had consumed leather, felt an uncomfortable hunger in his stomach, his eyes turning red with desperation for real food. Wang Chenyu, uninterested in Liu Huadong's plight, tossed his phone aside and picked up the little girl, Wen Yuan, who was playing alone on the bed. "Little one, if you want something to eat, you must tell your brother. Don't go off eating alone, understood?" The little girl giggled and nodded. "I got it, brother." Wang Chenyu was not being stingy. He simply wanted to ensure that the little girl did not choke on anything she might find in the space. Having had little interaction with her before, he now felt a strange warmth holding her close. He turned to Sumui and asked, "Is there truly no way to verify if I am related to Wang Yuan by blood?" Before Sumui could respond, Jing Tingting interjected, "All I know is that she has type A blood. When we found her, she had a jade pendant and a note with her name, Wen Yuan, written on it, which is why I named her so." Wang Chenyu's heart sank. The director of the orphanage had told him that when he was left at its doorstep, he too had a jade pendant and a note with his name on it, and he also had type A blood. Chapter 78, Resemblance. Sumuyu scrutinized the two individuals closely, tilting her head as she remarked, "Single eyelids, an oval face, and slightly tanned skin. Chen Yi, it appears you bear a striking resemblance to Xiao Yuan. Considering these attributes collectively, there is at least a 60% likelihood that you share a familial bond." "Ear. That is hardly conclusive," Wang Chenyi retorted with a roll of his eyes. "What about the remaining 40%? Forget it, let's not dwell on it." While Wang Chenyi was preoccupied with the possibility of Wang Yuan being a relative, the other homeowners continued to envy the feast laid before him. Subsequently, a WeChat group was clandestinely established behind Wang Chenyi's back, aptly named the Pig Slaughtering Squad. Their plump pig referred to as, of course, Wang Chenyi, who was currently occupied with creating a children's room for young Wang Yuan. Can you believe it? Wang Chenyi has amassed such a bounty of food and yet refuses to share even a morsel with us. HMPH, do you expect free handouts? I even offered to buy some, but he completely ignored me. Wang Chenyi is utterly ungrateful. He must be taught a lesson. In the group, members clamored to berate Wang Chenyi, particularly Liu Huadong, who had earlier deceived him with an inflatable doll. Filled with righteous indignation, he accused Wang Chenyi, "When my mother was alive, she helped him take care of children, yet now he won't lend me a hand." Those comments, which the homeowners dared not voice in Wang Chenyi's presence, now flooded the small group chat. "He's merely a son-in-law. I've heard his wife, Liu Yang, bore children that are not even his. He deserves whatever comes his way. HMPH, what is he even angry about? Exactly, even if those children aren't his by blood, shouldn't he still raise them as their father? Liu Yang has just passed, and he has already severed ties with the Liu family. What a heartless wretch. Indeed, a person of his character must harbor deep darkness within, perhaps he is even committing crimes in secret. We should report him to the authorities. The phone lines to Yao Yaoling are down. How can we report him? The police may not find him, but we are also champions of justice. Yes, we can certainly put him on trial and make him pay for his deeds. Liu Huardong exclaimed, exactly. It's clear to all of us that someone like Wang Chenyi is not fit to live. At this moment, a user in the group, nicknamed a Hold Her Down, he interjected, but we mustn't forget that Liu Yu has collected so many bodies, and it's rumored he intends to eliminate us as well to stockpile his resources. Shouldn't we consider how to deal with Liu Yu and his gang? His reminder prompted the group to recall Liu Yu's formidable presence in the neighborhood. They were well-fed and united, while the other homeowners were anything but cohesive, rendering them no match for Liu Yu's crew. Liu Huardong's face contorted with malice. HMPH, they all deserve to die. Indeed, I propose we first eliminate Wen Chenyi, seize his supplies, and once we are well-fed, we can settle the score with Liu Yu. Right now, we are far too weak to confront them. Yes, the logic in your statement is sound. Without strength, how can we challenge them? At this juncture, Hold Her Down expressed concern in the group. I fear we may not be able to stand against Wang Chenyi. Why diminish our own strength by inflating his? He is but one man. If we unite, it should be quite manageable to take him down. Meanwhile, a weary Wang Chenyi, having toiled tirelessly, held another phone, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he perused the group chat messages. Wang Chenyi, the homeowners have formed a group with the intent to kill you. You must be cautious. Zhao Lulu suddenly sent a message which piqued Wang Chenyi's curiosity. She followed with a screenshot of their pig slaughtering squad chat. In recent days, Wang Chenyi had ceased video calls with Wang Weiqi, leaving the entire family unable to uncover any of his hidden provisions. Wang Weiqi attempted to reach out to Wang Chenyi, but to no avail. In truth, Wang Chenyi had already disclosed the locations of his food stash to Wang Weiqi. His seemingly benevolent act intended to ensure Wang Weiqi's suffering deepened once he lost his value. This way, before his demise, he could redeem the paternal affection he had bestowed upon Wang Weiqi over the years, paving the way for an earlier reincarnation. Indeed, Wang Chenyi was simply acting in Wang Weiqi's best interest. Upon discovering that Wang Chenyi possessed such a substantial stockpile of supplies, Zhao Lulu entertained the notion of becoming his woman and residing in the warm villa number 6, no longer burdened by the dread of hunger. Wang Chenyi found Zhao Lulu's warning quite perplexing. As Liu Ruyang's close friend, she had been instrumental in uniting Liu Ruyang with Zhao Qiming. Her sudden overtures of goodwill left Wang Chenyi suspecting a grand conspiracy. However, after much contemplation, he could devise no conclusion, so he opted to dismiss the thought entirely. For now, as long as the icy snow outside remained unmelted and the zombies had yet to emerge, he would stay safe within the confines of the villa. Whatever transpired thereafter, he would confront with the adage, when the soldiers come, let them come, when the water rises, let it rise. After Zhao Qiming thoroughly searched the villa, he found his sister staring blankly at her phone and asked, "Sis, what are you doing? Hurry and help me look for food." "No need to search," Zhao Lulu snapped back to reality. "There's certainly none left, otherwise, Wang Chenyi would have informed Wang Weiqi. Despite the children not being his by blood, he raised them, and there must be some emotional bond. What shall we do now?" Zhao Qiming replied, a hint of irritation in his voice. "I can consume human flesh, but you and Wei Jun cannot possibly resort to that." Now aligned with Liu Yu, Zhao Qiming had learned that the meat they consumed was indeed human flesh. Yet, he dismissed the moral implications. Liu Yu was right, survival outweighed all else. However, unbeknownst to him, his temperament had grown increasingly volatile since consuming human flesh. Wang Weiqi had already been sacrificed to Liu Yu, his bones picked clean. The difference in taste between child and adult flesh was like night and day. Zhao Lulu glanced up at her brother, noting the bloodshot hue of his eyes, which instilled a sense of dread within her. Chapter 79, What Nonsense! At Zhu Yingshua's residence, a foul odor permeated the air, emanating from the festering wounds of Yang Xiaoyan, Jiao Huier, and Li Huan, which were oozing pus and had not been properly treated. The stench caused Zhu Yingxua to feel somewhat nauseated. At that moment, she was holding her phone, contemplating how to approach Wang Chernai in a manner that would persuade him to take her in. Just then, Jiao Huier's voice echoed from behind her, "Yingxua, what are you up to?" Zhu Yingxua quickly responded, "Oh, nothing much, just my wounds are a bit painful." Jiao Huier replied with a hint of confusion, but your wounds seem to be healing quite well, unlike ours. I suspect the condition inside is not much better, Jiang Shui remarked, feel it. The area around the wound is hard. Indeed, Jiao Huier conceded, feeling a sense of psychological balance, it does seem a bit red around the edges. In truth, Jiang Shui had intentionally frozen her wounds with snow, fully aware that if the other three were suffering, they would not spare her if she appeared unscathed. At that moment, Li Huan interjected, in Shui, they are already planning to seize Wen Chenai, we must find a way to act first, or else, if they succeed, we will end up with nothing. Jiang Shui, feeling somewhat irritated, retorted, how can you be so certain that Wen Chenai possesses antitoxin for tetanus? Li Huan paused for a moment before responding, from what I know of him, he would undoubtedly be well prepared. Even if he lacks the antitoxin, we could still seize his provisions, even if it leads to our demise, I would rather be a gluttonous ghost. Jiang Shui glanced at the fierce-looking Li Huan, choosing to remain silent. Jiao Huier then said, how can we know without trying? Alone, the four of us stand no chance, we need to gather more people. And I have a plan. After Jiao Huier shared her strategy, the other two women's eyes lit up, and Jiang Shui felt the same excitement. She intended to relay Jiao Huier's plan to Wen Chenai, believing that he would surely take her in out of gratitude. As Jiao Huier and Yang Xiaoyan enthusiastically rallied more participants, Jiang Shui hurriedly began messaging Wen Chenai. Wen Chenai, Jiao Huier and the others have found some allies and are planning to confront you. You must be cautious. Have you thought of a countermeasure? If you need my assistance, I will cooperate fully. Wen Chenai, are you asleep? Please reply to my message. Wen Chenai, upon reading Jiang Shui's messages, scoffed with disdain, muttering to himself, you lot think you can take aim at me. With that, he resumed retrieving toys from the storage for Wang Yuyuan. Wang Yuyuan, at such a young age, had already begun to exhibit independence, having transitioned to sleeping alone with Jing Tingting when he was just over 3 years old. Now, as Wen Chenai sought to win over Jing Tingting, the first step was to ensure the child was kept at a distance, for certain matters should not transpire in the presence of the young. Yan Xiaoyan was acquainted with many men in the neighborhood, including Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, you are aware that Wen Chenai has a substantial stockpile of food, correct? If we were to confront him individually, we would surely be outmatched. What if we band together and launch an assault on Villa number 6? Our chances of success would significantly increase. Jiang Ming was instantly intrigued. Initially, he had considered joining Liu Yu and his group, but the thought of cannibalism dissuaded him. Now, with Yang Xiaoyan proposing a joint effort to seize Wen Chenai, he quickly replied, count me in. Wen Chenai caused the death of my brother. I must avenge him. Li Huan, due to her less than attractive appearance, had little acquaintance with men, yet she pretended to solicit participation from some residents in the group. Jiao Huier turned to Jiang Shui and asked, Jiang Shui, what are you daydreaming about? Have you contacted anyone? Jiang Shui feigned, I reached out to 2 individuals and just sent the messages. I'm waiting for their replies. The allure of food was overwhelming. Before long, Jiao Huier and Yang Xiaoyan had summoned 8 individuals, while surprisingly, Li Huan managed to convince 2 more from the residents group. They all agreed to convene in the underground parking lot. The early arrivals utilized discarded furniture to kindle a fire, and by the time Jiao Huier descended with the 3 women, the group had gathered. Jiao Huier surveyed the assembly and declared, listen up, everyone. If we succeed, the food inside must be evenly distributed, agreed. The crowd nodded in assent, and Jiao Huier further inquired, do we have our weapons ready? Absolutely, bellowed a robust neighbor, brandishing a pair of pliers. Others displayed an array of weapons, kitchen knives, steel pipes, wrenches, each pair of eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Although the apocalypse had only begun a fortnight prior, the remnants of humanity within these individuals had nearly vanished, and the prospect of murder no longer seemed unconscionable. With hunger as the greatest motivator, the essence of humanity began to fade. The group of over 10 moved stealthily towards Villa number 6, with Jiao Huier whispering, let us first see if we can force the door open. That would save us a lot of trouble. However, the group fell silent, exchanging glances of uncertainty. Leaving aside the 4 women, the other neighbors had previously cursed Wen Chenai and held a grudge against him, which was why they had quickly gathered with the intention of raiding Villa number 6. Particularly, Jian Ming had nearly been drowned by Wen Chenai. Ultimately, they chose the seemingly innocuous Ji Buxiao, who typically spent his days cooped up at home, charming girls, and rarely ventured out. They believed that even if he had previously criticized Wen Chenai, he likely wouldn't be recognized. Ji Buxiao approached the door and knocked. "Hello, Wen Chenai, I'm your neighbor, and I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Not far off, Jiao Huier and the others stood ready with their weapons, lurking in the shadows, waiting for Wen Chenai to open the door so they could surge inside. At that moment, Wen Chenai had just finished a meal and reclined, preparing to engage in conversation with Su Muyu when the alarm from his tablet disrupted his peace, causing him some annoyance. He picked up the tablet and saw Ji Buxiao knocking at the door. While the surveillance cameras revealed the presence of the group outside, Wen Chenai activated the intercom system. "All right, stop knocking. I am trying to sleep. Whatever it is can wait until I wake up. Besides, who the hell do you think you are? What nonsense are you trying to discuss?" Chapter 80, Wait for me. Ji Buxiao felt an intense envy towards the residents of the community. Those who were part of the WeChat group were well aware that Wen Chenai's home boasted a fireplace, radiating warmth. He spoke up. "Let me in first. I have a secret to share with you, one that concerns your safety." Wen Chenai retorted, "If you have something to say, do it outside. If you're worried about being overheard, just message me on WeChat.do. You really think I'm foolish enough to let you in?" Su Muyu adjusted her position, her long hair teasing his senses. Ji Buxiao implored, "We are neighbors after all, can we not have the most basic trust between us?" Wen Chenai shot back, "I would sooner believe your mother is a virgin than trust you." The neighbors lurking in the shadows could no longer contain themselves. The windproof door of the underground garage had been shut by some well-meaning individual, raising the temperature slightly, yet it remained a frigid 40 degrees below zero. Standing still, they were on the verge of freezing stiff. Zhu Yingxue rehearsed in her mind, when everyone rushed in, she would turn and fight alongside Wen Chenai. Among the neighbors was a professional thief, who had stealthily approached Ji Buxiao. Ji Buxiao's dialogue with Wen Chenai was merely a diversion to attract attention. The thief, upon glimpsing the lock on the front door, scoffed to himself, thinking, "With this flimsy lock, I could open it with my eyes closed, using just my foot." After inserting 2 lock-picking tools into the keyhole and making a few adjustments, he heard a barely audible click. A victorious smile spread across his face as he gently turned the lock. However, years of lock-picking experience alerted him that something was amiss. The lock cylinder offered no resistance whatsoever. After turning it a few more times, the thief's expression abruptly stiffened. To conceal their identities, none of them had brought any face-covering devices, while Wen Chenai had installed dozens of cameras in the garage, employing the latest night vision technology that required no supplementary lighting. Thus, they all assumed their every movement was invisible to him. Little did they know, their petty actions had long been transmitted to the tablet in Wen Chenai's possession. Seeing the thief's frozen countenance, Wen Chenai couldn't help but chuckle. "Chenai, what are you looking at? What are they up to?" Wen Chenai reached out, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Didn't I mention this afternoon that you should call me husband from now on?" Millimeter, husband. Su Muyu quickly corrected herself, "I want to see too." The tablet speakers continued to relay Ji Buxiao's pleas, and Wen Chenai couldn't resist interjecting, "Fool, just shut up. Do you think I don't know who you are? A moron who deceives women for a living. By the way, you should change your surname to Lan." Ji Buxiao, the director of Da Taigun Neurology, has some decent medical skills, doesn't he? In truth, Wen Chenai's acquaintance with Ji Buxiao was quite coincidental. Last year, an intern from his company, seeking amusement at a KTV, unfortunately contracted an STD and ended up at that very urology clinic, only to be swindled. This intern happened to be a junior of Wen Chenai's from university, and leveraging that connection, he accompanied the intern to the hospital to demand an explanation. The attending physician was coincidentally examining Ji Buxiao at that time, and as Wen Chenai pushed open the door to the consultation room, he was greeted by a grotesque sight. Fuming with rage, Ji Buxiao shouted, "Wen Chenai, you're pushing your luck, open the door, and I'll take you on." Wen Chenai, while massaging Sumuyer's thigh, replied, "If you're so skilled, come on in. I'll be waiting right here." Ji Buxiao, gnashing his teeth in frustration, kicked the door, but the steel security door showed no sign of yielding. At that moment, Gao Huier could no longer hold back. She declared, "Wen Chenai will never open the door. Ji Buxiao has failed his mission, let us all rush in together." The crowd surged towards the entrance of Villa No. 6's garage, wielding their weapons as they frantically struck the door. Yet, it remained immovable, the immense recoil causing their palms and thumbs to ache painfully. "Damn, what is this door made of? How can it be so sturdy?" Jiao Huier urged everyone to pause their assault, her voice strained. "Wen Chenai, we have so many people here. You're done for. If you surrender and open the door now, I might consider sparing your life." Wen Chenai replied with a grin, "Isn't he this the harlot who tried to seduce me a few days ago? What brings you back?" Though Jiao Huier often exchanged her body for personal gain, being called out by Wen Chenai left her face flushed with anger. "Wen Chenai, is this really the time for such banter?" Wen Chenai snickered coldly, "Oh. I never intended to waste words with you, but it's such a cold day, and since you all came here, wouldn't it be a shame not to chat a little? Besides, are you four here to be humiliated today?" Jian Ming, whose feet were numb from the cold, interjected, "Let us stop talking nonsense. Didn't we bring power tools? Let us break down the door and avenge our brother." They had come prepared with a drill, a sledgehammer, and a hacksaw. With these tools, even a decent security door could be breached, even a wall could be smashed through. Wen Chenai feigned fear, saying, "Oh dear, I'm so scared. You actually brought power tools. And a sledgehammer, no less. Are you planning to violently break down my front door? Please, don't." Believing Wen Chenai was genuinely frightened, Ji Buxiao snatched the sledgehammer from another neighbor, declaring, "Now you're scared. Don't you think it's too late?" He swung the sledgehammer towards the lock on the door. Bang! Their hammer met the door with a resounding thud, yet it remained utterly unyielding. Ji Buxiao had exerted all his strength, but while the door stood firm, his hands were left bruised and blooded, causing him to cry out in pain. How can this door be so resilient? The crowd stood in shock, realizing that the force behind that blow had been substantial. Even a Panda brand security door should have warped, yet the door before them showed not a single mark. Wen Chenai helplessly said to Sumuyer, "These pesky insects are quite bothersome. I'll go take care of them now, so just wait for me."